Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Raised by the Goddess of the Hunt movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Naruto x Percy Jackson. Clarifications. It's a reaction type story. Naruto is the son of Artemis and Minato Namikaze. Minato has a younger brother who is the current yondaime of Konoha. His name is Yato, and he is the husband of Kushina Uzumaki. Minato, unlike Yato, is the son of Hestia. Naruto is born before Artemis meets Orion, so much of what is known from the myth will change or will be used by her as a mask. Naruto's appearance will be. Naruto, given his lineage from elemental nations, is related to the elements of water, wind, fire and lightning, the latter a gift from Zeus. Naruto is loved by his mother, so much so that after what happened in Orion, she decides to send him to the territory of the Shinto deities to protect him, thanks to the support of the moon god Tsukiyomi, but the Morai decide to put him in a kind of dream, where he will live many adventures living in other bodies and learning skills, until he reaches the shinobi world, where his final destination was. As a demigod son of the hunt, he has several skills, such as handling the bow and hunting knives, and can understand and speak with animals. The gods love him since he has gifts from each of them, especially he is on good terms with Hera, whom Naruto sees as a grandmother, since Artemis and Minato were married, so he was born within her domains. Naruto will return to the Olympic world before Thalia's tree mission, but he won't be going alone. His relationship with his family is tense because he hates Yato, given that he is similar to Danzo, and for abandoning Menma, his cousin, to his fate being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, so Naruto, supported by several people, is the one who raises and trains the closest thing he has to a younger brother. His best friend is Shisui Uchiha, one of the reasons why he hates Danzo, in addition to not having a good relationship with Itachi because of the massacre, when their ideals crossed. Jiraiya is not his godfather is Apollo, but with the perverted sage, he has a good relationship, almost like a grandfather and grandson. Their partner is Hinata, that doesn't move, nor will it become a harem, but unlike the canon, this Hinata is more similar to the one from Road to Ninja, without that yandere attitude. Naruto will take Percy's training into his own hands for a specific reason. So don't expect him to be a hater. The relationship with several shinobi and Naruto is not very friendly, and many have a grudge against him since thanks to Tsunade, he is heir to the Senju, and thanks to Minato, he is heir to the Namikaze clan, which earns Yato's hatred, and Naruto supports Menma, since he is the firstborn and Uzumaki heir. Yato's children are Menma, the eldest, and Itsumi, the youngest and the princess of Konoha. Menma is only loved by Kushina until she dies of an illness. Naruto is still the teacher of Team Konohamaru, so little Sarutobi is sure to go with him. There will surely be more things that I forgot, but well, we'll see later in the book. The revelation and the beginning. Nothingness, emptiness, a place devoid of everything one can imagine, a great space that can be a color that no one knows, a total white with nothing at all, or an eternal darkness full of gloom. But none of this is so. Nothingness is the realm of the primordial cows, from where the multitude of beings that she creates support her to watch over the worlds where she has created life and made it flourish, being known by different names, lands to which she decided to grant dominion to a pantheon, saving the Shinto pantheon, since they within the great quantity of deities that exist, were the most responsible and those that do fulfill their obligations, instead of being alive. Meeting who knows what and engendering offspring even with mortals. Cows was joined by 3 elderly women who had long since grown bored with the fact that they were only controlling life, and doing that work was already tiring them out. They clearly needed a break. That's why they observed a moment in the Olympic territory where a punk-style girl was waking up after almost 2 decades turned into a tree. It was then that they decided to do their thing. In the Olympic world. Everyone was focused on their celebrations, unaware of how the mortal world seemed to stand still. Mortal people, like all objects, froze in time. On Olympus, the gods realized this a little too late, but before they could act, they would begin to fade away, as if someone had gathered the infinity stones and snapped their fingers. Zeus. I demand to know what's going on. He said with his brother Lightning Bolt. Poseidon. Zeus, I just want you to know that mom loves me more, he would say smiling to disappear. Zeus. Oh son of. He would say to disappear. Hestia. My family, she would say on the verge of tears as she disappeared. Apollo and Artemis hugged each other while apologizing for all the wrongs they'd done until they turned to dust. Hermes simply celebrated. Disappearing would mean never working again. Hephaestus cursed himself for not finishing one of his inventions, just as Athena did for not being able to finish a book, and Ares for leaving in the middle of a UFC fight, having bet on one of his children in that field. Aphrodite had just finished doing her nails when she disappeared, while Demeter tried to turn off a hose to keep the water from leaking and ruining her garden, but managed to do so before disappearing. In the underworld. Persephone was arranging her garden when she began to disappear, at the same time as Hades, doing his paperwork, began to disappear, but not before doing a little dance to avoid filling out more of that awful paperwork. At Camp Half-Blood in Camp New Rome. The celebration turned into chaos, since just as the gods on Olympus disappeared, Dionysus did too, and crying for not being able to drink wine, this caused several demigods to begin disappearing along with Chiron. At the same time as in New Rome, their activities began to disappear. Somewhere in Virginia. The hunters of Artemis were starting to disappear, while cursing that this was some man's fault or something, except for some, many were already pure feminizes, and it was a sin to be born with a hennis. Lotus Hotel and Casino. Two children were hugging each other, disappearing in tears for not living a normal life. Somewhere in the United States. A short Latin demigod was doing an experiment since he discovered that fire did nothing to him until. Demigod. No, I'm not leaving, they're taking me, I would say, to disappear. Into nothingness. To everyone's surprise, they were all appearing, floating in a dark environment with a light that only allowed them to see their surroundings. They wanted to ask questions, but their powers were blocked, as were their weapons. Before the uproar could erupt, a light began to blind everyone, and the place turned into a gigantic movie theater, which amazed everyone. Athena. Well, where are we? She would say as she went down to a seat like the others. Apollo. I don't know, honestly I can't use my gift to see the future. Artemis. Zo. We're fine, my lady. Percy. Dad, where are we? Poseidon. I don't know. Sally. Percy. Mom. Are you here? Aelia. He's not a ghost, I would say sarcastically, he's obviously got a brain made of seaweed. Athena. What a note. Zeus. Read it, he would say with distrust. Athena. As you say, ahem, she would say, clearing her throat. Dear gods, demigods and hunters, along with some other fawn, until you finish seeing what will be shown on the screen that will begin shortly after reading this note, you will not be able to leave this place, until you finish seeing what will be shown to you, all your powers will be turned off until you leave. As you watch on the screen, several notes will appear to answer your questions. Now relax and enjoy this vacation, with great love, Lady Cows and the Destinies. Everyone in the room felt a little strange, although the gods trembled a little knowing that Lady Cows brought them, while the demigods snorted a little, but that snort was of relief, rather than rejection, at least no one would control them while they were there. Annabeth. What will we see? She would ask somewhat excitedly. Percy. I don't know. Travis. It sure is something fun. Jason. Let's wait, he would say seriously, he was not very confident with the Greeks present here, while Octavian was preparing to do something. At that moment, the screen would begin to play a sound, calling for everyone's attention, while several people took out snacks and drinks from a nearby tent. And since everyone was paying attention, no one knew what to do. Hephaestus had nothing in his hand, Athena didn't even have a book, Ares had no weapon, and the others were empty-handed. On screen. After the start video effect, a title was reflected. The Path of the Huntress's Son. Off-screen. Upon seeing the opening, many computer and film lovers applauded the special effects, but when it disappeared and the title was displayed, everyone was left in complete shock. Artemis. Do you have a son? She would ask surprised. Oh. My lady would never have a child. Phoebe. Yes. Not even a son, she declared with hatred. Zeus. Artemis, he would say very seriously, although internally he was happy perhaps his counterpart would have a grandson, he could finally use the grandchild corruption plan and guide them to the path of the pervert. Artemis. I don't know, but I want to see, maybe I fell in love with someone who isn't a pig. The various hunters began to look at their mistress with anger, the fact that she showed such a desire for motherhood only made them angry, she had made an oath and they with her, promising to stay away from all male beings and hating them to death. Apollo. I have a nephew, he would say very happily. Chiron. Wow, he would say, taking his hand to the left-handed man. Apollo. Calm down, my friend, he would say to prevent Chiron from having a heart attack. Dionycio. I told you that you should let me drink, I'm not drunk enough to say things to lighten this up, I'm sober. Leto. A grandson, he would say with a dreamy voice, perhaps one of his greatest dreams will come true. Artemis and Apollo. Mom. On screen. Every being has a beginning, and that beginning is how his parents meet. His mother was a goddess, powerful, wild, full of freedom and life, a lover of nature and hunting. She had reddish-brown hair very close to red, silver eyes and white skin close to velvety skin. She was on vacation in a land far from her pantheon. Olympus had been very important for a long time, people prayed to them in various places, after all, they were in Greece, and the gods used to spend a lot of time among humans. She was on vacation because she needed it, she needed to distract herself, to get away from many things, including Olympus, since there was an increase in monsters, and hunting, despite liking it, became a nuisance, added to the fact that Apollo was somewhat upset, given a relationship with a prince named Hyacinth. He took advantage of the fact that there was nothing important to do and traveled, thanks to the permission of the strongest Shinto goddess, Amaterasu, to the territory of the Shinto deities, a world called the Elemental Nations. He had appeared in a great forest, it was so lush and so full of green that it amazed him, people polluted it very little, and the technology, although it was somewhat more advanced than in his world, but it did not pollute to an exaggerated level, the green did its job, and the animals prospered in a strange way, given that there were giant insects, wolves and bears whose skins were quite armored, and the tigers, still had fangs as if they were sabers. Off-screen. Everyone paid attention to what was being narrated, while Athena and Annabeth took notes, while the demigods were surprised that other pantheons existed. Zeus for his part, upon hearing the name of the goddess, felt intimidated, given that she was a powerful goddess who should not be underestimated, bordering on the level of the Trimurti of India. Oh. Well, it's a good place, she would say, somewhat annoyed, although she could feel angry, she didn't blame her lady, so many goddesses being mothers, well, she understood her a little, unlike other hunters who were already furious. Apollo. Hyacinth, he would whisper with pain, remembering that relationship. Artemis. So I went there, it's a nice place, and with good prey. Grover. They have technology that doesn't pollute. Pan should be happy about that. Leto. It's a good place, I would say, surprised. Apollo. I could say a haiku, but I want to live. Ares. Interesting, but where is the action? He complained. Hera. I have a good suspicion, she would say, smiling. Percy. It's a good place. Lee. Without a doubt. On screen. She traveled through the nearby forest and spotted villages, mostly humble ones. There she searched for information. It was a relief that she knew how to speak and read kanji or Japanese. All the information she gathered worried her a little, although she could take care of herself. The world she arrived in was made up of several nations, often named after an element, the most notable being the land of wind, the land of water, the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of fire. Each of them was headed by its daimyo, along with the so-called hidden villages, given that the system was a system of ninjas, shinobi. The 5 villages: Awagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the rocks, Kumagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the clouds, Sunagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the sand, Kurigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the mist, and finally Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden among the leaves. These 5 villages represented the podium of power, the developed nations of their world, and the most privileged nuclei in their region. Although a conflict was currently developing that, according to their research, the Third Great Shinobi War was being carried out, involving most of the shinobi villages. The villages forced children of no more than 12 years old and even younger to participate, all arising from hatred and rivalry between the villages. Guerra de la Pantala. Ares. O si Guerra. Claris. Es mundo si oya incredible. Atenia. Bien hecho Artemisa. O. Como si esperaba de my lady. Annabeth. Esto es incredible diria anotando todo. Leo. Si imaginan hacer cosas geniales. Nico. Ser ninja si oya divertido. Hyper. Sin dudas. Reina. Interesante. Octavian. Tsk no son más que cucarachas a los ojos de Roma. En la pantalla. En su recorrido por un pueblo no se percado de algo, un ejercicio de shinobis de Wagakure no Sato, estaban listos para tomar la ciudad, tomar a todos teniendo los dirigentes, inclinando la ella, dado que Amaterasu como petition pide celar sus poderes, al recurrir sus dominios, dado que seres poderosos alterarían a sus habitantes. Artemisa estaba furiosa, no sabía como sentirse dado que si bien no se fiaba de los hombres, los shinobis femeninas, los conoiches, eran casi tan similares a ser hijas de alguien, loco dios de la guerra, dado que eran poco femeninas en su ichiner, sin delicadeza como estaba acostumbrada, pero a diferencia de los amazonas, estas solían usar la seducción como arma, y asesinaban a simples aldeanos, cuando querían, en especial los de Iowa. No few hasta que una de ellas quiso sobrepasarse con ella, que sincho que alguien la salvaba. Su salvador era alto, de tez canela, posía brillantes ojos azules y pelo rubio de punta. Vestia un traje azul con unas espuelas rojas a cada lado de su hombro, con dos bandas blancas en cada manga, y un chaleco de color verde sobre esa camisa. Iba acompañado de un equipo de 3 niños, de no más de 12 años, uno era un enmascarado pela plata de ropa oscura. La Nina Tinia el cabello corto, de color marron oscuro, y unos brillantes ojos marrons, pasia dos marcas rectangulares color purpura en cada lado de su rostro, vestia una blusa negra de manga larga, y una falda de color rosa purpura. El otro niño era pelo negro azabaque y puntiagudo, y ojos oscuros. Lavaba un uniforme de manga larga azul con placas de metal, en la parte que alcanzó el dorso de las manos, así como una chaqueta azul con adornos de color naranja y el cuello. Las demás acompañantes eran un peligro similar al rubio, pelo negro, azul, vestia una paleta de colores similar al del rubio. Y la última era una mujer pelirroja, que ligaba hasta sus pantorrillas, en el anime, su cabello no ligaba a sus pantorrillas, sino casi ligando debajo de su cadera. Vestia un traje negro con unas espuelas rojas a cada lado de su hombro, con dos bandas blancas en cada manga, y un chaleco de color verde sobre esa camisa. Artemis decidió esperar ver que Haitian y observar mientras el grupo acababa con los rivales, mientras liberaban, por un momento sintió una presencia cálida conocida, por lo que buscó su origen y era el rubio azul que la tenía, pero para él era imposible, esa persona o mejor dicho diosa, no habría tenido familia, o si la tuviera, lo habría hecho saber. Se apagó la pantalla. Aries. Bien es un buen plan de guerra, tomar position un pueblo mediocre y usarlo de base. Athena. Even though I want to disagree, it is a good plan for them. Seeing that Artemis was taken hostage enraged them, meanwhile, the hunters felt furious about it, although they were shocked to see that the warrior women were going to overstep with their lady, they expected it to be a man, as always, but they were seeing the opposite. Aphrodite for her part was horrified by the lack of femininity of the Kenoiches, although she accepted that they are warriors. They calmed down and were surprised by the arrival of a blond man with electric blue eyes, whom Hera thought was her husband's son, but like the gods, they felt that warmth emanating from him, so they looked to the goddess of the hearth, since that was a very strong similarity. Was that even possible? The demigods were surprised, and although they had an idea, they wouldn't make any conjectures. Aphrodite, for her part, devoured the blonde with her eyes. Hestia was horrified when she saw the children. How was that possible? Children should be at home enjoying the warmth of a home, not fighting a war. The demigods, on the other hand, felt somewhat odd about this, for while they trained for survival, they had never fought a war. Seeing the second subject, many felt that something could happen, especially Hestia, although she would wait to see it, while Artemis was slightly blushing since Minato appeared on the screen. Apollo, Hermes and Zeus blushed when they saw Kushina because despite having nothing she was quite pretty, but they kept their comments to themselves. Annabeth. Listen, she would say, drawing everyone's attention. They left a note here. Athena. Let's see. Receiving the same. It says that we will have a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom and so on. After that, several decided to use the break and bring up something they had been holding back since the beginning of the video. The beginning part 2. Everyone in the hall was eating and talking amongst themselves, while the hunters became somewhat distant with Artemis, with the exception of Zoe, while Artemis talked to Hestia about what they felt in Minato, since he was somewhat similar to her, while Hestia felt that perhaps her counterpart had achieved what she could not, being a mother. Hera, on the other hand, felt something might be wrong. Her dominance in the marriage was going a bit crazy. Zeus, on the other hand, felt strange. If Hestia had a child, how would he react? After all, no one wants to see her in bad shape, so maybe he should swallow his paranoia. The demigods, for their part, were somewhat uncomfortable with the gods' conversations, so several decided to talk about something they found interesting. Percy. Wow, this is getting interesting. Annabeth. Why do you say that? Percy. I mean, we don't have a mission, we don't have to deal with Luke and his group, or we don't have to escape from monsters for our lives. Jason. Well, I don't like to agree with a Greek, he has a good point. Lee. That's true. Tyron. Perhaps this will be interesting for you young heroes to see. Before they could even continue speaking, the screen lit up. On screen. Artemis was always a proud and courageous goddess on her own, but with her abilities sealed by another pantheon she couldn't do anything. Although she still knew how to fight, she didn't like to depend on others, even her hunters, to do things for herself, but this time she let them rescue her. The one who untied her was the young blonde man with blue eyes, who treated her with respect and some caution, since he realized that she was not weak, so after freeing her, he let her do whatever she wanted. Artemis. I must thank you for saving me. Shinobi. It's no problem, I still can't help someone who seems familiar to me. Artemis. Familiar. Shinobi. Yes, allow me to introduce myself, I am Minato Namikaze, heir to the Namikaze clan, and Jounin of the village hidden in the leaves. He introduced himself. Artemis. I am Artemis. Minato. So you are a goddess, my mother spoke of you. Artemis. How? Minato. I am a demigod, and I can sense that you are not evil or have bad intentions. Off-screen. Artemis blushed in embarrassment while Zoe sighed. There were hunters that she boasted about being able to do it alone, and them helping her when she couldn't just pissed her off a little. Aphrodite. Oh Shikut, it's obvious you liked it. Artemis. Shut up here, she would say, blushing. Apollo. My little sister falling in love, he would say, looking at a book. Pros, I'll have a nephew, whom I can spoil. Cons, my little sister will lose her purity. Artemis would just hit him while blushing. Artemis. I'm older. Athena. He is polite, she praised. Ares. Not bad, manners make the warrior. Upon hearing that he was a demigod, everyone began to bet on who the father or mother was. Athena's children hoped it was hers, since he seemed to be a great strategist and very analytical, while Apollo and Hermes boasted that he was theirs, since they said he was handsome. Zeus, just in case, didn't bet because he didn't have a good record. Athena. Sensory ability, she would say, taking notes to draw her hypotheses. Chiron. Perhaps it is. He thought, surprised, slowly drawing his conclusions. There was only one Olympian who felt emotions better than Aphrodite, and he hoped it wasn't her. On screen. Artemis was amazed by this revelation, yet she decided to stay with him since she had nowhere else to go, meeting his brother Yato Namikaze, Chunin rank, Kushina Uzumaki, Jounin, and the Genin rank children, all belonging to the same village as Minato. Minato invited her to spend time with him, being a witness to his training, since in that land they handled a type of energy called chakra, which allowed endless abilities, including the handling of elements. They were in that village for a month, while Minato and Artemis began to interact more as she told him many things about the Olympic world, while he revealed to her how shinobi worked, his start at the academy, his graduation as Genin, his advancement as Chunin and later Jounin. He later revealed that each village was ruled by a Kage, the strongest and most revered shinobi in the village, these being the Hokage, which meant fire shadow, the Kazukage, wind shadow, Izukage, water shadow, Tsuchikage, shadow of earth, Reikage, lightning shadow. He also revealed that there were other ranks of known shinobi, such as the legendary Sannin, who earned that title by facing the strongest shinobi of their time in the Second Great Shinobi War, Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the village hidden in the rain, Amegakure no Sado. The reason for the title, having survived a battle against him, since he was considered an extremely powerful ninja, and the simple fact of surviving against him was already a feat. They were considered by their summoning animals being these, their master, the Sannin of the Toads, Jiraiya, the Slug Princess, Tsunade Senju, and the Sannin of the Snakes Orochimaru. He also told her about a more hidden rank, the Anbu, which was used for the darkest missions, assassination, interrogation and torture, as well as sabotage and espionage in the shadows. Artemis was surprised by every word, and even more so when she learned that her now friend was a Jounin sensei to clarify. When it came to explaining how the shinobi were known, Minato detailed the bingo book, a book where each village placed the order and reward of each shinobi, for the simple fact of wanting revenge, or for having done something against their village, or the renegades. Artemis asked him if Minato appeared, and the answer was surprised, because Minato showed her his own page in that book. She was surprised by the name. Konoha's yellow lightning, named after the use of an ability called the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a space-time ability, which made him seem to disappear in a yellow lightning bolt. Artemis thought about Zeus if he found out about it, although Minato could say that this ability, his mastery of the lightning element, came from a gift from his uncle and godfather, so Artemis knew that to have this ability added to noticing that he was a prodigy, he must have been blessed by a god. Off-screen. Everyone was paying attention to the information being shared, especially Athena's children and herself, since they wrote everything down for future reference. It was a new world, with distinct cultures and different ways of fighting, which even Ares was interested in. When they reached the Sannin section, many were impressed, especially when they saw a woman among them, which made Artemis and her hunters nod in agreement, although most of the latter decided to ignore their mistress, feeling betrayed. Zeus, upon hearing that the guy was called Yellow Lightning, became interested, and knowing that he manipulated lightning, gave him the opportunity to throw a tantrum, which he calmed down when he heard that it was a gift from his uncle and godfather, which in the eyes of many deities already cemented that he could be Demeter or a son of Hera before her wedding with Zeus, which was making it clear that the boy was not from the modern era, but from the age of heroes, before Troy. Athena was already making hypotheses about who the mortal's godly father was, since she had already been ruled out, and she mentioned an uncle, therefore Aphrodite was also left out, only Hera and Demeter were left standing, Hestia was left out of the game for being a virgin goddess. Percy. Amazing. Nico. That sounds great, but why that nickname? Annabeth. There's a note I would say calling attention here. It says that he earned it for using that Flying Thunder God Jutsu, killing 1000 shinobis of Iwagakure no Sato in the war we are seeing. Those words left everyone in shock. Did that blonde guy just kill 1000 guys? For some reason, Hestia didn't like it and Zeus grew a little proud without knowing it. Berries? Ha, not bad, that is a warrior I would praise. On screen. 2 months passed in the village and news arrived that the war was ending, returning everything to a time of tension and Cold War. Minato knew that Artemis had nowhere to stay, so he offered her to stay in Konoha. He had an uninhabited apartment since he had recently finished his own house, so he was willing to lend it to her. Artemis, given her few experiences with men, somewhat distrustful, accepted the gesture and was guided by the shinobi to the Leaf Village. Along the way, she was able to notice several things. Kushina was a strong woman. She even read her nickname in the bingo book, the Bloody Habanero. Honestly, she felt graced by women like that, given that they did not depend on men as they did at home. Another thing he noticed was the fact that the only young man was depressed. He could see how the Raven sacrificed himself for his team, dying in a collapse, and the girl sacrificed herself by crossing herself before a technique of the silver-haired man, since she had been kidnapped by shinobi from Kurigakure, enclosing a Bijuu with an unstable seal. Artemis was surprised by this and felt a little bad for Minato, given that he lost 2 students, so she asked since she didn't know what the Bijus were, so Minato proceeded with the explanation. Minato. The Bijus, called the tailed beasts, are 9 gigantic creatures that are characterized by having a certain number of tails. They are powerful beasts that due to their danger were sealed in humans so that they would not harm, or well, so the story goes. They are also referred to as chakra monsters and are sealed in humans called Jinchuricus, human sacrifice as it translates, who obtain power and a chakra immensely superior to that of an average shinobi. These can be recognized by releasing a corrosive red chakra. So these were used as weapons for war. Kushina. I possess the Kyubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox, the most powerful of the 9, since only a member of the Uzumaki clan can retain it. Artemis. But why did they do that to the girl? Kushina. Surely due to the instability of its seal, it is so that when it reaches the village, the beast is released and destroys it. Artemis. What happens if the Bijuu is released? Kushina. Its bearer dies. Artemis would nod knowing what would have happened if that girl hadn't committed suicide, so they continued on their way until they reached their destination, Konohagakure no Sado. Off-screen. Upon hearing that the war was ending, many were happy since it wasn't something pretty, well, except for Ares, who started throwing a tantrum like a child, sweating like an anime. Upon hearing the conversation, Athena wrote down what she heard since she was very interested, especially in those things from the bingo book, since upon hearing Kushina's nickname, many felt a chill down their spine. Upon hearing of the Bijus, the gods frowned, for these creatures gave off power, and they did not know their danger. Athena. Another note she would say, drawing attention the Bijus are beings comparable to she would say, staying silent. Zeus. Compared to what? Athena. Says that the one-tailed one equates his power to Typhon and from there his power goes up. The gods began to tremble, given that Typhon was the bane of the Olympians and the existence of beings who surpassed him in power worried them. The demigods, on the other hand, were enraged to learn that these beasts were being imprisoned and used as weapons, except for Octavian, who thought it was cruel, given that they were giving a person a burden from childhood that he didn't ask for, just because of his desire for someone strong. Hearing that Kushina possessed the strongest terrified them, they didn't know what to say, although they saw her as a human being. Claris. It's not fair she complained I wanted to ride a powerful beast. She complained with envy. Annabeth. So only the Uzumaki can carry the 9 tails I would say, noting interesting. Seeing the village gates, they were amazed at the shape, although they knew it would be like feudal Japan or imperial China in their day. On screen. Upon arriving at the village, Artemis was escorted to the Hokage's tower, where she was greeted with some tranquility and caution, which she could understand as they had just had a war. The man caught her attention, given that he appeared to be entering a mature or pre-old age. He was evidently experienced in many areas, but he had a presence as if he were someone who had experienced the world. The man's name was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of the Leaf Village. Thanks to Minato's intervention and what he had explained about the village they were in, the Sandaime welcomed her into the village as one more, unaware that the future was being paved. Artemis was guided to Minato's apartment, where the blonde explained how everything worked, refrigerators to keep food cold, stoves to heat it up, a bathroom for needs, something that Artemis looked at in amazement. Greece was much more backward than this world, so once she understood, she said goodbye to Minato who left the apartment while she thought things over, since in Yato, she noticed a look that she had seen in several demigods, jealousy and envy. Even so she decided not to give it importance and spend the night, sleeping very comfortably in a very soft bed. She dreamed quite well because she remembered Minato, and despite not having good experiences, she decided to get to know him a little more. In Greece, most of the men she met were pigs in her eyes, caring only about their pride, their power, their wealth, themselves in general. But when she decided to get to know him, she realized he was a man who was the complete opposite of the vast majority of men in the Olympian territory. He was warm, kind, respected everyone around him, even his enemies. He was loved by everyone in the village, and yet, he was never arrogant, never conceited, and never full of himself. He simply took it in stride and went on with his life, even if he didn't notice how his brother was stealing that glory for himself. But something that also intrigued him was that he was a demigod. The blonde knew his mother was a goddess, and she sometimes spoke to him in his dreams. When he found out who Minato's Olympian father was, he couldn't believe it. To say he was shocked was an understatement. He was the last person she'd ever expected to have a demigod child other than herself. He was the son of Hestia. She didn't know how he was conceived, but it didn't matter, just as it didn't matter that Zeus was his godfather. She fell in love with him and spent 2 wonderful years in this world with him. Then the miracle happened. She was pregnant with his child. So, after talking it over and discovering that the man she fell in love with had suffered a devastating blow, she decided to take him with her to the Olympian world, hiding behind a training trip. Off-screen. Hades. That man looks like a leader to be respected, although I bet he saves the paperwork for his successors. He would say humorously, if he could inherit his position, he would definitely leave the paperwork to his successor. Apollo. I don't think so, he said, using the gift of prophecy. He's a guy who as a leader is very influenced by people he shouldn't be. Zeus. I see, a bad leader. Seeing the situation, Artemis felt her heartbeat faster, since few men were like him. Zoe felt somewhat grateful to Minato, while the reluctant Hunt began to change her mind. Hearing Minato's pious father, everyone was in shock. Chiron suffered a cardiac arrest, Athena felt that everything she planned and conjectures went to waste, Apollo and Poseidon felt humiliated, Hestia rejected them, and she in another world had a son. Hestia. My son, she would say with a sweet smile. You'll see with those killing things, she would say, taking off her sandal. Zeus. That's my godson. He would say excitedly. Hera. They love each other even though my senses keep telling me something. Aphrodite. Who would have thought the prude would fall in love? Artemis. Shut up, foam ball. Apollo. So you're coming with us, huh? On screen. When she returned, she introduced him to the Hunt and her family, namely her mother and brother as the first to know, and her lieutenant as her right-hand man and friend. There were mixed reactions. Zoe accepted somewhat what her lady said, and even more so when she saw that Minato, despite the others' rejection, attended to them and gave them a lot of affection. Apollo was going to throw a tantrum, but Minato, boldly, told him he would be the child's godfather, causing the god of music to say he would be an uncle, accepting the relationship. Leto was very happy. She would be a grandmother to her daughter, to whom she suspected she would never give a grandchild. Hestia was the next to find out and managed to meet her son, and was very happy to learn that she was going to be a grandmother. Zeus, for his part, didn't know how to feel. Minato was his godson through Hestia, and he wanted a grandson through Artemis, but on the other hand, he wanted to kill him for desecrating his little daughter. Hera wasn't entirely convinced, given that the child wasn't the product of their marriage, even though they were engaged to be engaged. But she was pleased when they married 2 months after the baby was born. The goddess of marriage did have to stop Dionysus and Zeus from wanting to throw Minato a bachelor party, given that many of Zeus's plans involved naked nymphs. Off-screen. Oh. Well, my lady, if she married him, we would accept it, I think. Artemis. Thank you. Phoebe. I guess we can accept that, she said somewhat sharply. Percy. But the ancient laws? He asked since many demigods were somewhat jealous. Hestia. Maybe that will be explained later. Hera. So he will be born in my domain, she would say happily, but that joy turned into annoyance when she saw what her husband wanted to do. Zeus. Damn, he would say upon seeing that he failed. Apollo. I'll be the godfather. Cheer. Inicio. It's not fair. On screen. After the marriage, 2 months would pass, months where the Hunt finally accepted Minato. The reason, he knew how to make Hestia's cookie recipe, and he knew how to cook very well, so everyone won something. Added to the fact that Artemis often argued with Minato about something, his hunters, given that Minato, like Hestia, had this penchant for giving gifts and fulfilling whims along with getting carried away with them, eventually spoiling the Hunt. They weren't strong fights, but those of any marriage. That was the case until the day of delivery, where Zoe, Leto, her brother, Hestia and Hera, helped her. Artemis. You made me a bastard. Apollo. Sister pushes, he would say, making Artemis scream as the baby came out. Leto. Come on grandson, you're hurting mommy. Hera. Come on little one, come out. Minato. My hand, he would say, feeling the bones in his hand break. Zoe. Come on kiddo, get out of my lady. So finally her son was born, and in that moment she had never been happier than holding her son in her arms. He was a indeed, due to the mortal form with which she conceived him, and when her son opened his eyes, they were sapphire blue like his father's, but she could see a silver glow like hers. Her heart melted and her son quickly took an immovable place in her immortal heart until the child began to cry. Leto, happy for his daughter, took the child and cleaned him so that Hera could wrap him in a blanket and bring him closer to his mother. Apollo. What do you call her, sister? She would say, crying with happiness, she was an uncle. Artemis. Minato. Minato. Well, he would say, pained. I thought about naming it after the protagonist of Sensei's book. Artemis. You're talking about that Icha shit, she would say in an icy tone. Minato. No, of that fate of ape old shinobi. Artemis. Well, in that case I like it, Naruto Namikaze. Minato. Welcome to the world, Naruto. The screen turns off. Seeing the relationship with the hunters, they ended up accepting it, everyone gained something. Well, soon the world fell silent upon witnessing the birth, upon seeing little Naruto everyone cooed with tenderness. The departure of his son. All the women were moved by the son of Artemis, he was truly adorable, his blue eyes, his red hair, his light skin, made him a good match, while Aphrodite for her part, was waiting for her counterpart to manage to give her a gift in that dimension, but would lose her virgin card. Artemis. You better stay away from my baby bitch. Aphrodite. He's a baby, he's not even an adult yet. Apollo. Well, writing things in a notebook, no doubt if I had a nephew of Artemis, I would take him to several places with very beautiful women. Leto. My grandson is beautiful. Lee. The cousin is adorable. Will. No doubt. Hela. It's the best thing I've seen. Zeus. I pity you, my godson, he said, feeling the phantom pain of his broken hand. He went through it with Ares and Hebe when they were born. Hestia. It's very cute. Athena. Not bad, I wonder what skills she has. Annabeth. It's true, there was never a demigod of Lady Artemis. Phoebe. It's a given, most likely he has abilities like us, without the immortality that hunting gives us. Percy. What do you think, Mom? Sally. It reminded me of your birth. That comment made Percy turn green, since imagining it was a little uncomfortable. Ares was about to say something, but the screen began to glow, gaining everyone's attention. On screen. It's been 10 years since Naruto was born, and in that time, Artemis's baby became a rather restless and wild child since he inherited a lot from his mother, especially the fact of not being able to stay still, liking hunting like her, in addition to surprisingly being a child prodigy, since he is very intelligent and is able to learn things easily. This caught the attention of Athena, his aunt, who from the age of 4 began to notice it. So she began to educate him in academic subjects of the time. All the gods knew of his existence, he got along with practically everyone, after all, he was quite close to Hermes and Apollo, as well as Zeus and Hera. Hermes, upon learning of his nephew from Artemis, wanted to meet him. When he did, he saw him vandalize Apollo's cattle by scribbling and drawing on their white hides with charcoal and leaving, causing Apollo, when he found out, to want to say a few words to him, and from what Hermes knew, Apollo would not punish him like normal mortals. If he did, Artemis would take revenge, so he saw that his punishment would be to subject the boy to a few hours of listening to him write and speak in poetry. The problem was that his rhymes were very bad. Hermes, seeing this, took pity on his nephew and, in the middle of the auditory torture session, took him to play jokes, since the child had talent. They toured places in Greece, attracting attention because Naruto did not dress like a Greek, since Minato bought him a lot of clothes in his hometown before coming, and did not want him to wear those strange Greek clothes. Off-screen. Upon hearing about the time jump, many paid attention and Apollo realized that it would be a recap, something he didn't like since whenever that happens, it's because something very bad is about to happen. Athena. A prodigy, I would say, surprised interesting. Artemis. Don't think you'll see it with those eyes, sister, she would say with her mother's instincts. Oh. Not bad, praised the lieutenant. Artemis. Why do you say that? Oh. He's like our little brother, so him being like this is a source of pride for the hunt. Hermes. Joker. He would say smiling. Apollo. No, not my cattle, no, why? What did they do to my animals? He complained. Hermes. Not bad, kid, you have potential. Travis. Wow. Connor. I hope he's with us. Tyron. Please no. Upon hearing the punishment, Artemis glared at her brother, while Apollo shrank in his seat, though he smiled at the punishment and everyone in the room took pity on him. Aphrodite. Not bad, she would say, devouring the child with her eyes. Athena. It's obvious that they would see it as a weirdo, at that time they didn't use that style. Hermes. Not bad, nephew, so handsome. On screen. With Hermes he had a lot of fun making jokes, but he knew he couldn't be there forever, and even more so when he abandoned him when he played a joke on Athena, changing the place of the books, and the goddess took revenge with how much the Riti detest studies. Athena sat him in a chair and began to teach him things that were somewhat more advanced for him, but well, given his ability, he learned quickly. With Apollo, jokes aside, what could he say? Naruto loved his uncle very much, after all, he had given him a taste for music, especially when he returned from a trip to China, where he gave him a bamboo flute and a lyre. But Zeus and Hera, he was relatively close, somehow in his innocence, he could only see them as grandparents and treated them as such. Even Zeus was scolded for wanting to teach him the way of the pervert, when Naruto in his innocence did not understand anything. The good thing is that Zeus gave him a gift, since he knew that Naruto used chakra, he decided to give him the handling of the lightning element, even if it was to take good care of him. But Hera, since of all the demigods that there were and would come, she knew that he would be the first under her domain, so she blessed him at birth through marriage, and granted him a way to not fall to the games of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. She could not influence him with that blessing, therefore, if he fell in love and was reciprocated, Aphrodite could not control that relationship and give him drama. Sponsored video. Sponsored by advertising partner. Watch to learn more. Read more. Another god with whom he got along well, to everyone's surprise, was Ares. Since Minato began teaching him how to use his shinobi abilities since he was 4, one of his teachings was in front of Ares, where he could see the sea of chakra that Naruto is, since he possesses too much, and in the future his reserves will increase, since in Minato's words, being a demigod enhanced the development of his chakra coils, which in shinobi terms, Naruto had reserves that exceeded those of a cage. Ares, surprised, decided to teach him how to use weapons, which Naruto gladly accepted. The god of war could simply see his enormous potential, given that, if properly trained, he would surpass many demigods, especially Heracles, who was nothing but muscle and bravado. With other gods he got along relatively well, were with Hephaestus and Dionysus, given that with the former, he was very fond of him, to the point of becoming interested in forging, creating his own bow, with the help of the blacksmith who could see that he had potential. But Dionysus, things were very strange, given that he couldn't include him in the world of wine, but he had a talent with plants, so he gave him a bit of his mastery in plants. Well, thanks to Naruto, he has escaped having to avoid scolding for causing partying and madness. With Demeter, Hades and Poseidon, his relationship was good, although they did not relate much with him, their treatment was good, quite good, so they did not discuss anything with him, neither good nor bad. Off-screen. Athena. Well, she would say pleased, she is just like her mother, so there was no better punishment, she would say mockingly. Artemis. I guess she inherited quite a bit from me. Seeing the relationship with Apollo, the aforementioned smiled, and even more when he saw that he was guiding his nephew to the path of good. Artemis liked it a little, but she would not let her brother pervert her little one. When she wanted to remember that he did not exist, she felt a fervent desire to be a mother. Zeus. Not bad, grandson, not bad at all, he would say with pleasure. Hera. Don't even think about doing that, dear, she would say in a sweet tone. Artemis. Dad, you better make sure my son isn't influenced by your weird fetishes. Zeus. On my honor, I will not do it, he would say, hiding a small book that contained a plan to guide his grandson on the path of the pervert. Aphrodite. What did you do? What did you do? She would say, scandalized, I won't be able to enjoy that plot. The tragedy, the romance, nothing. Artemis. Thank you, she would say, not very convinced, given that if her son fell in love, would she accept that relationship? Hera. You're welcome, it's the best gift for my grandson. Claris. Dad. Ares. Not bad, nephew, not bad, he would say happily, he liked this demigod more than the barnacle beard. Percy. I have a feeling. Rover. What kind? Percy. That with him I'll end up exhausted and just warmed up, and I don't even know why I feel that way. Annabeth. Maybe something will happen and he will end up in our time becoming our teacher. The demigods felt a chill run down their spine. Hephaestus. He has potential, he would say, praising his nephew's bow. Leo. Hack style improvements would be helpful. Dionysius. Not bad, nephew, he would say, smiling upon seeing that he had a favorite demigod. On screen. In Shinobi, Minato decided to train him in what he knew: espionage, stealth, hand-to-hand combat, kunai and shuriken throwing, along with chakra management. The latter, since he possessed too much, decided to teach him to walk vertically on surfaces such as trees and walls, as a way of having control, in addition to walking on water. Thanks to his experience and patience, he decided to teach him a jutsu, a chakra-based technique that would allow him to increase his abilities. Given his ability to gather information and experience, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, or spare clone jutsu, gaining faster control of his energy. Minato knew that through chakra he could have elemental affinity, so in front of Zeus, Ares, Apollo and his wife, he decided to test him, using chakra paper, a special paper from a special type of tree, which is grown and fed with chakra, and that reacts to the slightest concentration of energy, and depending on the latent nature of the chakra, it will react in a certain way. Minato knew that paper ignites and turns to ash. You possess the affinity for fire. If it is cut, it was meant to indicate an affinity for wind. If it wrinkles, an affinity for lightning. If it crumbles, an affinity for earth. And if it gets wet, it meant that the user possessed the affinity for water. To everyone's surprise, and that of a newly arrived Athena and a tired Hermes, the paper tore into 3 parts. One burned, another wrinkled, and the last got wet. This shocked those present, given that it is rare for those who possess more than one natural elemental affinity. Generally, it is 1 or 2 at most. Naruto possessed 4, which filled Minato and Artemis with pride. Off-screen. Leo. Wow, he would say, amazed seeing Minato's training. Jiren. I'm surprised you didn't send it to me. Artemis. I doubt you'll teach him anything, given that most of it is shinobi, not Greek. Jiren. I know, he would say gracefully. He accepted that he couldn't teach him properly, so he decided not to speak anymore. Seeing the affinities, everyone started betting on what they decided to see what they had. Zeus was calm, he gave him his use of lightning, so there was no point in betting on something he would have. Percy. Wow. Jason. Nerf the barrel of goblins. He would say, amazed by the blonde. Queen. What? Jason. Sorry, nerf the redeed. Athena. 4, and in Minato's world it is rare for them to have 3, this deserves to be examined closely. Artemis was already planning several things, first to choose who would be the most suitable for her baby, and second, to prevent certain goddesses from replicating a certain golden shower that Zeus used before Perseus was born. Off-screen. With Artemis, on the other hand, he got along wonderfully, both were like a mother and son should be, in addition to Artemis teaching him the art of hunting, given that he inherited certain skills from her, such as prowess in battle, given his flexibility and the use of hunting knives, communication with animals, since like her, Naruto can understand them, and he knew it when Artemis put the Serenian doe behind him as his protector when he was a 5-year-old boy. While visiting a populated area to play with other children, Naruto also possessed great night vision, something he inherited from his mother, in addition to a skill with a bow, which Artemis herself boasts as better than her twin, making Naruto say the same, surpassing his uncle, who knew that if he argued they would both apply the same look, a carbon copy of both, which made him look terrifying. With hunting, it was the most difficult issue, given that his father won his affection through the recipes his grandmother gave him, something Naruto enjoyed most with her, given that he used to visit her often, and like any grandmother, Hestia spoiled him quite a bit. With Zoe, she was the figure he admired, the older sister figure he had, and with whom he spent the most time, even training in the arts of hunting, and with whom he hunted his first wild boar. With Phoebe, their relationship was strained, given that despite being the son of her lady, and being a god's bred without what characterized Greek men, she held a certain resentment towards him for being a male, while with the others, they were very divided between those who supported Zoe and those who supported Phoebe. This was increased by what happened with Actaeon, a young hunter who saw Artemis naked while she was bathing her son. Many in the hunt wanted the boy dead, but Artemis didn't want to be seen as a witch in front of her son, so with a mist over the mortals, she made them believe that she turned the young man into a deer and he was devoured by her dogs, while in reality, she punished him to be her son's personal guard, having to look after him at all times. That action served to break the hunt scheme a little, but Zoe didn't care much, given that Naruto had in Actaeon the closest thing to an older brother, after Minato gave him a few words and blows for spying on his naked wife. Off-screen. Artemis. As expected of my baby, she would say proudly, seeing their time together. Zoe. Not bad, little brother. The hunt was divided, he was their lady's son, and one group maintained that he was not like those they knew, while the other remained firm in their belief. Upon hearing the name Actaeon, Artemis frowned, along with Zeus and Apollo, but seeing the change in history, she didn't know what to feel. On one hand, she wanted someone to take care of her son, and the doe couldn't always be there, since numerous heroes come for her, but on the other hand, she wanted to see him suffer. Poseidon and Zeus. That's what a husband does. Sally, Amphitrite and Hera. But you're unfaithful to us every 5 minutes. Both. Meditails, they would say nervously. Percy and Thalia. Dad, behave. Nico. What do you think, Bianca? Bianca. This is new, but you can learn from this. Annabeth. Well, with all this I would look like a strong demigod. Charles. Why, I feel like it's just the beginning. Hyper. Why is it? Selena. It's safe. On screen. Just as Naruto had happy moments, he also had dark ones, and he also came to hate her. After all, if there's a goddess who earned the Redeed's hatred, it's Aphrodite. To Naruto, she simply turned out to be an old hag, not even a bitch, a slut, or other insults his mother used to call her, even in front of him, before apologizing. What happened to make Naruto hate Aphrodite? Simple, there were two situations: Hermaphroditus, who spent time as his best friend, and Eros, since they met at one point, and Naruto had respect and admiration for him, given his flight and skill with the bow. With Hermaphroditus, Naruto honestly did not understand how a mother could be jealous of her son. It is assumed that despite being beautiful, she should feel proud of him, but instead, she simply acted out of jealousy and never regretted it. She turned him into an androgynous being by combining him with Salmacis just because he would not reciprocate her love and was jealous of her beauty. This led to the two of them fighting hard since Hermaphroditus told him he was a monster, which Naruto did not care, but things escalated and the once friends fought and never saw each other again. With Eros it was different, since he saw him several times, being amazed by his talent, so in his innocence, he proclaimed himself his apprentice at 7 years old, something that caused Eros and Naruto to be like brothers. Their relationship, although it was not affected, the problem came with Psyche. Naruto did not like that Aphrodite felt jealous of a mortal, he could not understand it. It was then that Naruto, led by Eros, since he knew that his parents were in their moments of marriage, knew the side of Eros that he did not know, beginning to bother him, because he noticed how he fell in love with her, since he put on a silly smile for her. When they both went out and she fell in love with Eros, Naruto saw how Eros wanted to hide who he was, something that Naruto did not like, and he let the god know who understood those words and did not hide. This reached Aphrodite's ears, and what happened, causing Naruto to hate her and yell at her in the middle of Olympus. Old witch, Aphrodite got angry with the son of the huntress and wanted to get even with her, but even Ares on Olympus was on Naruto's side, even Hades sided with the boy, and that led to Aphrodite wanting to prevent love from his life, but she didn't count on Hera to make sure that this wouldn't happen. The queen of Olympus collected a couple of favors that a Norse and a Greek goddess owed her, so Hater and Freya gave a blessing that would prevent Aphrodite from doing hers. Another guy he truly hated was Tantalus, since he was at the banquet he organized and served his son Pelops. Naruto already disliked that guy, so he never hid it, but when it was discovered what he did, Artemis and Minato checked Naruto's plate just in case, and they found nothing. Naruto couldn't understand how a father could do that to his son, and in truth, in revenge, he gave him a blow to the bottom that the guy simply cursed in pain. Off-screen. Upon hearing Aphrodite's part, everyone paid attention, and even more so the goddess of love, since she wanted to know what was happening to her. Seeing each relationship and how he called her old hag infuriated her and generated a deep respect for him and Zoe and several hunters. When Aphrodite mentioned the reason for his hatred towards her, she wanted to cry falsely, since she did not regret it, while the others were surprised, and even more so Hermes, although he remembered his son and looked furiously at the goddess of love. Artemis. You better stay away from that foam pile. When they heard about Eros and Psyche, the demigods felt respect for him. Honestly, he had balls, and even more when Naruto yelled it at him in the middle of Olympus. They were worried when Aphrodite wanted to curse him, which earned Artemis to point a bow at the goddess, but everyone was in shock when Hera activated two favors on the Egyptian goddess of love, Hathor, and the Norse goddess of love, Freya, to nullify the manipulations of the Retide's love life. Aphrodite. Damn it, she complained. Upon hearing Tantalus, the demigods of Greece listened and understood that guy was not a good guy. Artemis and the hunters, for the most part, just gave a thumbs up in support. On screen. But that happiness went away when he arrived, Orion. Minato and Artemis were returning from their marriage when they came across him. Artemis immediately knew he was a giant, but doesn't remember seeing him in the Gigantomachy, to which the man replied that at that time, he was the hunter of the king of Chios. The couple heard everything the man went through, especially his attempt to court the king's daughter, which earned him exile and blindness. They had heard that Hephaestus managed to give him mechanical eyes, taking pity on him, so between conversations and encounters, a friendship arose between the couple and the giant. Artemis was seriously considering opening a male hunting line with the giant, since her son was still too young for it, but it didn't go as expected. The admiration and respect for the couple turned into a sick love for Artemis, so blinded by it he began to walk around the hunting camp. Naruto never got along with the giant, since the Retide felt the subject's emotions in a strange way, so he never trusted him, something that Zoe and Actaeon followed. Orion, taking advantage of the fact that Minato was preparing food for the hunt, approached the hunters and offering them a drink drugged them so that they would not interfere in his affairs, and he from behind and using a celestial bronze knife pierced Minato, causing his death, being seen by Naruto and Actaeon, where the latter took the little one and fled. Zoe, despite the drug that the giant used, tried to defend the hunt and buy time for Artemis's son to escape, but it was in vain. Orion, taking advantage of his superior strength, removed the hunter and went against the son of the woman he loved sickly. Actaeon, knowing that he would not flee with Naruto, asked him to hide and prepare to run no matter what happened. Unfortunately Actaeon was taken by Orion and he threw him against a tree where he was impaled from back to chest, killing him instantly. Naruto trembled with fear, he could not flee, terror paralyzed him, which was his sentence the moment Orion grabbed him while smiling maniacally. After taking the boy, Orion mercilessly would begin to beat him brutally making the boy barely able to defend himself. Blows and screams were what were heard in that forest until Naruto was thrown to the ground to be stepped on the head by the giant, while Naruto could only let go of tears while screaming in pain. Use the first shout. Off screen. Hearing the name, the hunters frowned, but Artemis's heart began to beat, she was afraid, very afraid. Seeing the story, many began to worry, while Apollo could not use his gift of prophecy, while he worried with his children. Sanity and skin color vanished when he saw what the giant did. Artemis gasped at seeing her husband die, while Hera held her with Leto since she was about to faint, but everyone went blank when they saw the situation of little Naruto. Artemis felt her heart beat 1,000, while the others began to get angry. Zeus. Leave my grandson alone, hissing annoyed. Percy. Leave the bastard boy. These and other comments were heard, but upon hearing the beatings and screams, Artemis fainted while babbling about my baby and so on. Zoe was in shock. She wanted to go save her little brother. Apollo and his children weren't any better, while the rest of them saving Aphrodite were the same. Sally. Poor thing, he doesn't deserve that, she would say, shedding tears. Reina. Leave him, you damn bastard. Jason. Don't you have honor? On screen. The screams echoed throughout the forest and even reached the ears of his loved ones, who did not hesitate to go to his aid, the first to intervene being Ares, who was on his way to see his nephew, to teach him how to use the spears, who heard the screams. Hearing the screams that he clearly identified as those of pain, he ran, arriving at the camp, noticing the scene. Minato dead, the hunters drugged and unconscious, and there were no traces of Actaeon and Naruto, so following the screams, he found Actaeon dead, while Apollo and Hermes arrived at his side, so the three of them followed the screams, coming across the scene. Ares did not hesitate and drew his sword and threw himself at the giant. Hermes. Hey Naruto, noticing the unconscious boy. Apollo. Let me see, starting to check him, he's unconscious, but opening his eyes in shock, given his condition. Artemis. My baby, she would say, appearing, brother, tell me what happened. Hermes. Orion is what happened. Apollo. He's in bad shape, sister, very bad. Half of his ribs are broken, it's a miracle they didn't puncture anything, his left arm is broken, his right arm is dislocated, and his skull is cracked. Artemis began to tremble and fall at the state of her son, while Hestia arrived and began to cry at the state of her grandson. Hermes. Apollo. Apollo. I'm healing him, I can accelerate the most serious wounds, like the ribs and skull, with his chakra, but if I don't repair that, he may become disabled. Hermes. What will you do with? Artemis. Kill him, what he did to my son is unforgivable. Ares would appear after those words with the guy's head while he was wiping the blood. Ares. It's done. Apollo. Well, I've stabilized it, now making the bone sound, I've adjusted the arm well, now using his medical skills again I've managed to repair the damage well. Artemis. Thank you. Leto. How is my grandson? He would say, arriving with Hera, Zeus, Hephaestus, Eros and Dionysus. Apollo. It's okay, he needs to rest. Off screen. Seeing the situation, Artemis sent a grateful look to Ares, who nodded, he wouldn't let his nephew die, well, the son of Barnacle Beard, yes, but not his hunting nephew. Sally. What a monster, a child doesn't deserve so much. Apollo. That bastard. Apollo cabin. That damn bastard. Hestia. That son of Gaia, she would say, annoyed. On screen. After that, a few days would pass and Naruto would not wake up, the damage and fatigue was great, so after 4 days, the Redeed would wake up, finding himself in a room of Olympus, while several gods were present there. Naruto. Grandparents. Mom. Uncles. Sister. Artemis. My boy, she would say, caressing his hair, we are here. Oh. You gave us quite a scare, dwarf. Apollo. You were very serious, nephew. Ares. But I'm glad you came out. Athena. What will happen now? Artemis. Can you leave me alone with him? After that the rest of the gods would nod and withdraw, because now that everyone knew about the son of the hunt, many monsters were clamoring for his blood. Orion was the first, and before Ares killed him, he opened his mouth, and it was only a matter of time before Naruto became known. Naruto. Mom, what's wrong? Artemis would simply hug him, while proceeding to sing him a lullaby. Naruto. What's wrong, Mom? Artemis. My child, what happened with Orion is something bad, very bad. Naruto. But. Artemis. Orion revealed your existence before Ares killed him, and hordes of monsters are coming for you, but also titans. Naruto. Will I put my sisters at risk? He would say worriedly. Artemis. Yes, but they know how to take care of themselves, Zoe said that, but in your case even though you can fight, they come in droves. Believe me, this decision hurts me to the core. Naruto simply couldn't stand it anymore, and with moans of pain he hugged his mother. He wasn't an idiot, he knew that his mother had to leave him so he would be safe. That hurt them both, being separated for who knows how long. Naruto. I understand, he would say sadly, I would like to spend time with you, but now we are all in danger and for Artemis. No. It's not your fault, my little whirlpool, nothing is your fault. Naruto. Will we spend time before that? Artemis. Of course we will, she would say in a maternal tone. Naruto. Well, we'll do this, and when I get back, we can be a family again. After those words, his uncles came in, while they were talking animatedly or telling him something that happened while he was sleeping. Off screen. The atmosphere of worry and tension grew increasingly sad. Zoe grabbed her lady's hand and took a few minutes to comfort her, as they were beginning to get a sense of the situation. The mothers were moved by Artemis's singing. Apollo. Sniff sniff, he is so beautiful, he would say crying. Zeus. I already know what decision we will make. The demigods were clenching their fists, they would really suffer like this with their parents, maybe being like this is for the best. On screen. A week after Naruto recovered, Olympus was gathered together. They had made a decision. From that day forward, the gods would not be able to raise their mortal children. They would only be allowed to have a minimal connection. While they waited for someone to arrive, those who had affection for Naruto stood and lowered themselves to his level. The Redeed knew he would leave, but was unsure, given that there would be no contact as far as he knew. Zeus. My grandson, he spoke calmly, in a few hours you will leave on a journey that we do not know how long it will take, but. Hera. We've decided that even though you could go alone. Hestia. You won't do it alone, that's why everyone here has a gift for you. Naruto. Really? He would say excitedly. Hephaestus. I'll start taking out a short sword. Ares asked me to make you a sword, since you are trying hard to learn how to use it. I called it Sting, light as a feather, but deadly as a sting, he would say while giving him the weapon. Ares. Well, we'll continue with Athena, I would say, moving on to the aforementioned. This is a book that we have created between both of us. In it, every time you read, you will find new combat styles that are being created or appear in the world, added to a couple of medical knowledge and studies by some philosophers and scientists. Athena. Every time something new and important appears, it will appear as a new chapter. The Inicio. Well, I also asked for help, so with this book, you'll be more than fine since I wrote my best wine recipes, he would say smiling. Naruto. Thanks guys. Hermes. Well, I'll go taking out a bag, my gift, it's infinite drachmas, it's so you can send communications. Naruto. Thanks uncle. Hermes. And remember, keep the jokes coming. Apollo. I'll continue handing out several utensils, they're your own medical kit, use it well, you know, he would say ruffling his hair, also I hope that with your flute and lyre, you make music. Naruto. He. Zeus and Hera approached him and said goodbye with a hug that Naruto reciprocated, they had nothing else to give him. Hestia. No child, this is what I give you, a copy of the recipes I have made for you. Naruto. Thank you grandma. Artemis. And this is from me and the hunt, handing her a moon-shaped necklace. Naruto. Wow, thanks mom, thanks sisters. Heroes. Take care, dwarf. Psyche. Don't do crazy things if. Naruto. Sure haha. Okay, are you ready? Zeus. You're on time, Tsukiyomi. Hera. Shinto god of the moon. Tsukiyomi. Hera, he greeted, so you're the little one, huh? He would say, bending down, my name is Tsukiyomi, I'm a moon god like your mother. Naruto. It's a pleasure. After that and a farewell from mother and son, Naruto began his journey with his things to a new direction, without knowing that when passing with a lunar god to a space, 3 old women appeared, plunging the Redeed into a sleep. Lachesis. It's done. Atropos. We will extract his soul so that he can be reincarnated in other worlds and learn what is necessary. Clotho. His presence will be necessary in the future when the Father Titan rises again, it will depend on him that the savior of Olympus learns. Atropos. After being necessary, he will be sent to his destination, but first he must learn more before reaching his father's world. After those words, young Naruto felt nothing, but his soul was sent to another world where his journey and learning would begin. The screen turns off. No one could hold back the tears of it, the sadness, the loss of a child was something very painful, but what caught the attention was seeing the Shinto moon god. Artemis. So he's going to his father's homeworld, she would say, surprised. Apollo. They always get involved in everything. Percy. What does that mean? Chiron. Means that he will be the teacher of a child of the big 3 when he returns, that is, of one of you or several of you. That sparked interest and a slight concern in Zeus as to why he didn't know. Swordsman of the sun. The room was filled with conversations about what would happen next or what world the Huntress's son would end up in, especially Hestia, Artemis and Zoe were the most worried. Percy. Well, this excites me, although we might suffer in training. Annabeth. No doubt I would say with chills. Para. Does not specify which prophecy, so if it is the one of the 7 that would benefit us, she thought, given that she was weighing up the pros and cons. Jason. I'm scared. Nico. Is it normal to feel afraid of something that may not happen? Bianca. Yes. Athena. Millimeters interesting. Zeus. What's going on? What world did my grandson fall into? Ares. Where my nephew fell, he would say, shaking the goddess. Athena. Stop hitting him, here is a note, it says. This will be the first world he fell to, unfortunately, so he can leave and adapt that experience gained in his real body. He must die in the world he fell into, he would say, causing shock. Artemis. Is my baby going to die? Zoe. Let's hope little brother doesn't die. Athena. Well, she continued, also in the world that fell, it is a world where there are demons that worried them all. The demons, due to their problems with certain plants, are vulnerable to the wisteria plant, in addition to the light of the sun and Nichiren swords that are used to kill them, she would say. Well, Artemis hoped that her son was not a demon. There is also a core called the Demon Extermination Core. They have a technique called the breathing technique, which can be based on an element, since they are the skills that swordsmen use, she would say, surprised, while looking at Annabeth, who nodded, knowing that she took note of everything. That would be all. Poseidon. Well, this will be interesting. Athena. Ah, I forgot, in the note it says that they will show it to us in the form of rap. Apollo and his cabin, along with Hermes, dressed up as rappers and started making strange poses for the rest, but before anyone could say anything, the screen lit up. On screen. He had what I wanted to have. A normal life without having to fear. The world in front of you. Because you can't understand. And I can see it, and I can see it. This world is so cruel, but it was your gift. What gave me back my faith? They called me cursed child. For having a mark on my forehead. Because I was different from all those people. They knew by instinct that I was stronger. But I didn't decide it. I never wanted to be born like that. No matter how much talent, strength I have. I don't want to see others suffer. I looked for a life like him. I formed a family, but everything is gone. Artemis. We're already off to a bad start. Athena. A mark. Receiving a note, explain that to me here. Hera. Tell us. Hestia. What's wrong with my grandson? I would say annoyed, given that they treated him badly because of that mark. Athena. The Demon Slayer mark is a mysterious mark that appears on the bodies of certain demon slayers who have reached a certain level of strength in their abilities. Annabeth. Surprising. Percy. But it looks great, I want one. Jason. There are 2 of us. Leo. There are 3 of us. Travis. I thought he would make jokes. Ares. So you're strong, but what will you use it for, nephew? Zeus. He got that from Hestia, he would say, receiving looks from everyone. What? You know that Hestia doesn't like to see others suffer. Hestia. It's true, I'm glad my grandson got something out of me. Aphrodite. So he started a family that left, she would say with a satisfied smile. Artemis. Perhaps. Athena. Wait, holding another note, it says here that he fell in love with a girl who was pregnant since his ex-partner got her pregnant and left, and Naruto, given his heart, was willing to raise and educate that child so that he would not be like his father. Artemis. That's my baby. Apollo. Not bad, nephew, but you missed the fun. Artemis. Apollo. Don't you see he's small? She would say, annoyed. Zoe. Yes, and no girl passed through our scanner, so no one is worthy of it yet, much less her daughters, pointing at Aphrodite. Aphrodite. As if she wanted granddaughters or grandsons of the bastard of the hunt. On screen. I learned the demons come with the moon. And I will help. The family I couldn't have. That's why I believe solar breathing defeats demons to save humanity. Where there is a demon, a brand is born. I was born to save. Being the strongest demon slayer. I will save them all. I will save everyone. I will save everyone. And even if the road is hard, I will walk it. Off screen. Artemis. Demons come into my domain, she would say, annoyed. Aphrodite. Like your hunters, I would say, with poison. Zoe. Back off, foam pile. Aphrodite. Oh, maybe I should mess with you. Hera. Fine, raising a hand, no one from Artemis's lineage or related to her will have your influence. Aphrodite. What? She would say, scandalized. Hera. I got my favors back, so you can't do anything against them anymore. Aphrodite. Damn old cuckold. Apollo. Are my ears deceiving me? Solar breathing. He would say, smiling, my nephew loves me, I cheer. Ares. That's my nephew, the strongest in the world, he would say proudly. Zeus. Not bad grandson, not bad. Annabeth. He won't be able to save them all. Percy. I know he can, he said, feeling respect for the retreat. On screen. As a Hashira. My duty is to keep everyone alive. I finally understood that if I am strong, it is to face the strongest rival. Solar breathing. But you. You managed to escape. I can't forgive myself. Because of you he got lost himself. Now that I have you in front of me, brother, I have to say goodbye. I decided that my life ends with the moon. Moon superior moon. Who was once my brother but no longer. Wherever you are, please take care of yourself. Off screen. Aries. Not bad, not bad, that style suits him well. Sally. It's very interesting. Percy. Yes mom. Aries. That's how you talk. Hermes. Oh no. Connor. Looks like he missed one. Travis. Damn. The Apollo cabin was angry how the demon escaped from their cousin, while the Ares cabin yelled at him as a coward. Artemis. No, she would say surprised. Hestia. Maybe surprised. Hera. To be, I would say surprised. Annabeth. Her brother, she would say, covering her mouth. Nico. He became a demon, he would say sadly. Zeus. My grandson, even though he is lost you still care about him. Hestia. What happened to her? Apollo. Envy, he would say seriously. On screen. He had what I wanted to have. A normal life without having to fear. The world in front of you. Because you can't understand. And I can see it, and I can see it. How you lost your faith. Where is that brother I admired? Why did you want everything you couldn't have? If I am all that I am, I owe it to you. You were the first to make me smile. I am strong thanks to you. It was even for you that I believe solar breathing defeats demons to save humanity. Where there is a demon, the brand is born. I was born to save. Being the strongest demon slayer. The screen turns off. Artemis. Even in death he regrets it. Apollo. Yes. Hestia. He loves his brother very much, he got that from me, she would say crying, since that was from her. Percy. That sounds amazing, a Hashira will come to train us. Chiron. That's what it looks like, he would say amused, given that he noticed training and they were really going to have a bad time, well rest for him. Nico. He's amazing, sister. Bianca. Yes, he is even a brother who, despite everything, continued to believe in his brother. Annabeth. I have all the information, so with training we will achieve this. Jason. You're right. Octavian. That won't help Rome. Queen. She has good skill. Poseidon. Interesting. Demeter. She lacked cereal. The dragon. Share. Before I begin, I'll clarify that I may be wrong about a couple of things, given that I'm unfamiliar with several Tokyo Revengers songs, so if I'm wrong, I'll forgive you. The other thing I'll say is that I may be wrong about the lyrics, given that they're only available in Portuguese. So I used a translator. In case the lyrics in the song aren't in any way similar, I apologize. With Cap. Everyone was talking about how amazing the Huntress's son was as a Hashira, and while they had many doubts about hunters and demons, they decided to ignore that for now and focus on the boy's sword skills. Artemis and Zoe felt he should have kept using his bow, but on the other hand, they were proud that he was so skilled. Percy. You know, I remember that before I arrived the best swordsman in the camp was Luke, right? Hearing that name, many frowned, since news of the betrayal of the son of Hermes had been reported not long before. Travis. Yes. Clarice. Although it pains me to say it, it is so. Annabeth. What's up with that? Feeling uncomfortable with the subject because she still thinks Luke can be saved, poor thing, if only she saw that Naruto in his world wouldn't hesitate to finish him off. Percy. If Naruto arrives, he would literally be the strongest swordsman of the demigods. Queen. It's true, she would say, drawing everyone's attention, especially her own. Think about it, Greeks or Romans, we fight more with sword and shield, he doesn't, therefore. Hazel. That's true, he'd be no match for us. He's a born swordsman, by the looks of it. Ares. Nephew, when you return, we will have a fight, we will see how much you have improved, he would say happily. Athena. Hey, she would say, picking up a note arrived. Hera. What does it say? Hestia. Read niece. Athena. In this world she says that the Morias erased her memory quite a bit since she doesn't remember her past. Apollo. Why do they warn him? Hermes. Maybe because they don't remember their mother, and in the rap they say something that makes her angry. Athena. If possible, reading the note further, it says that in this world there are no gods or strange powers, only normal people and gangs. Percy. What's its title? Athena. The Dragon. Ares. Oh, maybe my nephew has his gang, ha 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 ha, I like it. Sally. I hope it's not like the ones in this world. At that the screen turns on. I was born in a brothel in Shibuya. I don't know who my mother is, maybe she was a prostitute. I always heard I was going to fail in life, bro. Another criminal from Japan. And when I was 10 years old, I had a dragon tattooed on my head. When they see this dragon, they're on. Better hide, call me Draken. Mikey was a small boy, but very strong. He even hit the older ones, even though he was just a schoolboy. We will create a new era and I will rule with you. Wherever you go I follow you, you are my best friend. We were children who didn't think about tomorrow. Japan will be ours. Black and yellow uniform, move aside, this is Toman. Tokyo Manji without further ado. Off screen. Artemis. He was born in what? Where did those old witches take him? So? They put him in that place where he doesn't know who his mother is, to think like that, those old women went too far. Phoebe. He told my lady that she deserves death. So? You do realize his memory was erased and he was born there, right? Your hatred is unfounded. Phoebe. Buck you, I'll uphold the ideals of hunting, even if my lady doesn't, that brat tarnishes her name. Artemis. Be very careful with my son Phoebe, she would say in an icy tone. Apollo. Did you get a tattoo at 10? He would say surprised. Artemisa. You'll see, my boy, she would say taking off her sandal. Hestia. Delinquent. She would say frowning. Ares. Tokyo Manji, not bad at all. Athena. Wow, she would say while reading a note. Zeus. What does he say? Athena. From that group called Toman, he is the vice captain. Ares. Haha, not bad. Zeus. There's more. Hephaestus. Say it. Athena. Her authority is the same as that Mikey kid, so she can freely command her members and boost their morale. Jason. Wow, he'd make a good leader. Octavian. He is not a Roman, he is a Greek, you would say with venom. On screen. Are you wondering who's who? Have you lost track of danger? You wanna fight? So let's go, bro, I'll break you. Does Kiyomasa want to kill me? Let me know what I'm waiting for. Will it be you and how many more? It's the new era of Japan's gangs, Japan. Now it's war, beware of the dragon, Ramanji, I give my blood. I'm the commander's right hand, yeah. It's the new era of Japan's gangs, Japan. Now it's war, beware of the dragon. When they see this dragon, they're on. Better hide, call me Draken. Off screen. Ares. Oh yeah, Japanese gang war, I like that. Sally. It's worse than here. Poseidon. Wow. Hades. The boy seems to be skilled at fighting. Hestia. Nee says something like that. Athena. Let's see her eating if he says it. Artemis. Say it, she would say worriedly. Athena. Her fighting prowess is incredibly fearsome. When struck in the head by a metal pole, she can still stand and defeat 20 opponents. Her recovery is remarkably fast, as she immediately returns to battle when reinforcements arrive. Zeus. And his strength. Athena. I'll call him by his nickname, with his immense strength, Draken prefers to fight like a brawler, using simple yet powerful and ferocious kicks and punches, being able to overpower subjects larger than him. He can hold his own and defeat an entire gang by himself, and still stays in pretty good shape after that. Claris. I don't know what they're saying, but if he arrives, I'll form a gang with him as captain. Percy. That sounds fun. Sally trembled for a moment that her son would enter that world, although it is less dangerous than being a demigod. Hephaestus. Anything else? Athena. Yes, and you'll be interested gaining the attention of the aforementioned. He can be considered quite an expert on machines, especially motorcycles. He's skilled enough to fix and assemble bicycle parts with ease. Hephaestus. Wow, my counterpart really taught my nephew well. Leo. I'm intrigued to know what constructions I can make with it. On screen. I took down 10 guys in 1 second, 1, 2, 3. Get yourself and your gang together and I'll break you all. Asanai set a trap for him, overcoming Pa in his cowardice. But no one knew that after the fight, Pa would stab him. Listen to the siren, it's the police. Mikey doesn't accept that Pa wants to surrender. Mikey, you and I can't fight. If we fight, Toman will end. Manipulations to start the war. It's Toman versus Valhalla. I fight alone against 5 or 50. Look at my size, I'm the biggest in my gang. I'll teach your gang what violence is. I'm a one-man army. Off screen. Ares. Not bad. Zeus. That's it, grandson, don't let yourself be defeated. Ares. Athena, what gang is that in red? Athena. Mobius, so you can imagine what they're up to. Seeing that there was a trap, many grimaced, but Ares became angry when he saw that one of his nephew's men was cowardly and attacking from behind. Percy. Against 5 or 50. I don't know if that's brave or not. Annabeth. The stupid one. Jason. but he handles it well. Artemis. Another gang. Hestia. Tomas versus Valhalla. Zeus. Not bad. Chiron. The one-man army. He has skill in close combat. Inicio. That's what it looks like, and since the people here face monsters, seeing it in action would be fun. Aphrodite. If mommy likes it seeing the Retide's shapely body. Hyper. It's cute she would say blushing. Selena. Hexy. These and more comments came from Aphrodite's cabin and surprisingly Demeter and her daughters. Artemis. Stay away from him, bitch. Aphrodite. Art she would say denying I will get revenge on him for calling me an old witch and I will grape him even in front of you if necessary she would say with a crazy smile. Para. You won't do it if I. Hestia. You'll say us she would say pointing to her, the hunters saving Phoebe and Athena. Leo. Okay he would say raising his hand in greeting. Annabeth. Where did that music come from? Charles. That was weird. Lee. Without a doubt. On screen. You strayed from the path of criminals. They abused the girl and hurt innocent people. Sons of bitches. I won't forgive anyone. If I meet you again, we'll kill you one by one. It's the new era of Japan's gangs, Japan. Now it's war, beware of the dragon, Romanji, I give my blood. I'm the commander's right hand, yeah. It's the new era of Japan's gangs, Japan. Now it's war, beware of the dragon. When they see this dragon, they're on. Better hide, call me Draken. Off screen. Artemisa smiled when she saw the girl and her son's reaction. Artemis. That's my baby, mommy is proud. Oh. That's my little brother. Sally. Why does it bother you? Athena. Because they must be gang members, but they had codes, I suppose. Percy. Well, I would follow those values. Artemis. An open hunting branch for my baby she would say, dreaming of her son as the hunt leader would be interesting. Oh. I support you my lady. Sally. At least they have codes she would say nervously. Travis. I would join him. Connor. Me too. Lee. Don't doubt it, I do too. Nico. Me too. Homunculus with human and dragon heart. Everyone was talking about what happened in that world, although Artemis was curious about how her son died. Athena. What's wrong? Hestia. Niece. Artemis. Sister, is there a note that says how my son died in that dimension? Athena. Let's see reading the note if it says so, but do you really want to know? Artemis. Yes she would say feelings O's hand on her back. Athena. Well sighing your son was stabbed in a Tokyo Manji vs Mobius fight and sadly he didn't make it. Note. I don't remember if that happened, I haven't watched that series in a while, so I apologize. Artemis. Well I would say something sad, it really hurt her to know that her son died, really knowing that about her other dimensional self was changing her for the better. Apollo. Well, what will we see of my nephew? Ares. We are of the. Hermes. You mean 3. Hephaestus. 4. Percy. And what about us? Athena. Oh, another note she would say, drawing everyone's attention oh wow. Artemis. What does it say? Phoebe. What do you say about the hunting bastard? She would say with venom, she would never accept a man. Apollo. Beware of my hunter nephew. Artemis. One more and you're out of the hunt she would say simply. Oh. That goes for everyone, he is Our Lady's son, therefore he will not be like the others. The hunters, some more convinced than others, would accept it. Athena. Wow, it says here he's a homunculus. Travis. What for what thing whose thing? Athena. Homunculus I would say reading the note is the term used to designate an existence created through an alchemical formula, which consists of producing fully functional life forms from sperm and other elements, without the use of a uterus. Annabeth. Wow. Ares. Whether it is so or not, he will be strong. Aphrodite. That's disgusting, no fun, that shouldn't be natural. Apollo. He said it's artificial so shut your mouth Aphrodite. Inicio. I hope he makes wine. Chiron. So much intrigue. On screen. I was raised to be able to fight in the war. As homunculus. Created with this sole purpose. I was created to be able to fight in the war. As a homunculus. Created just for this purpose. Off screen. Artemis. What did they do? She would say annoyed. Ares. Created for war, even if he is the god of war, you do not deserve that life, nephew. Zeus. He doesn't look so bad with that appearance. Hyper. But it seems like he lacks emotions. Hestia. Poor. Hera. What did those old women do to you? Percy. Sensei he would whisper unconsciously. Zeus. Daughter, what does war refer to? Athena. Well, the note says it she said calling everyone's attention the war is for the Holy Grail. Annabeth. Mother, are you talking about the cup of the Christian Last Supper? Athena. The Holy Grail is the sacred Christian relic that received the blood of Christ, also considered a noble phantasm. Percy. Noble phantasm. Athena. Let's see. Reading noble phantasm, also called valuable tools, are crystallized mysteries, powerful weapons made with the imagination of humans, she would say surprised, while her children wrote everything down as their core and weapons are abilities possessed by heroic spirits. Jason. What are heroic spirits? Athena. Heroic spirits or legendary souls are elemental spirits of humanity that are considered a natural phenomenon in themselves. They are beings who achieved great feats, such as saving their people or stopping an invasion, and who, after their death, became objects of worship and knowledge. As a result, these spirits occupy a place outside the circle of soul transmigration and ascend to an existence close to that of divine spirits in order to become a power that protects or affects humanity. It is worth noting that despite the origins of the term, there are spirits that are not tied to the normal meaning of hero, so there are heroic spirits with evil alignments as well. For example, there would be characters like Achilles or Jack the Ripper. They are often called servants. That information surprised everyone and made Zeus slightly fearful for his throne, but he let it pass. Percy. Wow, he said, which was the only thing that all the demigods thought. On screen. Having only 3 years of life. But everything would change. Good sacrifice. I carry a name if by the one who gave me the life. I don't know what your will is, but I have. That seek to know what freedom I have. Ask and not created to die and had freedom, then they should too. To know because that's what I feel I would. Even make you want to know why I. Having only 3 years of life. But everything would change. Good sacrifice me. I have a name if for the one that gave me life. I do not know your will, but I have. To seek to know what I mean by freedom. To ask and not created to die and they had freedom, so they should too. Off screen. Artemis. What do you mean, 3 years of life? Athena. Let's see. Reading the note, Naruto called Sieg in that world in honor of Siegfried that caught the attention of several for having given him his heart. Being a heroic spirit is a homunculus created by the Igmalenia family as one of its many homunculi oriented for various purposes. This was kept in a magical energy supply tank devised by Gord's Music Igmalenia to grant energy to the servants and was one of the many that the caster class servant of Isabran. Apollo. Solomon ibn Garable, he would say, surprised, interrupting. Athena. Yes, I would say, annoyed, continued. He used it as harvesting material for his golems due to its unexpectedly high-quality magic circuits. He escaped being used as that and ran into Gord's along with his saber-class servant Siegfried, who tried to kill him, but previously a rider-class servant named Astolfo helped him and tried to confront Siegfried until the latter disobeyed his master by knocking him out and giving him his heart when he was already badly injured. Artemis. At least he redeemed himself, she would say, somewhat annoyed at being the servant of her son's slave owner. Athena. That means he absorbed servant's abilities from him, drawing everyone's attention along with his noble phantasm. On screen. I keep fighting. I went save. This is it. So different in another dimension. Please give me power to office. I managed to save the try to see my drawing. I'd follow lived from my wrinkle. I will not hesitate even if I never value. Like you're mine. Labor at love let you die. I would rather lose my life than leave you. Perish. Talus was for the same reason that it is no use. I know why, that's what I feel. You even wonder why me? I keep fighting, I went to save, that's all. So different in another dimension. Please give me power to take charge. I managed to save. Try to see my drawing. I'd continue living from my wrinkle. I will not doubt, even if I never value. Like a year of mine. Work until love lets you die. I'd rather lose my life than leave you. Perish. Off screen. Hephaestus. He wants to be free, he would say, feeling happiness for his nephew. Zeus. That's it, nephew, fight to be free. Athena. Oh wow, noticing 3 people. Phoebe. See, I told you, he's a womanizer. Artemis. He's not a womanizer, I would say insecurely. Athena. It's not, the pink-haired guy with a feminine appearance is Astolfo, he's literally an androgynous guy. Apollo. And the other one? Athena. The Maid of Orleans. Zeus. Oh, Vaya. Ares. That woman was beautiful, but she had an oath of chastity. Aphrodite. Yes, that's why I had her killed, she would say, smiling. No one remained a virgin if she could avoid it or, well, eliminate it. That was a mistake for her domain. On screen. Water and only despair waits us. Turn on and continue walking through my willing. For taking her with you, you will pay. What anger I can't forgive you because next to her I wanted. Stay with me, I will go to you. I love it even without knowing my design. I'd follow. The chalice was for the same reason that it is useless. Water and only despair waits us. Turn on or keep walking on mine. Willing. For taking it with her you will pay. How angry, I can't forgive you because. Next to her I wanted. Stay with me I will come to you. I love it even without knowing my design. Hide follow. Off screen. Aries. That. Poseidon. Not bad. Inicio. He gets like me when someone breaks a wine bottle in my face he would say smiling. Artemis. That's it, son, take revenge on those who harm you. Nico. He's amazing. Reina. A unique example of perseverance. Octavian. That won't help you defeat Rome. Persephone. She looks like Hades when she gets more paperwork. Hades. I don't get like that he would say with a tinge of shame. Bianca. It's cute like this. Athena. Oh wow, in the pictures a girl appeared. Annabeth. Say who it is. Athena. Yes, getting everyone's attention, it's Frankenstein's monster and she decided to give her power to Naruto, therefore he has her abilities and noble phantasm. Apollo. Wow. Hermes. For a novel creation, it's beautiful, no one could argue against it. On screen. Free to steal mine or not. I will hesitate more because I will never come back. Follows bro I will remember. Like the dragon eye. I turned around. Mortality of people your money too. Opposite side of the world. I'll be here more than you are here. God and King. Free to me roba el mio oh no. I will hesitate longer because I will never return. Continue as a brother I will remember him. Like the dragon eye. I'm back there. People's mortality their money for. Opposite side of the world. I'll be here longer than you. God and King. The screen turns off. Artemis. My son is amazing. Percy. That's right, Goddess Artemis, your demigod son is incredible. Artemis would nod, maybe not all men are bad after all. Zeus. Dragon. He would say raising an eyebrow. Athena. Let's see reading the note oh it seems that Naruto is stronger than we think. Hades. What do you mean? Hestia. Is it something bad? Athena. I don't know about you, but he has the soul of the dragon Fafnir in him. Poseidon. Is that bad? Athena. Says she uses her skills as well as her ability to transform. Hermes. Fafnir is, among the Norse, a strong creature. Phoebe. We'll hunt that lizard she'd say bloodthirsty, but she'd start to glow what's going on. Artemis. I will not tolerate any more senseless aggression towards my son, therefore you are out of the hunt until you apologize to him from the bottom of your heart. Phoebe would look with hatred at all the Olympians, especially her former lady, while the other hunters felt fear, therefore the boy had to be accepted and treated well. Sally. He's a good kid, not a threat, and knowing his problems and not wanting to see him as a weapon, he could be helpful. Athena. It's true. Zeus. Well, my grandson is no threat. Music box warrior. Everyone was talking about what they had seen, for the demigods it was interesting that someone of their own was strong and with a dragon, although for Chiron there would be no doubts, he would be very strong, much more than a son of the three greats, although he wanted to know more about what Siegfried was, given that he knew very little about those heroes of the Nordic pantheon, despite knowing of their existence alongside that of his gods. For their part, the hunters were talking. Their lady, who had hated men since they could remember, was defending her son, a son at least. They didn't know what to think, given that Zoe had partly told them that it was time to leave that hatred behind and see things clearly, given that not everyone is a proud pig. On the contrary, there was Phoebe, who had already been consumed by that hatred. Despite having no restraint, she showed no intention of returning from that hatred. Artemis was hurt to expel her, but she had to do it if she wanted to change. She wanted to have a demigod, and if that happened, she would be one of those who would kill him just to purge her of that stain for not recognizing a good man from a pig. Everyone was absorbed in their conversation until a melody began to play, filling their hearts with various feelings. Apollo. That melody. Lee. Did you notice, Dad? Will. Me too. Athena. She's very pretty. Annabeth. But it conveys some sadness. Sally. Too much. Demeter. Sounds like someone didn't have a good time. Oh. My lady, maybe it's something from your son. Artemis. Yes, it is possible. Percy. Hey, the screen is about to turn on he said, calling everyone while the screen emitted colors until the same melody began to play. On screen. A brave warrior from another planet. Hinata was his homeland, where he lived. A place where peace and harmony abounded. All the inhabitants lived happily together. The congregation of magicians existed and absorbed the evil they would do to the guardian of said planet. One day, it became saturated with negative energy. And in its wake, Hildegard's great transformation was achieved. Because of that demon, peace was not latent. Off-screen. Artemis. Brave warrior. She would say smiling a little. Ares. Not bad nephew. Zeus. From another planet. Athena. This is it, she would say, surprised to see her nephew's appearance. Hyper. You have to admit he looks handsome. Selena. Without a doubt. Will. Sorry Aunt Art, but if I were gay I would say making Nico jealous for some reason. Artemis. It's okay, she would say, not very convinced, while her brother said nothing. Annabeth. Kanatsu, is that the name of your home planet? Percy. They said it was, that means something very bad. Malcolm. Mother, is there any data on that planet? Athena. Let's see, reading the notes she had nearby, it's a terrestrial planet, she would say, so everyone could look at it and her children could take notes. It's home to the contusions. They're very similar to Earthlings, but they have large pointy ears and a very different hairstyle. They're capable of mastering Kai and other energies. It can also be seen that they're excellent swordsmen and are capable of using magic and advanced technology. Hera. Hecate would like that race. Demeter. No doubt. Dionysius. Is the brat an only child? Athena. No, he's an older brother, she said, surprised and causing surprise in everyone. His younger brother's name is Menashe. Hestia. What happened? Was her happiness noticeable? She would say, sadly, seeing so many happy lives on one planet. Hades. Congregation of magicians. Poseidon. Guardian. Queen. Negative energy. Octavian. Oh great, he would say sarcastically. Clarus. A giant who begins life by absorbing evil. Lee. If I didn't know that. Boston. Syria material para anime. Travis. If they do, we'll give them advertising for a fee. Connor. That's right. Hermes. I'm so proud. Nico. That monster Hildegard is scary. On screen. It seemed like it would be a permanent suffering. With my own eyes, I saw all my people being tormented by that living evil. There was only one way to stop that agony. To wield the legendary sword and the ocarina. Objects of the gods that would control the guardian. Interpreting every note of this sweet melody. Being contaminated by evil energies. Disappear now and cause no more loss. Feel the power that our harmony transmits. While the mythical sword divided the demon. Off screen. Hestia. Poor people, she would say, sobbing. Charles. No doubt about it. Leo. That giant is scary. Jason. You would irritate him more. Thalia. Without a doubt. Ares. A way to stop him. Hephaestus. Legendary weapons. He would say, interested. Athena. It says here that her name is Brave Sword. Percy. I thought it would be called something else, something more imposing. Charles. I thought the same thing. Artemis. Come on, my boy. Zeus. So they are divine objects. Apollo. That melody is used to seal it, seeing how Naruto and Menashe play it, they don't do so badly, eh? His children nodded. Artemis. Those are my babies, I would say unconsciously. Mark. The sword split him. Sherman. That's fighting. Ellis. But now what? Malcolm. It's true, I highly doubt that's enough. Athena. It's like you say, I think it's best to seal it. On screen. That spiritual body that was split in two. My brother and I have to carry it inside us. And leave for other planets for the sake of our home. Locked away for life in this spiritual box. I must see my reality. I must understand why I will do this. To be forever in this dark solitude. Without a path or destination, nothing will wait. I must see my reality. I must understand why I will carry a demon inside me. Forever locked in this spiritual box. I feel neither heat nor cold, only an emptiness. That cannot be filled in this dark confinement. Off screen. Zeus. So they must seal it, but in who? Hestia. No. Not the child, please. He's just a child, she would say, crying. Artemis. Son. Oh. Oh no, she would say, surprised. Sally. He's a poor boy, he shouldn't have to carry that burden, she would say sadly. Apollo. Locked up for life. Hades. Spirit box. Hela. The chorus is something. Michael. If it's too sad. Chris Rodriguez. Without a doubt. Drew. Yes, but that doesn't make Lady Artemis's son any less handsome, he would say with somewhat twisted ideas. Valentina. Yes. Artemis. Mental note, keep Aphrodite's daughters away from my son, or well, who knows sons, she thought in an overprotective mode. Nissa. It's interesting, her life. Percy. Being locked up, that would be terrible. Nico. Yes it is. Bianca. You have no idea. Sally. Still, her little brother is adorable. Hera. Yes. Oh. I wish we could have both of them on the hunt. Phoebe. I'll get revenge, she would think, tied up like crazy. On screen. I've been without the light for so long, for 1,000 years. This infinite solitude, the truth, no longer concerns me. Freeing myself was an unprecedented tragedy. On Earth, darkness will attack terribly. I must isolate myself and not involve more people. It's a personal cause, and to do so would be dishonorable. Off-screen. Hestia. You shouldn't isolate yourself, grandson, think about the family you can have. Zeus. Grandson, I know you think that, but we can help you. Artemis. Son. Percy. Even if it's a personal matter of yours, I wouldn't accept not helping. He's one of us. Greek demigods. Yes. Tyron. Well said, Percy. Queen. We will help. Octavian. Reina. On screen. My younger brother had been killed. I didn't want anything bad to happen to Trunks. Because he reminded me of my only family. Which I couldn't defend with his innocent smile. I'll do my best to absorb what's here. This demon has to remain within me forever. I am Naruto. Of the legendary sword and ocarina. The great brave man playing the sweet melody. Off-screen. Artemis. My littlest baby, she whispered as tears spilled. Artemis. If a bastard of the Huntless would say, celebrating with several of his daughters like Drew. Selena. That's horrible, mother. Hyper. It's too much even for us. Mitchell. I don't accept that either. Artemis was surprised. Aphrodite. In that case you're banished from cabin 10, she would say with Drew nodding with a smug smile. Artemis. Okay, you're welcome in cabin 8 and Mitchell, you'll have a room for you and my kids if they come. The beneficiaries. Thank you, Lady Artemis. Artemis. And you will have your own room, hunters. The aforementioned would agree. Percy. Trunks. Jason. It's that kid. Annabeth. Reminded him. Grover. Yes, to his younger brother. Seeing that Hildegard fused and that thanks to the ocarina Naruto absorbed him relieved them, but what left them in shock was Naruto's request to Trunks to kill him. Hera. Naruto, he's a boy, you can tell he loves you. Zeus. Grandson, I understand those intentions, but you will hurt him if he does it. Hestia was crying, because even though she didn't support that decision, Naruto was still her grandson. Off-screen. I must see my reality. I must understand why I will. To be forever in this dark solitude. Without a path or destination, nothing will wait. I must see my reality. I must understand why I will carry a demon inside me. Locked forever in this spiritual box. I must see my reality. I must understand why I will carry a demon inside me. Locked forever in this spiritual box. The screen turns off. As the chorus ended, the Ares cabin had a deep respect for Naruto. He was undoubtedly a legendary warrior in their eyes, much more than Heracles. Ares. That's a man, she would say, crying. Hephaestus. Are you crying? Ares. No, I'm sweating from my eyes. Artemis. My son is like that, she would say sadly. The desire to protect others was noticeable. It was something from Hestia, even sacrificing himself. Ice. Everyone in the room was talking about the bravery that the son of Artemis was showing. He was undoubtedly a worthy demigod to fear. In addition to everything that is demonstrated, he can surpass Heracles in everything. Given that he is not arrogant, he is kind, fair, brave, determined, and for the moment he can demonstrate leadership skills. Phoebe for her part was already completely crazy, thirsty for revenge. It hurt Artemis to see her like that, it hurt her a lot, not to mention Zoe, but she knows that she is the one to blame for not eliminating that hatred, but for many years fostering it, all these millennia hating men just because of one or two, counting the son of Zeus, and she could have found the one who could give her a family and helped her hunters let go of that hatred and know how to differentiate a good man from a pig. Taking her out of hunting was the best option for her and her baby, although it sounded somewhat hypocritical. After that she would see how to help her. Apollo. Are you okay, sis? Artemis. No, I'm not okay, she would say sadly and upset with herself, because when I see in another world that I am happy, I had to realize that everything I did was wrong, so many good men that I condemned because of my blindness. Apollo. Hey, I never told you anything about it, and neither did Mom, because we thought you would realize, and this, well, was necessary. Don't look at the past just to regret it. Leto. Use it so you don't make the same mistakes, my girl. Artemis. Thanks to both of you, but Apollo, if I have a son, I won't let you take him to Vegas or to a nightclub with Dad. Apollo. Yes, Artie, and in thoughts, shit, he has a plan for 3312. The demigods were talking while Hades officially introduced Nico and Bianca as his children, causing Aphrodite's cabin, minus the refugees from Artemis, along with several of Demeter's children to leave. Nico was happy, very happy, it seemed like he would soon explode while Bianca was being cautious. Annabeth. Mom, she would say, getting Athena's attention. I have a note. Athena. Read it, she said, ready to write it down. Annabeth. Well, in this world there are dragons and other races, she said reading the note, just as there is magic, of various types, and the magicians form guilds in their places to be able to provide service to the community, or to carry out missions. Aries? Interesting, there will be a fight. Athena. Continue daughter. Annabeth. Yes, seeing what else he said in this world, Naruto fell into a family without knowing or remembering his name thanks to the destiny, so they called him Gray. Artemis would nod annoyed, her little whirlpool without memory, poor baby. Apollo would nod, though he might mock his godson fish cake. At that everyone would pay attention to the screen when it gave a sound. On screen. As a child, he had to face loneliness. And overcome the death of his parents in the coldness of a ruthless, selfish, and inhuman world. Where wizards and demons sought to conquer him. In haste through the icy landscapes of an eternal winter that in his heart turned into hell. But the warmth of his teacher and her teachings slowly thawed his soul and gave him hope. Off screen. Nico. Well, I think we started something, he would say without knowing what to say. Leo. Say it properly, we're off to a bad start. Frank. That's true, and I think no one should see their parents die. Percy. Yes, he would say, looking surreptitiously at Hades. Hades. Ours gave some pleasure when we sealed it, he said bluntly. Hestia. He was a bastard, he said without thinking until they saw him, sorry for my language. Hermes. Aunt Hestia said something rude. Ares. Pay up, he pointed his hand at Hephaestus, Dionysus and Apollo, since they bet that would happen. Dionysus. Have handing over drachmas. Hephaestus. Take your sword, handing over a new sword. Apollo. Have your medicines for your military children. Ares. A pleasure betting with you. Athena. Daughter, could you read? Annabeth. Yes mother, she would say to read the note. Naruto was from a village in the north, but the entire village was destroyed by the demon called Deliora, where the family that took him and died that made many look down in sadness. One day a magician named Lion Vastia and his teacher went to investigate the destruction of Deliora and found Naruto alive among the ruins. Took Naruto in as her second disciple and taught him ice make magic as well as lion. Gray accepted the training in order to avenge his deceased parents by eventually killing Deliora. Hestia. I'll see about talking to Nemesis so she doesn't take my grandson down that path. Annabeth. Yes, reading Lady Artemis won't like this. Artemis. Why? Annabeth. Let's say is a bit of a nudist and pass that habit on to your son. Artemis. Damn witch corrupts children. She would say, annoyed. Is Naruto naked? She asked, not knowing whether to take off her sandal. Annabeth. No, just the shirt, she would say nervously when she read that it was the whole thing. Athena. Continue. Annabeth. I can't, mother, it's blurry. Athena. Okay, by the way, what does ice make? Annabeth. Well, it's magic that's used to create ice and to mold it into different shapes or weapons of attack and defense, creating shields, swords, bows, or even cannons. Ares. Phew, not bad, nephew. On screen. After tough magic lessons enduring the cold, he was able to become strong, overcoming serious challenges. But he was unable to put aside that resentment and recklessly went in search of revenge, ignoring all warnings. But his meager power could not stand up to the great beast. And he succumbed, paying dearly for his lack of modesty. Then his teacher sacrificed her existence by sealing the demon, leaving a sad consequence. Off screen. Artemis. You'll see that child, she would say with the sandal in hand. Leto. That's right, daughter. Hestia. Not before Nemesis understands who she shouldn't mess with and influence. Hera. Can you include me? The three. Clear. Athena. Annabeth, please explain. Annabeth. Yes, reading Naruto heard about the Deliora's current location and decided to go fight it, ignoring and Lion's warnings. Naruto passed out during the fight with Deliora and when he woke up he saw her fighting. Told him to grab Lion and run. Naruto took Lion and saw that had lost a leg and replaced it with ice magic. Ares. Worthy warrior, I would say with respect. Hephaestus. Ice, I would say, surprised by that prosthesis. Interesting. Percy. Wow, I think Chiron would do it for us, right? Chiron. For every student I've had, even if they were wayward. Athena. Continue daughter. Annabeth. Lion woke up and tried to do the iced shell spell, but stopped him. Explaining to Naruto that the iced shell was the only thing that would defeat the Deliora, he was shocked to learn that Lion had tried to do that. Used the iced shell which caused her body to be destroyed. Before turning into ice, she made Naruto promise that he would tell Lion that she had died, that it was a step towards the future, since otherwise it would be the seal of his darkness. Apollo. Wow. Artemis. My child, how much you must have suffered for that decision. Oh. But with that she learned not to let herself be carried away by revenge. Claris. I agree. Mitchell. Me too. Zeus. What happened to Lion? Annabeth Lion woke up to find the Dealy aura covered in ice and Ur's sacrifice. He blamed Naruto for Ur's death. Travis. Well, it's something normal that one would do. Connor. Even us. Mark. Yes. Jason. It's happened many times even with our own people on missions, to deny it would be foolish. Hyper. I hope Naruto knows that revenge doesn't help at all. Will. As a wise man once said, revenge is not good, it kills the soul and poisons it. On screen. His icy heart found a reason to feel warmth. So as not to forget all the love he understood through suffering. All the pain he had to go through. Taught him to keep going without giving up. And to give his life without hesitation. To protect those he loves and his profession. Off screen. Aphrodite. Even though I don't like her, she has style. Apollo. His lyrics, this rap shows everything he learned. Annabeth. Here's a note I would say to get attention. Naruto is extremely loyal to his people, even more so than Algae. It would even be suicidal to follow him in his ideas to save a companion. Percy. Thanks. Athena. Well, noting another with fatal flaw loyalty, the same case as Perseus Jackson. Chiron. He mentioned protecting a guild, does Annabeth say anything? Dionysius. If you read Annabelle please. Athena glared at him and Annabeth nodded. Annabeth. Belongs to the Fairy Tale Guild, the strongest guild in the kingdom of Fiori. I would say surprised by the names, although it didn't matter, and in the guild, more than companions, they are family. Poseidon. Sounds like the place Hestia would want to have. Hestia. Yes, she said dreamily. On screen. Torn by life, carrying thousands of wounds. He began his journey after a hard farewell. And in his dark journey a light shone intensely. Were fairies that guided his steps among the immense. Uncertainty became a habit in her life. Teetering between the heights of resentment and suffering. Finally, she was able to find a place to call home. Fairy tale. She was able to forge strong bonds of friendship. Off screen. Oh. Fairies. I don't remember fairies having tails. Watching the fairy tale debate. Artemisa. So that's how you grew up there, son. I would say happy. I didn't agree with him suffering, but I don't want him to earn anything and have everything resolved from above. Selena. That's a bond like Camp Half-Blood, even if there are people who don't appreciate it, she would say the last thing in a serious voice when remembering Luke. Octavian. So much freedom makes me sick, he would say disgusted, they should have had more control, how he and his corruption ruled Rome. Nissa. It's definitely a nice place. Austin. Yes. Sally. A nice place like that. What would it have been like if Percy ended up there? Percy. It would sure be fun, Mom. On screen. And he won't allow anyone to harm his guild. Or tarnish the name of his friends and his dreams. This ice mage will have them gnawing at the ground. Without solace. His rivals will fall, filled with misgivings. In every duel, he leaves his soul, disarming with ice make. Anyone who dares to confront Fairy Tale. He is the king of ice, and he will only follow his law. Be careful if you run into the demon slayer Grey. Off screen. Percy. Great, can ice be used like that? Annabeth. It seems so. Zeus. Not bad grandson, you're the king of ice. Hera. What would Chion say? Demeter. She would surely be upset. Hazel. That's what it looks like. Leo. For someone who is cold, he is very warm with those he cares about. Reyna. He would be a worthy warrior of the Legion, although I wonder what direction he will follow because it seems that he would not fit in with you Greeks or with us. Atramissa. I think you're right, daughter of Bellona. Octavian. But why do you say that? It would be good to acquire it for Rome. Reyna. Look closely, it's closer to Asian, I wouldn't be surprised if it was an Oriental combat style, which would make it somewhat uncomfortable given how Western we are. Everyone nodded, especially Chiron. On screen. His icy heart found a reason to feel warmth. So as not to forget all the love he understood through suffering. All the pain he had to go through. Taught him to keep going without giving up. And to give his life without hesitation. To protect those he loves and his guild. Life sometimes makes no sense. When desolation strikes. And you fall into a sad depression. With no solution. Screen turns off. Upon hearing the chorus many began to hum the lyrics, but after seeing the adventures the image was fixed on a photo of Naruto, gray, shirtless, showing a great physique. Selena. Oh daddy. She would say fainting, along with several daughters of Apollo, Hermes, Demeter and Aphrodite. Aphrodite. Who would have thought you'd be like this, son of the explorer, she said licking her lips. Oh. Cover yourself she would say blushing, but not out of love interest, but out of embarrassment. Artemis. Her training is evident, she would say proudly, but seriously, having her cradle-snatching instincts active, seeing Demeter, Aphrodite and Athena with predatory looks, which increased with the words of encouragement at the end and the image. Apollo. That's very wise. Inicio. Yes. Chiron. I hope you noted that down, young heroes. Demigods. Yes. After that they were going to start talking about what they saw, but the screen would turn on again showing a video. On screen. Off screen. Artemis. Knew my baby. Oh. Little brother. The more thoughtful hunters and those who realized the difference lowered their heads because they were saddened by death. Zeus. My grandson, he would say as a tear fell down his face. Hestia burst into tears as Hera hugged her to comfort her, just as Leto was hugged by Apollo, who cried like a child with his hut. It was a lot to process, so they decided to respect the crying. Fire. Many were no longer grieving, as they expected the variants to die so they could return to the original, which is why it stopped affecting them, even if it didn't take away the pain. So. How much you suffer, little brother. Artemis. I want to have him by my side. Apollo. And you will have it, sister. Leto. That's right, daughter. Zeus. I want to know where my grandson has gone this time. Poseidon. I want to see a world related to the sea, he complained like a little boy. Percy. I think the same, although the others look amazing. Jason. Let's hope we see something exciting, what we see is worthy of respect. Raina. I think the same. Hazel. That's right. Frank. It's admirable. Octavian. I suppose I would say seriously, I wouldn't deny that it was admirable, but for him Rome comes first, or rather, he comes first. Malcolm. Mother, he would say, drawing everyone's attention. Athena. Tell me, son. Malcolm. I have another note. Zeus. Read it, he demanded seriously. Hera. Husband, calmer. Malcolm. Well, in this world Naruto fell being adopted by the pirate king Gold D. Roger that worried Artemis until he was executed and left in the care of an old marine. Poseidon. Is there anything from the world? He would say interested. Malcolm. Yes, the note says that it is a world where most of it is water and there are several islands. It also says that in that world there are powers or abilities. Athena. Please say them. Malcolm. The first source of power is called Akuma no Mi, or devil fruits. Annabeth. Interesting name, continued. Malcolm. These are mysterious and peculiar fruits spread throughout the world, known for granting their consumers permanent superhuman powers, as well as the inability to swim, to whoever consumes them as a consequence. Poseidon. Interesting, a world where it's water everywhere and losing that ability amazes me. Hades. And I'd get paperwork for the idiots who die in the waters. Athena. Continue, son. Malcolm. Each devil fruit grants a special power to the person who eats it, from the simplest powers, such as stretching like rubber, to powers capable of causing large-scale destruction, such as creating earthquakes. Each devil fruit is unique, and no two are alike. That is, no two devil fruits have the same power. Zeus. He is a danger to that world. Artemis. Will my son come with some ability like that? Athena. I don't think so, since she could absorb those abilities and remove the consequences ability since it's not her world. Malcolm. Fruits are grouped into 3 classes. Zone. Which allows the consumer to transform into an animal or an animal hybrid. Loja. Which grants the consumer the power to create, control and transform their body into a natural element. Paramecia. Which offers a wide range of strange abilities that do not fit into the other 2 categories. Percy. Can you imagine one with the appearance of one of our monsters? He would say somewhat interested. Leo. Yes, that sounds incredible. Aelia. If you want to be confused and killed. Athena. Does it say anything about her weakness? Malcolm. The sea rejects the user of a devil fruit, rendering him defenseless when submerged. Poseidon. Wow. Zeus. And the other power? Malcolm. The next power is Haki, a mysterious force found in every living being. It's no different from the common senses that people normally possess. However, most people don't notice it or fail to awaken it. Athena. There are types, I would say interested. Malcolm. Yes, Vision Haki, which grants users a hidden instinct or sixth sense of the world around them and unlimited precognitive ability. Armor Haki, which allows the user to use their spirit as an unbreakable armor to defend themselves from attacks or to perform their own more powerful attacks. And King's Haki, a rare type of Haki that only 1 in a million can use and which grants the user the ability to dominate the wills of others. Hades. Interesting. Zeus. Very interesting. Poseidon. We could come up with something like that. Apollo. Sounds great. Hermes. And the fruits could be sold, he would say with money symbols in his eyes. Before they could continue speaking, the screen would start playing audio. Queen. It's starting now, I would say attentively. On screen. This is the story of the son of the Fire Fist King Portgas D. Naruto. He was the prey of a cruel destiny that marked his childhood. There was sadness in his path, but in the distance, he would find strength and a goal. Becoming a great pirate kept him alive. Captive between mountains, training his skill. Day after day without rest before the harshness of a hard existence that I could not make yield. Because before his resistance there is no rival that can. Off screen. Zeus. Son of the king. Poseidon. Hey. I'm the king of the sea, not a pirate, he would say offended. Hades. We know, Little Mermaid Ariel, he would say mockingly. So. Living among nature is good. Artemis. And train there even more. Percy. He defeated a tiger as a kid, that was awesome. Apollo. As cool as his uncle, he would say with sunglasses. Octavian. So I dreamed of being a pirate since I was a kid, I'd say seriously. On screen. He knew brotherhood and friendship. He promised that with his enormous will, he would make all his dreams come true. For this reason he always rigorously put effort. He set sail to sea with immense hope, which was to be part of a great crew. Full of conviction, he ventured aimlessly. Soon his name would be known by the whole world. Off screen. Travis. Did you meet the brotherhood? Connor. I hope he lives in cabin 11 so we can show him that. Chris. They seem to be having fun. Will. Can you blame them? Lee. Who will they be? Malcolm. The note says they are his covenant brothers. Seeing the physique with which he jumped into the sea, many goddesses and demigoddesses blushed. Athena. If you lock him in the tower, I'll do the father-sister thing, I would think, with a yellow tint. Demeter. I'll take him home to mom, she thought. Lacey. It's divine. Aphrodite. Fufu is incredible, she would say madly. She wanted nothing more than to torment him like a yandere and then abandon him like a dog. Artemis. Do you understand, young satyr? Grover. Yes, Lady Artemis, I will create a group of satyrs and we will protect it as a unit. So. I'm glad you understand. On screen. He never turns his back in a battle. Every time he fights his strength bursts out. With the power of a volcano. That will sweep away all evil. Against the opponent his fists burned. Even at a disadvantage he was not a coward. And he always remained strong. He went straight to the end. Off screen. Ares. Never turn your back. He would say smiling, not bad nephew. Hestia. Are your fists burning? Malcolm. The note says that he ate the devil fruit Maramara no Mi, which turns him into a subject of fire, literally, a Loja type that allowed him to become and generate the element of fire, in addition to controlling the flames from his body, thus generating the reputation of Naruto Fire Fist. Ares. Good nickname. Claris. Makes it sound powerful and strong. On screen. In a short time his fame would spread across the seas. The power of his flames would spread fear and sorrow among his rivals who could do nothing. But the one who would be his first obstacle would arrive. The legendary Whitebeard earned his respect. He admired him like a father and he did not stay still. When betrayal threatened the order of his troops, he felt in his heart like a shot at point-blank range. Off screen. Zeus. Whitebeard. Malcolm. The note says he joined the crew of one of the 4 pirates considered emperors of the sea, or Yonkers, since the navy doesn't mess with him. Besides, that guy sees his entire crew as his children. Hestia. I would really like to meet him. Artemis. Treason. She would say with a bad feeling. So. Go after that traitor. Annabeth surprisingly analyzed and combined her reality and sense from what she saw. Naruto would kill Luke without hesitation, no matter how many reasons he gave her, even if she was his friend, and started to hate him. On screen. He gallops over the waves with a desire for revenge. Carrying on his back the honor of his flag. He did not rest in his search, and among so many adventures, he was able to find the one who fled treacherously. Face to face a merciless fight breaks out between 2 pirates who demonstrate their bestiality. Fire against darkness, an episode that ends with Naruto face down and handed over to the navy. Off screen. So. New. Artemis. Not my baby. Percy. What do you think I'll do to him? Nico. I don't know. Jason. I think they'll execute him. Artemis. I want to turn that traitor into a pig. Apollo. That fat man with the darkness will see that the sun rises without being asked, he would say darkly. Aphrodite. Even wounded, he looks hexy, I would say bluntly. On screen. He never turns his back in a battle. Every time he fights his strength bursts out. With the power of a volcano. That will sweep away all evil. Against the opponent his fists burned. Even at a disadvantage he was not a coward. And he always remained strong. He went straight to the end. Off screen. Zeus. My grandson is amazing. Jiren. For a pirate, this is still quite admirable. I hope you learn. Dionysius. And it seems that he takes it, he is already my favorite nephew. Artemis. I will keep you away from him Dionysus, you will not corrupt my baby with your drinks. Hestia. I have a bad feeling she would say touching her chest while Hera took her hand in support. Ares. I should say there will be a fight, but Aunt is very worried, I don't want to see her bad, he thought using reason. Clarice. Do you think there will be a fight? She asked among her siblings. Mark. Surely. On screen. Locked up and impelled down ready for execution. Accepting his fate and the pain in his mission. Defendant on the deadly gallows of Marineford. He would not be alone for he had a bond of love. Whitebeard and his crew came to the rescue. His younger brother Luffy would not miss the fight. And after a deadly fight with the Navy. They would manage to free him and now he is a fire that lights up. Off screen. Artemisa. Free it please. Hestia. Please. Oh. Luffy. So that's one of his Covenant brothers. Percy. I have respect for Whitebeard, who despite everything, would go to war to rescue him. Lee. Any notes? Malcolm. Yes, the note says that for any of his children, he would do it. Annabeth. What a great father she would say surprised. Nico. Sounds like a cool guy. Bianca. Yes. Sally. Sal Venlo. On screen. Like a son the battlefield where. Bor is defeated, Whitebeard orders retreat. But while they are starting someone insults his father. And he would not allow any dog to bark at him. He turned around and faced the admiral. But the latter attacked his brother and in a brief moment. He was ahead, receiving the great impact. Asking Luffy for forgiveness for not fulfilling his pact. Off screen. Oh. They did it she would say happily, although in her heart she felt a bad feeling. Travis. They don't have a feeling that something really bad is going to happen. Mitchell. Yes. Hyper. It's true, I have that feeling too. Reina. Oh no, she would say upon seeing that a lava guy insulted Shirohige, someone who even earned respect at Camp Jupiter. Alia. I hope he kicks his ass. Seeing Akanu's maneuver, many frowned and Ares was about to call him a coward when what they felt in their hearts happened, seeing the moment where, in order to save Luffy, Naruto stood in the middle, turning his back and being pierced. Artemis. My baby. She would say fainting, being taken by Hermes. Leto Hestia Hera. My grandson. They said to be taken by Zeus, Hades and Poseidon. Apollo. My nephew he would say starting to cry. Dionysius. My favorite nephew he would say starting to lift a bottle of rum always a pirate. The Apollo cabin would start to cry being comforted by the Hermes cabin, while Nico was hugging Bianca while she was crying, Percy despite wanting to do so, was hugging his mother who was crying, they were truly winning her heart. Queen. You will always be remembered Naruto she would say solemnly. Frank. Yes. On screen. He always questioned his existence. But he realized after the experience of loving that everything he did had great value. The only time he turned his back was to protect the one he loved most. That's why his name is always remembered. With honor. The screen turns off. Ares. That's my nephew, a worthy and brave warrior he said crying. Hermes. Are you crying? I would say in the same condition. Ares. They are male tears. Athena. I was so young. Demeter. So handsome. Aphrodite. How bad I can no longer do, my slave. Everyone gave her dirty looks to get her to shut up, while surprisingly Percy, without anyone seeing, threw water on her makeup in her bag. Oh. Little brother she would say, crestfallen. After that they would be silent seeing his sacrifice, for many, Naruto already had a place well earned in their hearts. Unbreakable. The atmosphere in the room was depressing, no one knew what to say or do, as many people were crying, even the proud god of war, son of Zeus, and one of those many would consider a bastard. Percy. He's too admirable, whatever they say, he's a hero to me. Annabeth. And speaking of heroes what do you think we'll see next? Artemis. I want to see something not too sad. Hestia. We are of the Hera. You'll say 3. Athena. Wow, she would say, taking another note from the room, here's another note, she would say, reading a little until everyone paid attention to her. Zeus. What do you say about my grandson? Athena. In that fallen world, humanity evolved to possess a power called Kasei, a quirk. Of the 100% of the population, only 80% awaken a gift. Jason. Interesting. Percy. That means there are heroes like in the comics. Athena. Yes she would say surprised at a rival's son in this world, due to peculiarities the governments prohibited the use of them, and given the cases in which villains emerged, they established being a hero as a profession. Jiren. In my humble opinion that society has made a mistake. Being a hero is something you learn, and many things must be learned along the way. I imagine they implemented schools in that world, right? Athena. That's right, Chiron, she would say, surprised. The problem is that they only teach you how to improve your use of quirks, increase your dependence on them, and learn the legal aspects of their use. Leo. What a shitty society. Bianca. Leo. Leo? What? If it's the truth. Hestia. But language, young man, she threatened with a soap in her hand. Hephaestus. Son, without bad words. Malcolm. I think the same. It's fine that they want to regulate, but with that they limited the people who want to be heroes, and what emerges, guys who are for money, fame, women, men, recognition, not to mention that they focus on a power that can be nullified, and when they are incapacitated, they become useless, so they would wait for reinforcements instead of doing something. Annabeth. Good deduction, brother. Athena. That's my son. At that moment, a melody began to be heard in the living room, and a screen would turn on. On screen. I swear I won't break, I'll keep fighting. I promise I won't break, I'll keep fighting. He hated his gift with all his heart. He felt like one of the crowd. Without conviction and lacking passion. He wandered around without a reason. Off screen. Percy. It's a good song. Apollo. Talks about how we must improve ourselves and keep moving forward. Artemis. What do you mean she hated her gift? By the way, what is her gift? Athena. When Naruto was 3 years old, he woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. As he rubbed his eyes, his quirk manifested for the first time. This hardened his hand and caused Ijiro to cut himself, leaving a scar over his right eye. Afterward, young Ijiro initially hated his quirk for hurting him. Artemis. Wow. Oh. But what is your gift? Athena. Her quirk is called hardening, she would say in surprise, making Aphrodite start to think unholy things. Naruto's quirk allows him to harden any part of his body, increasing the hardness and resistance of the hardened parts, which serve both for attack and defense. It is also strong enough to protect Naruto from tons of iron falling on his body and also from explosions. Percy. Genial. Aphrodite. Fufufufu. Drew, what do you think? Drew. What things can he harden? Fufufufuf. Selena, Michelle, Piper. Enough. They said, feeling ashamed. Aries. It's a quirk suitable for fighting, I would say. Interested. On screen. But he could clarify his unstable thinking. And direct his ideals to a better place. He wanted to overcome his fears and anxieties. To one day be one of the best. Training hard, firm as a wall. Willing to leave that dark past behind. Practiced constantly, going forward. Determined to improve by being perseverant. But when he had to face reality. And prove his worth against a real villain. He was paralyzed by fear and could do nothing. In the face of the hostile threat that was presented to him. I swear I won't break, I'll keep fighting. I promise I won't break, I'll keep fighting. With my power I will protect all of humanity. Because my spirit is unbreakable. An unbreakable hero, insurmountable strength. Off screen. Chiron. One step at a time and soon you'll be moving forward, boy, he would say proudly. Percy. I'm scared, he would say, seeing the training that he possibly has to do. Bianca. But no P. Nico. No, I'm scared. Seeing that Naruto was paralyzed by gigantomachia, many understood, you don't always know what to do in that situation. The demigods compared it to their situations with monsters. Artemis. Fear can always be felt, even I feel it, my child. Aries. It's incredible. After that he sharpened his great will. Chiron. Listen, heroes, it may help you. On screen. Suffering and hating his useless cowardly self. Crying and thinking that it was too late. To be a hero or even a knight. In his mind there is no reason or hope. But his great idol would save his life. Because his beautiful words healed his wounds. And now with his goal in sight, breathe. Start hard and aspire to be a hero. Off screen. Oh. It's good that she stopped thinking that way about him and moved on, overcoming it. Athena. Go your idol. Percy. What's his name? Athena. Crimson Riot. The demigods. Great, they would say, excited by a hero's name. Chiron. Sometimes we need a little push, he would say, smiling. Apollo. That's my nephew. On screen. Very strong like the warrior he admires. All his work paid off and so. He managed to enter the prominent institute. Of heroes in order to become a professional. She dyed her hair red to face evil. And leave behind fears and also cowardice. Because Red Riot must protect the citizens. I swear I won't break, I'll keep fighting. I promise I won't break, I'll keep fighting. With my power I will protect all of humanity. Because my spirit is unbreakable. An unbreakable hero, insurmountable strength. Off screen. Mitchell. Red is his color, it suits him perfectly. Hyper. That's right. Selena. Even though she paralyzed her hair with her gift for having that style. I would say incredulously I don't see it as bad, but it seems kind of unfair. Alia. You're just jealous that you can't do it, she would say with a flat face. The Inicio. So he got into a school for heroes, I wonder how he's doing. Athena. Let's see, reading her grades she's not doing very well or very badly, she said somewhat disappointed, she thought she would do better, not just well and just barely to pass. Artemis. As long as I approve I would say it's unimportant. Will. The chorus is good and teaches perseverance. On screen. Little by little he showed that he was improving. Each time surpassing his own strength. He continued training and demonstrated by fighting. But his great strength had become immense. Arriving at the festival to defeat his rival. Although he was made of pure metal. Against evil he could demonstrate his determination. All that his gift had grown and evolved. But a strong villain breaks it with a single blow. Feeling useless again and at the same time so clumsy. More seeing his mentor sacrificing his life. He stood up bravely despite his injuries. For he promised that he would never back down in cowardice. And he returned to battle striking with gallantry. His unbreakable spirit turned things around. Vanquishing the enemy in majestic fashion. Off screen. Percy. I like his suit. Ares. Very macho, he would say, sticking out his chest. With every single thing they saw, they noticed that they were really trying, and even more so when they saw how their own gift evolved. Through. How disgusting. Artemis. Wow, she would say speechlessly. Athena. That mode is called unbreakable mode. Aphrodite. It's horrible. Percy. I'd like to see how many hits he can take. Many male demigods nodded, it was a great idea. Seeing that he was almost broken, many shouted up or get up. Encouraging him to continue, but upon seeing that a chubby hero appeared, many began to feel respect before mocking him, given that despite having good fatness, he began to receive the blows, and the surprise came when he returned after giving a blow and became skinny. Dionysus. What is the name of the large hero? Athena. Fat gum, her quirk is fat absorption. Fat gum's obese body can stick to anything and force objects to sink into it. Her fat can also store kinetic energy, which she can convert into muscle at the expense of her fat. However, she seems to have a limit to the amount of energy she can store in her fat. Ares. Not bad. Poseidon. Sip. Apollo. Your health worries me, but seeing it from that perspective. Seeing the teacher and student duo of Fat and Naruto, many smiled, that was incredible to see without a doubt. On screen. I swear I won't break, I'll keep fighting. I promise I won't break, I'll keep fighting. With my power I will protect all of humanity. Because my spirit is unbreakable. An unbreakable hero, insurmountable strength. No matter how many times you break, harden again. The will and character that will make you grow. With humility and perseverance you will get out of the mud. Being a resilient warrior you will achieve everything. Screen turns off. Apollo. That's how you talk, nephew. Artemis. That's my boy. Oh. Not bad, little brother. Apollo cabin. That's it, primo. Tyron. Wise words. Percy. Hey, what's your hero's name? Athena. Robust hero Red Riot. Jason. He's got style. Leo. Yes. Nico. I like it. Aphrodite. With this costume she looks viable. Hera. What a shame for you, because you will never get close to him given those blessings he has. Aphrodite. Damn, I thought they were playing. Artemis. When we played with you, foam brain, she would say with a poker face. Another note about Athena would appear while listening to the rest of the opinions. Athena. Hey, I have a note, she would say to get attention. We will see Naruto's friends. Saying that everyone looked at the screen. On screen. Off screen. Percy. They look great. Annabeth. Are their names and their gifts? Athena. Yes, I'll start with the first one, Katsuki Bakugo, Dawn Explosion. I won't say what it's about, it's obvious, and his hero name is Dynamite. Ares. I like it. Hyper. And the alien. Athena. Mina Ashido, Acid Quirk, allows her to shoot a corrosive liquid from her body. She can control its solubility and viscosity. Her hero name is Pinky. Selena. I like it. Several girls said the same thing since she was adorable and very beautiful to many men. Zeus. Who is that blonde? He would say seriously, noticing that the blonde boy used electricity. Athena. Kaminari Denki, electrification quirk, allows him to emit electricity from his body as if it were a protective aura and can paralyze anyone who comes into contact with it. By using his electricity, Denki obtains a defense mechanism that shakes those who touch him. If he produces too much electricity, he throws a discharge that lashes out in several directions. If he exceeds his power limit, his brain will suffer a short circuit that will lower his IQ for a period of 1 hour, during which he will also be unable to use his quirk until it recovers. Hero name. Chargeable. Hades. We have another insult. Poseidon. Let's hope Kaminari doesn't fall short with his masterbolt. Several people started laughing as Zeus got angry. Chiron. Who is the black-haired man with the weird elbows? Athena. Zero Hanta, tape quirk, allows her to shoot a cellophane-like material from her elbows, as well as retract it. It appears to be somewhat more durable than normal tape. Excessive use of her quirk will cause her skin to dry out. Hero name. Cellophane. Chiron. Good skills. Jason. They look like Spider-Man. Leo. But the name leaves a lot to be desired. Annabeth. And the girl. Athena. Kyoka Jiro, earphone jack quirk. Kyoka's quirk grants her headphone-like jacks in her ears, which can stretch up to 6 meters and plug into all sorts of things, sending out amplified sound waves from her heartbeat that can wreak havoc. It allows Kyoka to pick up faint sounds, allowing her to eavesdrop on conversations or locate enemies through extremely thick walls, as well as receive other sound waves from the outside, being both an offensive and supportive ability. Hero name earphone jack. Apollo. Because of his skill he knows about music, is there any song? Before Athena could respond, the screen began to play, while several images of Naruto's entire class were displayed. On screen. Off screen. Apollo's cabin was celebrating with such good music, while Artemis and Zoe watched Naruto with special effects. Hera. Do you know why they did it? Athena. Well, commenting on the cultural festival and the topic of Eri, which earned annoyed looks from the hunters and Artemis. Seeing Eri's smile made many people's hearts melt with tenderness. If they didn't know she was from another world, they might associate her as the daughter of Hestia. Apollo. That class has my blessing, he would say, crying. Hestia. And mine for doing that to a child. The last warrior. Everyone was talking about how great the world of BNHA was, despite revealing a bit of their sense of stupidity on the subject, although, well, every world has its own way of being. Artemis, for her part, felt her heart being crushed by something she didn't know about. She only felt that way when she found out that something could happen that would break her heart. Oh. My lady, are you okay? Artemis. I wish I could say yes, but I'm worried. What if it's a universe where he's killed? I wouldn't stand for it. Oh. I understand you, my lady. Leto. Now my girl, he would say, hugging the goddess, everything will be fine. It hurts me even if my grandson dies, but see that it is necessary so that he can return to your arms and be strong enough to make you proud. Apollo. Also, sister, we are here for you. Apollo cabin. Yes, Aunt Art. Athena. She would say, reading a note, I got a note. Hades. What does he say? Poseidon. Aldila, read it. Athena. She says this world is like Tapians, or rather another timeline. Ares. Another timeline. Hephaestus. I see, those old women touched something in the past so that the boy is someone else, and for example the Tapian thing doesn't happen, right? Athena. That's right, Naruto in this world was born as a hybrid. Zeus. Hybrid. Demigods. Maybe like us. Athena. Yes, and at the same time no, given that he is human on the part of the woman who carried him for 9 months in her womb and an alien on the part of the father. Percy. That sounds amazing. Sally. Please continue, she would say, giving him a sap. Athena. Her father is a Saiyan, a warrior race that is almost extinct, with at least 3 purebloods remaining, and 4 currently hybrids or half-breeds. They have no power limit since they always break them when fighting or training. They can manipulate Kai energy, being able to fly or shoot energy spheres. They also have an ability called Zenkai, which means that with each fight, if they suffer serious damage, they will become stronger. Ares. I love that breed, he would say excitedly with his children. Athena. Why, I'm not surprised. Hestia. The video is starting now, she would say, drawing attention. On screen. He was the son of the greatest fighter of the illustrious protector of our planet. But a serious heart disease completely condemned his father. And after Goku's death, he saw his comrades perish in a cruel battle. Suffering from his growing lack of power. His weakened being could do nothing. And only trained constantly to obtain that gigantic force that could protect all his peers. But victory was still distant. The androids destroyed everything without mercy. There was no one else to help him in this discord. But the imminent flame that was inside Trunks was lit with passion to stop the destruction. Off screen. Percy. Oh, come on. Jason. I'm with him. Leo. Does he always have to suffer? He complained. Wasn't there a world where he had at least one living family and didn't suffer? In another universe. Deadpool. Hello, I thought I heard someone ask me something. Well, never mind, what do you say, readers? He would say, looking at the screen. Back in the room. Zeus. I don't know, but I don't want to see my grandson suffer. Hera. Me neither. Annabeth. Your comrades too. She would say, surprised. Bianca. Is it good for children to see that? She would say, covering her eyes. Aelia. I'm telling you now, girl, he'll probably see it, since one way or another he'll see it. Being a demigod, it's better for him to get used to it. Nico. Yes, I will be able to see. Sally. She suffers in silence, and the threat she faces alone will not give her a break. Ares. In battles you don't have time to mourn a fallen man, you can do it later, I would say seriously. Hephaestus and his children. Androids. Hephaestus. Who created them? What abilities do they have? Leo. Although the girl is pretty, but she is too destructive. Athena. The note says they were humans, and a certain Makijiro turned them into things. I would say amazed and disgusted, although I was somewhat surprised, and they are beings of infinite energy. Charles. I wish we could do something like that. Dionysius. Come on, boy, fight. On screen. No matter the pain, no. No. No matter that everything is worse. He goes with courage. Because for his race he fights with honor. He will never surrender. Even if victory is distant. He will fight until the end to change his vile reality. Off screen. Ares. That's a great chorus. Apollo. Oh no, he thought, shedding a tear since his gift of seeing the future was activated. Aphrodite. Fufufufuf, look at that body. Drew. It's incredibly hexy, I ask for it, mother. Aphrodite. Do we share a daughter? Drew. Sure, mother, besides, he would say, looking sideways at the hunters. Aphrodite. Oh, I like the way you think, my girl, she would say macabrely, given that they would even tie Artemis to watch the grape. Artemis. Father, is it possible that if my son comes, the council could put a restraining order on every inhabitant of cabin 10 who is unworthy of being with my son? Zeus. Yes, I would say without hesitation. Aphrodite was behaving somewhat strangely. Chiron. Worthy refrain of a warrior. On screen. I trained Trunks knowing that it was the only hope of defeating the enemy and finally getting revenge. He does not rest for the elusive peace that has seen the face. After years of massacres and voracious violence. The androids have fun with humanity. Because without mercy and with evil. They live sowing death. However, Naruto continues without hesitation to oppose these demons. Trying to put an end to such cruel episodes. He would bravely face such an evil opponent. And although he would have the advantage, he could not defeat two. And, overcome by the united strength of his rivals, he was close to dying. And not stopping those evils. Then Trunks helped him but quickly lost. Or Naruto would react and protected his life, losing his arm to save his disciple. Because nothing is more valuable than that unbreakable bond. Off screen. Queen. Trunks wasn't, I see, that's why Lady Athena Minerva for the Romans or Greeks depending on the case, said they were variants. In this case both found that boy Trunks and had a bond. Chiron. That's right, Miss Reina, more than teacher and disciple, I would say older brother and younger brother. Seeing what the androids were doing, many clenched their fists, and the gods, although they didn't care about humans, were on guard, since if too many humans die, they could vanish. Seeing the fight against 17, many were excited and had hope. Percy. He'll make it, I know he will. Nico. Really? Leo. Let's bet on it, he said seriously, without his usual joking tone. Octavian. And the girl. He said with a serious look. Upon seeing Trunks try to fight 18 to keep her from interfering. Chiron. Boy, you're not ready to fight yet. You still have much to learn. Wait, your time will come, he said, hoping Trunks would reflect. When Trunks lost, many didn't say anything, they just acknowledged his effort, especially Percy, who admired that even in the face of adversity, he still went for it. Artemis and Zoe stifled a gasp when Naruto saved Trunks at the cost of his own arm. Several of the huntresses wanted Trunks' head, but the more they watched, even Artemis, who at first slightly considered punishing the boy, came to understand that Naruto cared for him deeply. She saw that Naruto didn't blame Trunks for his arm. She understood that bond was real. Artemis. Well done, earning surprised stares from everyone. Zoe. My lady. Chiron. That's the bond between them. A master will protect his disciple from any danger, even from himself. I would do the same. But he looked directly at the demigods, especially Percy, don't take advantage of it. Demigods, yes, Chiron. On the screen. No matter the pain, no. No. Even if everything gets worse. He moves forward with courage, for his race he fights with honor. He will never surrender. Even if victory is far away. He will fight to the end to change his cruel reality. Off screen. Hestia. The lyrics are beautiful, but. Apollo. Yeah, it's really sad and it feels like something big is about to happen. On screen. Completely shattered by the fight. The voices of the past echo inside him. He feels the crushing pressure and responsibility. But he returns to battle, showing great tenacity. The city was attacked by vile villains. So many civilians perished at their sadistic hands. But he knew Trunks would bring the light of tomorrow. So he knocked him out to keep him safe. With courage, he fought two unbeatable foes. Trying for victory, though it was impossible. And so, under the rain, they ended his life. But the hope he carried was not lost. Because Trunks would inherit the fire of his will. And would eventually end the cycle of evil. Today, Naruto's soul finally found rest. Reuniting with his comrades and embracing peace. Off-screen. Ares and his children felt deep respect rise within them even without an arm, he went to fight. Ares. That is a true man, he said, tears falling from his eyes. Oh. Brother, she said, starting to cry. Artemis. Son, stop. You've done enough. She cried out, desperate, choking on her tears, please stop. Seeing that Naruto wasn't going to back down and that he had knocked out Trunks, Chiron understood why. Percy? But. Chiron. He knocked him out because he knew that if Trunks died with him, there would be no hope left. You must choose your battles, young heroes. Watching the battle, many felt their hearts pound, but everything froze when Naruto was riddled with Kai blasts from the androids. Artemis. No. She collapsed in tears. Zeus. My grandson, he would say, starting to cry. Hestia. My little grandson. Leto. My little one. Apollo and Hermes. Nephew. Habens. Cousin. Chiron. Boy, you inherit his will, keep hope, he would say in a sympathetic tone to the blue-haired boy. Nico. Why sister, why did they kill him, he would say crying. Sally. Yeah, Percy, she would say shedding tears while her son cried in her lap, Naruto's death hurt her a lot. Percy. But why? He would say crying. Poseidon and Hades were serious, although if you looked at them closely, waterfalls of tears fell from their eyes, in silent crying. Annabeth. Mother, Trunks could, she would say crying. Athena. Go, I'll see, she would say with tears, she says yes, she fulfilled Naruto's will, she would say crying. Hades. You can rest in peace now, Naruto, he would say in a soft tone. On screen. No matter the pain, no. No. No matter that everything is worse. He goes with courage because for his race he fights with honor. He will never surrender. Even if victory is distant. He will fight until the end to change his vile reality. The screen turns off. Everyone was shedding tears, it hurt them to see such a noble sacrifice, and even more Ares, who for once was moved. Normally he wants to see blood, death and fights, but seeing noble sacrifices in battle undoubtedly touched his heart. Artemis. It's over, right? She would say, being comforted by her mother. Athena. The note says there is a phrase said by him. Zeus. Ponla. Athena would nod as the video played. On screen. Naruto found himself without his arm as he looked at both androids, having 18 behind him and 17 walking towards him in front of him. Naruto. I will not die, no matter if my body is completely destroyed, my desire to fight will lift me up because it is very great, and after that, I will defeat them no matter what happens. The screen turns off. Everyone in the room stood up applauding those words. There was no way to describe them, they were undoubtedly admirable. The beautiful poison rose. The room was filled with applause, the respect earned was simply unique, both demigods and gods were standing there crying while applauding, even Dionysus was applauding and not reading his wine magazine. Apollo was calming his mother and sister, while Zo calmed other hunters, Nico was calmed by his sister Bianca, and of course, Percy was being calmed by Annabeth and his mother. After several minutes, everyone was sitting in the living room again, waiting for the information, but unlike other times, the note was with Hestia. Zeus. Sister. Hestia. Excuse me please, she would say to get attention, I have the note from that world. Poseidon. Can you read it, sister? Hestia. Right away, she would say, taking a breath. In this world, there exists an energy called cosmos. It's the energy that most beings in that world use to generate their abilities. This energy is based on the human senses. Both gods and humans possess it, and it's based on senses like those of human beings. Athena. Is there anything else? She would say, interested. Hestia. The cosmos is an energy that comes from the mini-universe that all living beings possess in their bodies, which was born with the Big Bang that gave rise to the universe. Those who can explode that mini-universe within their bodies are capable of releasing the energy known as cosmos, which gives them superhuman abilities. Annabeth. That sounds interesting. Malcolm. No doubt. Artemis. But the senses. Hestia. The senses are the physiological mechanism a human being uses to perceive elements or situations that make life purely sensible. In this world, they are one of the sources of nourishment for the cosmos. When a cosmos user loses one of the 5 senses, their cosmos can become stronger to compensate for the loss of that sense. Athena. Sounds very interesting. Hestia. There is a 6th sense this would catch everyone's attention, a sense that seems to be connected to the mind and brain of living beings. Some abilities, such as precognition and intuition, are related to this sense. Those with a highly developed 6th sense acquire mental abilities and are known as psychics, possessing abilities such as telekinesis. Percy. There's something else. Hestia. Yes, quite a bit. Aside from the 5 basic senses and the 6th sense, there is a 7th sense. In the age of myth, when the distinction between gods and humans was not yet clearly drawn, every person possessed the 7th sense. Later, as humanity evolved, this splendid ability was lost. But all humans still carry the 7th sense within their souls. Those who manage to awaken this sense acquire complete mastery of the cosmos, thus obtaining incomparable strength and energy. Poseidon. Is there another lake? Hades. Sister. Hestia. Yes, humans in this world can reach the 8th sense, also called Urashiki. The 8th sense resides in a place in the cosmos even deeper than the 7th sense, and everyone dies without ever realizing they possessed it. And naturally, when a person dies, the 8th sense surfaces for the first time. After the death of a human being, the activity of the first 7 senses they had used until then ceases. Hades. That means that I would say surprised, not by the power, but by the amount of paperwork his counterpart could have if he knew. Hestia. The Urashiki is the 8th sense, which allows you to go to the world of the dead while preserving your own will, body and controlling your soul. Zeus. I see, the humans of that world are powerful, he would say seriously. Hestia. In the case of the gods, they in that world dominate even the 10th sense. Athena. Although I would like to know more about that power that happens in that world. Hestia. In that world there are various gods, each with their personal armies. There are the warrior gods of Asgard, who serve Odin, the marines of Poseidon, the specters of Hades that earned a moment of paranoia and Zeus, the satellites of Artemis earning a look of attention from the aforementioned Apollo owns them, but there is no name in the note she would say discouraging Apollo, and on the Greek side for the moment, there is Athena with her knights. For each one represents a constellation in the firmament. Athena. How is my army divided? Hestia. Your army is divided into 12 gold saints, where these are represented by the 12 zodiacal constellations, Naruto being part of these that earned an interested look from Athena for her nephew. Following this are the silver saints, being 24, and representing the constellations located in the southern hemisphere that gained interest and paranoia in Zeus, although he hid it, and then those that follow the bronze saints, representing constellations of the northern hemisphere, are 52 members. Leo. Doubt, are they able to move forward? Hestia. Says yes, so there is a possibility that a bronze knight could surpass a gold one, so the power scale is not measured by set armor. Ares. Okay, lots of information, but is there a war? Athena. I'm sure you would ask that. Hephaestus. What armor is made of? Hestia. The armor is made of orichalcum, and if Ares, there are wars, or holy wars, where the gods and their armies face each other. In this case Naruto participated in a holy war. Zeus. Who he faces? Hestia. Hades, she would say, putting on a somewhat sweet smile. Hades. Oh I know that smile, he would say to escape the area, while Hestia threw sandals lit on fire. Before Hades could even touch one, the screen lit up. On screen. It was the 17th century and the holy war was approaching. In order to face Hades, warriors were needed who were named the Knights of Athena. Bronze, silver and gold, the last one the complete elite. Within this series was the Pisces Knight. Naruto went serene, his mind never went into crisis. He never approached anyone, he only saw loneliness. But people didn't know that he was hiding the truth because his blood alone was such a lethal poison. Capable of killing anyone in a sigh. Always empty and distant, no one could touch him. Why would his powerful poison kill them? But that never mattered to him if this one could contribute. His grain of hope to be able to help. Constantly followed, he was always willing to take care. Off screen. Seeing the situation, Hades proceeded to run a little, but Athena stopped her and, even though she wanted to see Hades suffer. Seeing Naruto in the armor, many girls screamed at his beauty. Aphrodite. He is definitely a gentleman, very handsome. Hestia. If I were you, I would never call it beautiful. Ares. He's effeminate, but why does he say that? Hestia. He sees it as an insult to be called that, it's like telling him he's weak. Apollo. Wow, if he weren't my nephew I would give him a butt. Hermes. Poison. Hestia. The more I left him as a baby in a field of poisonous roses, I would say annoyed, and he adapted to the poison, making his blood a potent poison, that even if someone touches him, he will die from it. Percy. Old. Nico. That's it. Jason. Too much loneliness. Queen. I don't wish it on anyone. Travis. What do you think? Connor. Get his blood and compare it to the centaur's blood. Travis. And that. Connor. Jokes, he would say, smiling. Jiren. You two are going to give me a lot of heart attacks. On screen. Something stronger than poison that will be his will. But one day they would attack, sinister beings came. Which were commanded by that judge of hell. But Minos the Griffin did not expect this. The Golden Knight proves to be more concrete. The poisonous thorns attacking him without compassion. But in a careless moment Naruto did not react. Like a puppet, all his bones were broken. He tortured them to death. Hope is over. Off screen. Hades. Did he face Minos? He would say, surprised. Ares. It seems that he died against him, he would say seriously. Claris. But it seems he lost because he was overconfident. Artemis. No, I would say firmly, knowing myself, I know that I inherited my stubbornness with something, so he will come back even with a wound like that. Apollo. Sadly, something he got from you, sister, I would say seriously, the number of times he must have cured his sister for those imprudence, and that they were gods. On screen. Anger to overcome head on. Will not allow itself to give in. Fear does not let them see. What it always wanted to protect. Something so beautiful and so cruel. That kills without understanding. Does not care about dying, and they will see it standing. Off screen. Will. The chorus is a bit sad. Read. But motivating at the same time. Bianca. Something tells me it has to do with something, this Minos guy. Octavian. S probable. Mark. I'll definitely fight him. Sally. Although he is cute, but I wouldn't risk going out with him, I would say. Even married women would nod, even Hera. Zeus. Hera. Hera. What? I must find him a worthy partner who loves him, she would say, determined to get the boy to commit. On screen. As a baby he was abandoned in a garden full of poisonous roses, adopted by his great master father. Who was the ancient knight of Pisces who behaves. Surprised to see the resistance of poison and blood. Naruto, convinced, abandoned all tranquility. Because his training rejected normal life. Constantly exchanging blood with his teacher. Until one day his poison was stronger. A disciple had surpassed who was his mentor. His father, his teacher, who sadly died. So it was that he took the place to be the gold saint. More beautiful Naruto, showing his beautiful face. Rejecting and treating indifferently whoever approaches. Because it is dangerous and can cause death. He may seem cold, but in his heart. There is that very human hope that he cares. Off screen. Seeing the fate's abandonment, many frowned. Honestly, what did those three old women have to do with bothering them just because they were bored? When they saw Luganus, many girls blushed at his beauty. They were truly handsome, as effeminate as Ares said, given that even Zeus, Apollo, and Hermes were attracted to him. So he is your teacher and father, she would say, feeling respect for Luganus. Aphrodite. But what a papacho. Athena. What do you mean by transferring blood consistently? Hestia. The note says there is a ritual called the Crimson Ribbon or Red Ribbon, a blood ritual between a Pisces saint and their pupil. By exchanging a drop of blood from a wound made on the fingertips of each of them, in this ritual, the transmitted blood will circulate in each of their bodies for several years. Whoever receives and cannot resist the poison blood of Pisces will die a terrible death. Even if one of the two endures the poison blood, a lonely life awaits them. Then their life will be tinged with the deep red of the poison. Artemis. That means that. Hestia. Yes, Naruto performed this ritual with his master, Luganus of Pisces, renouncing a normal life. That ceremony was performed for years. At first, the poison in his master's blood only burned his body and caused him pain. On several occasions he was on the verge of death, wandering, continuing to survive each time. But soon his body grew accustomed to that poison. They both shared the same poison in their blood, making them increasingly closer in the world, more than just father and son. Artemis. At least you had a father, it's a shame. Athena. What happened to him? Hestia. Naruto sometimes thought it was a stupid thing to do, however, in an exchange of blood, Luganus fell dead. Before leaving, he told Albafica that the student's poison had finally overcome the master's blood, so much so that it was able to kill him. And he explained the destiny of Pisces. Percy. Pisces' destiny? I would ask, not wanting to know the answer. Hestia. I quote Luganus's words. This ceremony is where he who possesses the poison and the greatest toxicity in his body through the blood circulation process, by law, will survive and continue on the path of battle. One way or another, he will end up dead. So Naruto could have died if he didn't beat his master, right? Hestia. Yes. Grover. That guy is a great man, despite dying from his student's poison, he cared for him and educated him. Jiren. He did not die sadly, but happy for having achieved that his pupil surpassed him, the greatest joy of a teacher. On screen. Anger to overcome head-on. Will not allow itself to give in. Fear does not let them see what it always wanted to protect. Something so beautiful and so cruel. That kills without understanding. Does not care about dying and they will see it standing. Off screen. Charles. It's a sad and motivational melody, I must repeat. Leo. Even though we suffer, he seems to have it very difficult in several worlds. Alia. I would like to see Luke's face. Percy. I'd definitely try to add him to the old man. Everyone was upset to hear about the traitor. Chris. You know what, Naruto will most likely just kill him if he dares to speak sweetly to him about the crooked one. Clarice. Probable. On screen. That bastard went to the village believing he had won. And to be able to mock what happened. He went to kill people, among them that girl. Who gave him a rose for showing his bravery. But before the worst happens, Naruto stands up. In front of the bastard who doesn't care what he sees. The second round begins, he can barely move. Bursting with cosmos and the last thing he can give. He believed it wouldn't do anything to him, but he failed. And confident he didn't notice. But there was a bloody rose in his heart. That if it turns red it's already over. If he gave his life protecting everything he held dear. In his mind he knows well that he carried everything with honor. Elbafica of Pisces called a beautiful flower. That by giving her life it withered in the end. Off screen. So. Did you want to kill a girl? Percy. And the innocents. Hestia. Poor people. Artemis. I knew my son wasn't dead. Seeing Naruto and Minos' battle, they were stunned, but hearing Shion's brief words, "Are you using all your blood?" made many people's hearts freeze. Hades. What are those bloody roses doing? Hestia. Bloody roses are white roses that pierce the heart and turn red with blood. If they stop being white, the enemy will die, but that one is different. Hephaestus. Different. Demeter. It's her blood, right? Hestia. Yes. Dionysius. He covered the guy with his blood and made him take his poison into his body. Pastor. That's it. Pollux. Ingenious. Ares. In the end a valuable warrior, why aren't mine like that, he praised and complained. Athena. Because I'm better than you? She would say arrogantly, to become a predator maybe I should reward him. Artemis. Oh no, sister, I won't let you approach with the same look that father uses with mortals. Apollo. That sacrifice was very beautiful, nephew, I hope that wherever you go, you have a good time. On screen. Anger to overcome head-on. Will not allow itself to give in. Fear does not let them see what it always wanted to protect. Something so beautiful and so cruel. That kills without understanding. Does not care about dying and they will see it standing. The screen turns off. Annabeth. That was beautiful. Malcolm. Despite dying, he died fighting. Artemis. He's just as stubborn as I am. Apollo. That's inherited, sister. Leto. It's very true. So. But in a good way. Zeus. My grandson, he would say proudly, I hope wherever you land you are happy at least once on your journey. The bandage professor. The room was in a deep silence while several showed their respects to Naruto, while Artemis, despite being mentally prepared to see him die, found it difficult to accept it, like any good mother who loves her children. Dionysius. Well, he would say while drinking wine, this drink is for my favorite nephew, he would say while taking a long drink. Apollo. These hakes are for you, nephew, fool is he who doesn't understand a legend tells that a gypsy ninja conjured the moon. The whole room. Shut up, Apollo. Apollo. There is no respect anymore, he would say, pouting like a child. Athena. Does anyone have a note? Persephone. I am, and surprisingly I am reading it, but I can't. Hera. Let's see, she would say to take the note and read it, oh wow, I can do it. Zeus. Please read it, my dear, he would say in a soft tone. Hera. Well, she would say to clear her throat, in this world Naruto is known as the strongest shaman. Annabeth. Shaman. Like some sorcerer or something. Hera. Is the last survivor of the Goho clan, bearer of the 6 eyes and an unlimited curse technique. Athena. This is progress. Hera. He is one of the 4 special class shamans and was a teacher at the Tokyo Metropolitan Magic School. Annabeth. I want to learn something new. Malcolm. You're not the only one. Athena. I would like to know what he knows, she would say, blushing. Artemis. Stay away from my baby. Cradle snatcher. So. No one is worthy of my little brother. Apollo. That's my nephew, a real heartbreaker. Hermes. If you know that your daughters and mine see it with the eyes of a heart. Apollo. Meh, he's my grandson, being his father-in-law would be an achievement for me. Alia. It's interesting, she would say with a blush. Zeus. Oh, and now what do you think? He asked himself in a whisper. On one hand, he wanted to kill his grandson for sleeping with his youngest daughter, but on the other, he felt enormous pride. Hera. Oh wow, she would say while reading. Hestia. What does it say? Hera. From the day of her birth, there was a balance of power between humanity and the curses, then I will say that they are Athena, she said, silencing the unasked question. The fall of her clan, and therefore, her death, would mean losing said balance, causing a large-scale war that would be difficult for humanity to win. Percy. What are curses? Hera. Cursed spirits, also known as curses or curses, are a species of spiritual beings born from cursed energy, a product of the intense emotions manifested by human beings. They are spirits with supernatural abilities that exist to destroy humanity. Will. They would definitely be useful to Luke, he would say. Annabeth. Hey. She would say, annoyed, trying to defend Luke. Lee. Oh come on Annabeth, he betrayed us. Annabeth. But Kronos is the one who confuses him. Pastor. To refuse to accept this is foolish. Alux. Without a doubt. Malcolm. What is cursed energy? Hera. A type of energy found in almost all humans. This energy is used by sorcerers to achieve various abilities and is what makes up the bodies of entities known as curses. It is also the only known power that can harm them. Ares. My nephew is determined and strong. Clarice. Without a doubt. Mark. That's great. Sherman. We'll invite you to cabin 5. Raina. I would invite him to the Legion, but he wouldn't adapt, but miracles can be done. Break. Author. Yes, of course, then you will see that Naruto is more Eastern than Western like the Greeks or Romans. Play. Hades. Okay, now what? Nico. I want to hear the rap. Bianca. Well me too. At that the screen would turn on. On screen. When you face the sorcerer, he will surely have no mercy. The mastery of a warrior who overflows with skill. Simply the best of a generation. His talent has even been considered a blessing. He demonstrates his courage, arrogance and conviction. Crushing every curse without mercy. Off screen. Ares. That's it. Cheer. Artemis. As expected of my son. Athena. A prodigy. Demeter. She's also hexy. Aphrodite. And too violable, I would say madly. Michelle. You know, mom is crazy. Hyper. You just realized. Jason. It's amazing. Alia. And that Redeed looks too hexy. Oh. You'll see how arrogant he is, she said, taking out the correction rod. The rookie hunters paled, Zoe with the punishment rod was very severe when they became arrogant and the lieutenant healed them with blows. On screen. The sorcerer who reduces you to 0. Induces severe fear among his enemies. Renowned for his exhaustive power. That will leave you dejected and give you punishment. No. They wanted to kill him by surprise. And no. Jogo was the prey of his infinity. Then with skill he tore off his head. Leaving him defeated. You can't even touch him, admit you're no match. For this sorcerer when he activates his ritual. Sweeping away the presence of evil without problems. Be careful with Satoru because everything can get out of control. Off screen. Zeus. He would say upon seeing the power of his grandson, no, don't be so thoughtful, your grandson wouldn't take your throne, he would think while, by inertia, paranoia ran through his being. Percy. Incredible, I would say surprised, he seemed like a good guy. Sally. How come they tried to kill him when he was a child? She would say alarmed. Hestia. It can't be. Seeing Naruto leave with some beings who protected him while they saw the bodies of his clan. Clarice. I would like him as a boyfriend, I hope he doesn't have a girlfriend. Ares. Hahaha, I want him as a son-in-law. Artemis. Why do you say that? Ares. Think about it, shinobi, shaman, and warrior of who knows how many skills, your son is by far the strongest demigod ever born, even surpassing that stupid Tonsules. Annabeth, Selena, Piper, and several daughters of Demeter, Hermes and Apollo, were blushing, that face, those sky blue eyes, the clear skin, and her childish and carefree character, were driving them crazy. So. Mental note, make a plan to see who is worthy of him, she thought determinedly, it didn't bother her that her brother had a partner or partners, she just wanted nieces to spoil and be on the hunt. Athena. How come they can't touch it? Hera. The note says that he developed a technique called Infinity, it is the neutral form of the unlimited curse technique, the technique is known for the ability to stop, although that is a common misconception among those who are unfamiliar with it. The true power of this technique is that it slows things down. When an opponent or object tries to hit the user, they actually hit the infinity that is between them and the user. Not only can the user slow down moving objects, but they can also create spaces with a gravitational pull and distort them to their liking. They can also teleport, but this can only be done under certain conditions. Annabeth. It's amazing. Tyron. No doubt. The Inicio. You say that because you might be retiring. Jiren. No, but he would help me a lot and he also seems to have experience in training children. On screen. When you face the sorcerer, he will surely have no mercy. The mastery of a warrior that overflows with skill. He can take on the entire world, he will become your storm. His eyes can see your fear and you will not escape. If he uncovers his eyes you have no way out. He will surely only end your life. He gives off confidence and yours is lost. Because his cursed energy sweeps like a stampede. Within its domain it traps you and you know you can't escape it. Attacks you and draws on its strength with which it easily appeases you. It stands out and while it overshadows you, its fists are like stakes. But it drives in and thus maniacally crushes your being. The limits of his abilities are unknown. He skillfully combines all his skills. If he gets out of control, he doesn't hold back, he loses all compass. Destroying the battlefield using purple. Off screen. Apollo. That chorus is extremely cool. Lee. Without a doubt. Pela. That's right. Austin. They already said it. Will. That's amazing. Ares. That. Hephaestus. I wonder about your domain. I would say interested in answering it. Leo. Eos was great, but take away the hacks. Seeing purple, everyone fell silent while Artemis broke into a radiant smile that would make Alice's laughing cat look small. Zeus. It's definitive, he's the most broken demigod. Jiren. Honestly, I don't want him as an enemy. On screen. Healing his wounds with inversion. 6 eyes that he uses with precision. Ravaging everything, you will only see death. If you dare to face the strongest sorcerer. When you face the sorcerer, he will surely have no mercy. The mastery of a warrior that overflows with skill. He can take on the entire world, he will become your storm. His eyes can see your fear and you will not escape. The power that no one has can measure. Even Sukuna could bite the canvas. When he expands his domain he detonates. An energy that impresses anyone. Doho Satoru, this is a man of gold. Lethal as a meteor, he will have no mercy. He will leave all curses without options. Who will pay if they oppose his ability? When you face the sorcerer, he will surely have no mercy. The mastery of a warrior that overflows with skill. He can take on the entire world, your storm will return. His eyes can see your fear and you will not escape. The screen turns off. Jason. There's something that doesn't add up, what are the 6 eyes? It's not the first time they've mentioned it. Hera. Well, the 6 eyes is an ability passed down only among members of the Goho clan and allows for the proper functioning of the unlimited curse technique, seeing cursed energy in extremely insane detail. Leo. I keep saying. It needs nerfing. Annabeth. Who is Sukuna? Hera. It can't be reading with great impression the details of that Sukuna. Poseidon. Sister. Hera. Sukuna was a demon with human appearance that existed about 1000 years ago. The sorcerers, by perfecting their skills, were able to defeat him. After his death, they were unable to destroy his body, and he passed on generations in the form of cursed objects, represented in a total of 20 fingers, keeping his power, soul and consciousness in them. He is the strongest being, and your son is the one who recognizes him as such looking at Artemis. Hermes. That means that. Travis. They probably clashed. Honor. Their fight must be incredible. At that the screen lights up. The screen turns off. Everyone was in shock, the fight was abysmal, but when they saw the result, they were terrified. The difference with Sukuna was abysmal, and Artemis fainted from the shock when her son was split in half by him. No one could even say anything, they were scared, even Ares, disgusted and wanted to cry without knowing what to do. Rank S. The room was still in a deep silence, Zoe was slowly breaking down, she really wanted to have Naruto by her side and guide him like an older sister, but with each sight, with each death in battle, her sanity was going down the drain. Artemis, when she recovered, began to cry, hugged by her father, while Apollo comforted Leto as much as he could. Percy. Sensei, he would whisper. Nico. Sensei, don't murmur anymore, please, he would say quietly. Bianca. Nico would think, hugging the child. Zeus. My grandson is brave and even suicidal, I'm proud of him, he's better than Heracles, he said, convinced. Hera. I know, he's the best demigod ever born. Apollo. Hey, he would say, drawing everyone's attention the more I left a note. Hades. Leela. Poseidon. Leela Sabrino. Apollo. He says we'll see some really strong guys who are even capable of surpassing us. Ares. I would believe it about my nephew, but about others. Artemis remained silent as numerous memories of some counterpart of hers came to mind, as well as Nico, Percy, Zoe and other kids from the Hermes and Apollo cabin. Will. Well, let's hope they can back that up. Hermes. Yes. At that the screen turns on while a melody is heard. On screen. Mikey. I begin. But strong kicks they go straight towards they go. The word of the leader is obeyed. They will not question me. If I go with it they take it everyone fears me. Since we can show them what it means to be the strongest. Never a group of cowards. Oh go they will. Be the pride of their gang. Yes with one hit. I will knock them down and leave them on their knees. If that works. Then if you see. Pre-hit festival. Never challenge the strongest. Especially if he is invincible. Off screen. Lee. Isn't that the boy Naruto followed as his second in command? Hestia. Yes she would say frowning she didn't like gangs. Zeus. It is true the leader's word is obeyed he would say something arrogant looking at the rest. Ares. Those are good kicks. Sherman. No doubt. Clarice. I would like to fight him. Mark. There are several of us, sister she would say with the entire Ares cabin nodding. Artemis. Well, I can respect Alabama Toman she said smiling. It's the group in which her son governs, so she certainly won't tolerate them committing piggish actions. Apollo. That's my nephew. Hermes. Nobody is a group of cowards. Travis. Yes. Connor. Cheer up cousin. Watching Mickey's fights, Ares whistled in surprise. It was clear that the boy had the interest of the god of war. On screen. All Might. Smash. They face number 1. All Might. No one can beat me. Alright. I don't want. The show offer be tough. But are you aware? That villain no one could. Maybe my body is weakened. And I don't have the strength to fight anymore showing off all thin and scrawny. But my flame has not gone out. So I will use my United States of Smash. Off screen. Apollo. His bucking mother. Let's say Apollo language. Athena. She is amazing, the symbol of peace and the number 1 hero, your child's teacher with hardness. Percy. It's amazing I would say as a superhero fan like all demigods. Chiron. That wound he would say upon seeing All Might's skinny form. Apollo. Also. Chiron. That's a hero, despite the wounds you have to keep fighting, I hope you get it. Pampers. Yes. Queen. It's admirable. Jason. No doubt about it. Octavian. Oh come on, he's a super muscular guy, it's no big deal. Ares. United States of Smash. Athena. Only a muscle brain would come up with that name. Zeus. Yes he would say nervously, since he gave worse names to his attacks. On screen. Levi Ackerman. Because life taught me that all the weak always die. I learned to make my own luck. Become strong. Face. Whoever I face them. There is no titan that fears me. And I know that Zeke trembles when Levi appears. Give up your dreams and die. Winning this war is worth much more than your life. I am not a soldier. I am a man willing to find the way out. Even if I have to kill my people I will do it, don't compare your strength with mine anymore. Off screen. Seeing Levi's life, many felt pity, but Ares and his children nodded at those words, feeling great respect for the Ackerman, but upon hearing the word Titan and seeing them, the blood of the gods and campers froze. They were truly to be feared. Zeus. They'll attack us. He would say, entering paranoid mode. Hera. Calm down, will you? Look, those humans are fighting against them, and that Ackerman guy is turning them into mush. Ares. That kills the giants. Clarice. Blood. Mark. Mazalos. Percy. Am I the only one who feels that with Naruto as a teacher we will end up doing that? Many campers. No. Jason. I feel a little scared he would say feeling cold on the back of his neck, in truth many campers do not know the training they will suffer at the hands of Naruto. Athena. Well, I would say in agreement, sacrifices often have to be made in wars, often with your own troops. Octavian. If the good of Rome is maintained, the necessary lives will be sacrificed he would say with conviction. On screen. Skener. It is Eskener. Who has the decision. Even if you are right. You will ask for my forgiveness it doesn't matter religion. Praise to me even your God. With me there is no salvation. To an enemy I give destruction. When you see my eyes you will only see one sun. When you hear my voice this lion roars. Off screen. Apollo. He would say feeling how that guy uses the sun. Zeus. He is somewhat arrogant. The gods. How come even we pray to them? Chiron. Perhaps because his power backs him up. Percy. He has muscles even in places he didn't know existed. Aphrodite. Fufu is a big daddy. Drew. His face seems to need a woman who understands and compensates him. Artemis and Zo. Bores. On screen. Madara. Look me in the eyes and tell me that you will find death before Madara. An entire army and they can't match each other. Look to the sky. His confidence will end up fighting at 200%. My only rival is dead I show. My perfect Susanoo. On their faces I see the fear, so face me, I'll beat you up. I am that god. Madara Ichigo. Off screen. Artemis, Percy, Apollo, Nicuchio. Ichigo, as they would say in a serious tone. Everyone. Do you know them? Apollo. I don't know, but only the one who says it was born. In the pure world of Naruto. Kurama. I feel proud of something. Hashirama. Maybe it's because of my brother. Kurama. When you stop being friends with Madara. Hashirama. But Madi is a good guy, Toby. Kurama. You're hopeless, brother, he would say, withdrawing. In the room. Annabeth. She's from the ninja world. Miranda. Her eyes are scary. Katie. Although it looks like she has conjunctivitis. Connor and Travis. Ha 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 ha. Malcolm. Although his power backs up his words, he would say, seeing Madara's grape of the Shinobi Alliance. Athena. Perfect Susanoo. Perhaps. She would say speechlessly upon seeing the spectral being. Poseidon. Well, he backs up his words enough to claim to be a god, so I won't say anything. Ares. So, that's the fate of the strong. To be left without rivals. On screen. It makes you want to eat. And today's menu. A delicious nen. Add great flavor. Here I dictate my law. Here your god is me, I am not only a king. Also a hunter. Who says an ant is weak. Only makes me sorry. A bear. They have them for dinner. Dozens from being nobody they pass someone with effort. I never wanted to see that in humans. But even you could see it. Off screen. The Inicio. Oh well, he would say, throwing the wine, either I drank too much or we are seeing something strange, deformed, humanoid, and with traces of a monster. Athena. No, Dionysus, we are seeing the same thing. Malcolm. Mother, in a note he would say, showing it says that Merim, that's his name, is the most powerful descendant of the Queen Chimera Ant and the King of the Chimera Ants. Athena. Well, what are those Chimera Ants? Annabeth. Chimera ants are extremely dangerous insects that come from the outside world and must always be quarantined. They're also known as gourmet ants because they have voracious appetites and can consume several times their own weight in a single day, I'd say, reading her note. Zeus. Well, my head hurts from that, so I won't ask what nen is, and Athena, what you have for today is enough. Athena only made a pout that she couldn't even buy for her father, although she tempted him. On screen. Gilgamesh. The gates of Babylon are opened, I drink in his memory. Kings or dishonor. Scum. As if I had a sacred treasure. Only the chest is one of mine personified. What? What does it matter? I should not wait if I don't even know how he can reign. Enkidu in Blade Works. Heavens feel heaven no. The King of Kings will obtain the Grail. Off screen. Upon hearing the gates of Babylon, all the gods made a face of surprise. They perfectly remembered that demigod of Sumeria before that pantheon was eliminated by the same demigod, someone as powerful as him that even the Greeks had respect. Ares. You know it's a surprise that the Sumerian is there, although his power supports him. Percy. Why? Poseidon. He single-handedly wiped out his pantheon. Sally. And that would be why. Zeus. The short version, he rejected his goddess of love because she wanted him as a toy like Aphrodite, but unlike her, the Sumerian goddess is a daddy's girl who went to cry to the Sumerian king of the gods, who sent everything against him and sentenced his pantheon to disappear. Apollo. Gilgamesh is not someone we should take lightly, but he well deserves his place as one of the strongest. Artemis. Perhaps the previous gods would not defeat them. Hermes. But he did, and he did it. That left them frozen, feeling fear and respect of the Sumerian demigod. Upon hearing the Grail, the gods frowned, as they don't have a very good relationship with the biblical ones, especially since Tumos did nothing but their paperwork and ignored the renegade demons who caused problems. Although Hades didn't blame them since paperwork was a formidable enemy, it was no excuse for those leaders not to do their job. Only Mao Beelzebub for a long time was the one who did his job, no matter which demon held that title. Mao Leviathan, the only female Mao, was always occupied by female demons with many rare fetishes who neglected their work, and the latter knew that the current Lucifer was a first-class Iskin and someone who used to attend to and give everything on a golden platter to his sister. Percy. Why I think Naruto has to do with the Grail. Annabeth. Now that you mention it, it's true. Hephaestus. They'll solve it later, he would say, looking all interested. On screen. His shot. After so many years. I was able to understand the past of feeding so many humans. I am the strongest vampire and his ruler is the most dangerous of all. Of all the eccentricities. Hundreds of skills. Zero weaknesses. And my hands are the deaths of so many people, right? But in the end, they are just food. Off screen. Many male gods blushed as well as demigods, but many of those who always went on missions like Percy felt that this woman was hiding something. Artemis. Oh great, she had to be a vampire, she would say annoyed. Apollo. I hate vampires, they're too bloodthirsty. Ares. I don't blame them, you have to eat something, right? Annabeth. I think if they were here we would kill them like monsters, she would say with a frown. Aelia. I think there was. Athena. There were, but when Olympus moved to America, they decided to stay in the old world. They don't hunt demigods, on the contrary, they enslave them, or at least one of the clans, the others are unknown, since they are very secretive. Leo. Well, at least they won't leave me like a deflated flotsam. Charles. I agree. Selena. Same, although it doesn't take away from her beauty. On screen. Naruto Goho. An infinite that can. With every curse. Because as a teacher today I bring you a lesson. The strongest decides. In the fight that happens. Between you and me there is an infinite. That. Absolutely surpasses everything. Because it is everything you see. Even if I put together every colored point you don't believe it. Because by inverting the purple. I diffuse it. Showing everyone. That I am the strongest in the world. Off screen. Seeing a familiar face, everyone got excited. Zeus. That's my grandson. Always putting Olympus at the top. Artemis. That's my baby, mommy is proud, Naruto-chan. Jiren. He is a good teacher if he brings lessons, he would say nervously. Apollo. Not bad, nephew. Nico and Percy. That's it, sensei. They shouted, earning everyone's surprise. Grover. Percy, are you okay? Bianca. Nico. Are you okay? Nico. Yes, sister. Percy. Calm down, G-man. Many felt chills when seeing purple, while Ares praised it as a really good technique. Aphrodite. I think I came. Selena and Piper. How disgusting, the Greens would say. Artemis. What a bitch. Mitchell. I don't know her. On screen. Accelerator. Accelerate. 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 Third attempt they. Can't stop me, I am suffering. Hope. Level 5. ILL extinguish. Anyone and I don't even apply. Vectors with you. Do I explain myself? Or should I continue? Are you dead or alive? It will matters as soon as. Infinity repeals entirely. Off screen. Hephaestus. He's fast. Hermes. What do I see as a rival? Travis. Isn't he our brother? Connor. I wish it would be fun to joke around with him. Jiren. Please no. Chris. Sounds interesting. Dionisio. He's a little crazy, but it's not a problem. On screen. The Bald Star. Known by all these listeners. The strongest am I. The champion with whom Saitama wins with one fist, there is nothing. His is not fun. Shut up. If your dad enters the track from the flow. With speed. More than Sonic. On the beat. I show beyond. My ability to dodge. Cut and win. That appearances are deceiving. I'm already bored. The fighting. With simple defensive warriors. But it is my damage. To be the strongest in the entire district. Off screen. Will. Wow. Lee. He's a bald man. Apollo. It has a nice shine up there, I like that shine. Ares. What a boring life you must live, without rivals or anyone to fight with, he would say with sadness. Percy. I hope Naruto didn't see it. Annabeth. In the notes, it said she never went to that world. Nico. Thank goodness. Will. Why do you say that? Jason. Same question. Percy. What if he were our teacher? Think about it, the more he learns, the more he'll demand of us. Malcolm. He has a point. On screen. Yujiro Hama. Per Hama. There's no one. You can check it out. I am the apocalypse. Of the sea, the beast came out. First from the top, if I go full top, he destroyed the top 10. Being only one man. The devil arrived. And his prayers are not worthless. Ranks do not exist. If Yujiro arrives. I mention my children. Except a rival. Who is not in condition. Screen turns off. Mark. His bucking mother. Hestia. Language. Clarice. She has muscles even in her muscles. Percy. His back. Will. Perhaps. Nico. He has the face of a demon, I would say, surprised. Poseidon. Did he just, he would say, frowning, stop an earthquake with a punch. Zeus. Wow, how cool, he would say without being able to speak. Artemis. It's just a pig. Oh. I hope we can catch him. Leto. What kind of monster does that to his children? He would say when watching the fight against Baki. Hera. He doesn't deserve to be a father. Hestia. I think even the crooked one is a better father than him. Hades. Aid us. Demeter. but it's a good point. After that display, everyone felt hungry, surprisingly the gods too, but with a sound, a bar with numerous cogmans were ready to serve them with food and drinks while the bathroom was opened. The immortal bandit. Everyone was in the living room enjoying the food on the buffet while they drank something and talked about what was happening. Zoe looked sadly at her hunting friend, who was in a straitjacket, given that this hatred for the male hex had consumed her. It was something obvious that would happen to all of them, but it seems that if their lady has a child and a male at least, they would understand that not everyone is the same. Apollo. Well, what will we see now? He would say, taking a sip. The Inicio. I don't know, although he would say looking at his wine bottles in a cellar next to him, I'm afraid for them. Athena. I have the impression that Artemis will want to take you away from him. The Inicio. Oh come on, I'm a great guy, right? Hermes' cabin. Well. Apollo's cabin. Well. Athena's cabin. Ares' cabin. For us yes. Hephaestus' cabin. Well we wouldn't know what to say. The Inicio. You know hitting me would hurt less, you ungrateful brats. Pollux. Calm down now, Dad. Pastor. I'm sure they're upset about your cool nicknames. I try to cheer him up. The Inicio. Well, at least I see you guys, he would say, changing his mood. Zeus. By the way, what will we see now? Malcolm. Lord Zeus, I have a note. Hera. Read it, she demanded. Malcolm. In this world where Naruto fell, he didn't have the best childhood, his parents sold him to be a slave, his little sister died of an illness, and he endured many things, including seeing his beloved die in front of him. Mitchell. Oh shit, that's too much. Malcolm. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Hestia. Is there anything else? Artemis. Does my baby have a girlfriend? No, she's not very young, no, she thought, shaking her head, maybe she should do the same as with her hunters, although she was tempted to see numerous boys and girls with her characteristics surrounding her and calling her grandmother. So? Let's see if she's worthy. I'd say seriously, she can accept that her little brother is with someone, now she won't allow him to suffer for love. Aphrodite. Kukuku, how interesting, she would say with an evil gleam, it seems that being called an old witch affected her. Poseidon. Does he say anything else? Malcolm. Yes, in that world there are several races, such as fairies, giants, demons, goddesses, who are like archangels, humans, vampires, and others. On screen. He traveled alone carrying the coldness. Between his eyes, a bolt that locked away kindness. Without knowing love, perhaps he was afraid of a betrayal that would cause him deep pain. And so his steps took him to the forest of the Fairy King. Where that mythical sacred fountain was located. That gave immortality to whoever drank its water. Off-screen. Aphrodite. Oh my god, she would say, blushing. Athena. He's too handsome. Demeter. It's beautiful. Artemis. Stay away from my baby, cradle robber. She would say in an overprotective mood. Hestia. Stay away from my grandson, you bores. Hera. Get lost, bunch of prostitutes, she would say, annoyed, and with a blush, she wouldn't admit that Naruto was hexy, but from what she sees, the boy has his beloved. Zeus. Not a bad grandson, as handsome as his grandfather. Apollo. That's my nephew. The demigoddesses were steaming out of their ears while blushing. Nico. Sister. Bianca. I'm fine, she would say, blushing. Hades. Fountain of youth, he would say, surprised to see that starting to frown immortality. Percy. I didn't know that existed. Rover. I don't care less, but your place is too pure, so much nature, he would say dreamily when seeing the Fairy King's forest. Malcolm. In my notes, it says it's the Fairy King's forest. And it's protected by the sacred tree, being one of the children of the Chaos Mother of that world, along with the Supreme Deity and the Demon King. Athena. She's basically a god, fascinating. Demeter. Supreme Deity. Zeus. Demon King. I'd say paranoid. Hades. They stole Serzich's Siskin's position, ha 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 ha. The gods laughed a little at hearing about this guy, it didn't bother them since they ruled the East, Odd in the Scandinavian lands and the Olympians the West, a fair deal according to them. On screen. But she was guarded by a fairy who threw Naruto 1,000 times through the air, he didn't let anyone get even a little close to that coveted valley. And between so many attempts, hundreds of confrontations. An incredible feeling was born between them. Because in the lives of both of them loneliness was customary. There was no light to shine in the darkness. And they were able to share the pain in their souls. Complement each other with love and find calm. Together they discovered the happiness they didn't have. And they broke with the abandonment in which they lived. Off-screen. Upon seeing the Guardian, the Ares cabin began to mock her, except for Ares himself and Claris, since if she was the Guardian, even if she was a girl, she must be stronger, deceiving the eyes like Hestia did. Apollo. Wow. Hermes. That's persevering. If he's a bandit he would say, making Artemis frown. It took a lot, it would have taken me less than one and my children maybe 2 or 3. Travis. That's right, Dad. Connor. No doubt about it. Austin. Although. Lee. Yes, they are starting to form something. Aphrodite's cabin. Kai I love. Aphrodite. Hahaha, it will be nice to destroy his love, she would say in whispers being heard by Hera. Hera. Not on my watch, damn bore, she thought. Artemis. He and that girl. She would say, not very convinced. So. I don't know why but she. Percy. Seems to be more than just a girl. Malcolm. And she's not a little girl, she's a fairy over 1,000 years old. Zo and Artemis. Pedophile. They would say, preparing to hunt fairies. Apollo. What a cool Oli. Zeus. I feel so proud. Sally. The important thing is love, right? Percy. Yes, heterohex will love. Note. Get that reference although for yaoi lovers and those who read me, maybe with Menma I'll give you a gift, except that Percy will be with another girl and Annabeth will not be Percy's partner to break the canon. A gift so you understand that I listen to readers' requests. Hades. So she and he shared those days and forgot their loneliness. He would say, surprised. Poseidon. Not bad, kiddo. Inicio. That's my nephew. Malcolm. Well, starting to detail what happened with King and Elaine and then with Naruto in his childhood, showing a photo of him. Artemis. Remind me to hunt down those pigs for abandoning my son and letting my stepdaughter die. So. Noted, and with Elaine's brother she would say with a frown, she still hasn't accepted the fairy as her sister-in-law. Artemis. I can't judge anyone with amnesia problems, it's something foreign to you. On screen. But a demon attacked. And their peace dissolved. Mortally wounding them without compassion. Agonizing, Elaine drank from the fountain's water. And gave Naruto eternal life with a kiss. Thus, he defeated the demon, but sadly. His beloved would die sadly in his arms. Off-screen. Aphrodite. I love tragedy, she would say, crying falsely. Sally. Nobody deserves that, she would say dryly and sadly for the boy. Percy. Sensei, he whispered helplessly, for him Naruto was someone admirable. Nico. Sensei, he would say, feeling respect for Percy. Ares. That's my nephew, he would say, crying man's tears. Hades. Let's play who gets to hell faster, boy, you've earned my respect. Artemis. So this is how your beloved son died, you wanted to save her so she would be immortal, but. So. She gave it to you, she would say, feeling respect for the fairy. She finally accepted that fairy as a partner, although seeing it, maybe they couldn't make their love come true. Will. Cousin, he would say sadly. On screen. No. I don't know what happened. Why did life take away from him? His only love causing him great pain. No. He can no longer erase that sin that hurts him. An immortal bandit who was the victim of his own greed. Off screen. Hearing the chorus everyone felt moved, although Dionysius paid attention to a scene and began to sweat cold, that was sake, it was alcohol, he felt proud. Artemis. Dionysus would say, shooting an arrow at his cellar, breaking 4 bottles. Dionysius. No, please, not that, hit me, but don't do anything to the wine. So. He even gave it to his beloved, but that was it. Apollo. I think it was sake, that is, rice wine. Chris. They get along well. Clarice. And who wouldn't with a redeemed hunky super hexy guy. On screen. He was blamed for killing the one he loved and locked up. Punished with brutality, but it was his sin. That caused a great wound that tore at his insides. But no reason to live in this colorless world. But one day someone mysterious would appear. With whom he would face, and seeing how powerful. The subject was, he would join his squad in order. To find some reason to exist. And so it became a deadly sin that caused fear. Being an immortal bandit. Off screen. Artemis and Zo. What do you mean, accused? Malcolm. The note says that he was accused of killing the saint and drinking the water of youth to satisfy his greed. He was sentenced to death, but. Hades. What he must have suffered until, well, being immortal, he got used to the pain. Artemis. You'll see those damn things. Percy. Joined a team. Nico. Naruto, the fox of greed of the 7 deadly sins. Grover. I must say that nickname sounds kind of cool. Malcolm. He's not the only one. So. What are they? Malcolm. Naruto the bandit, Naruto the immortal, Naruto the living dead, Foxin, Naruto the fox, and the one said by his best friend Bayan. Percy. Why Bon? On screen. Off screen. Seeing the idiotic greetings made many people laugh or even sweat drop in I'm style. Ares. Now that's a friendship. Artemis. I don't like it. Annabeth. They threw away a prison, she would say, surprised. Athena. That's what it looks like. Athena's cabin and herself were in shock, given that that prison was a good piece of architecture and they threw it in a game of arm wrestling. Percy. I don't know but. Nico. I want to do it too. Jason. I think I do too. Queen. Don't even believe it. Frank. That sounds fun. Hazel. Don't even believe it. Poseidon, Zeus, Apollo and Hermes were whistling, maybe it's a good idea. Ares. Maybe I'll do it with Thor, he would say smiling. On screen. There was no rival who could defeat him. Because even if his body is destroyed, it regenerates. And despite his selfishness, he created bonds of friendship. With his comrades and his admirable captain. Finding a place where he was accepted. Marked like the fox, and greed is his sin. No. I don't know what happened. Why did life take away from him? Is only love causing him great pain? No. He can no longer erase that sin that hurts him. An immortal bandit who was the victim of his own greed. He always dreams of seeing her again and hugging her. He will find a way to resurrect her. To kiss her once more and not let her go. And live all eternity watching her smile. Because in his heart love is immortal. X4. Screen turns off. Hades. That's a good immortality and it gives me a lot of paperwork. Thanatos. My lord Hades already said it. Artemis. Why a fox? I wanted a wolf like me, she would say, jealous that her son didn't like foxes. Percy. I keep saying, it's amazing. Malcolm. I believe it, and he also says his power is called rapture, he can steal anything, whether it's energy or physical objects. Hermes. Why isn't he my son? He complained like a little boy. Upon hearing the last part, many felt respect and the hunters began to accept their lady's son a little more. They wouldn't admit that, they wouldn't be as open as Bianca. But then how did he die? Malcolm. He says he died fighting the supreme deity after the demon king was killed. Those words surprised everyone. The note says that the demon king is not as good a guy as people think since he uses his children as vessels and using Naruto's best friend, Meliodas, Naruto had no problem fighting him hand to hand. On screen. Off screen. Ares. If no one says it, I'll say it myself. That's having balls. Artemis. How come she's not immortal anymore? Malcolm. He says that the demon king, he would say, reading a note, made his eldest son, Meliodas, lose his emotions and become an empty shell, without a soul, sending her to purgatory. Naruto being immortal went for her, and since a minute in the real world is a year in purgatory, Naruto, given his immortality, adapted to it, and when they managed to get out, Naruto discovered how to give that immortality to revive someone, resurrecting his beloved. Many were moved by this action, while Zoe stated that her little brother should be a beacon for men to follow. Hades. I'd be offended by that paperwork, but it's not my underworld. Malcolm. After that, the supreme deity, furious to avoid his plans for eternal war with the demon king, attempted an attack since he saw even his own race members as pawns, so he sent attacks everywhere. And then. Malcolm. When he attacked one of the kingdoms where the 7 deadly sins were, Naruto got in the middle of an attack directed towards his companions, dying in the process, he would say, finishing reading the note. Jiren. Despite everything, he would say with a sad smile, despite all the efforts, you could never be happy. That's not true, a voice would say in the middle of everyone while a light appeared, showing a loli with yellow wings. She was happy with her loved ones, and if she had to sacrifice herself she would do it again. All. Elaine. Sister-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Elaine. It's a pleasure and you don't have to worry, Lady Chaos told me everything, so it's a pleasure to meet you, especially you, mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. Artemis. It's a pleasure, she would say with a forced smile. Apollo. Wow, she's cold knowing she's a mother-in-law, he would say smiling. Aphrodite. Kukukuku, I will destroy his love, he. Samurai. Everyone was chatting animatedly with Elaine, especially Zoe and Artemis, who were eager to know everything about Naruto, what he was like as a couple, and how he treated other women. Needless to say, they shot arrows at Dionysus's wine cellar, destroying several bottles, while he moved it to a bunker for safekeeping, earning the god of wine tears, along with laughter at his treatment of Jericho. The others were talking animatedly while Zeus and Apollo tried to see what to give their grandson-nephew for getting a legal loli, although they would feel proud if he managed to form a harem, and they would celebrate it, but they knew Artemis, and they would know that she would not allow it, or maybe she would, if the girls were in love with her son, nobody knew. Percy. This is great, if he's going to be our teacher, he'll teach us a lot. Nico. Although it will make us suffer. Jason. It's a fair price to pay, don't you think? Octavian. Don't even dream about it, it's too high, Rome won't pay it. Queen. And what will you do if I authorize it, Octavian, she would say in a challenge. Jiren. Please, we're calm, let's not start a fight. Ares' cabin. Ow, they would say with weapons in hand. Ares. Well, I'm intrigued to know what we'll see now, he would say, interested. Poseidon. I have a note, he would say, raising his hand. Athena. Give it to me so I can read it. Poseidon. What are you implying, owl brain? Do you think I can't read? Athena. If your brain has salt water, it's clear you can't read, she would say mockingly. Poseidon. Whatever. Hestia. Brother, she would say in a sweet tone of voice, shaking many in the room, could you please read, and your niece, she would say, freezing her blood. Silence. Poseidon. Well, I'd say nervous. It says here that Naruto was left in Japan during the American Civil War. Ares. In Japan. Athena. What's up? Apollo. Oh, at that time there were still samurais. Octavian. That means that, I would say fearfully, if he was Oriental, it would be impossible for him to adhere to Western fighting styles. Chiron. Anything else, Lord Poseidon? Poseidon. Oh yes, he says he was left as a baby by the Morai at the door of a samurai, becoming the son of the feudal and last samurai Katsumoto Moritsugu, who raised him as his own son after losing his firstborn and named him Nobutada. Zeus. What abilities does he have? Poseidon. He is a fierce archer, dual swordsman, and a young samurai who speaks his native language, Japanese, along with English. Travis. And most of us have trouble with English. Connor. Yes. Will. Well, maybe he wasn't born with dyslexia. Malcolm. It's a possibility. Dyslexia and ADHD are problems that it's rare for demigods not to have, but there are cases. Hazel. It's true, Frank doesn't have ADHD. Frank. Yes. Annabeth. Someone else. Leo. Well, I'm not dyslexic and I can still speak English, Latin, Spanish and Greek. Jason. Yes, but with what we have here. Hyper. You're too annoying given your ADHD. Leo. Man, nobody is perfect. Demeter. Does the boy have something else? Oh. I'm glad he's a great archer and fierce. The Hunt nodded somewhat strangely, given that it was obvious that a son of their lady would be good with a bow. Chiron. And it is rare for a samurai to go with two swords, they usually go with naginata, katana and then a chikudo. Sally. The important thing is that he will be an honorable boy. Grover. I wonder what will happen when I get there. Athena. I repeat Demeter's question, what else is there? Poseidon. Well, Naruto, on his father's orders, befriends an American captain, a survivor of the Civil War, who was lost in alcohol, was morally and spiritually tormented by the remorse of the battles against the Native Americans during the expansion to the West and the Battle of Gettysburg, who had been called to participate in a diplomatic mission to Japan to obtain weapons for America in exchange for training an inexperienced army of Japanese recruits and peasants. Accepting because of the excellent salary he received. Since Japan is suspended between the modern of the time and the medieval, it surprises the American captain, led by Emperor Meiji, a young visionary who wants to bring modernity to Japan, influenced by some of his advisors, more interested in personal enrichment than national. Athena. Well, the situation is understandable. Ares. Yes, war. Hestia. Ares. Ares. Yes, and Hestia, war is bad, he would say when called to attention. Zeus. Continue, brother. Poseidon. One of the emperor's former masters and advisor, the samurai Katsumoto Moritsugu, has decided to take up arms against his emperor, or rather, his advisors, against this sudden cultural revolution, which he considers too radical and hasty for the country. Samurai have always served the emperor, dedicating their lives to serving him, and thus become a group of Ronin, and it is here that this inexperienced captain's army must confront them. Hades. Interesting, continued. Poseidon. Captain Algren, as he is called, is ordered to march against the enemies, despite the troops' lack of training and his own opposition to it. Athena. I guess, given their poor preparation, they were surprised and the captain was taken prisoner. Poseidon. Yes, Katsumoto, seeing his bravery, seeing him murder his brother-in-law, and remembering a previous premonitory dream, decides to keep him alive and take him prisoner to the village in the mountains where he lives with his people. His intention was to keep the Westerner there to learn from the one who is his new enemy, at least while the winter and its snows prevent him from leaving the village, and at the same time unravel the meaning of the visionary dream. Algren begins to live with the family of the deceased Hirataro, his wife and his two young children, as well as to learn the language. At first he is rejected by the villagers and samurai when they see him as an enemy, he begins to overcome his problems there and master kendo. Hestia. It's amazing. Mitchell. No doubt. Austin. How? Para. Continue, brother. Poseidon. After several crushing defeats, he succeeds, and the samurai begin to recognize his skill. Little by little, Algren begins to understand these people he considered savages, their motivations and their way of life, and discovers that he has found there the inner peace that allows him to forget his past torment. Furthermore, he discovers that Katsumoto is a cultured, sensitive, open, permeable, and admirable person in principles. Algren begins to adapt to their culture and his opinion changes radically. While he is accepted, the village is attacked by ninjas whom they manage to win. Mark. Those are battles. Claris. Ambush warriors versus honor warriors. Chiron. The good thing is that he takes away numerous experiences from there. Poseidon. With spring comes a letter from the emperor urging Katsumoto to appear before him at the palace. Although he tries to reason with his former student, pressure from his other advisors prevents a change in policy. He would finish reading the note. Zeus. Okay, now what? At that the screen lights up. Captain Algren can be seen leaving very upset after hearing the advisors speak for the emperor and use him as a puppet. Man. Captain Algren, for God's sake, what's going on? The diplomats are arguing non-stop. Councillor Amura has passed laws against the samurai. Algren. Mr. Graham, I need a drink, he would say very seriously and annoyed. Graham. Is it true that Katsumoto will face the emperor face to face this afternoon? And that he realizes a situation. Naruto was in the middle of the street with people avoiding seeing him, wearing a traditional civilian outfit of a samurai, while numerous soldiers loyal to the advisors are surrounding him. Soldier 1. Mue Gravia Q2, Samurai. Dirian Entono Demando JLKJ Dijika Caso no Conases La Orden. Dirian Entono Alto para Asustar la Gente and no intervenor. Graham. What's going on? That's not right. Soldado 1. Hey. Can't you hear me? Chico. No me. Dirian and Naruto immutable. Soldado 2. For a foreigner, this is hilarious. Let's cut this samurai's hair. Let's cut it. This is the end of the line for the extranjeros. Kurtemisl the one who cuts that samurai. Cardamaslo. With a sword and an order that Naruto not lose his hair before the preemptive. Soldier 3. Whoa. Come on. Kneel down. He would order while pointing a bayonet at him, while the group of about 5 soldiers began to aim at him. Graham. Captain Algren, he would say, alarmed seeing him running out to intervene. Algren would arrive and try to reason with the soldiers who would not recognize him, but even before giving them his title and rank, one of the soldiers would hit him in the leg making him fall, while Naruto, worried about a friend who was once an enemy, was in position to unsheath his katana. Algren. Stay still, he would say, worried about the soldier's response. Naruto, with pain and a feeling of sadness, looks at Algren with pain as he leaves the defensive position, removing his hands from the katanas, obeying Algren, who, despite understanding the situation, does not seek to escalate the conflict. Meanwhile, a soldier leaves his weapon and approaches with a knife in hand, and another, without leaving the aggressive position, withdraws his katanas. Soldier 2. RVEDFO UD kneel, he would say in an orderly tone while hitting Naruto's knees, making him kneel. Naruto can only burst into tears as his tail is cut off, screaming in pain, tears streaming from his eyes. The screen turns off. Everyone was paying close attention. Artemis was worried while Ares was worried. Along with Athena they looked at each other and thought the same thing. As deities of war they knew what would happen there. Since there were laws against samurai, if they showed themselves they could be hunted. Ares. Oh no, it's worse than I feared. Hearing the cry of pain made many feel bad. Nicuchio, Jason and Percy clenched their fists in anger. They didn't understand why, but like the camp, even Camp Jupiter, they were seriously upset, treating one of their own like that shouldn't happen to them. Will. Father. What does that mean? He would say, very annoyed. Ares. I'll say it, he would say furiously. Apollo. Do it. Ares. A samurai's hair, like his katana, is a status symbol. It became so important that samurai never cut it, except for the ends, to style it. Chiron. They took away his honor, in a few words I would say very upset, and that was an understatement. The old centaur was furious. Zeus was raging while in the human world lightning was striking some lost island in the Pacific Ocean. Artemis. My baby, I would say annoyed. Oh. Little brother, I would say sadly. Poseidon. I have another note if you want to listen. All. Tell her. Poseidon. I'm going, what a character, I would say, to read after what we just saw. Katsumoto appeared before the emperor who listened to him, while the advisors ordered things on the low, arresting Katsumoto, and Algren along with others went to free him, among them Naruto. At that the screen turns back on. Algren can be seen running through a traditional Japanese house while opening one of the doors, running into a soldier who he would kill, but would not prevent him from firing a shot, while Mr. Graham along with a veteran samurai and Katsumoto came out behind him taking cover, while several soldiers began to shoot with bayonets. But before the soldiers could reload their weapons, numerous arrows would bury themselves in their bodies, while Naruto and 3 other veteran samurai supported the escape. Naruto would be faster, so he would reach the door of the house, where taking shelter from the shots he would take the bow and tighten the string with an arrow, so taking advantage of the reload he would go out and shoot his arrow, killing a soldier and taking cover again. The two remaining samurai carrying their bows also helped cover the possible escape, while a third stood guard in the rear area. Several soldiers were arriving to support to prevent the escape, but Naruto, demonstrating unparalleled skill with the bow, launched arrows killing several soldiers. After performing the same action 3 times, he could notice a time of arrival of the enemy soldiers, so he would give the signal to leave the place and go towards the doors, while he and 2 other samurai at the entrance defended the escape with bow and arrows. When only 1 soldier remained and he paid attention to the escape, Naruto would proceed to escape from the place where he was crossing a wooden bridge over a lake. At the same time, numerous soldiers arrived and began to open fire with their weapons, but unfortunately one of the shots would hit Naruto in the side, making him fall. Hatsumoto. Nobutada. Hatsumoto wanted to go save his son, but one of the samurai held him back, but Algren took a chance. He came out under cover of the samurai arrows behind, while he reached the bridge and took Naruto, who was crawling, to follow the rest, so Algren would take him to carry him and get him out of there, managing to get him closer to Katsumoto. Between the two they would put Naruto in a tree, while a trickle of blood ran down the hunter's son's mouth. Naruto would cough as more blood came out of his mouth, causing Katsumoto to start shedding a couple of tears, so she would weakly speak. Naruto. Dad, let me stay. Father, let me stay. I will not let you down and will not let you go. My time has come. Hatsumoto simply saw that his son was ready to die, to follow the path of a warrior and die in battle, but as a father, he didn't want to leave him. He wanted to take him, save him, and let him live out the rest of his life with him. The arrows and shots continued to be fired in battle, while Katsumoto did his best to make a decision and not show tears in front of his comrades. Samurai. Pounds AAOLKJQOEPJS, my lord. We must go. He would say seriously. Despite everything, the battle was approaching and the samurais had to follow Katsumoto to the battle. It was after those words that Katsumoto would lower his head. There was only one possible situation and he did not want to accept it, so after taking a deep breath, he would take Naruto to help him stand up while he put his hands on his face, accepting his decision, while in silence father and son said goodbye, and Katsumoto showed the pain of a father when losing a son to a Naruto who, despite the sadness, knew that they should continue. His part ended there in this fight. Hatsumoto nodded to Naruto, who was more than ready to go fighting, while he was taken out by the rescue group from the mansion, the last one to stay being Algren, who watched everything. Naruto would sigh, and although resigned and with a deep breath, he would come out with his bow from the tree towards the bridge, launching the 4 arrows he had left and throwing the bow aside to take the 2 swords from his side to unsheathe them. After releasing the bow, Naruto would throw himself with a scream against the soldiers who never stopped shooting. Several hit the boy's body, but he kept running, while more shots were heard, causing Naruto to reach the end. He could no longer move, his strength was waning, and even standing holding the swords and dying, the soldiers continued to fire shots at his body so that he would die. Even when he fell to his knees, the shots did not stop. When he fell to the ground in his tracks, some shot him to finish him off, knowing that he was already dead, but they shot out of malice. That was the last thing Algren saw before leaving with Katsumoto. The screen turns off. Everyone was expectant of what was happening. Samurai versus rifles, bullets against swords, clear advantage on one side, but even so, Ares' cabin watched closely, not wanting to miss anything. Artemis and Zo, along with Zeus and Apollo, watched with their hearts beating 1,000 times an hour. Percy and Nico were praying to any Shinto deity to save him, since his parents were there and it would be useless. Seeing him fall on the bridge made them scream. Artemis a wise oh. No. Percy and Nico. Sensei. Apollo and Zeus. Nephew. Grandson. Hera, Leto and Hestia. Grandson. His breath returned when Algren would save him, but Hades knew he was nearing the end of his life, a short life since Naruto was no more than 15 years old. The condition made Apollo and Hermes' cabin worry. Dionysus and his children were leaving the wines so as not to miss anything, but they were worried. The words read from the Japanese made Chiron bow his head. If someone asked for that, it was clear that he was about to die, and he clearly didn't want to leave without doing anything. Sally was crying with many demigods, except for Aphrodite, who ate popcorn and enjoyed it. Seeing Artemis suffer was her greatest reward. Huntress 1. It's admirable. Huntress 2. He's my lady's son, so it's only natural that he's admirable. Artemis, as much as she wanted to smile and celebrate, couldn't. She wanted to see what her son would do like the others, so seeing him leave made Ares raise a thumb while his eyes were shedding tears. His nephew was what he respected in a great warrior. Hephaestus hid so they wouldn't see him cry, and Apollo, needless to say, was bawling his eyes out. Athena, no matter how hard she tried to remain emotionless, succumbed when she noticed a tear falling down her cheek. Bianca. Please, stop. Please leave him alone. Nico. Leave sensei alone, he would say, unable to hold back his crying any longer. Rover. Enough please, Pan, please save him. Percy. Sensei. Leave Sensei alone, please leave him, he would say, crying from helplessness. Watching him carry 2 katanas when he ran out of arrows was exciting for the children of Ares, but commenting on it was something they couldn't do. Raina raised a sign of respect, and the demigods of Rome did the same. Chiron followed them next to the camp half-blood cabins and the hunters, in a sign of mourning. But the sadness didn't last long. Artemis. Enough is enough. She would say, crying and getting angry, you already killed him, stop. Apollo. Enough. That's it, they've already killed him, stop shooting him like that. Zeus. My grandson. He would say, making lightning strike coastal towns. Poseidon was barely holding back, several islands were swallowed by the sea, earthquakes kept happening, and Hades, well, I shouldn't go into details. Hearing the end of the shots, silence reigned in the room. No one was in the mood to continue. Many demigods were crying. Thalia and Bianca were comforting Percy, Nicuchio was being comforted by a barely calming Will. Leto was devastated, and the list went on. They only moved when a pair of samurai armor emerged from under a weeping Elaine. Leo. It is, he would say between sobs, a samurai armor. Austin. It's Naruto's armor. Apollo. We must preserve it. Chiron. Yes. Inicio. Make a safe place for her. Paban 9. Yes. Artemis. Feeling something appear in her hands. Ares. They are Japanese swords. Zeus. Our nephew will arrive, we will welcome him with open arms. All. Yes. Brancas Part 2. The room was in a deep silence, the fury and sadness were terrible, they wanted to go to that world and blow up each of those responsible for Naruto's death, or well, almost all of them, given that Octavian was preparing to confront the Namikas, since in his eyes it put his work, Rome, at risk. Before they could even ask, as Elaine wondered what would happen, a bright light appeared, causing everyone to cover their eyes. After a few minutes, a blonde woman with amethyst eyes, a very generous breast, and a wonderful beauty that barely feels real. Blonde. Where am I? Has anyone seen Sieg? Artemis. Who are you? And why are you looking for my baby? Blonde. Lady Artemis. It is an honor to be before the gods of Olympus, may I introduce myself, they know me as the Saint of Orleans, she would say calmly, making everyone open their eyes. Jean Dark and Sieg's girlfriend, servant class ruler. So? I understand, Naruto my lady, his son was a homunculus called Sieg on his journey. That opened the eyes of many, while Apollo and Ares thought about building a monument to their nephew for having Joan of Arc as his girlfriend. Zeus. Grandson, I know I won't say this very often, but you brought out my charm with women, he thought proudly. So for a good part of 3 hours they were bringing Jean up to date, where they were surprised that the homunculus, or well, his soul, was that of a Greek demigod. She had met many on the throne of heroes. Elaine, who didn't know much either, got jealous as they both bumped into each other with their breasts, or well, whatever Elaine has since she is a fairy with the appearance of a girl, but the ones who were in shock were the hunters and Artemis herself, since if in several worlds Naruto had a partner, and they arrived, his son would have a harem, and although she didn't doubt the values he learned, given that it wouldn't be common, and would even be rare. Jean. I see, but what will we see now? Malcolm. Excuse me, the fates left a second batch of S-rank guys. Ares. Put it. Clarice. Do it. Mark. They are strong guys. Elaine. I can't blame you, since you are reincarnated, but if you want to continue with every love you've had, we'll have to share you. I know you have a great love for those you care about, and you won't have favoritism, she thought. On screen. Monkey D. Luffy. Even dead on the ground my dream screams I'm going. Well, in the end I am the one who. Like Joy Boy. Lol. You will never forget a day like today. Nika's laughter lasted into my generation. Gomu no. My chronicles don't end here. Your hockey is soft, it looks like a comic strip. Wano waited 20 years. His release seemed impossible. But my only limit now is my imagination. Off screen. Pescha. Naruto's younger brother. Artemis. Well, mom is proud Luffy. She would say bluntly. Oh. Not bad little Luffy. Zeus. What is the reason for that Artemis? Artemis. Well, if I can't separate those feelings from my son. I'll join them. Oh. What my lady said. Hades. It has improved since Naruto's death in that world. Nicuchio. Yes, it seems like he has caricature power. Percy. Sounds cool and very rare to see. Jason. Even though he's a pirate, I like him. Connor. He could show up with us, he'd be a good guy. Travis. Besides, we could shake his hand and steal his watch. Hermes. Those brats fill me with pride. On screen. Izuku Midoriya. I must be consistent. To save people, using any means. I must be even stronger so as not to put everyone in danger. My loved ones. Why be with me? It is an added danger that should not be overlooked. Walking the road in my solitude. Off screen. Poseidon. Oh, that's your son's broccoli-headed buddy. Oh. But. Artemis. What happened, why did she leave alone? Athena. I have a note, it says a war of heroes versus villains occurred and many heroes are injured, all because of the power of All Might in Izuku, a power called One for All. The villain wants it, but in order not to give it to him, Izuku decided to leave alone to protect everyone. Percy. Knowing sensei, he'll go for him. Nico. If a nakama is not allowed. Bianca. Nakama. Nico. Luffy said it, so I just repeated it. Apollo. It's a good decision. Jean. And as good as she is also one of the worst, given that those villains could use her friends as bait to make her give herself up, and from the looks of it, she hasn't slept or eaten in days. That will take its toll on her body for not being 100%. Athena. It's a good deduction, Jean. Annabeth. It would be amazing to talk about your strategies in that war. Jean. Later, she would say, smiling. On screen. Naruto Goho. If Goho enters, they know the stands are coming to life. I am the strongest and most. Exi that Makima. I'm just looking for fun without alternatives. Ready for the occasion. Eyes form up in line. That I am going to give my first lesson. Difference between you and me. There is an infinity between the two. Blue and purple, Nicuchio. Off screen. Several girls screamed at the sight of the hunter's son. Rachel. Make me a child. Selena. I want him in bed. Drew. I want him as a slave. Aphrodite. Share daughter. Athena. I wanted to study, yes, study. Zeus. Well, that sounded weird. Hera. Who is that Makima? Artemis. There is a son. Elaine. It's too much. Jean. Yes, I can barely resist those muscles. They were both blushing and smiling at what was theirs. Oh. Not bad little brother, although he is a bit conceited. Hermes. But he backs it up with his power. On screen. Sung Jin Woo. Starting in rank E. His smile made me see. It was the fear we have. It is what gives us the power to grow. By saving them again I will win. I'll be the farmer beast. But there's still another level. You have seen the abyss in front of you. I just confronted him and left with Igris. The system will explode and. When I count my stats. The monarch of shadows. Everyone will kneel. Off screen. Demeter. Greatest son of the daughter thief. Hades. No, he's not mine, but he's good at handling shadows. If Naruto trained you, maybe he would say, murmuring while looking at Nico. Nico. I would like to move the shadows like that. Octavian. Threatens Rome. Queen. Shut up, Octavian. On screen. Monkey D. Luffy. With a smile, my nakamas and I fight. Izuku Midoriya. Following your path doesn't have to make you a villain. Naruto Goho. You must fight until you die, not just die in vain. Sung Jin Woo. Emerge. Show the level we've reached. The power that arises from my hands is what makes me harder to beat. And I will not fall. As long as I have in my being that dream that I followed since I was a child. My goal is what made me be the whole rank S. Off screen. Aries. That's it. That's a chorus. Will. Well, that sounds good. Austin. But you can't deny that he has style. Hala. It's true. Percy. Those are big words, Naruto-sensei. Chiron. Never better said. Artemis. That's my babies. On screen. NG. My last hope that I remained on Earth. I was already cursed before I transformed. Sons of bitches. For Pachita I became a fucking chainsaw. And what's more scared than that? Hey. Maybe I won't achieve your goals before I die. Well, I will touch some tits. I will be as I will be. I will be as I will be. But that I am happy. Off screen. On seeing Denji, many thought he was handsome, but when they saw his transformation into a little creature, everyone felt a chill. Aries. Ha 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 ha, I would say interested, I like it. Hera. Great, he's not the son of Zeus, right? Zeus. I swear by Ray, that is, mother, that I do not. Artemis. Play somewhat. She would say, scandalized. Athena. I have a note, it says that in that world there are demons, and Denji made a pact with one to kill demons, the chainsaw demon being the chainsaw, and Denji is perverted, but he wouldn't go too far with a woman, if he touches it as with permission he would say something serious. So. We'll be keeping an eye on him. Hunter 1, take care with Sasuke. Huntress 2. Watch out. On screen. Yujiro Hama. Is the rank given away or what? Do you think you are at my level? And my level is that of a top 10. A real monster. The ogre. Give me 2 seconds and I'll separate your face from your face. If with 16 of coal in the Vietnam War. Weapons? Nah. I spend my life in GTA mode. I wait for the day that someone can challenge to the strongest man in the world. Off screen. The room was filled with great anger and rejection of the ogre. Jean. How does that guy do that? Elaine. And on top of that, his son. She would say angrily. Artemis. Well, they add points, she thought. What am I thinking, Artemis, your baby's chastity is in danger, she thought, opening her eyes in confusion. Zeus. I think Heracles would be such a father, he would say, sighing. Hera. I can't imagine that bastard of a father. Hestia. Well, who's hungry? She would say to stop the fight. Jean. I am Lady Hestia if it is not a bother. Hestia. Well, I would say to make some cookies appear. Jean. Let's see, taking one and tasting, they are exquisite. Elaine. That's right, I see how Naruto can cook so well. Hestia. Well, I left her a book of my best recipes, so no more calling me lady, call me Grandma Hestia. Elaine. Okay, Bachan. The rest, without Hestia paying attention, would take cookies, since Hestia made them only once, they had to take advantage. On screen. Tesla. It's science. If you watch each attack you will realize that it is not magic. It is science. It's very easy if you think about it. The last scientist of my time. Nikola Tesla. About my super automat beta. No, neither, not. What I call laws of physics. You call him God. I made this prison for a reason. When they understand the greatness of the numbers 9, 6 and 3. You will see that the only God here. It's me. Off screen. Athena. Nikola Tesla. She would say, surprised. Annabeth. Huh. Jean. Well, it's not the one I know, but why are you surprised, Lady Athena? Athena. Along with Jack the Ripper, they are two of my smartest children. At the mention of the London killer, Jean felt a little bad for the killer lowly. Ares. His death ray was fascinating. Zeus. Although he is somewhat arrogant, don't you think? He would say. Hades. That's not Beelzebub. But why are those two fighting? Sally. The fly demon. Poseidon. I haven't seen that guy in a while. Demeter. Didn't her own descendant seal it? Apollo. Not even they know his whereabouts. Hermes. It's true, and he usually uses my messaging and Loki's online sales page, but he never gives the addresses, only points that he picks up and leaves. Dionysius. He's a mysterious guy. Annabeth. Well, you see algae processes, the mind can go far. Percy. I heard you, wise girl. On screen. Eru. Everyone gets on me. As if he were Goliath. And the rough problems of the human doesn't have to carry it. Everyone against me. Thanks to that I learned. It has gone wrong for you. Because that's how I finally became the bucking evil. Absolute. I realized my mistakes. I said. Gero, look at how you are, Saitama, I swear. Be a man and sacrifice myself. I will honor the martial art. Off screen. Ares. That guy is from the world of the bald man with a cape. Apollo. Absolute evil. Perhaps he's the strongest villain. Athena. Strange as it may seem, she exudes divine power. Hades. But who would be such an idiot among the gods we know? Not even Dagda is like that, and he's a good-natured guy. Claris. Did he kill only so many? Ares. Oh, I really like him. Zeus. Hump, I won't trust him. Chiron. So he learned from his mistakes, he would say, surprised, that's good, and even more so when someone is going for villainy if you tell him that. Sally. Honoring the martial art. On screen. Denji. I won't stop until I touch some tit. Bijiro Hama. I have strived so hard to be this cruel ogre. Nikola Tesla. The human has the potential of a light bulb, right at born. Eru. Absolute evil is what culminates. The power that arises from my hands is what makes me harder to beat. And I will not fall. As long as I have in my being that dream that I followed since I was a child. My goal is what made me be the whole rank S. The screen turns off. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, and the rap lifted the spirits of those present, while Artemis and Zoe took both girls, since it is possible that their son does not want to leave any of his loves so as not to hurt anyone, so they would talk about the subject. Apollo. That was magnificent, and especially my nephew, he is so big. Zeus. My nephew is handsome as his grandfather, he would say proudly. Hestia. You two stop talking like that, since my grandson has more charisma than you. Apollo. But and to hit hurt less, he would say something melodramatic. Hestia. I only told the truth, nephew. Zeus. Well, you hit me, so I accept the words. Ares. Well, what will we see now? Hermes. I don't know. Sally. I hope it's something quite. Chiron. Like me, Mrs. Jackson, like me. The demigods paid attention intently since Naruto was truly admirable, although they felt cold sweat running down their necks since they always see him as a teacher and as they see, he is not someone pious. Paths of ninjas. Artemis and Zoe were talking with Jean and Elaine since both were in love with their son and previously had a romance with him. Sadly their relationship never managed to come to fruition because their loved ones died before they managed to be a family. Hunter with Chief, they were considering the pros and cons. Artemis wanted to preserve her son's chastity, while Zoe would not accept a weak sister-in-law, and wherever she looked at both, they were both strong in their own way. Elaine is a fairy, possessed a gift with plants and wind, and Jean was a warrior, so they added points. Hestia. Can you tell me what's next? Athena. I have nothing. Dionysius. I don't care less, he would say, protecting his wine in a second bunker. Apollo. Do you need to protect that? Dionysus. And allow Artemis to destroy my precious ones for supposedly leading her son to drink? No. Ares. Anyone would do it, he said, hiding his weapons in the bunkers. Zeus. Fine, he would say, taking a sandwich. Leo. I have a question. Jason. Me too. Percy. What will we see from Sensei? Everyone would nod as Bianca looked at a note near her. Bianca. She would say, trying to get attention. Excuse me, I have a note. Para. Read it, girl, what are you waiting for? She would say impatiently. Bianca. Well, I would say nervously, it says that we will see a world where there are several places that are like kingdoms or alternate realities. In it there is a tournament called Mortal Kombat. Ares and his sons. YESSSS. Hestia. Ares. She would say angrily. Ares. Sorry. Bianca. It doesn't say the details, but the note mentions that there are warriors of all kinds, with various abilities, and today we will see some who are ninjas, different from those from the world of Naruto's father. Hermes. Ninjas. Travis. I bet they'll have interesting skills. Connor. Like mortals. Clarice. Sounds interesting. Nico. Will there be a great one? Sally. I hope it doesn't have that much blood. Hades. Boston. I hope it helps in some way. Jiren. Why, I suspect there will be tough life lessons. Queen. It will be interesting. On screen. A deadly battle. There's no mercy. Only the strongest wins. You'll see the silhouette. At death's door. Stealth is our ally. They'll never be able to bring me down. They'll forget this blood-stained mask. Voice 1. A path of revenge. Voice 2. A path of honor. Voice 3. A path of hope. Voice 4. Of souls. Voice 5. And of pain. Voice 6. A path of death. Voice 7. Of royalty. Voice 8. Of crime. Voice 9. And of color. The path where the only ninja is me. Off screen. Hades. Well, let's start something. Poseidon. They scared Hestia like that. Apollo. Although its intro is very good. Lee. No doubt, Dad. Austin. That's right. Kayla. Without a doubt. Clarice. Am I the only one who felt a little scared? Percy. No, I just feel excitement. I would say excited, maybe Naruto will teach him cool tricks. Jiren. There are several paths, so it's best to pay attention, maybe you'll find a reason to fight. Queen. Interesting. Octavian. TSK, what a waste of time. On screen. Scorpion. You know what it's like to lose your son, to lose your wife. And to have finished off my entire clan. To die in sobs, to be reborn from hatred, to live revenge in search of Baihan. Knowing that Quan Kai tricked me, he took everything from me and gave me the chance. To return thinking I would be a pawn. But the scorpion has a will. It tries to kill me, I'm already dead, burning inside. Hundreds of masters for my resentment. Dead over here. Soulless like hell itself. I advanced Scorpion was born the day Hisashi. Hanzo died. Off screen. Hades. Wow, he would say, seeing Scorpion's handling of fire. Hestia. Is your path revenge? What happened to your family? Zeus. I think that by-hand guy you mentioned has something to do with it. Leo. Well, he has good style. Mark. His fighting style and fire make him brutal. Hades. I want to know his story. Bianca. I have the notes. Sally. Read, little one. Bianca. Yes, she would say to take note. Hanzo Hasashi, a member and leader of the Shirai Ryu ninja clan, mortal rivals at that time with the Lin Kuei clan. That Ares and Athena knew it, perhaps an attack by the rival clan. He had a wife and a son who were killed with his clan. She would say to the horror of Hestia and Sally Jackson at the hands of Baihan, the first Sub-Zero, who called by the sorcerer Quan Kai and interested in Hanzo's abilities, ordered him to kill him. Which happened after seeing his son and wife die. Hades. How did he stay alive to be born like that? He would say, annoyed. He had an idea of what happened. Bianca. Given his desire for revenge, Quan Kai managed to resurrect the ninja in a world called the Netherrealm. He was tormented and tortured every day, but he did not burn in the Netherrealm hellfire. This intrigued the necromancer Quan Kai, and he impregnated Hanzo with the Netherrealm hellfire. As he burned, Quan Kai promised Hanzo that he would receive revenge and justice for his murder and the massacre of his clan and family. This led to the birth of the Spectre Scorpion, who would take revenge on Sub-Zero by Han, who was killed by his hand. Scorpion is the specter of Hanzo, a being created by Quan Kai, but that Hanzo managed to dominate after being resurrected thanks to a god who managed to remove the curse that bound him to that sorcerer. Annabeth. Wasn't he resurrected before? Bianca. The note says they are called returnees, they do not have the concept of being revived as such, since they lack free will as they are completely controlled. Hestia. Managed to avenge her family. Bianca. Yes, because she discovered together with the second Sub-Zero, by Han's brother, that it was all the work of Quan Kai, who was killed by Scorpion, but the sorcerer did not leave without first bringing a being called the ancient god, Shinnok, nicknamed the Fallen. Zeus. Shinnok, he would say thoughtfully, no, it doesn't sound familiar to me. Bianca. The note only says that he is someone like the Crooked One. Hera. It is clear to us that he is dangerous and evil. Jiren. Well, Path of Vengeance. On screen. Sub-Zero. Stun with one finger Sub-Zero. Volatile rivals more fragile than ice. Physical strength, a temporary good. Everything breaks sooner if I freeze it first. Your spine will detach from your body and your head will follow. That poison will not poison me, a path of honor shines with its coldness. Off screen. Poseidon. Icy would say with interest. Percy. His skills are great, I would say surprised except for the part about taking his head off with his spine. Sally. Too bloodthirsty. Clarice. What? I don't understand. Is physical strength a temporary asset? Jiren. You have your wisdom, Miss LaRue. Apollo. Path of honor. Aphrodite was silent since she was terrified, so much blood, not even Ares was that bloodthirsty. Mitchell. It's interesting but they're a bit rough. Selena. Yes. Hyper. But that doesn't mean they're not great. Zeus. Information. Bianca. He is Kuai Liang, second Sub-Zero, current Grandmaster of the Lin Kuei, brother of the first Sub-Zero, and ally of Hanzo. That surprised everyone, since they weren't expecting that. On screen. Reptile. Now you see me and you don't see me. Who would have thought today I was craving some head to eat. Fingers in your eyes, your jaw dislocates. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. But be careful with the saliva, it's corrosive. Reptile gives an acid bath, how easy isn't it? Today Sizith ends your life. Not even a chameleon or a scorpion, this animal rules the earth. Let the kingdoms prepare themselves, a terror will soon return. Off screen. Leo. Wow, lizard. Annabeth. What do you mean he's a monster, don't you think? Oh. Girl, maybe his race is like that, and unlike ours, he reasons and doesn't eat to eat demigods, so don't be racist. Athena. Take care of the hunter's tongue. Artemis. Athena, do not threaten my hunters. Hera. Could you give us some information? Bianca. Yes, his name is Sizith, a reptile, he is a Zaterran. Athena. What is a Zaterran? Bianca. Zatera, his home realm, is missing, mysteriously destroyed centuries ago. Reptile is the last known surviving member of his race. He has since made Outworld his home, serving Emperor Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn has used Reptile's sigil to spy on suspected traitors and kill known enemies of the Empire. But the knowledge that he is the last of his kind gnaws at his mind. He would give anything, kill anyone, to be brought back to his realm from the abyss. His self-pity fuels his aggression as he inflicts suffering and death on others. Ares. That's a brutal origin story. Frank. Well, I don't know if I should feel weird about that, since I feel sorry for his situation, but I'm disgusted by the way he throws acid, the way he uses his tongue to fight, or the way he kills you by disemboweling you. Percy. There are two of us. Nico. X3. Jiren. Path of Hope. On screen. Urmak. Warrior of Shao Kahn. Brace. In our new freedom. Urmak. We are tired of your trivial attacks. We tear your parts together. They are no rivals. Welcome, your soul, to the collection. A mistake, fight this mistake, serve the Emperor. Telekinesis in its purest state. After all, we are many, and you are only one. On screen. Hades. Seriously, what do they have in that world with resurrecting people? Apollo. Why do you say that? Hades. This guy, he's not just one resurrected soul, he's thousands in one body. Bianca. She is the fusion of the souls of dead warriors, created by Shao Kahn to obey without question. She is the soul of thousands of Outworld's finest warriors who served as his soldiers for many years, or well, until they were freed by the blind swordsman Takahashi Takeda. Artemis. She would be a difficult opponent given her telekinesis. Malcolm. Looks like a mummy, right? Travis. That's right. Connor. And they make it incredible. Athena. I wonder how it works as a collective intelligence. Tyron. Path of Souls. He thought aloud, it must be a torture to exist. On screen. Smoke. Humanity can be detestable, crossing several extremes. Sacrificing a child for the hunger of a demon we only fear. I realize too late, we are not what we believe, but where there is death, there is blood, and where there is smoke, there is fire. I am that tobacco with instructions too addictive and bad for your lungs. They won't install engines for us, even in death the heart of a Lin Kuei lives on. So in front of smoke you better not breathe. Off screen. Hestia. What are they doing to a child for the love of chaos? She would say furiously, seeing how they sacrificed a newborn from the first moment. Tyron. Path of Pain. Artemis. Why do I suspect your brother would do it? Minato whispered something suspicious. Percy. Fire, ice, acid, telekinesis, smoke, can't there be one with water? Nicuchio. And more importantly, where is Naruto? Para. Information about him? Bianca. Yes, I have it. I would say for everyone to see. He is a ninja warrior of the Lin Kuei clan, a close friend of Kuai Liang, having a great honor system like Kuai Liang, seeing others like Bai Han, being immoral assassins with the sole purpose of serving the ruthless clan. His name is Tomas Verbata. Ares. Why do the best have to be honorable? He would say, throwing a tantrum. Even the Spartans were honorable guys. On screen. Noob Sabot. Darkness covers only those who are fortunate. Whose shadow in collaboration leaves you dismembered. Double sickle, effective combo, I nail your mouth and your left. Without looking at my jump rope with your small intestine. Noob Sabot, although it's my nickname. I have a friend who enters any body somehow. Bai Han fixes the portal that tore off your humerus. Whether it's Sub-Zero or not, death comes to everyone. Off screen. Nico. I like that one, he would say, surprising everyone. Percy. Are you talking about the shadows? Nico. Yes, his handling is incredible. Hades. And I doubt that a son of mine or I myself would achieve such skill there, he would say, surprised. Apollo. Is there anything of him? Bianca. This is Bai Han, the first Sub-Zero, revived by Quan Kai as Noob Sabot. Shortly after his death, and due to the life he's led and the places he's been, Sub-Zero's soul ended up in the Netherrealm. There, the Brotherhood of Shadows he'd fought took him in, given his potential, and turned him into a dark specter devoid of all sensitivity and mercy. Ares. I like it, but it sounds too scary for my taste. Everyone vomited when they saw him jump rope with one intestine, even the gods did. Nico. I take it back, I don't like it. Tyron. The path of death, I would say, surprised. On screen. Naruto. Step aside, the prodigal son has returned. Wretches, those who believed me dead. In my legacy, there is a very uncertain past. And my brothers, they will know that time has not healed. And I'm sorry, but I have gone and guts to endure. The battle against rain in my hands dive. But you trusted that my attacks dodge. We started badly, you trusted, and that costs you your life. Off screen. All. Naruto. Jean. Why is he such a murderer? She would say, surprised. Elaine. But her skill with water and lightning is amazing. Zeus. Not bad, grandson. Percy. As expected of my sensei. Artemis. Data. Bianca. In this world, he was born as a demigod, son of the god of Edenia Argus, who after an extramarital affair with a prostitute, he was born. Hera. Poor child, what he must suffer. Tyron. What abilities does he have? Bianca. She can summon storms but not lightning. She can also enclose her opponents in a water bubble to drown them, and she can throw water and become it to dodge attacks and teleport. She can teleport people and objects by turning them into water and then reassembling them. Poseidon. Phew, I wish I could do that. I can only shrink with water. Percy. I would like to learn that, he would say in a dreamy voice. Artemis. What's happening to her brothers? Apollo. Sounds like he hates them. Hermes. And well, maybe it's because his father sees him as a bastard. On screen. Tremor. When tremor comes, the fear grows. When I'm not in the mood, you better pray. With me the earth shakes, and no matter who it may concern. If they have me in front of them, it's normal that everyone trembles. You're on my list, a stalactite, it's ready to pierce your spine and to finish. I'll give you a rock button Dwayne Johnson style and you'll understand what a deadly combo means. Off screen. Leo. His bucking mother, he's really horny. Jason. I agree with him. Poseidon. He has better control of the earth than I do, and I am the god of earthquakes. Demeter. I am in charge of the harvest and should manage the land. I can't do it like this. Apollo. It's loaded with references, eh? His children. Yes. Hermes. Wow, he's a column breaker, huh? Bianca. Before you ask, the notes only say that he is a criminal from the dangerous Black Dragon gang. Chiron. Path of crime. On screen. Chameleon. The chameleon becomes a scorpion if it goes down to hell. This cold-blooded reptile goes hunting in the winter. In plain sight, this camouflage makes you lose your cool. Not even a macro error prevents me from liquidating your souls. Stealthy like smoke, I vanish from their faces and corpses sprout. Like a murderer on the prowl, I watch their bed, don't trust even their shadow. I don't need to be a prince or a demigod. For the ground to shake here. They don't need more ninjas if they already have me. Off screen. Zeus. The complete pack. Hestia. That makes him dangerous. Dionysius. I want wine. Pollux. He's definitely strong. Castor. And a headache for several. Travis. Sounds like something we would do. Connor. You already said it, brother. Percy. Shit, he needs a nerf. Hera. I won't ask about him, since I think he's a Terran. On screen. An immortal combat. There is no mercy. Only the strongest wins. You will see the silhouette. At the doors of death. Stealth is our ally. They will never be able to bring me down. They will forget this blood-stained mask. Scorpion. A path of revenge. Sub-Zero. A path of honor. Reptile. A path of hope. Ermac. Of souls. Smoke. And of pain. Noob Saibot. A path of death. Naruto. Of royalty. Drummer. Of crime. Chameleon. And of color. The path where the only ninja is me. The screen turns off. Ares. That's it. I loved it, another one. His entire cabin agreed. Athena. Finished. Apollo. It was entertaining and I think Naruto should be nerfed. Zeus. Let it be so, we need strong demigods, and with him, we will have several. Hero of Justice. After finishing the bloody rap of the ninjas, many were in doubt about what they were doing, and although several liked death, many were terrified, especially Zoe when she saw that Naruto with pressurized water killed several subjects. She did like it when Will told her who was one of his victims from the notes. The fear turned to praise when he killed a Johnny Cage after flirting with a girl as if it was nothing. It's not as if the note didn't say that he was married and that as a celebrity he used to behave like that. Hera thought he was the son of Zeus, but the king of drama himself shook his head. He was dramatic, not a clown like him. For their part, the demigods were riding Wills. It was very plausible that Naruto was very tough, although some suspected otherwise, Artemis especially, given that she felt something coming with her friend and a fox with 9 tails. She knew that Minato had a brother, so having nephews was possible. She just hoped they weren't weird like Apollo, Hermes, Hephaestus, Ares or even Athena, given that everyone had their things and moments of strangeness. Only that except for Apollo she would never say it out loud. Ares. Well, even though I like blood, I'm one of those who go straight ahead, so what else is there? Will. Oh my god, a note. Athena. What does it say? Nico. Hey Leela. Will. How sweet, he would say in a whisper. He says that Naruto returned to the Grail world. Jean. What the what? Elaine. Jean, what's going on? Jean. It seems that he will be trapped there again. As servants we are locked up given our actions as heroes or villains of humanity. Even scientists have been left there, waiting to be summoned for the wars for the Holy Grail. Zeus. What does that grail allow? As far as I know, it's a biblical relic. Jean. The Holy Grail is an artifact supposedly capable of granting any wish to the winner instead of the real thing. I haven't seen it in action, just that every so often one appears. One of them was in Fuyuki, Japan. Will. The note says Naruto was there. Jean chokes while Elaine holds her. Hades. This is very serious. Poseidon. Tell me one thing, who is there? Jean. As many heroes as there are without detracting from her origin, plus a version of Medusa, one of Artemis which has a stuffed Orion which made the aforementioned, and the Hunter's Groan, plus great villains and scientists like Tesla or Edison. Zeus. Who took them? Jean. We don't know, we only know that it is the collective consciousness of humanity, Alaya. Athena. It's serious, but let's continue. At that the screen starts playing audio, drawing everyone's attention. On screen. It all started 10 years ago. I was caught in that explosion. Too young to understand. What was in store for me? It all started 10 years ago. I was caught in that explosion. Too young to understand. What awaited me? Even when saving me he felt saved. So calm, eyes drenched. Kiritsugu, thank you. Your face, relieved. Even when he saved me he felt saved. So calm, eyes soaked. Kiritsugu, thank you. Off screen. Artemis. What happened? Pescha. What happened? Will. The notes say that the Morai left him with a family, but after an incident after the Fourth Grail War, spilling its contents, causing the death of his parents, the explosion of where he lived and causing him to lose his memory, he was rescued by Kiritsugo Emiya, a master of that war who, seeing what caused it, feeling guilty and trying to help the child, truly wanting to save someone for the first time in his life. Rescued Shiryu by inserting Avalon that made Jean open her eyes wide. She knew about that sword sheath, the Excalibur sheath. The same thing happened with Athena and several of her children, along with Ares later. She asked Shiryu if he wanted to become her adoptive son, fully revealing his identity as a sorcerer. For 2 years she begged him to teach him, and Kiritsugu agreed. Jean. What is your original magic? Will. Swords. Jean. I see, I would say to think, so archer is you and Naruto. Para. Continued. Will. Kiritsugu, after agreeing to teach him sorcery, and although he disapproved of Shiryu's desire to learn his art, advised him to apply it in secret, where it could only benefit people and not attract confusion or suspicion. The knowledge he imparted to Shiryu was very basic and incomplete, which led him down a dangerous path with little results. On the other hand, and perhaps inadvertently, Kiritsugu passed on his philosophy of wanting to be a hero of justice, capable of saving anyone to Shiryu. 5 years after that, Kiritsugu died from the black mud of the Grail, leaving Naruto sad, frustrated, depressed, and alone. He ended up being raised by his neighbor and English teacher Taiga Fujimura. Athena. At least study, she would say, earning everyone's flat stare. Will. After starting to attend Himurahara High School, he met Issei Ryuido, the student council president, and gained a reputation as someone who would do anything to help others, such as fixing school equipment. Later he joined the archery club. During his entire career in the club he only missed a shot, and even before shooting Shiryu had already warned that he would miss. He dropped out during the summer of his first year due to a bone fracture in his right shoulder that he received while working at his part-time job, which left a burn mark on his skin. The wound was nothing major, but an acquaintance pointed out that it was unpleasant for someone with a burn mark to do a formal shooting, so he left the club, as it was also a period where he was busy with his part-time job. That would be what the note says of his history. Artemis. He was such a good archer and some idiot made him quit. I'll have to see that idiot turned into a very strange and ugly bug. So. I support you, my lady. Apollo. Perhaps I curse him to speak in rhymes. That made everyone pale, his rhymes really sucked. On screen. So I will fight. If you couldn't make your dream come true, I will. I swear I won't fall you. Preferred to be a father than a wizard, and so you did. And forever I will thank you. Then I will fight. If you can't make your dream come true, I will. I swear I won't fall. You preferred to be a father than a magician, and so you did. And I will always be grateful to you. Off screen. Many demigoddesses and goddesses would drool watching Naruto's battles, especially those with Senji Muramasa's container, which surprised Apollo. That blacksmith could really cause problems, at least not for Olympus if no one does anything stupid. Aphrodite. A Poppy. Claris. I want him to hit me and get me pregnant. Drew. Oh my god, that body, that figure. Selena. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Hala. I'm looking as free, so. Elaine. Yes, yes, she would say with a very forced smile. Jean. I hope she doesn't come. So. Who would she say, annoyed at hearing Mason's compliments from Athena and Demeter about her little brother. Jean. His servant and girlfriend, he would say with jealousy. He knew who that blonde was. On screen. A hero of justice. To save a life, I risk mine. But it seems that the future has come to visit me. I will endure, even if I reach the limit. This power, even if no one believes. And I know that from now on it will be hell. A hero of justice. To save a life, I risk mine. But it seems the future came to visit me. I will hold on, even if I reach the limit. This power, although no one believes it. And I know that from now on it's going to be hell. Off screen. Lee. I like that chorus. Nico. It's great. Jason. Yes, it is. Percy. Not to mention their outfits are awesome. Jiren. His blacksmithing skill is good. Hephaestus. Tell me something, he would say looking at Jean. Is he the reincarnation of Senji Muramasa? Jean. Something like that. Apollo. The cursed blacksmith. Austin. Why damn. Apollo. Creates weapons that, although he says they are useless, are capable of killing even gods, preventing them from reforming. Zeus. Oh demons. Demeter. Would that be a problem? Hades. With other pantheons maybe, with the crooked one thing too, but as long as we don't do something stupid, we'll be fine. Hestia. Do you hear Zeus? Zeus. Yes, he's my grandson, he's not like their son, pointing at Nico and Percy, who would let me get carried away with paranoia. On screen. I will continue with my head held high. I will be there until the end of this war. Knowing we shook hands was a sign of trust. So I bet 100% on it. I will keep my head held high. I will be there until the end of this war. Knowing how we shook hands was a sign of trust. So I'm 100% betting on her. I may not be the most competent. But I will face the beings of darkness with open arms. Even without knowing what destiny has in store for me. Even knowing that they want my downfall. I may not be the most competent. But I will face the dark beings with open arms. Still not knowing what fate has in store for me. Although I know they want my downfall. Off screen. Honor. S. Genial. Travis. No doubt. Pastor. That's right. Malcolm. But how do you make your swords? Jean. It's because of his origin, nothing more. Each sorcery is based on an element, his is on the sword's element. He can create any weapon he has knowledge of, even if they are sacred weapons like Excalibur or King Arthur's spear. Hermes. They think Dagda will get angry about that. Zeus. I don't think so, as long as we don't do anything against him with those weapons everything will be fine. On screen. Hell won't stop me, won't convince me. Even if I see myself in you, I promise you. My body is made of infinite swords. As long as I don't fall, I will always wield them, trace on. So that this hell doesn't repeat itself. For my father's dream, I am the hero of justice. Hell won't stop me, won't convince me. Even if I see myself in you, I promise. My body is made of infinite swords. As long as I don't fall, I'll always hold them, trace. So that this hell never happens again. Because of my father's dream, I am the hero of justice. I am the bone of my sword. My body is steel and my blood is fire. I have created more than 1,000 swords. I know. Not loss, I know, not gain. I have endured pain to create weapons waiting for someone to arrive. I have no regrets. This was the only way. My whole life was a limitless sword art. I am the bone of my sword. My body is steel and my blood is fire. I created more than 1,000 swords. I don't know the loss. I don't know the profit. I endured the pain to create weapons waiting for someone to come. I have no excuses. This was the only way. My whole life was one. Unlimited sword art. Off screen. Hades. So hell won't stop you, he would say in a gloomy tone. I hope you comply if you die, boy. Hephaestus. His body is made of swords. Leo. Is your heart made of glass? Charles. Is his blood fire? The whole Hephaestus cabin was interested in it. Jean. It is her ability, her noble phantasm. Tsumigari Muramasa or the unlimited blade works. Infinite sword creation. Ares. Did I mention I have a favorite nephew? He would say, placing a huge painting of Naruto in his temple next to smaller ones of his children and other nephews. Seeing Naruto's physique again, the bricklayer's compliments towards him were not long in coming. On screen. Archer, tell me. Is it really so bad to be happy when you save a life? I know that deep down you believe it too. Because that dreamy boy in you still lives. Archer, tell me. Is it really so bad to be happy when you save a life? I know that deep down you also believe. Because that dreamy boy in you still lives. To end the Holy Grail. Gilgamesh, this is the time to put an end to it. What matters is that I didn't fall. I didn't give up. Whoever I love, I protected. To finish off the Holy Grail. Gilgamesh, it's time to put an end to it. What matters is that I didn't fall. I didn't give up. I protected the one I love. Off screen. Artemis. Who is that archer and why does he look like Naruto? Jean. The Grail keeps together with Alaya even different versions of characters from the past. In this case, Archer is Naruto from a future line, whereby following that dream, he lost everything and returns to the past as a servant, thanks to a pact with Alaya to head towards another dream or kill his younger self. Oh. That's cruel, just because that happened to him doesn't mean that he suffers in the whole multiverse, I would say annoyed. Jiren. Apart from that, it is good to praise his mastery with the sword, no Western demigod, I dare say, has that skill. Hestia. It's true. On screen. Hell won't stop me, won't convince me. Even if I see myself in you, I promise you. My body is made of infinite swords. As long as I don't fall, I will always wield them, trace on. So that this hell doesn't repeat itself. For my father's dream, I am a hero of justice. Hell won't stop me, won't convince me. Even if I see myself in you, I promise. My body is made of infinite swords. As long as I don't fall, I'll always hold them, trace. So that this hell never happens again. Because of my father's dream, I am a hero of justice. The screen turns off. Artemis. That's my baby. Oh. Not bad, little brother. Jean. Now I wonder what will happen. Before anyone could say anything, a green-eyed blonde woman with relatively large breasts would arrive. Hey, where am I? Has anyone seen Naruto-kun? Jean. Damn queen. Jean. Jean. Arturia Pendragon, queen of the knights. Everyone. What? Both women were on the verge of killing themselves out of jealousy for being with the same boy they had come to love. Elaine. Mother-in-law intervenes. Artemis. Then I want to see the outcome, she would say, taking out a snack. Oh. Well, they are warriors. I would be worried if my sisters-in-law were damsels in distress. Images 1 and exit of the Grail. The room was in complete bustle as two of the warriors the gods knew well were about to kick their asses, as the carefree Buddha would say, although several, including Zeus and Ares, found it strange since they didn't think King Arthur was a woman. Apollo knew this since he always looked at Britain in that age, and he was also Guinevere's father and therefore grandfather of Sir Galahad, son of Guinevere and Lancelot. Artemis. Ladies, I understand your relationship with my son, but think he would like to see you like this. Artoria and Jean. No, they would say, looking away. Oh. MMMPSS, my lady, he would whisper, if you think about it, with 3 or 4 wives, even though they would take him for a womanizer, it means many grandchildren and aspirants to hunt with his blood. Artemis. She would say, paying attention and imagining a crowd of red-haired, blonde, blue-eyed boys and girls telling her grandma, let's go hunting. No, Artemis, don't think that, your baby's chastity is in danger, she would think, although if he loses her my grandchildren remain, she would think, giving in. No. Artemis, what do you think is bad for him? Apollo. What's wrong with you? He would say, looking at the hunters. Oh. She's at a crossroads between having grandchildren and locking Naruto in a tower. Apollo. Okay, he would say, surprised. Hermes. I have a question, what will we watch now? I'm bored and I can't do anything fun, although I'm not complaining since I'm not doing my job. Travis. If you don't do anything, your breaks get boring. Connor. Amen bro, he would say, putting a sign that said, kick me to Mark. Claris. Whatever he says, note, she would say to hit her brother. Mark. Hey. Malcolm. Don't start. Annabeth. Claris, please. Claris. Oh come on, don't ruin the joke, wise girl. Percy. What do you have? Nico. They are somewhat unique. Percy. You'll get used to it, cousin. Hyper. Excuse me, she would say to get attention. Lady Chaos says that we will see the moment of his departure from the throne of the heroes and the Grail to return to his path towards the shinobi world, as well as a couple of images of him. Artoria. I've seen little of his life. Jean. Me too, although when I met him he was a homunculus no more than a day out of his capsule. Athena. What is the throne of heroes? Artoria. To begin with, heroic spirits or legendary souls are elemental spirits of humanity that are considered a natural phenomenon in their own right. They are beings who achieved great feats, such as saving their people or stopping an invasion, and who, after their deaths, became objects of worship and knowledge. As a result, these spirits occupy a place outside the circle of soul transmigration and ascend to an existence close to that of the gods in order to become a power that protects or affects humanity. Hera. Okay, but why are you telling us that? Jean. It is so that they understand the functioning of the throne of heroes, given that once an individual is recognized as a heroic spirit, their soul is removed from the cycle of transmigration and kept in the throne of heroes. This soul is stored there away from any interference to prevent any alterations to what is considered a perfect and complete existence. The throne itself is a place outside of any parallel world or timeline, which is a factor that makes it possible for such beings to be summoned in any era or versions of diverse origins, even evil or benign, of great heroes and villains. Athena. I understand, she would say, taking notes. Hades. That is, no god related to death obtains their souls to reward or punish depending on the case. Artoria. That's right, Mr. Hades. At that the screen turns on. I as the will of the earth, the planet's intrinsic desire to survive and thrive. Alaya, on the other hand, as humanity's collective unconscious will to avoid extinction. As humans are creatures of earth, Alaya used to be a component of Gaia. However, as humanity began to develop independently of nature, it became independent. With this divergence, Alaya is no longer aligned with Gaia, and conflict can potentially result. It is thanks to Alaya that numerous heroes of the past, fictional heroes like Frankenstein, or ruthless killers like Jack the Ripper, are considered heroic spirits. They live on within the collective consciousness of humanity, within the throne of heroes. Within the throne of heroes, numerous versions of the same hero or villain coexist, altered or betrayed versions of great heroes such as Artoria Pendragon, Queen of the Knights, or even Gorgons like Medusa, if she had been helped by Athena after her affair with Poseidon outside the aforementioned shifted from their seats, somewhat uncomfortably waiting to be summoned by a magician called Master in case of starting the war for the Holy Grail, the greatest of the relics. Off-screen. Annabeth. That's informative. Percy. Are any of our people like that? Jean. That's young Perseus, even a version of his master. Chiron. Mine. That's surprising. Artoria. You are very kind, Mr. Chiron, that seems to characterize you here too. Chiron. I thank you for your words, Queen of Knights. Athena. My son Alexander is here. Jean. Are you talking about Iskander? Receiving a nod yes, he also has several versions, including one as a child. Athena. Oh what memories, she was adorable and a genius like me she would say proudly. On screen. Eridit in the middle of an area was observing the lives of many servants in the place, battling to kill boredom, talking to others about your past glories and competing with several, or escaping from someone because you called her beautiful, as happened with Achilles and Penthesilea, without expecting anything he sighed, he liked nature like he had no idea, of all those present only the hero Perseus, the Argonaut Jason, the huntress Atalanta, and the centaur Chiron noticed the boy's divinity. For Atalanta, feeling the divinity of her lady made her upset since she refused to accept a demigod from her, while Chiron had to be taken several times to the infirmary for 3 heart attacks, only Perseus and Jason kept a cool head about it, and since they knew about gods, they decided not to ask about the subject. Naruto was without his shirt, while strangely a golden grail appeared in his hands. He wore golden protectors on his arms, at the height of his biceps, along with forearm protectors made of cloth and silver, on his neck, the gift from his mother, a necklace that never leaves him, along with a Greek chiton, rare to see on him, covering him to the knee. Naruto. How are mother and my sisters, especially Zoni? He asked himself. Without him realizing it, 3 hooded old women were behind him, they could feel their nostalgia emanating, but for them, given the future, being that they had seen numerous possibilities in destiny, especially in the Son of the Sea, where many times victory was achieved by mere luck or by improvised plans, it was necessary for someone to become stronger and be able to help the son of Poseidon, a member of one of the prophecies that were dictated long ago. Of the oldest gods, a half-breed will reach 16 against all predictions. In an endless dream, the world will be seen. The hero's soul will be cut down by a cursed blade. A single decision will end his days. Olympus will preserve or ravage. Those words had worried several Olympians, so aspiring to a better future, saving for Apollo, Hermes, Hestia and Artemis, so before the proposal of the Moras, they accepted that the boy went to Shinto, only they never thought that the old women of destiny would make a very long trip so that the son of the hunter learned skills to later transmit them, because the 3 had seen another figure, the nephew and godson of the hunter, son of the brother of her deceased husband. Off-screen. Aphrodite. What a man she would say, licking her lips. Selena. Her physique is. Miranda Gardiner, daughter of Demeter. Is beautiful, her physique is well formed. Demeter. It's obvious he likes cereal she would say, licking her lips. Zo and Artemis. Atalanta they would say surprised to see the catgirl. Hera. Ah, the hunter that mom cursed she would say surprised, she recognized her from something. Zeus. Jason. He would say frowning. Hestia. Hera's best champion, given that he was a good guy. Hera. Except for Medea, the rest did well. Percy. Perseus I like him he would say happy to see the one who originated his name. Upon hearing the plan of the Morai and the prophecy, many grimaced at seeing the demigods looking at them, saving those mentioned. Ares. I want a strong nephew, and it seems that he is, so he is my favorite nephew. Apollo. He's my sister's nephew, so I'm going to support him. Upon hearing nephew and godson Artemis went blank, but she remembered something. Artemis. Yato-san she would say surprised. So. I have a bad feeling about him, and I hope Naruto intervenes I would say with a very bad feeling. Apollo. A godson. We'll see what he's like. Maybe I'll help him as my champion. Artemis. He's my godson, so he'll be my son's hunter. So. See. Hermes. Why I feel like I'm going to get along with him. Zeus. Maybe he'll bless him later he would say, preparing for his plan A to turn several people into perverts. Katie. Not bad physique. Claris. I would like him in my bed covered in blood while he makes love to me after a fight against monsters I would say excitedly. Elaine. If you remember that your partners are here, right? This caused several girls to lose hope, except for the goddesses, especially Athena, who did not expect the disappointment and loss of her closest sister due to her selfish desires, her pride and above all her lust. On screen. The fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, simply sent forth a soporific wind that began to fall, while Clotho gently caught it. Perseus. The Morai, he would say, surprised. Jason. But what? Clotho. It is time for the journey to continue, that grail will be the memory of your passage through here, I would say to take the grail and seal it in the child's skin, you will use it when you need it. Lachesis. We take the essence of your closest friends, you too, Astolfo, the warrior Karna, after meeting him in this place and recognizing him as an equal, along with little Jack, you are his closest friends, and in your case Perseus, you will be of great help to his future apprentice. Perseus. In that case I hope I can help. Jason. Same with me, it's been a while since I've had an adventure. Both would look at the Redeed, saying with gestures as they touched his shoulders that they would see him again soon. After that, the fates would take the boy and take him out of there, leaving him in a forest, while in the distance the village of Konohagakure no Sato could be seen. Atropos. When you wake up, he would say, returning the body with the help of Tsukiyomi, who arrived with him, leaving the child of no more than 6 years old, you will remember your trip, but you will have to train again to strengthen yourself and understand what is coming, you are needed here until your mother comes for you and yours. After that, Tsukiyomi would retreat with the Grim Reapers, while the boy was dressed in a strange outfit and a large scroll with instructions for him appeared at his side. To the surprise of many, Naruto possessed a defined body and wore an open-chested vest with long patches covering the knee, pants with open areas at the hips, simply covering his privates and rear, along with modern military-style boots, given the passage of time in the Olympic world. As always, his bow and quiver were at his side and the sword, Balming, at his other. The screen turns off. Artemis sighed when she saw that he wouldn't be going alone, perhaps she should reconsider her opinion of many heroes in her pantheon. Annabeth. Who is Astolfo? Percy. Isn't he one of Charlemagne's paladins? All of Camp Half-Blood. Who are you and what did you do with Percy? Sally just laughed as her son moped off to a corner, standing in circles and whispering to his friends who didn't respect him, while Nico patted him on the back. Athena. Damn, he's like that at 6 years old. How big will he be? She thought, blushing. Demeter. Mommy likes it, she thought while a liquid was running down her privacy, to Hestia's surprise. Hestia. Pig, she thought when she saw her sister, she would definitely protect him from her nieces and perverted sister. Zeus. Not bad at 6 years old, he'll be a big heartbreaker like me at his age. Poseidon. You mean when you were hiding in Crete and being cared for by that goat? Zeus. Silence. Apollo. Well, what's next? Lee. Didn't they say images? Hermes. It's true. At that the screen would turn on. Off screen. Katie. It's cute. Hala. That's right. Rachel. Without a doubt. Lee. Say. Demeter. Those are my daughters. Apollo. Not bad daughter, looking at your cousin, it doesn't bother me, he would say, encouraging her. Artoria. Then why do they complain about the strangeness of the Greeks? Jean. Yes. Elaine. They forget we're here. On screen. Off screen. Julia Feingold. There's no doubt it's beautiful. Alice Miyazawa. You said it, sister. Hermes. So, are you looking at my daughters? He would say mockingly. Drew. Looks like he needs attention, he would say, licking his lips. Bianca. He's cute but he's not my type, I would say honestly, she was one of the few, along with Artemis, Sally Jackson, Hestia, Hera, Leto and Zoe, who were not attracted to the son of the hunt. Hyper. She has style, but I don't like it when people complain about those clothes. On screen. Off screen. Aphrodite. Oh daddy. She would say with a runny nose. Selena. So much meat and it's not even Lent. Demeter. If beauty had taxes, you would be the most wanted evader. Hunter 1. Are you a farmer? Because every time I see you, I develop a greater love for you. Several hunters looked at her, while Artemis felt the need to purge her game, as her need for an overprotective mother was ignited. Athena. Are you an archaeologist? Because every time you smile, you unearth my happiness. Artemis. Sister. Hestia. Athena. Thebe. Are you a baker? Because when I see you, you melt me like butter. Lacey. If you were a painter, I would choose you as my masterpiece. Zeus. My grandson is so handsome, he would say, crying with pride. On screen. Off screen. Apollo. He got his taste for those shirts. Dionisio. It was definitely me. Poseidon. Not me, it was the alcoholic. Valentina Diaz. She has a well-worked body. Jason. It is the dream of many to have his physique. Percy. X2. Nico. Will he leave us like this? Chiron. What? He would say since he was deafened by Aphrodite's scream. On screen. Off screen. Ares. Not bad Draken, he would say, knowing his nephew's nickname. Apollo. It's interesting, he would say, trying to hide his blush. He's his nephew, but as a bisexual, he can't help but admire that physique. Gracie? Dad. What's wrong? Apollo. Nothing, he would say, trying to lie when he felt his twin's gaze. Nissa Barrera. It's surprising, although I would like to investigate it more to know how it operates. Hephaestus. Huh. He would say, surprised. Alia. I guess the hunter is Hexy. Clarissa. Yes. Jean, Elaine and of course Artoria were hiding their desire to jump on their former partner. They hadn't seen her since they were with him and they were clamoring for something between her legs. On screen. Off screen. Queen. Damn, she would say, falling into temptation. If you were a superhero, you would be the hero of my story. Kayla. Are you a musician? Because every time I see you, my heart plays a melody. Alia. With those arms I'd like to be a rabbit. Zeus. Daughter. He would say, surprised. He didn't believe that his grandson was so handsome, even more so than him. Aphrodite. If the rabbit is like this, how will the carrot be? Artemis. Stay away from my baby. Hestia, Leto and Hera. Stay away from my grandson. On screen. Off screen. Huntress 2. I wish you were the sun, so you could give me the whole day. Huntress 3. I wish we were elephants, so we could walk holding your trunk with our tails. Phoebe. I'm going to study witchcraft and cast a spell on you that will take over me. Always ignore your sausage, she would say between struggles, blushing. Will. That didn't sound like the previous one, he would say with a red tint like Nico, although Nico's face went away, since if he came he would see him as a little brother. Lee. Yes, she is a Yandir. Aries. I feel very proud, I surely gave him that routine. On screen. Off screen. Connor and Travis. A furry. Artemis. Fox. I don't want it, I don't like it, I want a wolf as a son. Oh. It's your sacred animal, my lady. Huntress 4. In the sky the stars, on the beaches the seagulls and between my legs bouncing your balls. Rachel. Afterwards, don't say that hunters aren't like men, she would say, blushing at the lack of care in her words. Artemis. Maybe I should keep them away from my son. Oh. If you say so, my lady. Artemis. Why doesn't it affect you? Oh. I may be Greek, but she's like my little brother, I'm not incestuous. Alia. I can't stand it anymore, she would say, to take pictures for later. Annabeth. Oh no, Red would say, it's too much. Percy. Wow, I didn't know Sensei was like that. Then he sees Bianca, she's cute, he would whisper. Bianca would notice this and both would exchange glances, both blushing. Jean, Elaine and Artoria were using the ladies' restroom since they couldn't stand the last one. It was their biggest wet dream with their beloved. Arrival in Konoha. The room was full again, many women who were frowned upon by Artemis, Zoe and a couple of hunters who had not been attracted to their lady son. Zeus. That boy fills me with pride, look at him, as handsome as his grandfather. I knew someone would inherit my charms, he said with great pride. Hera. At least he's not a womanizer with grandpa. Zeus. Still would say, hiding his plan to guide Naruto on his path. Poseidon. No doubt, I just hope I don't have a daughter. Artoria. No. Elaine. You won't have it, she said, convinced. Jean. As far as I know, young Percy is your son along with Tyson, they are Naruto's apprentices, along with little D'Angelo. Well, Bianca lives there learning various things with her other pupils, while she prepares Percy and Nico to join the toughest training. Artemis. How many did he bring with him? Artoria. 3, your godson and nephew, who will later reveal himself to be his self-proclaimed disciple and your godson's best friend. Oh. I hope to see them in action, she would whisper. At that, the screen would light up, drawing everyone's attention. On screen. Naruto was opening his eyes. He had no idea what was happening. He only remembered saying goodbye to his mother and family, leaving with Lord Tsukiyomi to his father's home village to live in peace until he could return. He knew about sealing, so he had his things next to him on parchment, except for his weapons, but something caught his attention. A second scroll with a note next to it. If you read this, son of the hunt, you will be able to remember that you have had other lives, and even if you believe it, it is not so. We have manipulated your body by sending your soul to different worlds of the Tsukiyomi domains, where you have learned many things. In the scroll will be the ways to remember the skills you have acquired, given that added to what you learned from your mother and father as a hunter and shinobi, along with what was taught by your hunter uncles and sisters. Along with your ability, since you are the reincarnation of Senji Muramasa, who was in your life as Naruto Shiru, having the skills as a sorcerer, given your sword origin. That will serve you for now, but remember, Olympus will need a strong demigod, because when you return, you must help with a prophecy and face the demigod turned god who abandoned Olympus. But love the destinies. Naruto. Well, they are relatively friendly, since I met them when they visited the hunt to deliver a prophecy to mom, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. Okay now. He would say, looking at his surroundings, I guess I should go to that kind of city, at least I know that dad taught me his native language. After that, Naruto would begin to walk towards the village. He looked like he was 10 years old, but he was a 7-year-old boy, simply training with his family and eating the hunts with his mother made him develop well. Off screen. Sally. That's normal, given that she was traveling and woke up in a strange place. So. Of course, they often visit us with prophecies, I would say with chills. Percy. Kind. Grover. Oh no, it's all the possible things, except kind, he would say, remembering his events with Percy and Thalia. Tyron. He is somewhat carefree, but he knows what he is doing, and Minato also taught him his native language, but I wonder how we will understand each other. Malcolm. On the note from the mirrors, I would say, taking it out, says it's translated, so there won't be any problems. Charles. I want to see your weapons. Leo. Me too, although they may have a lot of hacks. On screen. Naruto seemed to be in his own world, since he was walking at a leisurely pace, he could smell things in the air, like a lot of hostility, since the village seemed to have been attacked, however, despite knowing about hostility, he felt that it was mild, compared to when he hunted with Zoe, his mother, when he faced a hellhound or a cyclops, where in the first he was enchanted and wanted one as a pet, but his mother clarified that it was impossible, which the Reteed accepted. He walked for several hours until he reached the gates. Naruto. Wow, it's not as imposing as Athens or Sparta. When mother took me, I'd say unimpressed, but where should I enter? What are you doing here, kid? A person wearing a single-leaf ninja bandana and a green vest would say. Naruto. Are you a shinobi? He would ask, impressed. Can't you tell I'm a kid? He would say seriously. Naruto. It's just that where I come from there isn't one, except for my dad, he would say somewhat sadly, that's why he sent me to Konoha, he told me to talk to his brother Yato Namikaze and give him this, he would say, taking out a letter. Do you know the Yondaime? He would say seriously, although if he looked closely, he had the style of a well-known blonde shinobi in Konoha. Naruto. No, my dad mentioned that the leader was a certain Sarutobi, nothing more. Okay kid, I would say to guide him, do you know how to write? I would say so. Naruto nods to him. Okay, fill out those papers, I would say, pointing at a form, and then let me know so I can escort you. I am Natsume Kimura, Chunin of the Konoha village. Naruto. I'm Naruto Namikaze, it's a pleasure, he would say, smiling. Natsume. Are you the son of the Konoha Kiroi Senko? Naruto. Yes, by the way, I'm done. Natsume. Okay, I'll take you to the Hokage's office, where he will decide what to do with you. Naruto. Okay, I would say to follow him. Off screen. Apollo. Sister. Artemis. What she said innocently, it seems that we were doing something mother and son. Athena. Exposing such a young child to monsters, even if it is a fun mother-son experience, is not advisable, sister. Hephaestus. Wow, he doesn't look impressed. Ares. Knowing Athens or Sparta, who would want to see that small village? Claris. Oh, security has arrived. Miranda. Although it's not bad. Drew. It's kind of hexy, but I don't like that color combination. Oh. So your brother-in-law is the new Hokage, my lady. Artemis. Yes, but I don't know why I have a very bad feeling. On screen. Naruto headed towards the tower with his guide. While admiring the village, he could notice numerous glances directed at him. Many girls his age or a little older devoured him with their gaze. It was obvious that they were predators ready to attack and steal various things. They resembled the looks of Aphrodite when he went to Olympus, which made the Reteed uncomfortable. On the other hand, the adults looked at him seriously. It was not the joy that his father described of the village, since he even felt hostility towards him. He did not give it importance because he associated it with some attack, but as he walked he heard their murmurs. Is it another demon? He will be related to the Yondaime's wife. Perhaps they will kill the demon child and bring someone else to restrain the beast. Naruto didn't know what they were talking about, even though his heart was beating hard, he didn't know why, but he would soon find out. Natsume. I see you're thoughtful. Naruto. Yes, it is not the village that my father described, full of joy and so on. Natsume. That's because of an attack. Do you know what a Biju is? Naruto. Yes, dad told me, not much, just about his power. Natsume. 3 years ago, on the day the Yondaime's children were born, the nine-tailed fox emerged from Kushina-sama's seal. Since childbirth usually weakens the seal, the beast managed to break it and escape, but instead of leaving, the Kyuubi devastated Konoha. I don't know why, but between us, I detected a Sharigan in it, which means that someone ordered it to attack, which is impossible to prove. Many people died, including the Sandaime Hokage who sacrificed himself to seal the beast in the Yondaime's children, who caused it to separate the beast's chakra and soul, sealing the first in his daughter Natsumi and the second in his son Menma. The village still hasn't recovered from that attack. Naruto. But, Dad told me that the status of the Jinchuriki of the villages is secret, why do people know it? Natsume. This is because Yato, upon taking the mantle as Yondaime and advised by his most trusted counselor, Danzo Shimura, decided to make his status known to the village, generating a paradigm. The village sees Natsumi as the heroine and princess of the village, while Menma is seen as the nine-tailed demon himself. Naruto. You don't agree with it? Natsume. No, he was the custodian during Kushina-sama's pregnancy, but when they were born, she was in serious condition, since she has a disease, when extracting a biju part of the soul of its carrier is extracted, along with most of the chakra reserves, which can kill you. This made Yato take Natsumi and leave Menma with her. Naruto. I see, people are somewhat stupid, I mean I'm not a warrior like my father, or a hunter like my mother, I'm lacking a lot, but as far as I know that a sword is that and the sheath is something else, not two things, jailer is not the same as prisoner. Natsume. I think the same, but because of that, they lowered me from Jounin to being a Chunin, he would say calmly, that's all I can say, since we've already arrived, he would say looking at the Hokage tower. Off screen. Seeing the walk, the children of Athena became interested in the structures. It was clear that they had a level of development similar to feudal Japan, but what was striking, even for the children of Hephaestus, was seeing that despite being architecturally backward, they had electricity cables and a television signal. For Artemis, relatives and the Redeed's partners began to frown. Artemis, upon hearing what had happened with Kushina and her godson, was getting very angry with her brother-in-law. Athena. It's like she said, a recent attack and they don't recover, it's obvious that she would be in trouble, and they would view her with some suspicion and discomfort. Sally. How can you do that to your son? She would say annoyed. Hestia. It was supposed to be a secret. Apollo. Sister. Artemis. Oh, you'll see, my brother-in-law, he won't touch my godson again, she would say while in the skies of the earth the moon turned red. Annabeth. Your reasoning is admirable. Percy. Yes, and it's not that hard to understand. Nico. I think any camp would be well received. Hamp Half-Blood. Yes. Hamp Jupiter. Yes no. Queen. And why is that Octavian? Octavian. It's simple, he's a demon, he doesn't deserve to serve Rome. Apollo. You know I can take your position away from you, right? He would say seriously in his Roman way. Octavian felt true terror. Para. Your office is a nice thing. On screen. Naruto was arriving at the office, where he was attended to by the secretary, a somewhat young woman with traces of something on her thighs. Naruto may be somewhat innocent in matters of love, but he knows thanks to his sisters when someone is having hex, and that woman had the clues. He decided to obey the girl's order, since she told him that at that moment the Hokage was in a meeting with the council, since the main counselors, Hamura Midakato, Kahari Udatane and Danzo Shimura, demanded the sending of a squad to bring Minato. Since a lot of time has passed since his departure, they knew he was discharged, but they needed him, and a lot. Naruto could hear the screams and heated arguments. It was uncomfortable, since even two female voices tried to reason logically to avoid having to use something. It was then that the secretary came in and called the Yondaime, who came out surprised and ran into Naruto. Yato. Who are you, kid? Naruto. Excuse me, are you Yato Namikaze? Yato. Yes, but why do you ask? Naruto. I'm Naruto Namikaze, it's a pleasure to meet you uncle, he would say bowing to him. Yato was in shock at that moment, just like the rest of the room. That boy was the son of the Yondaime. Arideed recognized the boy's almost red hair, so she approached. Are the hairs of Artemis? Each member of the council looked at the boy, they recognized Artemis's reddish-brown hair, as well as Minato's electric blue eyes, there was no doubt about it. While a certain bandaged councilman looked at this seriously, he knew that a couple of plans could go down the drain with him there. Yato. Do you have any proof? Naruto. Yes, my father gave me this for you, he would say handing a letter. Councilman. Read it, Yato. Councilman 2. Read it so we know if it's true. Councilman 3. The similarities are very evident, he is the Namikaze heir, although the matriarch is not present. Naruto. My mother has matters to attend to, she can't come, he would say seriously. His father told him that he should never play with those three, they were very stingy, especially the bandaged one. Counselor 3. It's a shame Lady Namikaze can't come. Naruto. Let me introduce myself, I'm Naruto Namikaze, who are you? Pat Councilman. More respect, brat, you are before the honorable council of the village, he would say seriously. Woman. The boy introduced himself politely, I would say annoyed. He did not accept that the members of the civil side believed themselves to be gods. I am Kushina Uzumaki, I am your little aunt. Off screen. Hades. It's clear that the leader doesn't rule that village, he would say, listening to the screams and arguments. Ares. Meh, it looks like the Olympus meetings. Annabeth. I disagree with you Lord Ares, but the times we've been to Olympus, you've been more calm in your debates. Inicio. That's true, Annabelle is right. Zeus. Well, he is a leader, he has the letter to know how to respect. Jean. If they only knew, she thought. Elaine. Give him a bottle of liquor and forget he's going to respect anyone she said, remembering that Naruto was someone who liked to drink. Oh. He's your pig nephew she would say looking at Yato, he was so opposite to her lady's husband. Demeter. A lot of difference in both. Travis. That retarded woman I would say looking at her I don't know why, but my instincts tell me not to get close. Connor. There are two of us. Hestia. Matriarch. Athena. It's true, Artemis, you are the head of the clan. Artemis. What about me? Athena. Since Minato was the heir, which applies to Naruto given your marriage to him, you are the clan leader. Apollo. Those humans he would say looking at the civilians. Hermes. I don't know why, but they will have to do with many problems. Apollo. She is he would say blushing very beautiful. Artoria. Poor thing, she doesn't know what awaits her, she thought. On screen. Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you and Kushina. Yato. So my brother is dead. Naruto. Yes he would say, lowering his head. Counselor 1. It's a shame. Counselor 2. It was the best resource the village had. Counselor Vendato. What have you learned from him, child? Naruto. Not much, just that before he died he told me to come to do the shinobi career. Counselor Vendato. I understand he would say thoughtfully. Blind. It is unfortunate to lose him, I introduce myself, I am Hiashi Hyuga, leader of the Hyuga clan, my condolences. Blesses Guy. I say the same as head of the Aburam clan. Woman with canine features. I say the same as matriarch of the Inuzuka clan. Gordo. I say the same from the Akamichi clan. So all the clans, like the Yamanaka, the Kurama, the Uchiha and especially the Nara, gave their condolences to the child, losing someone so small was very hard. Naruto. Thank you he would say bowing. Yato. Well, I guess I have nothing more to say to welcome you nephew he would say with a false kindness that Naruto noticed. Civil Councilman. If he is the Namikaze heir, I say he be inducted into the Clan Restoration Act. Naruto. No he would say firmly I will not enter. Councilman 1. But it's a council order. Naruto. As far as I know, it is a shinobi matter and the civilian council does not have an opinion and you are advisors, you do not order but advise. Sum. I like Gaki. Shikaku. How troublesome. Yugaku. It's interesting to see how he treats Danzo, Hamura and Kaharu. Kushina. I think it's best to let him settle in, don't you think? Danzo. We'll let it go for now, it's obvious you're tired from your trip. Naruto. Yes. Yato. Well, since you don't have a place, I'll give you an apartment. Naruto. And my father's mansion. Yato. I use it with your cousin and unfortunately I don't have a place that made Naruto frown, that indicated that his house, which by right is his father's inheritance, was being occupied besides I bought it, he would say giving him the money that he believed was enough for the house. Naruto. But. He would say before being interrupted. Kushina. No problem, I'll host him in the Uzumaki clan. Yato. Fine he would say annoyed, since he wouldn't be able to do anything against his nephew he will stay with you. Kushina. I'm very glad Yato, oh and I forgot, keep sending your damn villagers against my son and I won't respond Yato. After that, Naruto was taken with Kushina to the Uzumaki district, surprisingly for Naruto, it was a very large place, it had training places, justice practice fields, as well as armories and forges. Without a doubt, the place was well prepared, not counting a huge library, which contained jutsus from even the Senju clan and the Namikaze. The reason, their last heads, Tsunade Senju and Minato himself, did not trust the village much, so they preferred to keep their secrets there at Kushina's hands. Naruto. It's huge, and you have a lot to train he would say surprised. Kushina. Yes, and your father left me your inheritance, his legacy. Naruto. But didn't Yato have them? Kushina. No, since no one trusted him, since he was jealous of your father's power, Yato is jealous, since he can't be the clan head like your father. Plus, with you, it cements your heritage further, which he fears, since he would lose everything, remaining Hokage. Naruto. I see. Acha and a boy of no more than 3 years old, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, would say. Naruto. He looks like my dad he would say surprised. Kushina. Menma-chan come she would say calling the child he is your cousin, he is Aunt Art's son. Menma. Hello he would say surprised are you my Nai-san? Naruto. Hello cousin, if you want, yes, I'll be your older brother. After that, Kushina would prepare everything so that Naruto would be received accordingly, and although Naruto would help, she did not want to leave him, but her condition was not pressing, given that she had little time left. Screen turns off. Artemis. At least the clan support her, she said seriously. Athena. Yes, they know that if the civilians take power, the village will collapse. Hearing what they wanted to do to Naruto, the entire hunt became angry, along with their partners. Artemis. Clan Restoration Act. Apollo. Basically they would authorize a harem to preserve his lineage. Zeus. I would have to accept my grandson, it's a legal harem, he would say bluntly. Hera. You would do it, Zeus. Hestia. Yato hates something and it's because of Minato. Annabeth. It's true, it makes sense, the oldest gets the power, and the youngest is forgotten, almost always, so Yato must hate Minato, but for the clan leadership. Percy. Isn't that in Lady Artemis's hands? Nicuchio. Yes. Upon seeing the Uzumaki district, many said that it was not bad, especially when they saw what was there. At the same time, Artemis sent him a sketch for the Naruto district. It would be built in a forested area, surrounded by nature, but not too far from the city. Ares. Legacy. Chiron. I see, her entire record of techniques is reserved by her, although I imagine the Senju. Mark. That will be interesting. Upon seeing Menma, many let out squeals at how cute he is, while Artemis thought he looked very much like Minato, although he is her nephew, surely if she brings him home with Naruto, she would bless him. Oh. Let's see if you have potential, boy, she would say with a smile. Hermes. So instead of Primo, older brother, huh? Apollo. That's what it looks like. Lee. It will be amazing to see what those two achieve. Hades. Kushina won't last long, he would say seriously. Poseidon. That's what it looks like, brother. For some reason, Sally felt her chest tighten. It hurt to see them both like that, but she would soon discover why. First days in Konoha. Everyone in the room was talking about what they'd seen. In Artemis's case, she was thinking about what to do with her nephew, but something was missing. Her godson. What should she do? Zoe noticed her superior's concern, so, as her closest friend, she approached her to be her emotional support. On the other hand, Percy and the other demigods of Camp Half-Blood were talking about what would happen to Menma, since he was not a demigod, even so, it was clear that they would welcome him with open arms, which made Chiron smile. Hermes and his children strangely felt that this boy could be like another one of the Hermes cabin, and that caught their attention. Maybe he is like Naruto, and the Stoles like that too much, since they were the only jokers, and if Naruto matures, there will be Menma to make jokes with them. Zeus and Hera were talking because they realized that Yato was not only a bad husband, but he was worse than Zeus. Hera could identify him, but Zeus was depressed, since every infidelity used him as an example. He was not perfect, but it was impossible to resist the hormones that demand sex with hot women, and that they do not resist his body. At that moment a glow would appear while everyone wondered who it was, until a red head of hair would become very clear, causing Apollo to blush. Hey, where am I, Databane? She then scans the room until she runs into a friend, Arch, and she would say happily as she approaches her. Hunter 1. Who are you? She would say, pointing the bow at him. Huntress 2. Identify yourself or you won't get near my lady. Artemis. Let her pass. Jackets. Yes. Artemis. It's good to see you, Kushina. Kushina. I say the same, although those old women explained everything to me, and I think I went overboard, she would say, lifting a dented frying pan. The male gods. What the hell? They would say, feeling their bodies begin to tremble with fear. Hestia. It's good to meet you, my dear. Kushina. Oh Lady Hestia, it's good to see you, Databane, just like you, bitter boss. Hades. What about me? Kushina. You made a deal with a Shinigami in exchange for giving her a certain add-ons to be tortured by her due to her lack of ideas on how to continue, and I am the guardian of these two, she would say, hugging Nico and Bianca. As the wife of, she would say, looking for someone with her eyes. Apollo, she would say, jumping into his arms, you had more demigods, I will be able to pamper more children, you were unfaithful to me, she would say, so that the gods' hairs would stand on end. Hera. How come he got married? Kushina. Thanks to Hades who brought me, he fell in love with me and asked me to marry him, and of course Leto-san and Archan were excited. Artemis. Is he cheating on you? Kushina. No, marrying me prevented her from going out to do her things, although Ero father-in-law ended up allowing her to go see his children who I love as my own. Zeus. What about me? He would say, somewhat surprised. Kushina. I have methods to get what I want, and believe me, no one, not even the gods, are safe, she would say with a macabre smile. Ares. Question, he would say, swallowing saliva at that look. What methods would you use with someone like me? Kushina. How much do you want your collection of rare weapons? Ares. No. No, anything but that. He would say, very scared. The others were terrified, or well, only the male gods and the occasional satyr, while the demigods, for some strange reason, saw flashbacks of their lives passing by, and Chiron, well, he could delegate training to her, all very strange. Before they even spoke further, the screen lit up. On screen. For Naruto, his first night in Konoha was relatively calm. Kushina that afternoon she arrived with little Menma and helped him settle into his room, where thanks to her knowledge of storage seals level 1 to 2 in the sealing classes, something that made Kushina as an Uzumaki puff out her chest with pride, given that in the entire shinobi world there are 10 levels, with the exception of the Uzumakas, which are 15 for them. Of course that could be a challenge in small print because Naruto is not as idiot as he seems and where he is interested, he is so capable of even adding one more level if he sets his mind to it, so with the right words, in the days and years to come, as far as Kushina can, she would be teaching him about sealing. After all, she wants to teach them to Menma, but with her problem, it is impossible, given that she weakens with each passing day. Dinner was something strange for Naruto, but he ate anyway. His father had taught him how to use chopsticks, and where he lived he was the only one who used them, given the existence of cutlery in Greece, although this was not important, except that little Menma saw Naruto dressed in a suit that his mother bought him in Athens a few years ago. Menma was ecstatic with Naruto's things because he used to tell them about what Greece was like, where he lived, how thanks to his mother and his travels with his father, he traveled to Sparta, Athens, Mycenae, and even Troy before the war. Of course that last detail Naruto did not know, but there it was. Naruto told them everything, their customs, architecture, experiences, something that amazed his family there. Although Kushina was enraged by the fact that women were only reduced to the home, she was a kunoichi, her entry in the bingo book said so, the bloody habanero, since her name is similar to mentioning a demon in villages like Awagakure and Kumagakure, along with a couple of smaller villages. She was a sealing master, an expert in the use of the sword, kinjutsu. Something that Naruto was interested in, although he preferred Keinden, given his past as a samurai, although learning new styles were not too much. As well as being a master of water nature ninjutsu, Suiton. After dinner, accompanied by Menma, who shared a room with him, he went through the seal scrolls with a little blonde boy who was driven by curiosity. The Redeed also offered him one of his grandmother's cookies, which he was ecstatic about. One by one, he went through the seals, taking out what he could and the most necessary, given that there were plenty of them. The Book of Ares and Athena was an example, its pages at the beginning of the journey with several empty chapters, leaving nothing but the Greek fighting style, which many used in the Olympics, a pseudo-boxing called pugilato, along with a rather rare wrestling called pancratio. Naruto knew them, he always practiced them with the help of his clones on the edge, which was a natural fighting style for him, so he continued browsing the book and the more he read, since although he had dyslexia, this compared to other demigods was very reduced. He found other fighting styles, all with their structures and ways of learning them, since Ares, despite being seen as an idiot, takes martial learning seriously, leaving class by class recorded thanks to the Iris portal. In truth Naruto should thank him for that, since he would not have to learn self-taught. The martial arts that were there were boxing, aikido, muay thai, karate, judo, kung fu, jiu-jitsu, capoeira, Chinese kenpo, hapkido, jeet kune do, among others, that excited him, since he would learn to fight avoiding being carried away by a single style, which would allow him to develop his own fighting style. In addition Ares thought of everything, even though others do not want to admit it, since numerous equipment such as sandbags, some weights and practice dummies, along with several elements were there to help him. Naruto knew that this was only the beginning, because to that, he had to add his training at the Shinobi Academy, along with his sword style and ninjutsu, without forgetting archery and his skills from his past as a master and servant, so it was something that was going to take time. So after arranging his clothes a bit, he decided to go to bed, but not before saying goodbye to his cousin tomorrow. Tomorrow was a new day and he would write to his mother and sisters, even though they would already have an idea of what the old women had done. Off screen. Artemis. Thank you for being there for him Kushina. Kushina. Maybe it wasn't much, but I appreciate the gesture I would say sincerely, that's so the bad feeling in Artemis and Zo. Athena. Are you a seal master? Kushina. 15 out of 16 levels, since your son Art if he sets his mind to something he achieves it. Annabeth. That means he is. Kushina. If I had to give my verdict, she's smarter than even Athena. Athena. She would think while her cheeks turned golden. No, you are not a father, don't worry he is your nephew, we are Greek that could happen, you will be able to have children with him with your method, and your half-sister will not kill you. She thought letting herself be carried away by her attraction to intelligent boys, besides maybe he would like to have a MILF with him and have her be his teacher, she thought in a perverted way. Artemis felt that something was disturbing her and noticed that the one she least expected, Athena, was looking at her son with unholy eyes, so she frowned, although it went away when she saw him dressed as a Greek in those times, since she felt proud that her version had given him that outfit. Drew. Well, that suit makes him look hexy. Aphrodite. That adorable and hexy one, I'll take him home to mom she would say licking her lips. Artoria, Elaine and Jean. not my sister, get yours. Hermes. I'm the only one who noticed a reference. Apollo. No, brother, you weren't the only one. Apollo's cabin. As Dad and Uncle Herm said. Seeing how he narrated his experiences with Artemis and the hunters, many found him tender, while the demigods looked at Zeus angrily. Perhaps if he weren't paranoid, he would have made the law like he had with him. Not neglect his domains and be with his children, but know the paranoid king they have forbade them to see his children. Said anger turned to surprise and pride upon hearing what Athena and Ares had done, although the former was surprised that her warmongering brother, something that several shared, had done, ordering the ways to learn martial arts. She assumed that the boy, given his ability, could learn alone without any guidance, just by reading them. His fatal arrogance, it seems that the god of war, in his own way, did think. The children of war looked at their father with great pride, but someone always had to ruin the moment. Leo. Wow, I didn't know they were creating Batman, he would say with grace. Those words made several people have an existential doubt. If Naruto knew those martial arts, plus some demigod training, would he become Batman? The Romans knew Jason could fly, the Greeks knew Percy was called Aquaman for his abilities, a Batman wasn't a far-fetched idea. Jiren. How is it that at such a young age he is an expert in pancras and boxing? He would say with surprise, because several of his disciples from the past were great athletes, but many became great after the age of 15, Naruto was less than 10. Athena. I think I have an idea, she would say looking at Kushina who was smiling. On screen. Dawn was breaking in Konoha, while Naruto, out of habit of getting up early, given his training with Zoer his father, stood up, noticing that something was missing, his clothes from last night, so wearing nothing but black shorts, he went down to the dining room, hoping not to disturb anyone. He wanted to have something for breakfast like always, some cereal with fresh fruit and juice squeezed from some citrus fruit or a little goat or cow milk. When he went down to the living room he noticed Kushina with traces of wounds, she had dark circles on her face and was sitting with her hand holding a katana waiting for something to happen. Naruto. And Kushina. Kushina. Oh Naru-chan, good morning, I thought you would sleep more, she would say surprised and forcing a smile. Naruto. Aunt, you need to rest, I'll stand guard now, he would say understanding the situation. Years of living with the hunt taught him many things, and Zoe always answered the doubts he had as a child, so he didn't need to add two. He remembered what they said when he entered the village, so he assumed it was for Menma and his protection. Kushina. But. Naruto. Dude, it's because of Menma, right? He would say seriously. Kushina. Yes, I can't take it anymore, I can't do anything but protect him at night, several times they want to enter the compound, but I would say breaking down. Naruto. Okay, Aunt, I'm here, and I promise you by the river Styx that I won't let anything happen to Menma with these idiots. Kushina. Thank you, she would say, stopping the shedding of a few tears before falling asleep. Naruto. I won't let you end badly, Aunt, I would say crossing my fingers, shadow clone jutsu. Clone 1. Boss. Naruto. Please take her to her room, I'll take care of something first. Clone 2. Boss, right away. Both clones would gently carry Kushina and take her to her room, it helped that she was barefoot since it saved them work. Meanwhile Naruto stared at the door feeling that something would happen, deciding to make another clone and send him to get paper and pen. He had to write some things to his mother, he wanted to be sure of something, and what about his little cousin didn't let him think in a way that was perhaps wrong, but not so far from reality. When the clone returned, Naruto wrote down everything he noticed, he didn't hold anything back, in addition to sending her the tests and letters from Kushina to her, notifying her of her nephews, and also asking for some blessing for Menma, because in his thoughts the bad feeling was foreshadowed. After finishing the letter he would take a drachma and dedicating a prayer to Hermes, he sent what he had to send to the Olympic world, making a golden flash take the letters away leaving a caduceus pin, something rare to see. He decided not to give it importance, so he prepared breakfast for everyone, while he noticed Menma approaching, so after saying good morning, he served him breakfast that surprised the miner, but ate with pleasure. In just one night he noticed that the child had a small obsession with ramen, but it was not something out of the ordinary, and that could be corrected. Once breakfast was finished, Naruto made clones again, a surprising 60 solid clones, which amazed Menma, giving him stars in his eyes. Determined not to stagnate, he decided to use shadow clones. His father Minato had told him of their usefulness, given that being chakra and physical clones, these are identical clones of the user to provide support and perform combined attacks. The clones created through the technique are not simple illusions, they are solid clones capable of physically attacking the enemy, among other things. The clones still have a connection with the original, so tasks that require great concentration limit the number of clones the user can create, although their unique feature is that any experience the clones have during their existence is transferred to the user once they dissipate. This quality makes the technique perfect for tasks such as espionage or learning, as the user can send a clone to perform the task, and once it dissipates, the information obtained will be passed on to the original. For this reason, Naruto could be a good hand-to-hand fighter, almost a master in boxing and pankration, and could also learn techniques and fighting styles without difficulty, while he, as the original, dedicated himself to other tasks such as training his physique, something that clones could not do. Of his 65 clones he decided to divide them into groups. He didn't want to pretend much, but he wanted to learn at least 3 martial arts per year, in addition to polishing the ones he already knows in the future, so he selected the first 4 arts, boxing, karate, Muay Thai and capoeira, so he assigned 5 clones to each martial art, given that the book he had could be separated by the work of Athena into various books with each martial art and its classes. Even with 45 clones, he had to polish other matters. His talks with Kushina had told him that in the library, there were ninjutsu and kenjutsu that he could use to learn, so he sent 10 clones to improve their chakra control, climbing trees without hands, or walking on water, exercises that he knew from his father. He reserved 5 others to play with Menma, because he is still a child and as a wise master said, you have to work, you have to learn, you have to eat, you have to rest, and you also have to play. Of the remaining 30 clones, while 3 brought various ninjutsu and kenjutsu scrolls, he decided to divide them, 10 clones with kenjutsu and KN training, while the remaining 20 in training of their 4 elemental affinities, 5 clones per affinity. At the same time, the original was dedicated to starting to exercise his body, to become stronger with one goal in mind, to protect his loved ones. Off-screen. Seeing 7-year-old Naruto get up and go shirtless made many girls drool, forgetting that he was a child, although at that age, some of the muscles he had previously acquired had begun to form in that little body. The desire to kidnap and rape continued until they saw Kushina's condition. Her sister-in-law was worried like Zoe, and seeing how Naruto took command and guard made Zoe smile, she trained him well too well. Para. That Yato, he really is an idiot if he divulged his status to the village. Kushina. Yes, many mobs of villagers wanted to enter the district to beat him, lynch him, and who knows what else she would say. Sadly, thanks to you that Naruto was there, she would say, starting to cry. Hestia. Yeah, I would say to hug her, offering her comfort. Everything will be okay, even if everything seems dark, in the end there will always be hope. So. What would you give your nephew, my lady? Artemis. Surely an ability like yours, Zoe, only surely without immortality, since if I think about it my son would reject it. Apollo. I hope to give one to my new nephew too, he would say happily. Kushina. Stepson. Will. That means. Lee. A new brother, I would say, quite happy. Mitchell. No doubt. Artemis. I'm glad about that, but she'll be staying in my cabin for safety. Hermes. You're welcome, he would say upon seeing his Caduceus. Everyone focused on what Naruto thought and became absorbed by his ability to clone himself, so they listened carefully to his abilities, which answered Chiron's question as to why he was good. He should flatter that formation, and more so when his physical body was mentioned, and what the wise man said. Everyone was in complete agreement, except for Athena, who was reflecting on the same thing. Perhaps for millennia she let herself be carried away by her pride, and acting rashly and out of pride are not the powers of a sage. Ares. Good choice, nephew, he would say, whistling at the martial arts he chose. Percy. Someone else is breaking out in a cold sweat. Nico, Jason, Thalia, Leo, the Stoll siblings, Annabeth, Piper. You're not alone. Sally. Really, I would say when watching Menma and the clones play he is a great older brother. Artemis. Why, Orion, why did you kill the only man I could have for myself? She thought lamentably, having more than one child is not a bad idea, although not like Aphrodite, since the hunter does know what fidelity is. On screen. A few hours had passed and Naruto was exhausted, however his clones, despite everything, continued with the teachings of Ares's private classes, copying the movements quite well. It was never difficult for him to imitate movements during hunts, and so on. It was his natural ability, along with photographic memory, what Athena discovered, in addition to very long-term memory and body memory, after eating something that a newly woken up Kushina prepared, some small bentos of rice. Some vegetables and meat, he decided to continue with what he inherited from his mother. Archery, not training her, would be capable of making him worthy of what Zoe called fists of love, and more than love they were of pain, because they hurt a lot. Determined to avoid the penalty kick, he began to train archery. Normally he would have his original style, but his past as Nobutada made him take the firm hand of the samurai archery style. This was seen by Menma, who was amazed, so he asked him to teach him. The Redeed did not doubt that he could not, only that he was too small for it, so he asked him for a year to train himself, to be able to prepare to teach the boy what he learned, which was well received. For 1 hour without pause, he launched arrows hitting the targets in their center, a perfect aim, even when he made them move. Catching the Serenian doe with the hunt so that its mother would give it a bath was a very difficult task, but it paid off, having the arrows that used a tranquilizer that would put it to sleep until Artemis fulfilled her task. He was going to continue training, but a knock on the door caught his attention, at the same time that a couple of clones dissipated having fulfilled their function. "Naruto. I can help you," he would say, opening the door and finding a silver-haired Anbu. "Anbu? Naruto Namikaze, the Hokage wants to see you," he would say in a relatively emotionless tone. "Naruto. I'm okay," he would say to look at Kushina. "Is it urgent or can I change?" "Anbu? You may wash up if you wish, as long as you are at the Hokage's office in half an hour." "Naruto. Okay." So the Anbu in an explosion of smoke would leave, while Naruto proceeded to take a quick shower, change and leave in 15 minutes to the Hokage tower. He had put on a black t-shirt with a swirl in the center, light pants, black shinobi boots and a white and orange jacket. It didn't take him much more than 5 minutes to arrive, given that he could run and parkour his way up to a good pace, as if he were a newly graduated genin. So he arrived and made his presence known to the secretary, who this time smelled disgusting, so his uncle welcomed him into his office. "Yato. Naruto, boy, I hope your first day was peaceful," he would say in a kind tone. "Naruto. It was nice, although it's a matter of time, since I'm far from home and it will take time for me to get used to being like this." "Yato. It's understandable. By the way, your dad wanted you to be a shinobi, right?" "Naruto. Yes, although if it's not a bother, I wanted to ask if there are any samurais here." "Yato. Yes there is, why the question?" he would say somewhat surprised. "Naruto. Because I would like to learn his sword style while training to be a shinobi." "Yato. Okay, when the daimyo comes," he would say, writing something down in a notebook in the office. "I will let you know and you will tell him your case. Meanwhile, you will start the ninja academy in a week, so these days you will have to acclimatize to the village. Does that seem alright to you?" "Naruto. Yes." "Yato. Well, in that case, I'll look forward to that," he would say with a fake smile. After those words, Naruto left the office, still with the impression that Yato is not a good person. Screen turns off. Seeing Naruto's physical training, Ares raised a thumb, while Chiron appreciated that it was somewhat excessive. Athena may not agree, but smiled when she saw that this training was in the book they gave her, so she was not too worried. She did know that Ares designed the Spartan training, but upon reading carefully, she noticed that they were CrossFit to gain strength, endurance and muscle mass, and calisthenics which allows improving strength, flexibility, agility, balance, coordination and aerobic conditioning, in addition to noticing that on one flap it mentioned gym, so if her calculations were correct, at least a couple of gym equipment, Ares would have sent. Seeing the situation with the bow, Apollo, Artemis and the hunt nodded. It was a good thought, although they were surprised by Zoe's love fists. Upon seeing the silver-haired man, only Artemis recognized him, although she frowned at the interruption. Well, Kushina remembered the silver-haired man and frowned. It was clear that her father hadn't raised him very well, since he preferred the village, despite his frequent use of the phrase, little libido. Naruto's appearance after changing and showering was relatively well accepted among the daughters of love and the goddess of love herself, given that despite noticing imperfections in his clothing, they were not many and could be improved. If the talk with Yato worried them since they could read the subject's hidden intentions, while the hunt looked at him wanting to kill him and Phoebe as always in her yandere mode and gagged as if she were a prisoner in a psychiatric hospital. "Ares. You will always be a little samurai," he would say smiling. Genin in the face of Konoha. Everyone was talking about how exciting the world was and how things were starting to change, although Percy, Nico, Leo, Jason, Annabeth and the other kids felt a slight chill run down their spines. "Charles. What's next? I doubt he'll stay put." "Selena. I don't think that will happen." "Will. Whatever happens, something is going to happen and I think it's going to upset us." "Artemis. Well, when is this going to start?" "Oh. I'm just like you, my lady, I'm nervous." "Kushina. Me too." "Zeus. We'll see what happens to my grandson." "Hades. I'm curious what's next, but oh well, I'll see what I do." Aphrodite, for her part, looked furiously at the children of Hades, given that the breath of the dead dared to sell the soul of her beloved lover for the soul of the redeemed. Oh, if she couldn't take revenge on him, she would do it with her children. While she looked at them, she drew a creepy smile. "Hades. If you do anything to Aphrodite," he would say seriously upon noticing that not even Zeus will be able to save you from my fury. "Eros. And this time I won't help you, mother." "Anteros. Neither me." "Harmony. Me neither." At that the screen began to play music while the color began to be noticed. On screen. Naruto had left the Hokage's office while leaving his uncle with the rest of his paperwork. On his way he could see the villagers looking at them, still with distrust, since among their murmurs there were usually comments, such as "I do not understand how a foreigner can be the son of the yellow lightning," or "surely the lightning took pity on him like a prostitute." Hundreds of similar comments were said by the villagers, since many did not tolerate the foreign origin of the Redeed. Just as they did not tolerate the Yondame's ex-wife, although they did so in this case, to take over her lands, since without the last Uzumakis, owners of 70% of the village's lands, it would become 100% Konoha's. A villager dared to tell his mother directly that she was a bore, and Naruto lost his patience. "Naruto. Imbecile." "Villager. What did you call me, brat?" "Naruto. Imbecile," he said in a loud tone. "I said it loud, do you want me to repeat it?" "Villager. I will teach you to respect that we are villagers from the village that has Kami's blessing, you rude brat," he would say, raising a stick to hit him. Naruto wordlessly pulled out his bow and aimed an arrow at him. "Naruto. I don't know who you think you are, but you must have little honor and few balls to attack a child." "Villager. You really have guts, kid," he would say, trying to hit the Redeed. "I wouldn't raise my hand," a black man would say, taking the stick. "Villagers. He is the leader of the Uchiha clan," they would say, surprised, nervous and furious. "Yugaku. You were going to attack the Namikaze heir, the true heir of the clan, not the pampered little princess they so venerate. You would be attacking a clan heir, and that would lead to death." "Villager. TSK, that position belongs to Natsumi-sama, the heroine of Konoha, not the lightning bastard, the one who abandoned us when the Kyuubi attacked us," he would say with hatred. "Yugaku. In that case, go back in time and prevent him from being born." "Oh wait," he would say seriously, "he wasn't born in this village, and Minato," he would say, taking out a kunai and throwing it, "was my best friend and rival, so don't disrespect him like that." "Villager. Yes, yes," he would say with a cut on his face. "Yugaku. And you boy, go home, too many things have happened in these 2 days for the council to call us to solve something stupid." Naruto. "Yes," I would say seriously, "and thank you, these days I would like to hear from my father through his mouth, Fugaku-sama." "Yugaku. You'll hear from him soon, kid," he would say, smiling sideways before leaving. Without another word, Naruto walked to the Uzumaki district where the clones were still training, and 4 or 5 clones who played with Menma were helping a blonde-haired woman with brown eyes, with a purple diamond on her forehead. She was a quite attractive woman. Fair skin, hair was long to her waist, with bangs to her shoulders framing both sides of her face. She wore a large green jacket with the kanji for bet written inside a red circle on the back. Underneath, she wore a grey sleeveless kimono-style shirt, which was clung to her body thanks to a bluish sash that matched her pants. Her shirt revealed a pronounced neckline, leaving part of her breasts visible. She wore high-heeled sandals and painted her fingernails and toenails red. She also wore soft pink lipstick. Off-screen. Many were paying attention to the path that Naruto was taking very calmly to get to the compound where he was staying, but instead of seeing it calmly, they looked at this with fury, since they heard everything they were saying about Minato, calling him a traitor and a coward, and the straw that broke the camel's back was hearing from many women and few men the treatment of the goddess of the hunt as a prostitute. "Huntress. We must destroy that village. Hunter 1. We have to eliminate everyone there." "Oh. Calm down, because as we see Naruto is defending her." Seeing that a villager was too clever, many frowned. Hera was already planning how to chase him, since she was fond of the Redeed. Hestia was planning a series of punishments for him, and Apollo was thinking of several diseases that would leave him suffering in agony until he died. "Kushina. Escape fear's rescue," she would say, smiling. "Apollo. Do you know him?" "Kushina. He was Minato's best friend and rival, and he was the one who fought with you for the position of Naruto-chan's godfather." "Apollo. I already beat that emo." Everyone, hearing what the villager said, got angry, but they wondered who Natsumi was. "Artemis. She's your daughter, isn't she, Kushi-chan?" "Kushina. Yes," she would say with a tone of pain. "Yato's bastard took her into his custody when I separated from him, not only pampering her to the point that the village considers her their queen, their goddess, but thanks to a prophecy that she stole from Minato's master while he was doing what he calls investigation," she would say with a frown, which made Artemis unknowingly do so that someone would be the one to take the shinobi world to the future with the powers of the moon, but Yato did not want to listen and manipulated it to take him and his daughter, as those chosen by Kami, to be the future new gods of that world. "Zeus. Manipulating prophecies," he would say with a headache, as if that would help. "Athena. I remind you that if you hadn't been paranoid about my birth, that wouldn't have happened," I would say seriously. After the conversations ended and Fugaku told Naruto to return to the Uzumaki district, everyone paid attention when they arrived at the area, where they encountered a very strange situation, although the men of divine origin, saving Apollo, seeing Tsunade had strong reactions. "Poseidon. You're dynamite, babe," he would say shamelessly. "Inicio. So much meat in me and Lent. Berries. You look like the 9 that my 6 is missing. Artemis. Pigs, and why don't you say anything, Apollo? Apollo just pointed at Kushina behind him with a frying pan in her hand. Hermes. Zap, whipped. He said like one of those who didn't say anything. Percy. Hey, isn't that an older lady? Kushina. Chkahahahaja, that's true, see child, you're right, Tsunade-sensei is a bit old. Heroes. I see, he uses a masker illusion on her, right? Kushina. That's right, little heroes. On screen. Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, also considered the best medical ninja in shinobi history and the strongest kunoichi on record given her monumental strength, had arrived to attend to one of her former students when she had a genin team. The concern on the woman's face was palpable as she watched Ariteed hold a sleepy Menma with traces of tears in his eyes. Naruto. And Kushina, what's wrong? Kushina. Naruto-chan, this is Tsunade Senju, she was my teacher and she will be taking care of you for a while since my health problem has progressed. Tsunade. It's a pleasure to meet you, son of Minato. Naruto. It's a pleasure, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade. I'll leave since you want to talk to him, right? Kushina. Yes, I would say calmly. Tsunade retreated as Naruto approached the red-haired woman. Naruto. What's up, aunt? Kushina. Nephew, I want to ask you something and I want you to be honest with me. Naruto. Yes, go ahead, he would say near her. Kushina. Do you know the reason why one is born strong? She would ask looking at him calmly while Naruto was surprised by it. Naruto. I don't know, aunt, he would say calmly. Kushina. It's so you can help the weak, listen carefully, those who are born blessed with some power have to use them to do good, both for the world and for the people, and the duty of those people is to help the less fortunate. With that great responsibility you must carry a great purpose, please make sure you never forget it, she would say serenely, and please, never separate from Menma, no matter what happens to me, he will need you like no one ever will. He will need someone to help him get ahead, his path will be difficult, many will try to stop him, since they fear that he could be unstoppable and they cannot control him, and there you will come in to be his greatest ally, his best friend and the older brother he could never have. Naruto. Yes. He would say, understanding the point. Kushina didn't have much left at this point. Kushina. Naruto, nephew, I don't have much time left, she would say, taking them both in a hug. Having such a kind son and nephew makes me very happy and proud, she would say, shedding a couple of tears. Thank you for coming into our lives. Naruto would begin to shed tears, the only ones who had seen him cry were his mother and his sisters, but the others, including Hestia, could never see him, he hid so they wouldn't see that he was sentimental and not worry them. For a few minutes he hugged her, until he decided to take Menma on his horse and take him away from there. Well, Tsunade was distressed, but tried to stay strong for those who would now be under her care. Off screen. Seeing the situation, many mothers felt a lump in their throats. Percy hugged his mother, Nico hugged Bianca, as well as each cabin their godly mother. Artemis. I see, she would say, hiding a tear. Hearing Kushina's words towards Naruto gave a new perspective to several demigods, particularly those who are close to one or more prophecies or someone affected by them. Apollo. That was beautiful, wife, he would say, giving her a hug. Anteros. Okay, brother, he would say, comforting his brother. Heroes. He was so beautiful, my little disciple never cried and avoided us seeing him. On screen. After that night, Naruto redoubled his efforts, now he had someone to protect, added to the fact that he would include Tsunade's teachings in medical ninjutsu, so here he doubled the clones he could make, from 600 to 1000 clones, allocating the vast majority to martial arts combat, kendo and kinjutsu, leaving a couple to take care of Menma, while the original worked on his physical condition. To his elemental ninjutsu training, he must have added training in medical ninjutsu, he would not trust Kushina's words when she wants to have Menma treated in the hospital, so he had no choice. Tsunade took him under her wing, being under her wing from that day on for a whole month. In martial arts, at the end of the week, Naruto managed to advance through several levels, according to the practices that his clones did. In the case of karate, the colored belts that indicated his rank left him as a fairly well-prepared green belt, with the difference that other than his clones, he had not fought against anyone else. That didn't stop him, so he also progressed in Muay Thai and boxing, achieving good levels, given that they were similar in part to Pugilato and Pancracio, except that the latter were less meticulous and more about quick strikes and takedowns, not as much contact. And thanks to Capoeira, he was quite flexible when he used to practice his fighting moves. It was surprising how much progress was made with clones and effort. It's not that he's taking advantage of the fact that he's a prodigy, but he understands that what counts is effort, not the ease with which he becomes strong. He also discovered a power inherited from his grandmother, the manipulation of fire, something he called firebending, this being the ability to create and control fire, which he achieved with an intense style of attack and a general lack of adequate defensive movements, although he had an idea for defending himself. As for his relationship with Menma, they were too close, the blonde-haired boy looked at the Redeed as his role model, he even tried to imitate the movements of his training, which led the Redeed to give him some karate lessons as his first martial discipline. He would not be rude, nor would he accelerate his progress, only that he would not let anything happen to him, so he prefers to sacrifice a large portion of his childhood for him, after all. It is what an older brother would do for his little brother. Menma didn't stop there, as he not only imitated and learned what Naruto taught him in karate, but in 2 days he was pestering Naruto until he taught him boxing, where the boy more than once ended up with sore fists, crying because the training was difficult, although he wouldn't give up. That wasn't the only thing, since Naruto had become fascinated with meditating, which Menma imitated at his side, making the Redeed smile, since he liked it, he wondered if his parents would have given him a chance to be an older brother if what happened with Orion hadn't happened, something he would never answer, since with Menma he had experienced it firsthand, cousins by blood, but brothers by convenience. Off-screen. Hestia. Huh. Jiren. Double up. That will be a great burden on his body. Jean. Actually, Naru is still a pseudo-servant, so her body isn't that fragile. Artoria. Both have a lot of resistance. Elaine. C. Apollo. Medical ninjutsu. Kushina. Yes, she would say, smiling. Naruto, he is a great doctor since he knows about it even though he has not advanced much in that field. Will. Do you doubt they have levels there? Lee. I'm interested in knowing that. Kushina. Yes, medical ninjutsu is the branch of ninjutsu associated with healing, as well as the manipulation of one's own body, or that of others. Its use requires excellent chakra control, as well as extensive knowledge of aspects such as herbs, medicines, the nature of the body, and even poisons. Athena. I see, so he had to study. Kushina. Nothing that the clones can't make easier. Jiren. I'm amazed by that ability, it's incredible to make such great leaps forward. Kushina. Medical ninjutsu has several levels of difficulty and each user, depending on their skill, can cover one of them because the larger the wound, the greater the necessary capacity required of the medical ninja to heal it. First difficulty. Scrapes and wounds. Second difficulty. Broken bones, severed muscles and tendons. Third difficulty. Great damage to the body. Fourth difficulty. Healing an entire damaged organ and death. Naruto is at the third and stayed there, although he knows how to heal damaged organs. Lee. It's amazing. Will. Do you think he'll teach us? Kushina. I think so, they will just have to see if the Shinto allows them to use chakra. Apollo. I'll fix it, he would say, smiling. I have a lot of cats for Amaterasu. Hermes. Of course, if they call her the crazy cat lady. Leo. Can you use fire? Hestia looked surprised, she didn't know someone would inherit such a use of her domain. Zeus. Handles fire as if it were water. Poseidon. And too easy. Ares. That's it, that's how you attack, no defense, just attack. Percy. Amazing. Annabeth. He's amazing and a great field strategist. Upon seeing Menma, many squealed in cuteness as they watched him with his white karate dogi. Ares. He has to defend himself. Apollo. Why do I have a bad feeling? Many were surprised by how Menma insisted on being strong, which surprised everyone, but Hestia just gave a sad smile. No one should sacrifice what Naruto does, this made the demigods have a lot of respect for him, but one began to hate him, a legacy of Apollo Roman version, Octavian. Jason. Meditate. Jiren. This is a good achievement since it can help you not get carried away by emotions. On screen. So when the week of waiting ended, Naruto had to enter the Shinobi Academy. Honestly, Naruto was relatively bored, he never knew why, but the Ninja Academy taught things that he already knew, since Minato always taught it to him through history, and the training, being his only first day there, was disgusting. Most of the things that were taught were easy things, something that several civilians graduated as ninjas, as long as the numbers increased after the Kyuubi attack. The blonde showed only on his first day what he was made of by humiliating numerous civilians who wanted to surpass themselves by being children or relatives of members of the village council, and he did it even more in training. Most of them provoked him to show that he was not that big a deal, and that being the son of the Kiroi Senko was just to be scary. Naruto's response was swift, hitting in practice, leaving several in the hospital with some fractures or serious blows. And more when, 2 months after starting the academy, he knocked out one of them after doing the crane. That surprised everyone, since Naruto used a battle style that many wanted to learn, since it was unknown, so the Redeeds simply called it clan technique, but that did not diminish the requests, complaints, pleas, and even his entourage of fans, since a group of girls baptized him as a cute boy, beginning to have what he truly hates, fangirls, mainly for being a carbon copy of his father as a child in his clothing. The large civilian tried to outsmart him, given that Naruto often played a few pranks on him, while the Redeeds simply let them slide. Jealous of Naruto's calmness and his inability to react, so his father, an important civilian member of the council who controlled the merchant guild, given that the academy was in civilian hands, challenged him to a fight in practice, which the chunin who taught there allowed. The civilian boasted of being the strongest, given that he was large and quite corpulent, while Naruto was more slender, shorter, and agile. In order to provoke him, the civilian would take off his shirt, revealing a body worked on drugs and facilities that his father gave him, while Naruto, playing along, decided to do the same to him, removing the top of his dogi. The fangirls squealed with excitement as the sensei gave the order to begin. The big guy began to throw punches and kicks that Naruto could block and dodge with great skill, showing that he was a natural martial artist, which annoyed and enraged the big guy. The civilian, annoyed, was going to use a tackle, knocking Naruto to the ground due to the difference in weight and size, but Naruto decided to reverse the situation, starting to throw punches and kicks in specific nervous areas, forcing the big guy to let go, beginning an exchange of punches, blocks, and dodges, until he landed a blow again on the ground. After the big guy used his size, Naruto managed to insert one, winning the fight. Off screen. Athena. This interests me. Malcolm. Same as me. Annabeth. I'm also interested. The room was left with only one thought. Bookworm. Hearing what he said, many found it funny, except for Athena, who frowned. Learning isn't boring. It's a training tool, in her words. But hearing the state of the academy surprised and angered them. Tyron. Even I know that as civilians in a military village, they can go far, but downloading content only makes them have quantity and not quality. Ares. It's something I accept, the soldiers who win are the highest quality, numbers don't win battles, they only do the scare tactics and psychology. When watching the practices, many people didn't find it strange that Naruto was the best, given that among civilians who play, others progress, but they were angry that they demanded the techniques as their own, as if they were kings. Kushina. Civilian, she would say in a serious and cold tone as if Tobirama said Ichigo's. Oh. Great, she would say sarcastically. Fangirls. Percy. I feel sorry for him. Seeing the crane, many found it funny, except for Ares, who knew that even though it was used in a movie, it was a martial arts posture. Rover. That must hurt, he would say upon seeing the crane kick. Seeing the clothes, Aphrodite's daughters, and most of Demeter's daughters, said he looked good, but those compliments turned to rejection and disgust when they saw the spoiled civilian child. Apollo. Daddy's boy. Ares. Crush it, nephew. Inicio. Give it hard. Seeing the civilians' provocation, many got angry, although many admitted that the big guy wasn't bad, but several girls fainted with nosebleeds and blushes on their faces, seeing the results of Ares' training routines. Artemis. Sister. She would say, looking at Athena with a silly smile, blushing and nosebleed. Seeing the fangirls scream at the hunters wasn't funny, but they decided to let it go when they saw the fight. Ares. I like that one, he would say happily. Claris. Let's see when you arrive if you can stand my blows, hunter boy. On screen. So another 3 months would pass, being October 10, where Naruto, given his results in exams and practices, Yato wanted to make him an official genin, where he would complete a group that 2 prodigies of the Uchiha clan were having. At almost 9 years old, Naruto was the best in his class by far, given that most of his classmates were civilians, and many of them only cried over their grades, and the chunin, under threat of losing their position, changed them. Thus Naruto was introduced to his group, where he would meet who would become his best friend and his partner, Shisui and Itachi Uchiha, 2 members of said clan, Itachi being the son of Fugaku. That day the team sensei decided to test them, but the 3 of them, showing their skills, managed to overcome him, demonstrating superiority, so they decided to introduce themselves, saying their likes and dislikes, given that a step towards teamwork is trust in your teammates. Naruto was a little surprised by Shisui, since during his time in the village, he met many members of said clan, and where they were narcissistic, egocentric, arrogant, believing themselves to be the elite among the elites, and willing to betray if it were about achieving a higher level of power, Shisui was kind, happy, loyal to his clan, but more loyal to his village, cunning, intelligent. And also the only one who did not fall under the curse of his clan's hatred when he awakened his Maguekio Sharigan. Itachi for his part was not very happy since he heard from their mouths that the relations between his clan and the village were not very good because of the Kyuubi attack, where someone spread that the fox was controlled by a Taijutsu, a Sharigan, the only ocular power capable of controlling a tailed beast, which led to segregation and discrimination for being from said clan. Naruto could see that he was a loving, compassionate brother and a great person, but something told him that despite this, he was willing to kill a loved one to preserve something greater. Naruto was never a supporter of the end justifies the means, so he had very little contact with Itachi, getting along well but distant with him. After his presentation, it was late returning to the Uzumaki district, however he stayed looking at what the village commemorated that day, the defeat of the Kyuubi at the hands of the fourth, in addition to the honor of those who fell that day, for which a festival is held every year. However, he could notice a blonde hair walking around there with immense joy, because today was his birthday. Naruto had hidden his cake in the mansion after cooking it while he and a clone trained him, but he did not suspect that Menma had left it. Like any child, he went with great happiness, while the villagers, on the other hand, did not hide their disgust, something that Naruto was noticing a lot, given that judging by the reactions of the civilians, he understood that the sin of the child he loves as his own little brother was having been born on the same day as the Biju attack. Off-screen. Athena. What a prodigy, she said in amazement. Artemisa. Without a doubt she would say happy about her son. Oh. Not bad little brother. Seeing the Acha Brothers, many were somewhat fascinated, although more by Shisui, more Hestia knowing how he was described, although she was surprised that someone like Itachi could do something dark, given that Hestia was the guardian of the family. Kushina. It's true, Shisui is his best friend, she would say, drawing attention. He's the only one of all that clan of bitter emos with sky-high egos who isn't like that, besides your husband's dead student. Percy. He seems like a great guy, he would say, feeling admiration for Shisui's loyalty. Athena. Her fatal flaw. From what I see, Naruto has the same flaw as your son Barnaclebeard. Poseidon. It seems so. Percy. Loyalty. Kushina. Yes, but that is not bad, it is a good thing, because not even the gods are saved. Athena. Sorry, she would say, offended. Kushina. Your defect is being proud, never admitting a mistake, which is what a true bearer of wisdom does. You are smart and intelligent, you have knowledge, but you are not wise, I would say bluntly. Ares is someone who likes war and fighting, Hephaestus is addicted to creating things, Zeus, I won't go into details, Hermes, and his obsession with his work. Do you want me to continue? Many gods had the decency to look the other way, she told them the truth, even though Athena didn't like it. Athena. Insolent, she would say furiously. Kushina. If you curse me, she would say, taking a piece of trash out of her ear, I want you to know that Naruto will not love you like you love him. I am Uzumaki, I have a very strong sensory ability that allows me to feel emotions, and you love him, so think, if you do something that makes him hate you, will he reciprocate your love? Athena remained silent, she never thought about it, as she never does. Apollo. Wow. He would say, surprised, that's my wife. Percy. October 10. Alia. Festival. Leo. It was a sin to be born that day. Annabeth. Oh God, she would say, seeing the faces. Artemisa. No, my nephew doesn't. Oh no. On screen. Menma Uzumaki, in this moment of jubilation, began to run for his life. A mob of villagers armed with clubs, torches and any other harmful element, accompanied by a few shinobi, chased the boy. For as long as he can remember, it had been this way every year. Therefore, the villagers named it the hunt for the demonic fox boy, since Yato, his father, protected by counselor Danzo Shimura, had spread the rumor that Menma was the Kyuubi himself. His clothes had already been torn by the constant pulling of the villagers, and he had bruises on his face and cuts on his hands, due to having to defend himself from the weapons thrown by the narrow-minded shinobi, who couldn't differentiate a kunai from the scroll that contains it. Menma. Leave me alone. What have I done to you? The boy asked, tears in his eyes, fear and blood oozing from his cuts, his tiredness and pain already evident. Naruto was starting to run to save his little brother's life, so taking advantage of the fact that he had his sword, he ran as fast as his legs allowed him. Villager. To have been born, damn demon. He said while holding a knife in his right hand. Villager. You killed my baby. Shouted a woman, who was holding a stick. Menma ran until he turned a corner, but found it to be a dead end. A shinobi approached with a crazy grin on his face. Shinobi. Now you damn demon. Let's finish what the yondaime started, he said, and then drew some quick hand seals fire release. Great fireball jutsu, he said, and exhaled a huge fireball that headed towards Naruto. The boy closed his eyes waiting for the inevitable, however nothing happened. So he decided to open his eyes. Naruto. I won't forgive you, damn it, he would say, deflecting the jutsu with firebending. Villager. He is the son of lightning. Villager. A foreigner who tarnishes the name of another hero. Shinobi. Damn bastard, I'll kill you and send you to your cowardly father. Naruto. As if I would allow it. He would say, moving his hand and throwing a large flame of fire. The villagers and shinobi could not react to that ability. The shinobi saw that it was a kind of Kekkei Genkai, but it was the last thing they saw because they were burned alive. Menma fainted from his wounds while Naruto carried him in his arms while he began to jump across the roofs until he reached the district and entered through Menma's room window, which was open. Once inside, Naruto would do medical ninjutsu to heal the wounds while Menma woke up from the heat of it, a warm and comfortable heat, not aggressive or painful. Menma. Naruto Nai. And the villagers. Naruto. They won't hurt you anymore. Menma. But you killed them, he would say uncomfortably. Naruto. It was to save you. If I have to kill to save my little brother, I will do it to protect you. Menma. Thank you, she would say, hugging him and crying, I'm sorry for being afraid of you. Naruto. It's normal, he would say reciprocally, you're still a child to see that, now it's your birthday, right? Menma. See. Naruto. Fine, he would say, taking out a birthday cake, happy birthday. Menma at that moment began to cry. No one besides his mother ever worried about him like that. While in Kushina's room, both went and between the Redeed and the Redeed, they sang to her and gave her a gift. The screen turns off. Realizing what the villagers would do to the boy, many stood up and began shouting at them to stop. The demigods were telling them that he was not a demon like them, but only one was shouting. Octavian. Let him die, kill that demon child. Before anyone could do anything, Percy buried Anaclosmos in his chest, already fed up with his words, while the rest paid him no attention, not even Reina, who said he deserved it. Seeing that Naruto came and saved him made them smile, but by killing at least 30 villagers, he left them in shock. Naruto had no mercy, he showed the jaws of a wolf that cares about his pack. Jiren. Leaving them alive would have presented problems for him, but what his father did is unforgivable, he would say seriously. Demigods. If he comes, we will keep him among us, they would say with conviction. Watching Naruto and Menma's conversation made her see that the Redeed cared about his family and would not stop loving her even if they saw him as a monster, but Hesja's heart melted when she saw Menma's reaction to her cake, she was crying with happiness. Artemis. That's my boy. Kushina. That's my nephew. Images too. Hesja was talking about Naruto's wonders and kindness, something that had truly made her proud of her beloved grandson. For their part, the demigods saw the Redeed as a great friend, advisor, and older brother, someone they could trust. Percy. He's admirable. Rover. He's a good person, he'll be like Pan. Author's note. What do we do with Pan, given his betrayal in Percy Jackson and how rarely he appears? Do you want Naruto to kill him for betrayal? I'll read them in the comments. End of note. Annabeth. I would be interested in knowing more about him. Elaine. What kind of things? Clarice. Do you like to drink alcohol? Inicio. No, he would say, feeling the fear of his reserve. Elaine. Yes, in fact, if you take a drop until you are completely drunk, you will not stop drinking, which reminds me that you have a good tolerance for alcoholic beverages. Artemis. Dionycio, I would say seriously. Dionysus. I want purple roses and light blue carnations at my funeral, he would say, looking at Apollo and Hermes. Apollo. Thistles, white daisies and mint, noted. Hermes. 3 dead razors, 2 dog killers and 3 cats in the tomb of Dionysus. Inicio. You know how much I love you, he would say sarcastically. So Artemis would take the drunk of the family, while helped by Hera, Kushina and Hesja, destroyed several bottles of wine in front of him. Ignazio. No, the blows hurt less, he would say, suffering from seeing several bottles of wine destroyed. Jiren. They know something, he would say, drawing the attention of several demigods, perhaps I can retire with him. Zeus. Interesting, he would say, thinking about the idea. Poseidon. The old centaur needs rest. Kushina. Although if she retires she will get bored soon, so I suggest that you be by her side as her advisor and supporter. Jiren. I'll keep that in mind. Jason. I have a note from the fates. Hera. Read it, dear, she would say in a sweet tone. Alia. Love is felt up to here. Hera. Who are you? Jason. The more I say, we'll see a couple of images of both of them, given that Naruto will bring Menma with him no matter what. Kushina. I already knew those two couldn't separate. Oh. Well, it will be something nice to see. On screen. Off screen. Aphrodite. Look at those muscles. Drew. Yes, and being a martial artist, he looks hexier. Kayla. Wow, that looks cute. Apollo. Daughter, I hope you can, because falling in love with him is difficult, and even more so with his loves here. All those interested in the blonde looked at the couples, who returned the gesture with very sweet smiles. Clarice. Until I see if I get the Hexy Redeed, I won't give up. Miranda. I say the same thing. Katie. X2 Hermana. Lee. It's Dudas. On screen. Off screen. Annabeth. Wow, she would say blushing. Sally. What garment is it? Kushina. It's a yukata, very traditional from where we come from and from what I see in that photo, I want to assume that she was in some hot springs. Queen. Are they popular? She would ask blushing. Kushina. Yes, very popular. Demeter. What's up with the bathrooms? Kushina. Don't worry, there's a gender separation, and you should only worry about a super pervert spying on you, she would say frowning at the last point. Zeus. I wouldn't do it, well yes I would, but if I relax in those places no. Artemis. You speak of. Kushina. Your husband's teacher yes. So. Maybe I need a visit from the hunt. Kushina. He has been chased by mobs of angry women I would say to make men pale, and he still doesn't stop doing it. On screen. Off screen. Artoria. That's a man she would say with a pinkish tint. Jean. I don't remember him being so well formed she would say blushing. Elaine. Don't look at me, I count as lowly she would say blushing as she imagined herself in the arms of her beloved. Aphrodite. It doesn't look bad at all. Athena. This time I agree with you Dite. Demeter. I think I'll take him home with Mama Fitness. Gracie. Wow she would say blushing. Alice. He's a hot tie. Julia. Her mother is a goddess. Butch. It's interesting, although he might be afraid of his workouts Iris's son would say, expressing the collective sentiment no one gets that physique from nowhere. Clovis. It means less sleep the son of Hypnos would say, yawning. Holly. But that doesn't make her any less hexy Nike's daughter would say. Laurel. I say the same thing Nike's twin daughter would say. Damien. Sounds like he'd make us all pay for anything the son of Nemesis would say thoughtfully. Aloe. I have the same thought Hebe's son would say. Malcolm. Since when do you speak our language and not Portuguese? Aloe. I have no idea, I just realized he would say surprised. Harley. But that doesn't mean you don't sound great speaking our language. Aloe just smiled, it was fun, although he will miss his native language. Giara. Although if several children from the camp think about it, they will improve physically and the Latik's daughter would logically say. Lou. That's true seconded the daughter of Hecate. On screen. Off screen. Aries. Good grip. Mark. He seems to be an expert. Malcolm. Although he is a Kenjutsu and Kendo swordsman. Valentina. I'm sorry, but with that body she would say, blushing and drooling over the physique of the hunter's son. Several girls would say the same, but to their surprise, several hunters led by Phoebe in her Yandir mode had entered the ladies' bathroom and came out with pink tints. Aphrodite. Who would have thought your hunters were perverted, Artemis? Oh. Not all of them she would say annoyed, she didn't understand how the hunt could see her lady's son like that, like a piece of meat, he was her little brother, no more no less. Apollo. With that physique he would say licking his lips. Hermes. Brother. Apollo. What? I'm Behexwell, and he's my nephew. Watching and giving an opinion isn't like doing what father did with Ganymede. Hera. I remember that. Zeus. Admits that the threesome with him was the best I would say without shame. Hera. We agreed to keep that secret. On screen. Off screen. Aphrodite. Mommy likes it. Athena. You already said Dite she would say with a blush. Demeter. But we can share it, ladies. Artemis. Can you stop thinking that way about my baby? She would say very annoyed. Kushina. Oh shit, she thought blushing, although it's amazing, and I'm sure my husband being Behexwell would let us have a threesome, she thought again looking at Apollo out of the corner of her eye. Apollo. Oh shit, I'm sure he'll want him and me to have the delicious threesome, although it's not a bad idea, he would think blushing, it didn't sound like a bad idea. Hestia. Apollo, I'm telling you now that lascivious thoughts are not going to happen to him. Apollo. I just wanted to take him to a Vegas club so he'd lose his Virgo card. Zeus. I agree, it's a sin that my grandson doesn't lose her. Artoria, Elaine and Jean. No wonder he's a bit perverted when he wanted to have his time alone, they thought at the same time, because of all the times the Redeed wanted to be intimate with them. Hera. You just want to see those playboy bunnies she would say annoyed. Zeus. I'll just go take care of them like the responsible one he would say seriously earning looks of you're messing with me from everyone that the playboy bunnies are in the middle, it's not my fault he excused himself. Sally. What do you think? She would say looking at Nico and Percy, being the only one who doesn't fall for the physique of the son of the hunt. Percy. We'll probably do your workout routine. Nico. And it's going to hurt us. Jason. And it seems a lot. Bianca. Do you know that without sacrifice there is no victory? All three. Yes, but it's going to hurt. Nico. By the way, I don't see you blushing he would say innocently. Bianca. Well, I won't argue that he's cute, but she would look at Percy surreptitiously. I like someone else. Jiren. I have a note of the exercises he does with Menma. At that moment a video was projected on the screen. On screen. Pretend it's the Uzumaki district of Konoha and the boy is Naruto. Off screen. Bracy. Gosh, how massive. Aries. That's training, how he would say, surprised. Claris. If he trains like that, I wouldn't worry about training with him, she would say smiling with rosy cheeks. Artemis. I admit that my son knows how to train. Oh. And she doesn't lose anything since she knows how to maintain herself. Kushina. And having Menma-chan train with him makes me feel good. On screen. Off screen. Aries. Oh, so I had a Spartan team saved up. Athena. She was a muscle brain, as it was among her things. Valentina. I like them to be muscular and look sweaty after exercising, I would say without shame. Aphrodite. That's my girl. She would say proudly. Selena. They can behave, one thing is to praise the physique and another is to insinuate that they want to grape it in front of everyone. Hyper. I'm with her. Annabeth. Admitted, it's too hexy. Hyper. We never said otherwise. Selena. Only that we are faithful, she would say hugging Charles. Charles. I love you too. Hephaestus. At least someone knows about fidelity. Many demigoddesses felt uncomfortable as they had partners or love interests and brazenly commented on their desire for the hunter's son. Leo. Wow, he even has physical hacks, I would say, to lighten the subject. On screen. Off screen. Iris. It's beautiful, the number one telephone goddess would say. Hebe. Without a doubt. Kate. I see why it died and the others wanted. Quine. He's bucking hexy, like a bad boy. Nemesis. And with that physique. Teak. It's definitely beautiful. Zeus. Oh shit, my grandson got more out of me, he would think with great pride, maybe I should prepare to make him a carbon copy of me, he finished thinking. Kushina. I have doubts about how she gets along with Menma. On screen. Off screen. Kushina, Artemis and Hestia smiled, Naruto truly loved his cousin or rather younger brother. Oh. It's pretty close. Kushina. You can't even imagine, given that even when I died, Shinigami-sama told me everything, they were close, to the point that Naruto has the fraternal love of brothers, that he would even put his life on the line for him. Hades. That's an older brother and the rest are bullshit. Poseidon. Didn't you bite your tongue when you said that? He would say mockingly. Hades. Don't provoke me, of the two of you, you're the one I can stand the most. On screen. Off screen. Aphrodite. Oh, for us, she would say surprised, both of them are such chubby ones. Lacey. Menma is beautiful. Drew. Now I don't know who to bet on. Kayla. I would go for both. Miranda. I think I'll go for little Menma, right? Kushina. Yes, she would say with a tick in her eye. Katie. It's beautiful. Artemis. I would like to know what my nephew would look like as a hunter. Oh. I wonder the same thing. On screen. Off screen. Huntress 33. He's too handsome. Hunter, 34. Yes. Elaine. Wow, she would say surprised, anyone would say that Naruto showed her that almost foxy smile. Holly. What do you say, sister 1 and 1? Laurel. Yes. All the demigoddesses were debating who to go for, except for a few. On screen. Off screen. Apollo. They look good. Hermes. Without a doubt. Inicio. It seems that they are good brothers, not like others who leave everything to me to take care of. Apollo. You're the cool guy. Hermes. I thought that was you. Apollo. Don't screw it up. On screen. Off screen. Ares. Wow, they have a very good bond. Athena. Neither is bad in physical terms. Oh. That's a great bond. Hestia. Yes, she would say, shedding tears of joy. On screen. Off screen. Percy. Isn't that Chinatown in New York? Jason. Yes, it is. Aphrodite. Modern clothes suit them, she would say, biting her lip. Queen. It is also the celebration of the Chinese New Year because of the image. Octavian. TSK, I don't care about any of them. Tyron. Looks like they'll have fun when they arrive. Friendship, brotherhood, Chunin and massacre. Everyone was talking about the things they saw, there was no doubt, Naruto was a great catch for girls to drool over, the stereotypical youthful boy, and Adonis physically, worked body, beautiful smile and kind and cheerful character, as shown. On the other hand, there was Menma, Naruto's cousin, although more than cousin it was more noticeable that they were older brother and younger brother, given their fraternal relationship. In addition to what was observed was that Menma was a calculation of Naruto, so he was also a good catch. The only one who was upset, jealous, felt small, was Octavian. Hatred grew in him. He hated the Retides since if he were to go to Rome, given the Roman counterpart of Artemis, Diana, he would not subjugate himself to him or the Legion. It was clear that he was an Asian warrior, a full-fledged samurai, and a Western style would not suit him, and that threatened him, since he could not control it, and if he is threatened, Rome is threatened. Tyron, for his part, watched this with a smile. Naruto would arrive, and he wouldn't be a demigod to be trained. His experiences made him strong, in addition to his power, balancing power and skill, something difficult to see even in gods. This meant that many of his activities would be reduced, allowing him to have a break. Although he was immortal, a break never hurts. Before the words could continue, the screen would light up. On screen. Menma's birthday party was a great celebration where Menma couldn't be happier. His cousin, or rather older brother, was incredible. He loved him more than himself. A very rare brotherly love, given that in the shinobi world, everyone is capable of betraying anyone for power or to fulfill a mission for the good of a village. Naruto's actions reached the council's ears, who wanted the boy's head for killing innocent civilians. But the hunter's response was clear, too clear. Naruto. Is someone who attacks a clan heir innocent? According to the laws of the Niodame Hokage, Tabarama Senju, civilians who attack a clan heir are punished with death, he would say, making the Hokage's advisors frown. They never used that law since it was very harmful. Kaharu. But that doesn't take away the fact that you prevented them from taking it out on the demon child. Naruto. Shut up, it's a matter for shinobi and you're not one, so you only give advice, old lady, you don't give orders. Kaharu. How dare you, brat, she would say annoyed. Yato. Fine, he would say with a frown, practically tying his hands to comply with the law of his predecessors. I will not ask you to carry out a punishment, I will only ask you not to do it again, he would say, forcing a kind tone. He hated his brother, he always got everything, even a goddess, and she gave him a clan heir, relegating him to the secondary branch of the clan. Naruto then left the council room, while looking at the civilians with a face of annoyance and mockery, since they were vultures, each and every one. He knew that his mother called many men pigs, but even the women of that council, he couldn't even call them that, they were capable of selling their own families for power. In addition, many of them sold information about the village, something that is considered treason, not that it is very hidden, but being members of the council. They were untouchable. Upon returning from the meeting with the council, he decided to do some stress-relieving exercises, so he spent an hour hitting one of the hanging sandbags. Naruto, compared to others, was always more technical than lethal. He didn't like killing, although he knew he should sometimes. So, after stopping him from hitting the bag and preparing Menma for his archery lessons, the two proceeded to train in that field. Naruto calmly remembered Hamurahara. He had been a member of the archery club and had been a teacher to the novices, so he knew how to instruct little Menma in that art. Off-screen. Percy. How I wish he was my older brother, I would say in whispers. Nico. Me too, he would say in whispers. It didn't bother him that Bianca, only that she was a woman, and there were things that he couldn't do with her. Don't be offended, sister, it's just that with you there are things that I couldn't do, he would say timidly. Bianca. I don't, she would say calmly, she knew it, Nico didn't have a male figure to follow, maybe with Naruto she had that figure to imitate and be able to take as a reference to grow. Zeus. Now, what he did to the civilians, he would say seriously, he didn't like those guys. Athena. Oh come on. Innocence, a mob beating up a child. Poseidon. Use a law that they conveniently do not apply. I would say seriously. Artemis. That's my boy, defend the family. Hestia. Not bad, grandson, she would say smiling. Hermes. Let's go, Naruto. Apollo. That's my nephew. Hera. Not bad, grandson. Athena. Excuses. Annabeth. They are nothing more than excuses to allow the abuse of a village towards an innocent child. It is not his fault that his father sealed that fox. The demigods were furious, hurling curses and insults in Greek at Konoha's advisors, especially Danzo, who at first glance didn't like them. Kushina. Ha, she would say with a smile, it hurts you more than you want, Yato, you bastard. Artemis. What could I do with him, I would say seriously. Kushina. You could exile him, since as Minato's wife, you are still the matriarch of the clan, she would say, cleaning her ear. Artemis. And your daughter? Kushina. You'll see her and make the decision later. Artemis was not very happy to agree to this, so she waited to see her niece, although she had a very bad feeling. Pastor. See Cobb de Burler de la Civils. Travis. I think anyone would do it. Connor. It's true. Mark. Without a doubt. Jason. I shouldn't have, but it was necessary to show that they don't rule. Queen. It's true. Octavian. He has no respect for authority, I would say, annoyed. Seeing what she did upon her return, many said it was a good way to relieve stress, although Aphrodite wanted to do it differently. Artemis. Yes. She celebrated when she saw that her son would teach her nephew archery. So. That's it. On screen. While Naruto was training and supervising Menma, he noticed someone approaching him. There was only one who usually did it, and it was his best friend, or well, the one who earned that right, Shisui Uchiha, his teammate, and the link that kept Itachi and Naruto from taking each other's eyes out at any idiocy. He felt the raven hit him, so using his training and knowledge in martial arts, something that made him superior to Taijutsu, particularly the Uchiha style, the interceptor fist and the Goken that was used by the green beast of the leaf, although the last one was not demonstrated, so taking advantage of the fact that he was approaching, he blocked him and knocked him down to the ground while smiling at him, perhaps being a demigod was a plus for his natural battle instincts. Shisui. Demonios. Naruto. You know you can't surprise me, he would say extending his hand. Shisui. Yes, I know, he would say smiling and accepting the help. Menma. That was funny. Shisui. He wasn't a dwarf. Menma. Yes it was. Naruto. By the way, what brings you here? Shisui. I was looking for you, since we have a mission. Naruto. Now. Shisui. Yes, and we must go quickly, we have to help a pearl-eyed Anbu girl. Naruto. An Anbu Hyuga? I didn't know they existed. Shisui. She is Hiashi's eldest daughter, older than the current heir, and since the clan elders expelled her and are looking to place the caged bird seal on her, so she joined Anbu because of it, but she has problems with some renegades. Naruto. Okay, I'll leave you with the practices, Menma, he would say to ruffle his hair, I'm going to change. Shisui. Quick, we have a couple of minutes to leave. Naruto would quickly go get dressed and then come out in a suit that left his chest and abdomen exposed while covering his arms. So together with his best friend, they left the village, along with Itachi who was waiting for them, so when they left the village, and since they had no sensei given their abilities, they were the only group that was not supported by any sensei. For a while they jumped between the trees and took advantage of Naruto's innate tracking ability. Itachi was jealous of the deed, but he said absolutely nothing about it, he was his partner, although if he were to awaken the Maguekio, he would ignore his father and kill him. He knew that Minato and Fugaku were friends, but he was more jealous of Naruto's abilities, which were equal to his own. Shisui. I see a group of bandits ahead. Naruto. Can I have them? Itachi. As you wish, I would say without looking at him. Shisui. Okay, and. In the fight, numerous renegades and bandits were battling against the Anbu Hyuga since they thought it would be easy to capture her because they underestimated her by thinking that she would only go with her fighting style ordered by her clan, but they did not know that she was exiled for not following the rules. The decision of the elders was firm and her father had no choice but to listen to them against his will, however that broke Hiashi, the Anbu knew that. The Anbu would throw kunes and shurikens while defending herself from 5 with kinjutsu, something rare to see, since the rules of the Hyuga clan prohibit the use of swords and elemental ninjutsu, only the soft fist jutsu, that of her clan, but for disobeying those rules, she was exiled. Bandit 1. This Hyuga is a bucking bitch. Bandit 2. Yes, no, his clan couldn't use swords and elemental ninjutsu. Anbu. Don't bother me. Bandit 3. We'll catch you and sell you like a breeding machine, bitch. Before the Anbu could respond, a crimson blur armed with a sword would launch itself at the 15 bandits, beginning a massacre. Anyone who saw him and didn't know him would say he was a homicidal sadist, but those who did know him knew perfectly well that Naruto was bothered by women being seen as incubators. It was as if his mother's character was manifesting through him. The Anbu looked at this in dismay. She never expected to receive help, given that even the Hokage sent her on difficult missions at the request of the Hyuga elders. But seeing 3 gen in her own age helping her, while one of them went on a massacre alone, surprised her and made her sigh with relief. Off-screen. Seeing Naruto and Shisui's relationship, many felt they had a good friendship, they were good friends, but Hestia looked worriedly at Itachi, something told her that despite loving his family, he was capable of being a villain for a loved one, killing the rest. Kushina smiled, Shisui really wasn't like the rest of the Uchihas, since even Fugaku had seen Menma as a tool to use in his coup against the village, but Shisui wasn't, he was different from those emos, egotistical, proud and narcissistic Uchihas, like the boy who died from Minato's group, Obito, 2 flies in the middle of a group of emos who believed that because of their eyes with conjunctivitis, they had the right to be the gods wherever they went. Seeing Naruto's mission suit, many girls sighed, for being less than 10 years old, Naruto presented an enviable physique and desired by the female audience. Upon hearing the Anbu Hyuga's mission and problem, only one goddess recognized that name. Hebe. Daughter, she would say surprised and unconsciously. Hera. She. Annabeth. I have a note from her. Zeus. Leela. Annabeth. Hinata Hyuga, daughter of Hiashi Hyuga, patriarch of the Hyuga clan and Hebe goddess of the youth Olympians, is a girl of Naruto's age, who due to her learning and fighting abilities, was graduated early by the council, but since she learned things she shouldn't, such as other types of taijutsu that were not those of her clan, along with ninjutsu and the use of chakra in ways that the Hyuga rules prohibit, along with being a great swordswoman. The Hyuga elders banished her from the clan for breaking their laws. Hebe. What did the father do? She would say seriously. Annabeth. What a leader governed by his council can do. Hades. That is, nothing, he would say with a frown. He was just like the Moes of the biblical underworld who dedicated themselves to obeying his advice and nothing more. Artemis, her hunters, Claris, Artoria, Jean, Elaine were frowning, the last three because, despite being women, they were warriors and understood that limiting oneself in one field was a sign of weakness on the battlefield. The others foreseeing such an injustice to a maiden, poor things, they don't know that Naruto already did it to her in the future. Geo. Everyone was talking about how one of their own was being despised and bastardized by some elders who should be in their graves when they heard what Naruto was asking for, and even more so when they heard what those bandits wanted to do. Claris. Oh yes, the blood is coming, she would say with a crazy smile. Mark. What will you do? Oh. Kill them, little brother. Artemis. Kill them in the most horrible way possible. Without further ado, everyone was shocked by the massacre Naruto committed against just 15 bandits. Anyone with a weak stomach who saw them would vomit, but demigods have faced worse. Artemis and several hunters looked on with bloodthirsty smiles, encouraging the carnage of the son of the hunt. Sally. I don't know what to say, she would say nervously. Octavian. He's a bucking murderer. He would say annoyed and scared. Reina. Not that we wouldn't do the same with monsters. Octavian. You said monsters, they are humans, he is a murderer. Ares. Not bad nephew, he would say praising the massacre. Jiren. You know, coming to camp would be a vacation for him, just looking at this, he doesn't need training. On screen. Once Naruto finished off the last of the bandits, he approached the Anbu. Naruto. Are you okay? He would say, holding out his hand. Anbu. Yes, thank you, but I was surprised that you came to help me. Shisui. We are colleagues of the Leaf, and we help each other. That's what it looks like, a female voice would say coming. Itachi. Amayuri Ringo, of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, wielder of the Kibo electric swords, ninja of Kurigakure no Sado. Amayuri. I'm flattered that a brat knows me, but I got paid to kidnap that Anbu, so get lost brats. Naruto. As if I would let her go with you. Amayuri. If they want to die, so be it. He would say to attack with his swords. Shisui. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu would say to launch a fireball and join the attack. Amayuri. Raiden Raiga, he would say after drawing hand seals and sending a discharge of chakra electricity to his swords. Naruto would simply get in the way and slash so that Amayuri would drop one of the swords. Amayuri. Bastard. Naruto and Amayuri began an exchange of swords, clashes and cuts, very evenly matched. Naruto may be young, but with shadow clones training in various disciplines, he is capable of becoming a master in a short time. Amayuri couldn't believe that a brat, a genin, could put up a fight with her, but she, a swordswoman of the mist, could recognize that the brat style was clearly a samurai style, something that, compared to the kenjutsu used by shinobis and samurai of Tetsu no Kuni, was very rare to see. Amayuri. Damn brat. Naruto. You are a swordswoman of the mist, but I would say giving her a slash and killing her, you let yourself be carried away by the frustration of a child beating you, the battle is mine. Amayuri. Damn, I would say to fall dead, but not before saying I hope you take care of those swords. Naruto would walk over and pick up his swords, while infusing some lightning into it, courtesy of Zeus's gift, as the sword seemed to accept it. Naruto would keep the swords in his coils while they fed on the lightning that was still left when he felt something happen. Naruto. Guys. Anbu. Run, he would say panting on one knee. Before Naruto could react, a lot of applause was heard all around. Wonderful, he would say, applauding, I can't believe a kid did all that. Looking at it objectively, you're more than a candidate to be a chunin. However, he would say, dragging his injured friends along, if your team is a burden, you'll never pass. Naruto. You're Mukai Hinata. Naruto. I'll give you two alternatives, either you let them go or I'll kill you, he would say, gripping his sword tightly. Mukai. What an arrogant brat, but you know I'm in a good mood, why don't you take that Hyuga bitch and I'll kill these Uchihas. Naruto. If you think I'll let you kill my companions, you're wrong, he would say, throwing himself at the traitor Jounin. Mukai. Let's see if this is your size, he would say to leave the Uchihas on the ground with injuries and activate his Byakugan in his left eye. Naruto simply began to hit him relentlessly, causing the Jounin to be surprised, given that despite knowing acceptable Taijutsu and a couple of steps of the Hyuga Juken, the fighting styles Naruto used were very varied and unpredictable. Nicuchio. I recognize you, Brady would say, taking out a kunai to defend himself and start making cuts, breaking Naruto's suit, but you are very sensitive to your emotions. Anbu. Naruto. Naruto would take off what was left of his suit as he started to get quite angry and got into a fighting stance. He knew it wasn't wrong to get angry, it was normal, but if he let himself get carried away in a fight, he was lost. Nicuchio. What a brave brat, he would say mockingly, but I am still superior. Naruto. That remains to be seen. Both resumed combat with each other, causing Naruto to suffer numerous cuts on his arms, since the sword was broken by the subject's chakra-imbued kunai, and he was also feeling that several blows were going to his chakra circulation points, or pressure points, so he couldn't do much, and more so when he was sent far away against the nearby plants and bushes. Nicuchio. Well, let's get the hassles out of the way, he would say, to get closer to Hyuga money rules, girl. Naruto. As if I would allow it, he would say, standing on the branch of a tree behind while holding one of the swords of the bandits he killed. Nicuchio. When? Would say, to be beheaded by the Redeed. Naruto. Nobody, he would say, kicking the guy's head, messes with my friends. Anbu. Are you okay? Naruto. Yeah, do you think you could help me carry them? Anbu. Yes. After that, both would return to Konoha, where given the circumstances and what the Anbu had told them, being somewhat annoying to Yato, Naruto's team would be summoned for the Chunin exams to be held in the next 5 months, 1 month after Naruto's 10th birthday. Screen turns off. Jiren. That's good, seeing if your allies are safe or hurt. Aries. It was a good fight. Claris and her siblings nodded. Frank. It was a bit bloody but necessary, you can tell they are loyal to their friends and colleagues. Seeing the arrival of a shinobi from Kiri, many frowned, since it would mean that they were stealing bloodlines to become stronger. Ares and Athena agreed that it was a good method, since as deities in war, they knew that it would not always be played dirty. Athena hid it and would not openly admit it, since she played chess and moved it as a real war experience. The battle against the woman surprised everyone, and even more so knowing that she was an elite swordswoman and that Naruto, being a low rank, gave her a fight made their blood boil with excitement. Percy. That. Nico. It was amazing. Apollo. Not bad, this deserves a haiku. Artemis. Write it down, nobody wants to hear it. Ares. Nice swords, he would say, seeing the swords. Annabeth. But what a strange shape of the sword, she would say when seeing Kiba's shape. Leo. So that's his fighting loot. The jubilation of the fight was halted when the traitor Jounin appeared with Byakugan carrying his 2 unconscious comrades. Artemis. Naruto, don't fall for it, he's provoking you. Oh. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Zeus. Grandson, calm your mind please. Poseidon. Let emotion flow like water. Seeing Naruto's loyalty, many felt proud, there was no need to know who, because they saw that Naruto was someone loyal, they did not want to have him on their bad side. Percy. That's my role model, he would say with conviction. The fight started and the sons of Hermes already opened a series of bets where, saving for Claris, she bet on the traitor because she noticed the guy's experience. Oh. She got careless, she would say when she saw that the enemy was going to take out a kunai. Many demigods were worried when they saw Naruto's fighting suit tier, but the single demigoddesses and goddesses, Athena, Aphrodite and Demeter, screamed when they saw Naruto's physique at 9 years old. The fight continued under everyone's watchful eye until the subject sent Naruto into many bushes, causing them to worry. Artemis. Naruto, get up, save her, don't let them use her as an incubator. She would say desperately, she had no problem with them losing their chastity, but she didn't like it that way at all. Seeing that Naruto was standing next to him with another sword, many smiled, but others were worried since the Redeed was very stained with blood, although those he killed were not innocent people, it did not make Naruto not someone to fear, even for the demigods. Jiren. Well, he would say upon seeing them deliver the report to Yato, your mission brought you rewards. The Inicio. A toast to my nephew, I would say to drink. Hermes. It was great. Hades. I admit I liked it. Hestia. I too, although I don't like that he kills, his devotion to family and friends is what I love about my grandson. Percy and Nico. I want to be like him, they would say excitedly. Sally. P. Percy, she would say surprised. New skills and failed love. Everyone was talking about what they had seen, and even more so knowing what he was capable of, making him a great idol for numerous demigods, while those who were close to Octavian, who was a piece of soul, since after Percy killed him some time ago, he remained there as a spectator. Although on the other hand, there were the thoughts of those who still had appreciation for people who betrayed them. If Naruto reacted like that with a traitor, how would he react with Luke Castellan? That worried Annabeth since he flatly refused to accept his reality. The satyrs surprisingly were thinking the same about Pan. They didn't know what happened to him or if he was still alive, which side he was on, and if necessary, would Naruto kill him. They thought not since he was a god, but they forgot something about Naruto. He is the successor of the cursed blacksmith, the one who can forge weapons that kill gods if he sets his mind to it. Nico. I want it to start, he would say excitedly. Bianca. Same here, but you need to calm down, Nico. Sally. Same to you, Percy. Percy. But he would say, making the face of a scolded baby seal. Sally. Oh, that face doesn't work on me. Percy. Demons. Aeneas. The screen lights up while everyone settles in, especially Apollo since after the end of the last reaction, Kushina took him and returned him with white color on his skin. On screen. After the battle against the renegades and the defector from the Leaf Village, Naruto decided to train the use of his new swords, which was not much, since with his knowledge of swords, he could use them without problems, and more when he impregnated the swords with the lightning that his grandfather let him use, which made him a great fighter with that element. He got along very well with Menma, since Naruto taught him many things, such as the shadow clone jutsu. Since being in Uzumaki and Jinchuriki, he has very high reserves to handle chakra like the others do, added to the fact that in the ninja school, they will only teach him basic clones, which is of no use to Menma, due to his reserves. Outside of training, where thanks to the clones, Menma began to progress quite well and quickly, including in addition to karate, archery and kendo, has taught martial arts and weapon styles, judo, boxing, muay thai and kenpo, in addition to teaching him chakra control and ninjutsus that he could use, given his wind, fire and water affinities. Not to mention that given Kushina's condition, despite the sadness, both maintained their moments of brotherhood, especially in the kitchen, when making a recipe for Hestia cakes. In terms of jutsus, both brothers used to share a couple of jutsus, the most characteristic ones being the first ones that Menma knows of each element he possesses. Wind element, Futen. Enhanced wind weapons, Fton. K's no KMJM Buki. A jutsu where the user infuses their wind chakra into a weapon to increase its sharpness, range, and lethality. Wind sword, K's no Yaba. The user emits wind element chakra from his fingers and materializes it in the form of an invisible air sword that attacks the enemy. Because it is attached to the user's hand and is also formed by wind, it is very light and easy to handle. Void sphere, Fton. Shinkjoku. The user, after inhaling a large amount of air through his mouth, can launch it in the form of compressed wind bullets combined with his chakra. Violent wind palm, Fton. Repshma. It is a simple jutsu where it requires the user to place their palms in the same position, causing the wind to compress and transform into a powerful storm. Water element, Suiton. Water wave crash, Suiton. Sushma. Generates a huge amount of water around the user, which begins to spin and takes the form of a spiral vortex of water. Water horn, Suiton. Miserapa. Creates a jet of water that is launched from the user's mouth. Water cannon, Suiton. Tamedan. The user launches a powerful and enormous jet of water from his mouth that goes at very high speed, and with great pressure, this attack can throw the opponent a great distance. Water pillar, Suiton. Sujinchk. A defensive technique where the user amasses chakra within their body, turning it into water, and then expelling it through their mouth in a dense curved torrent, creating a practically instantaneous barrier that can be used to intercept incoming attacks. Shark missile jutsu Suiton. Sukuna no jutsu. It is a technique in which the user creates a large torrent of water which takes the form of a shark, which directly attacks his enemy, causing a great impact that can leave his opponent immobile for several seconds, giving the user the opportunity to attack quickly. Water dragon missile jutsu, Suiton. Shurigan no jutsu. It is a jutsu that uses a large amount of water to create a dragon-shaped column, hitting the enemy with great power, causing great physical damage. Water shot, Suiton. Tepndama. The user converts his chakra into water, then expels it in the form of condensed bullets. Fire element, Kaiten. Fire sword, Tenrum Kaken. Creates a flame of fire from his hand, which shortly after being expelled is molded to create a spear or a sword of fire in the user's hand. With it, someone can be easily pierced, and when this happens the opponent begins to burn. Fire dragon jutsu, Kaiten. Rika no jutsu. Uses the fire-type nature and consists of, after having made it impossible for the enemy to perform any counter-attack on the user molds his chakra and concentrates it in his chest, and then expels it through his mouth, in the form of a flame of fire that is controlled, so that it follows a threat to the enemy's location. Burning ashes, Kaiten. Heisakishma. Although it is a jutsu of the Sarutobi clan, Naruto obtained it after deceiving a child, Konohamaru Sarutobi, when he asked for training. However, due to that demonstration, Naruto considered a child of no more than 4 years old, his pupil. The user throws a large amount of ash with chakra and gunpowder from his mouth, filling the entire place. As the gunpowder is completely hidden in the ashes, it stays in the air surrounding the enemy in the form of a cloud. After surrounding the enemy with the ash, the user can light everything with anything that makes a spark. Patent Fire Bullet. Enden. It is a jutsu that uses the fire-type nature, where the user, by concentrating oil in his mouth, sets it on fire by spitting out a fire bullet. Fire Bullet Dragon Flame, Kaiten. Karakenden. It is a jutsu that consists of needing his chakra to convert it into fire and expel it through his mouth in the form of a highly powerful jet of fire in the shape of a dragon. Although these were jutsus that both shared, the difference was that the blonde controlled one more element, thus expanding his arsenal of techniques, these being Lightning Element, Raiten. Lightning Fangs, Ikazuchi no Kiba. Launched 2 large rays surrounded by chakra waves towards the sky to create or accelerate a storm. In this way he can also launch the technique against his opponents with great destructive power. This technique can devastate the environment, and Naruto uses it using the Kiba swords. Electromagnetic Killing, Raiten. Jibashi. Allows the user to create a wave of electricity from their hands. Under God's Flight, Raiten. Haration. The technique inherited from his father after improving it. After coming into physical contact with the opponent, the user raises his arm in the air, generating a powerful beam of electricity, which will travel through his body to the opponent's body, electrocuting him. The user curiously does not seem to suffer damage after the electric current. Black Panther, Raiten. Kuropansa. The user creates a Black Panther compost of lightning that appears to emanate from the user's body. That's the achievement of making your clones learn and perfect a large repertoire of attacks, which the opponent doesn't expect you to use until you do, an achievement, given that Naruto uses the same teaching method with Menma. Off-screen. Athena. Well, he's a prodigy, I would say. Seeing the training and the ease with which Naruto used the Kiba swords, it was to be expected that he would do it. Artemis. Not bad, son. Hestia. Oh, but isn't he too young to follow him in his training? Kushina. At 7 she would enter the ninja academy until she was 12 and she would graduate, and since they don't teach you anything. Apollo. I see. Sally. It seems that they get along very well. Kushina. Yes. Ray. Now that's a great older brother. Poseidon. Mom. When did you arrive? Ray. I always was, and my great-grandson is quite handsome, she would say, blushing. Artemis. Grandma. She would say overprotectively. Leto. That's wrong, Ray, don't look at the family like that. Ray. We are Greeks, Leto, she would say, causing longing in the Titanus. Apollo. Mom, he's your grandson, don't do it. Artemis. You leave us with him, besides, he's with his loves. Leto. Well, children, I'll accept that. Aphrodite. I would say taking photos for later. Zeus. It's not a bad arsenal, especially the lightning bolts, I would say, seeing his arsenal. Poseidon. I never thought of using water like this. Aelia. Not even the wind. Leo. Not even fire. Hermes. Would a child deceive? He would say, smiling, I didn't teach him badly, but oh well. So. Apprentice. Well, let's see what he achieves. On screen. A rare discovery of the Redeed is that most of the inhabitants of the Shinobi elemental continent, without detracting from their hex, are extremely perverted, so he decided to develop an infallible technique like the Hexi Jutsu and the Harem Jutsu, along with their reverse versions, given that both men and women have a weakness for the opposite beauty stereotype. His younger brother and his apprentice learned it, and what is surprising is that in several cases he has even knocked out in battles, appealing to the erotic side of humans, managing to pass certain missions without having to fight. Off-screen. Seeing the developed jutsu, many thought it would be something incredible, but seeing it, saving Apollo, the demigods and married couples, like his mother, Sally and Zo, blushed. Artemis. How did you develop it? She would say, frowning, it wasn't a bad idea, just kind of weird. Athena. Well, she would say, wiping her nose of a hemorrhage, it's an interesting ability if you think about it, perversion is a weakness that no one exploited until now. Aphrodite. You're right, she would say, blushing. Hestia. May I know what they saw? Aphrodite. With pleasure, she would say, using the mist to show the images that appeared in the eyes of single women or desperate goddesses. Selena. Her face seems carved by the angels themselves. Drew. Those eyes, what hair, what a figure, oh gods, he's so handsome. Aelia. Without a doubt it is, plus that great body, she would say, biting her lips. Clarice. Throw in some blood and some guns, and I wouldn't hold back until I raped him. Hera, Hestia, Leto, Zo and Artemis. Can you stop talking like that about my baby brother grandson? Hestia and Leto. He's my grandson. Era. Our. Leo. Did anyone hear that song in the background? Percy. What a song. Will. Dude, you're crazy. Well with the gods. Zeus. Oh holy chaos, he would say, blushing upon seeing Naruto being Menma. Poseidon. If I didn't know he was a boy I would give him. Ares. You know the saying that in times of war any hole is a trench. Dionysus. Do it and Artemis will kill you. On screen. One would say that only training and fighting on missions ordered by the Hokage is the shinobi life, but it is not so, since outside of that, the life of a normal human goes on. And it was after completing a mission that he met who Naruto could call his first love in Shinto lands. She was a girl close to his age, of average height and white complexion. Her eyes are light brown, and she has black hair with a bluish tint of medium length, scattered like several peaks at the edges, and she wears it tied back in a ponytail. She wears a tailored blouse that was made of thin metallic mesh to fit the lines of her body, a long beige coat with purple stitching and pockets on the sides which she usually wore open. The rest of her outfit consisted of a dark orange miniskirt along with a dark blue belt, which had a second ribbon that rose forming a diagonal line held in the buckle. She was Anko Mitarashi, a student of the traitor Sannin, Orochimaru, Sannin of Snakes. Before her master's defection, she was marked with a cursed seal by the Sannin himself, along with 9 other boys and girls, as an experiment, with Anko being the only one to survive. Orochimaru offered her to go with him after they survived, but she refused. Unwilling to kill her for her value as a test subject, Orochimaru altered her memory to make her believe that he had abandoned her for lacking the necessary qualities to enhance the cursed seal, but this meant a change in the village. She was treated as an outcast, as a prostitute. The village of Konoha knew and hated Orochimaru, and since they had no one to take it out on, they directed their hatred at the girl, where Naruto witnessed the beatings, denigration and attempts to abuse her, where the Redeed moved by his emotions inherited from his mother, not being able to see a woman suffer, saved her, where after that day, both became close. Although she never entered the Uzumaki district, they both began to feel something for each other. They fell in love and were dating for 3 months. Naruto query regular lan collar que consigo en una misión durante el viaje en Sunagakur no Sato, don conoció a un niño pelirrojo, que tuvo que salvar del odio de su aldea, e incluso de su propio padre que ordenó matarlo, para hacerlo el arma que debe ser un jinchuriki, si bien por pedido del niño, si cuido ala, le dejo uno de sus tricunai para que lo lamara si había problemas, antes de comprar el collar de forma de rombo, para dárselo a la chica que se volvió su amor. Pero el amor, puede ser un arma muy peligrosa, y las conochas, a veces usan la seducción como arma. Naruto la vio a Anko estar con un hombre sedudo de cejas prominentes estorbasantes, mientras se burlaba de la ingenuidad del pelirrojo. Eso destrozó a Naruto, sabía que el sedudo era muy gay, la bestia verde de la hoja, y uno de los que confrontaba con Naruto en base a los entrenamientos, ligando a odiar al pelirrojo. Y Naruto no puede inversa la cara, dado que uno sostiene que solo con taijutsu, un estilo de pelea cuerpo a cuerpo, si puede hacer un gran shinobi, algo que a Naruto, le parece una ridiculas, dado que el vida las ramas de armas, don si lo combinaba con taijutsu, si puede, dado que era posible ayudar de esa forma, a quienes no pudieran usar el chakra con algún elemento y demás. El olivo a que muchas veces los tu discutiran y peleran sin elevar las cosas a puños. Pero escuchar Anko lo destrozo. Anko. El pobre pelirrojo es solo un pasatiempo, debo entrenar mis habilidades de seducción para conseguir información. ¿Estás seguro de que eso serve? Anko. Sí, pronto le romper el corazón para que vi. Naruto. Me alegra saberlo diría con un tono helado y sus ojos rebosando en color plata. Anko. Así lo sabes diría sin inmutarse. Naruto. Me alegra saber que lo que dicen los aldeanos de esta aldea de tierra verdad, no eres más que una puta. Oye, no la hables así, es una colega de la hoja. Naruto. Igual que yo. Puedes levar eso, pero sigue siendo extranjero. Naruto. Al menos no soy un idiota. Que digest. Diría atacando. Naruto. Atacando a un colega de la hoja, que bejo que diría para darle un golpe al estómago y dejarlo en el suelo. Anko. Bastardo. Naruto. Lo siento, pero no hablo el idioma de las horas. Naruto tras ver lo si fu dejando a la chica en el suelo maldiciendo todo, dado que elo era un entrenamiento, no algo que debía terminar así. Fuera de la pantalla. Artemisa. Afrodita. Oh amor diría sonriendo siniestramente. Alver anco muchos hombres no pudieran ocultar celos de esa belleza, aunque muchos debran elogiar los gustos del pelo rojo. Zeus. Nada mal Nieto, nada mal. Aries. Tien buen gusto. The inicio. Mientras me traiga algo de beber. Al ver la historia de amor, muchas esperan pero luego el final y muchas quedarán en shock. Artemisa. Isa Zora. Diria and Hinata. Ya vera lo que le pasa. Elaine. Isa Zora. Artoria. Ya vera el filo de Excalibur. Jean. Ya vera como se salva de mi ira. Hestia. Pobrecito. Leto. De mi nieto. Hera. Pobrecito. The demigods became angry even though they listened to the story of the Redeed and the eyebrowed man. Chiron. That rationale of only being a ninja in close combat is stupid. Athena. I agree, even those from our world didn't have that chakra and they complemented themselves with weapons, not just hand-to-hand combat. Apollo. Those silver eyes he would say surprised. Hermes. Yes, she's like Artemis when she gets angry. Seeing the punch to the stomach, Ares' sons raised signs of 8 to 10, as if scoring the blow. Nico. He deserved it. Percy. Yeah, I even think it was soft. Artemis. That, mommy likes that Naru-chan. Kushina. I definitely thought that out of all that rat's nest, she would be different, but I was wrong. Apollo. You'll see that everything will turn out well for us, but not for that village. On screen. Naruto was very upset after leaving Anko, but when he realized that the moon was shining, he relaxed. Naruto. You shine much brighter today, mother, he would say with a smile. The moon was very comforting for him, as if his mother were giving him a hug. He didn't even notice that he started to develop the ears of some canine with a tail, while his fangs sharpened a little. His senses heightened, he looked more like a bad boy than a shinobi, but he didn't realize it until he saw himself in a mirror. Naruto. Wow, it's a new form, he would say smiling, maybe because of mom's sacred animal. The wolf, he would say smiling very happily, but it would be better if I train and then use this form. After that Naruto relaxed and calmed his anxiety, heading back home and being greeted by his little brother with great happiness. The screen turns off. Artemis. I never leave you alone, son, she would say, moved by it. Seeing the Redeeds change, many felt they should tame the big bad wolf, and others should welcome that big bad wolf into bed surrounded by something he likes. Athena. Well, there was never a son of yours. Art. Demeter. So some ability like that could be inherited. Hades. Not a bad skill. Selena. She looks hexy like that. Junin and Menma start the academy. Everyone in the room was talking about the new ability they saw, and how could they not, never in history was a demigod son of the goddess of the hunt, a virgin goddess, recorded. That was incredible, and more than for the female audience, it was a surprise to see him like that, given that they considered him an Adonis, and even more beautiful than him. Persephone wanted to jump and grape him, given that she was the daughter of Zeus, and was more than determined to take him to bed, as it happened with Athena and Demeter, which made Hades, in the first case, think about whether it was better to divorce him, given that his wife was always unfaithful to him, even with his brother father-in-law, and Adonis was just a poor idiot who had the misfortune of being between two nymphomaniacs. Maybe it's time to talk to a Shinigami and send his soul as an apology, so that he doesn't torture him, but rather reincarnate, hoping that if he gets strong, he won't come for him to take revenge. Aphrodite. Fufu. Hephaestus. Hera, I can't take it anymore. Hera. Fine, I'll grant that divorce, it's clear to me that that idea wasn't the best. Hephaestus. Thank you, mother, he would say quietly. Aphrodite. As she would say bewildered, she didn't love Hephaestus, but she enjoyed seeing him feel bad about her being unfaithful to her. Hephaestus's cabin. Thank you, Grandma, they would say animatedly. Ares. Seriously, she's like that, or she always was, she would think, seeing her lover. She admitted that she thought with the one below with her, but seeing her so willing to ruin someone at a whim was too Machiavellian for her. Selena. Seriously, it's always like this. Eros. When I was going to marry Psyche it was much worse. Anteros. That's why I always hated when he made me work too much, I mean, you caused the love and even our conversation about it. Eros. Yes, I already know. The demigods were somewhat uncomfortable with these conversations, since they had never seen the gods speak so blatantly, given that even if they went to Olympus they were relatively modest. The talks could continue, but the screen, lighting up again, would draw everyone's attention, especially Arturia and Jean, who had their weapons ready to kill the goddesses, along with Elaine, who was preparing her wind spells. On screen. After Naruto awakened a new power, he decided to focus on understanding it, discovering that strangely enough, it only works at night, granting him better eyesight, better smell, hearing, and giving him quite strong claws on his hands. Not to mention that over time he discovered that only on a full moon, if that transformation is allowed to advance, he becomes a large wolf, adapted to his age, with fur so white that it reflects the moonlight, and that thanks to his power gift from Zeus, he can use lightning to expand his capabilities, such as speed, bite force and attack strength. The problem came when he did it in front of Menma, who to his surprise, showed canine features like him, which led to think that his mother had blessed him, which was confirmed days later in a letter, where she, Apollo and surprisingly Hermes, blessed him, giving him an ability, being on Hermes' part, theft, given that in his letters, Naruto told him about the joke that Menma played on the village. The infamous painting of the Hokage monument that they only saw him when he finished and did not catch him thanks to his speed and reflexes, a product of Artemis's blessing, and his training with Naruto. Apollo's blessing gave him great skill with the bow and music, being able to play any musical instrument without knowing it, along with great aim. Artemis's blessing gave him great hunting skill, enhanced senses and the ability to become a wolf like Naruto, only since he was smaller and a puppy, for Kushina, it made him look more adorable. Together with Kushina they were a family, a pack, Naruto being the alpha, also the redeed, despite the fact that every day she got worse, helped in what she could, imparting the knowledge that Mito Uzumaki, wife of the Shodai Hokage, Hashirama Senju, founder of the Leaf Village and Kushina's godmother gave her, when she arrived at the fall of Yuzushiogakure no Sado, the hidden village of the Whirlpool, all to be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, given Mito's age, more than 150 years. Given the Uzumaki longevity, something natural for the clan, given that they tended to live longer than average, with members who reached 170 years, like their last Uzukage before the village fell, Yamamoto Uzumaki, and despite their age, they were monsters in combat. Off-screen. Athena. Wow, she would say surprised. Annabeth. Oh come on, I would say a little jealous, we inherited few things, and he could even become. Claris. Her fur is very white, she's missing some red. Zeus. So I can use my lightning bolts and as I see it, as a skill booster, that's new. Jason. We could try, sister. Alia. We used it in attack, but if the algae process does it with water, maybe we can. Percy. Hey, when did I offend you? Aphrodite. And what an alpha she would say seeing Naruto as a wolf. Artemis. Not bad son. Seeing Menma, Apollo and Hermes nodded looking at Artemis, while Kushina hugged and kissed Apollo. Apollo. Today he limps, he would think proudly, but he would turn pale, the last time he did it with Kushina, it left him dry and unable to get up, F by my hip. Reed. Nothing bad is a good gift. Mitchell. That's right. Austin. Not bad. Kayla. We could see how good it is. Seeing him as a wolf cub, many girls couldn't hold back. Drew. He's so cute. Kayla. I want to hug him. Queen. I can't, I want it, I need it. Miranda. It's too cute. Katie. We could use it to defend crops. Meg. Yes, they said. Julia. He's so cute, I wonder if he grows up how he will be in bed. Lacey. Without a doubt I would say with an unholy thought and a runny nose. Artemis. Remind me to get Fenrir's children to protect my nephew. Oh. Noted. Hearing about the Uzumakis, Hades raised his eyebrow in interest, while the children of Athena were surprised and interested, they really lived that long, while Kushina looked at many with pride and beating her chest, although she was discouraged, she did not pass 40. Hera. Wow. Demeter. The dream of every mortal. Annabeth along with other demigoddesses were jealous, although of the men, they only saw with respect the old Uzukage who, for being an old man, came out to fight. Leo. You know, it reminded me of Leonidas and his 300. Kushina. You could relate it, because we were 10,000 Uzumakis, I was sent to Konoha before the fight, and along with 3 villages, 4 minor villages and mercenaries, fell on the island, where we lived with an army that outnumbered us 5 to 1, and they left less than 1/4 back. Ares. Phew, I should make an Uzumaki my champion, he would say looking at Menma, maybe he will give him a blessing in the future. On screen. After a few days, Naruto decided to test his magic circuits, he knew how to do it since he remembered the teachings of how, added to the fact that his magic element was called swords, and he remembered that he was the transmigrant of Senji Muramasa, the cursed blacksmith, being the bearer of unlimited blade works. Infinite sword creation, a power that allows him to manifest a sphere of reality, which manifests an open and arid desert with monolithic black gears spinning in the distance. It is a realm of rubble filled with thousands, perhaps an uncountable number, of swords, axes, spears and other weapons known to humanity, even some of a divine nature, which allows him to have access to weapons, with the exception of divine ones, along with their abilities and noble phantasms, such as the sword Excalibur, Excalibur Galatine and the Gae Bold Spear. Added to that, the only way Naruto replicates those weapons, which was catalogued as Kekkei Genkai, bloodline, when he did it in front of his team and Yato in a demonstration, through the pronunciation trace on, which not only reproduces the form and content of an object, but also its entire history as well, creating incredibly stable items that can remain in the world hours after their creation. Being the weapon he uses the most and the only one that is original as it is his inheritance as his past life of homunculus, Balming, as successor of the great hero of the poem of the Nibelungs, Siegfried. It was thanks to his progress that Yato officially appointed Naruto as Chunin of the Leaf Village, there was no point in blocking him, his abilities were surprising. Furthermore, no matter how much his advisors thought, only Danzo reluctantly knew that leaving him as a genin would make him desert and talk to the daimyo, causing the village to lose the Namikaze funds they used for their dirty dealings and the Uzumaki funds they protected. Naruto knew it, and thanks to his blockade and the gathering of evidence it was time for it to be revealed, Yato survived, but his advisors, mainly Danzo, did not, so to prevent him from opening his mouth they promoted him, while his companions, despite also being promoted, decided to become Anbu. On his missions outside the village, he dedicated himself to being able to buy those things which he could not acquire in the village due to his relationship with Menma, often essential, such as food, so taking advantage of the use of the clones, together with Menma, they dedicated themselves to growing their own food, which Menma curiously liked since he saw it as a great activity, something he did with his older brother since Menma always told him so. It was thus that Naruto bought him one of the many outfits that Menma wears on a daily basis. The outfit consisted of navy blue shorts with cuffs and a cream-colored sleeveless jacket with blue and gold details, a leather belt, gloves and a yellow scarf tied around his right arm, along with closed boots unlike the shinobi ones. Menma was very happy with that gift, besides Naruto never let Menma rest on his laurels, he had to teach him to defend himself and not depend on someone to take care of him, so as the time got closer for Menma to be in the ninja academy, he had to at least let him learn a couple of martial arts, karate, judo, boxing and Muay Thai were not enough despite all the training they did thanks to their clones together, so Naruto decided to include a couple of additional martial arts that he knew. Capoeira and Kung Fu. Menma liked capoeira, and even more so when Naruto used to do it when they went out for a walk in the village square, although Naruto had the nerve to do it shirtless, drawing the attention of civilians and kunwaichis who devoured him with their eyes. The latter was something Menma did, revealing a body that, for a child, was relatively well formed. This made numerous girls and teenagers sigh, forgetting in those moments that Menma was the Jinchuriki. Adults, especially passing shinobi who wanted to make fun of him, were simply beaten down by Naruto, to the point that few were even brave enough, among them Guy, who was one of the few who could match the blonde in hand-to-hand combat. Anyone who saw them would say he was a teacher teaching his little grasshopper, and indeed he was, given that Naruto loved his younger brother, given that neither of them considered themselves cousins, they were closer than others, but that did not mean that Naruto did not demand, on the contrary he did, and simulating real battles, Naruto used to hit hard enough for Menma to get used to it. He knew that Menma wanted to be a shinobi, he wanted to show with that path that he was not a demon as they said, so he learned with blows that outside the village and on missions, they would not attack with roses, but at best they would be blows. Off-screen. Seeing Naruto's power, many felt admiration, especially many demigods, but the gods, upon learning of his creative ability, became worried, saving Hermes, Apollo and Artemis, since they estimated that if they did nothing, Naruto would not reveal himself to Olympus. Zeus. It's an interesting and dangerous power. Athena. We should have it under control. Artemis. What for? Athena. It could be a danger. Artemis. Although they hear well, they can create them but not use them, there is a big difference between the two. Apollo. In addition to acting paranoid, I would say offending the aforementioned, you are not acting wisely and are only giving her a reason to rebel. Athena. What are you implying? I am the goddess of wisdom, she would say angrily, what I say is pure reason. Hermes. So? That doesn't mean you're always right. Knowledge and wisdom are two different things, and ego, arrogance, and pride, along with vanity, nullify wisdom. Zeus. They are right, he would say, sighing and frowning, we will see what he does and how he acts, only then will we take action. Hephaestus. Successor of Senji Muramasa and Siegfried, I would say, surprised if he wasn't strong before, I think now he is. Heracles will lose the position of strongest demigod. Poseidon. He is strong, but his strength cannot match that ability we see. Hera. Heracles is an ape compared to him. Chiron. Wow, he would say, seeing that he grabbed his uncle by the balls, either he gets promoted or the village falls. Artemis. I like that. Kushina. I would have liked to see that. Percy. So many languages. Nico. And speaks based. Bianca. They're scaring me, I would say uncomfortably. Travis. Well, he negotiates. Connor. And he gets what he wants. Sally. What are those Anbu? Annabeth. Apparently they are the ones who do the hidden work, espionage, assassination and sabotage, something more covert than the others. These and other comments made Artemis's ego soar for her son, given that by all accounts, she gave birth to the greatest hero in her pantheon. Watching Naruto and Menma's workouts, especially outdoors and in the plaza, made the women's noses tingle. Zoe, Artemis, Leto, Hestia, Hera and Sally were the only ones who didn't have that feeling, but who could resist a boy of almost 12 years old with a physique that perhaps an 18-year-old would achieve by going to the gym and consuming protein, followed by a 7-year-old boy with the physique of a slightly toned 12-year-old. Alia. I'm sorry my lady, but if it's not with your son, it's with your nephew I would say without shame. Persephone. And if we go one by one? Hebe. What are they implying? Athena. Share. Artemis. They had to inherit that from their father she would say, patting her face. They really inherited Zeus's perversion. Zeus. Haha that's my grandson, attracting women, it's clear that I'm your grandfather and you inherited my charms, he would say smiling. Zoe. I don't know if your son, Miss Kushina, is brave or foolish, anyone would ask for that village to be destroyed. Artoria. It's true, but maybe it's not broken yet and she keeps that hope for the future. Jean. However, when will it break and with whom will it break? Elaine. Don't forget that for that to happen, you'll have to do something as a village and we know Naruto isn't going to leave you alone. Jiren. That aside, he's not a bad teacher. Percy. Yes he would say with a shiver running down his spine. Nico. Did you feel it? Jason. Something like that I would say it the same way. On screen. It was 18 months of the same routine, training, missions, taking care of Kushina who was getting worse and worse, and even though Tsunade came, she couldn't stop the disease, because when a Biju is extracted, its Jinchuriki suffers his soul being ripped out, no matter what type of seal is used, and there is no cure for that. It was at the end of that time that Menma started the Shinobi Academy, where in a short time despite the efforts of most of its teachers to sabotage the boy, they never succeeded in the few practice fights, thanks to the fact that the civil council limited it to no more than 2 physical training sessions during classes. Menma turned out to be the best in hand-to-hand combat, surpassing Sasuke Uchiha, Fugaku's youngest son, heir to the clan after Itachi, his older brother. Refused as the eldest son to take the leadership. Sasuke, given his status as clan heir, was revered as a prince in the village, even though they spoke ill of his clan and blamed them for the Kyuubi attack, since many saw a Sharingan in the fox when it attacked. This made his ego, arrogance and complex that he was an elite in the village go to his head, and he demanded everything on a silver platter, even when he lost his fights against Menma, since he could never beat him, he demanded that he be declared the winner for being an elite, without even having an awakened Sharingan. And what would a prince be without his princess and his fiancée, given Kushina and Makoto's arrangements, given that both wanted to unite their families as friends? It was a shame that Yato took advantage of her wish and made it come true, secretly molding the Uchiha into what he was meant to be as a future candidate if his daughter refused. This girl was Natsumi Namikaze Uzumaki, daughter of Yato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. A blonde with light blue eyes, with great arrogance and a complex of being the shinobi goddess, after Yato stole a riding between Jiraiya, the Gama Sannin, godfather of Natsumi and Menma, and Kushina where he commented on a prophecy, where Yato, manipulating the girl, prepared her to be the one who was chosen, causing her to become an arrogant narcissistic egocentric brat, and believed that she was the one chosen by Kami to be the next shinobi goddess. The villagers if they had would roll out the red carpet for her, they praised her for having the power of the Kyuubi and being their heroine, leaving her twin brother, Menma, as the pariah of the village. When she saw Menma, she simply saw him as an insect, someone to crush, but when it came to training, Menma was above, Naruto made sure of it, since the villagers used to talk about her in the streets freely. She always lost against Menma, but she attributed her victory to luck and the fox, who without them was nothing, but the situation was the other way around, as she never trained her power, always using the fox's chakra, but chakra without consciousness does not regenerate, so it was a matter of time before she received a taste of her own medicine. Regarding Jiraiya, although Naruto knew about him through correspondence, Yato made sure that the Toad Sannin was not in Konoha. Jiraiya was loyal to Minato more than to the Hokage, and always, even in his own opinion, he told him that Minato would have been a better choice for the position than Hiruzen, but he had left the village, and he, without opening his mouth, had to take charge of his espionage organization. Naruto was annoyed that his uncle separated him from the closest thing he had to a paternal grandfather, but the orders were absolute, and Yato made sure they were followed. Screen turns off. Artemis. Kushina would say sadly. Kushina. Calm down Archan, I'll see you again. Seeing the classes, Athena frowned. Even she admitted that practice was very necessary. This smelled very bad and if it was a military village, she would know what would happen if this continued. She boasted about the Kyuubi and about being the strongest village, but that was pure arrogance. Percy. That kid looks like he has a duck's ass on his head, he would say to make fun of Sasuke. The room erupted in laughter, since it was true. Leo. Great, self-centered duck's ass. Kushina. How I regret it. Artemis. Did you get engaged to him? Kushina. Can you blame me? Makoto-chan and I dreamed of unifying our families as friends. We always dreamed of that, ever since we were genin partners. Oh. Oh great, your niece has that complex. Kushina. Yato destroyed it, she would say sadly. Artemis. I hope my version has banished it, she would say with a frown. Poseidon. Genius manipulates prophecy. Hades. That will go wrong for him. Zeus. Yes. Apollo. Very bad. Artemis. So that pervert couldn't see him because of him. Kushina. No, Jiraiya was more loyal to Minato, he trusted his student. Zeus. He looks like a wise man. Oh. But why would he be one of those wise men who would make me want to castrate him? Kushina. Who knows, she would say smiling, she knew that was what the hunters thought of perverts, so she would surprise her without ruining anything. Images 3. Despite the interests of the previous vision, Kushina had changed her expression of medium joy for the subject of remembering Jiraiya. She was sad, furious with her ex-husband, she missed her little daughter, but she, her youngest daughter, became a mass of pride, egolatry, narcissism and arrogance that was influenced by the village where she lived. Kushina knew that the village of Konoha without Tobirama would fall, someone fair, was neither good nor bad, and looked out for everyone equally. It would fall due to the lack of true interest, and although Tobirama had certain levels of individualism, he knew how to put it at the service of the village, the other Hokages did not. Hashirama, the first, could not stop betting, and came to leave the village on the brink of bankruptcy, and if it were not for his wife and his clan, the Uzumakis, it would disappear. Hiruzen was a pervert, they called him the professor because he took things calmly, but it wasn't fair, since he gave more power to the counselors, who were only supposed to advise, not give opinions or order, added to the fact that he accumulated paperwork for his successors, given that he was a voracious reader of the pornographic novel, Icha Paradise, it was no secret. Yato, what to say, was a bastard, addicted to power, he didn't care about anything but himself, and even if they did, he could never get her pregnant, having to resort to pharmacy support to achieve it, added to the fact that he destroyed his daughter by molding a supposed girl of the prophecy, extremely arrogant, who believed that everyone should kiss the ground where she steps, in addition to destroying her dream of uniting her family with that of her best friend. Preparing her youngest son to be the arrogant husband of her daughter, all that at the price that her son, her greatest joy of all, suffered. Artemis noticed this and hugged her as Apollo approached and repeated the act, along with one by one of his demigod children. Kushina could admit that she lost a lot of her family, but she gained another one. It wouldn't replace it, but it would serve to ease her pain. Yato cemented the future for him and his daughter. There was no going back, and although she regretted having to bury Natsumi, it was a fact that it would happen. Bianca. This she would say, calling attention, I have a note. Escha. Read it, my dear, go ahead, she would say with her sweet tone, as if she were the grandmother who pampers you. Alia. I want to see the blonde and the retweed Hexie. Elaine. You know that your partners are here, right? Artoria. Seriously, punk girl, you know absolutely nothing about him and you're just interested. Jean. Above all, you see it with lust, even though it is not love, but Hexwill obsession. Athena. But you know we're a great option for him. Elaine. I doubt it, since you also see him with lust, and since you think he could be a threat. Athena. Careful, little butterfly. Jean. Why should we be careful, given that you abuse being a goddess? Artoria. Especially that it doesn't prove to be what its title says. Athena. Insolent, I would say, annoyed, ready to curse them. Artemis. Athena, she would say seriously, her daughters-in-law were getting more and more points, don't look at my sons and their girlfriends like that, she would say the last thing with difficulty. Athena. Sister, she would say, calming down, she had to play her cards, you know that I am the best option for my nephew, think about it. Rover. I would like to know who they are dating. Zeus. Eculpina Miss Jeans. Mark. In fact, every Olympian, with exceptions, is perverted. Hera. I couldn't have said it better. Hephaestus. That's right. Leo. You weren't Ares' Mark's son, he would say mockingly, yours never say anything logical. Sherman. You want us to lock you in a box and throw you into a pile of dead dogs from the war? Leo. No thanks, I already ate, he would say, referring to a certain meme. Drew. Whatever, let's see those two daddies. Lacey. Little Menma looked cute. Valentina. Yes, it sounds nice to have in bed. Mitchell. Damn sisters. Butch. And why should we see that pair of murderers? He would say, annoyed. Iris. Son, I would say firmly, you must respect others. Butch. It's just that they're fed up with people talking about them like they're some kind of trophy. I admire them for being strong, don't get me wrong, but talking like the rest of us aren't here and trying to make it look like a porn movie isn't helpful at all. We want to watch peacefully and give our opinions without being catcalled. Iris. It's true my boy, she would say, somewhat embarrassed since she was thinking of following the girls. Gabe. Okay. Allo. Well, I hope it helps. Alux. What's happening with all this? Pastor. I don't know, brother. Clovis. I'm sleepy. Damien. I want to see if there is revenge, he would say, smiling. He felt that there would be something and that Naruto would succumb to it, or well, someone close to him. At that the screen lights up. Off screen. Holly. Oh daddy. She would say, having a nosebleed. Laurel. Sister, she would say, also hiding the spill. Alia. Oh come on, she would say, covering her nose. Jason. Sister. He would say, surprised. Aphrodite. The muscles, I would say dreamily. Kushina. Ah, I remember that now. Artemis. What a day it was. Kushina. It was the day that Konohamaru, his apprentice, took revenge after Naruto played a joke on him. Poor my nephew, he had to run away from an entire village full of desecrators. Oh. And what did Naruto do to the boy? She would say, interested, she wanted to know the punishment. Kushina. Let's just say they called off the prank wars, since Naruto knew that thanks to Menma, Konohamaru would win, since when it comes to that, Konohamaru is unbeatable, but Naruto got his revenge by making him cry during training. Oh. That puts a smile on my face. Hermes. Well, I got myself a champion. Ares. Daughter. Claris. I need the ladies' room, she would say, leaving with a blush. Ares. Daughter demons. Allo. You know, with that body anyone can conquer girls. Will. It's a good thing I'm gay. Nico. X2 the child would say without knowing it. Bianca. Nico. I would say doubtfully, I would accept him as he is, but he is still 10 years old. Allo. Whatever they say, if he comes with us, I'll join in with his training and lifestyle. Giara. Hehehehe, I would say, having unholy fantasies. Lou. What's wrong? Hikate's daughter would ask. Giara. Imagine a whole row of muscular guys training, I would say, with a bit of perversion. On screen. Off screen. Kushina. Baby AWWWW. Apollo. It seems that he has my charm for not being my blood son, he would say, smiling. Kushina. Is there a way to fix her paternal blood? Zeus. We must investigate because. Athena. No information. Oh. I admit it looks adorable. Chiron. And it looks like they brought him, that's good, he will live a new life away from all that hatred and hunger for power. Lacey. It's cute. Miranda. Without a doubt. Valentina. I would like to see him shirtless and in my bed. On screen. Off screen. Travis. You can say whatever you want about him. Connor. He's a murderer. Charles. Who is a scammer, a trickster, and so on. Percy. But there's no denying that he's a great older brother. Sally. Without doubt. Demeter. She is like Hestia but male. Aphrodite. And desecrated. Hestia. You're disgusting, Dite. On screen. Off screen. Annabeth. He's the older brother you always want to have. Malcolm. Yes. Nico. I would like a brother like that, right sister? Bianca. Yes, she would say, smiling, it would really be great to have someone like that. Hazel. What it would be like to be her younger sister and have a boyfriend. Frank. I wouldn't want to know, he would say with some fear. Chris. I hope Luke was like that. Annabeth got angry when she heard that but didn't say anything. Luke was close to it with her, and for some reason, she knew that Naruto wouldn't be lenient, that if he had to kill him he would do it. She just hoped to be able to negotiate with him, that she could get him out of his darkness. Cecil. Although he wasn't a bad leader either, he would say reluctantly. Julia. I don't know what he was like before he arrived, but I hear he was kind. Nissa. That was how it was, but with the lightning it changed. On screen. Off screen. Artoria. Seems to be lions. Elaine. He probably went drinking with Meliodas, she would say, frowning, and bring my brother-in-law into that world. Kushina. So baby. Jean. I hope I don't incite him. Kushina. Well, this is going to hurt you, Dionisio. Dionisio. No, please, the bottles didn't do anything to them. Crash. Apollo. Sorry, brother, he would say, seeing a whole crate of broken wine bottles. Dionysus. They were very young, he would say, crying monsters, he would say, seeing Artemis and Kushina smile, definitely the god of wine, had a trauma that day. On screen. Off screen. Percy. Well, he would say, surprised, I will submit to your routines. Jason. We are two, bro. Leo. So from a small child, under your tutelage he became a teenager more beautiful than Adonis. Paolo. Who else joins? Lee. Why not? Nico. Me. Frank. Training never hurts. Reina. Control yourself, you must set an example, do not give in to your baser feelings, you are a praetor, you must be the example, the praetor of Camp Jupiter would say trying to calm her blush. Ellis. Wait for me, I'll join you he would say smiling, but suddenly he felt chills like all the children of Ares, they hoped not to do something stupid that would merit Naruto making them cry blood while training. On screen. Off screen. Ares. And those faces. Athena. They look like real Greeks. Aphrodite. Look at those muscles she would say licking her lips. Kushina. I have a note. Hera. What does she say? Kushina. That their Artemis decided not to send Naruto to our world, but she heard my prayers, so with the help of Zeus, she would say looking at the god with gratitude she brought Menma and they were raised in Athens, fighting in Ares. Where I would say interested. Kushina. Marathon in Naruto's case she would say calling Athena's attention and both fought together in Salamis, Plataea and Mycale. Apollo. Medical wars he would say surprised, several of his sons and nephews fought there and died. Athena. What flag? Kushina. Athens. Hera. How was your life? Kushina. Prosperous and that's all that makes her stand out. Demeter. You can tell they eat cereal. On screen. Off screen. Annabeth. Oh gods I would say with a pink tint that is. Sally. Yes that's the one she would say surprised. Percy. That's me with Menma. Aphrodite. It seems that someone will be under that guardianship. Inicio. It could be, he thought, maybe the Redeed will take Percy from the camp, but the question would be when he would do it. Poseidon. Not bad, son, not bad, he would say proudly. Hela. It's a good physique. Queen. They're both cute she would say in whispers, falling into temptation. Clarice. Wow, the seaweed brain will be under good guardianship. Chiron. That makes me happy I would say happily. Leo. Why do you say that? Chiron. We've been guided by prophecies and I personally can't be focusing on Percy fulfilling them with his friends. I have several under my care so that helps Percy win in a more plausible way and with lower costs. Billy. That would help. Tyson. Percy will get stronger the Cyclops would say happily. Sally. Oh it's good to see you Tyson. Percy. It's good to see you big. Grover. I say the same Tyson. Alia. How is the blonde-haired boy doing? She thought out loud, causing the same thought in several, especially the smallest of the demigoddesses. On screen. Off screen. Gracie. You got me. Holly. What? Laurel. To be. Lacey. Bucking around. The four. It is beautiful. Gracie. If I didn't know he was Artemis's nephew, I'd say he was my brother, but I wouldn't care. Apollo. Daughter, do you know what would look bad? Meg. I don't know who is more beautiful anymore. Katie. Damn she would say blushing. Miranda. Go for the hunting son or his nephew. On screen. Off screen. Ares. Beautiful combat suit. Clarice. It's Hexy I would say coming back. Hela. Looks great. Alia. Damn, why does he have to be a part? Jean. It's beautiful. Artoria. Sure she would say blushing. Elaine. Ban she would say blushing. Leto. How adorable he looks, very brave. Athena. I hope he notices me I would say waking up in Yandir mode. Huntress 1. And Phoebe. Oh. She's over there she would say pointing to the aforementioned one who was asleep while numerous elephant tranquilizers were around enjoy the silence. On screen. Off screen. Apollo. That's my nephew. Zeus. That's my grandson. Artoria, Elaine and Jean. Another one. Artemis. Isn't that it? Demeter. If she is the Anbu girl he saved she would say surprised. Clarice. Brilliant, a blind woman. Ares. Nephew, I've never said how proud you make me. Apollo. Not bad in tastes. Hermes. What the brothers said. Poseidon. I must admit he has good taste. Hades. Well, that's to be expected. Persephone. What do you mean? Hades. Look at his couples, saving the lowly. Everyone saw that this was true, Jean and Artoria were well endowed in breasts and rear, something that, as it turned out, the Hyuga shared. Zeus. It seems he wouldn't get into a boobs versus butts fight. Apollo. It's true. Kushina. I never understood that about men, I only saw Minato who never got involved, he was innocent and my sister-in-law desecrated him. Artemis. What things you say haha. At that moment, a light would illuminate the room, alerting everyone, but as it disappeared, a blonde electric blue-eyed head of hair appeared before them. Where am I? Artemis. Minato she would say throwing herself into his arms. Minato. Artemis he would say, reciprocating the hug and planting the kiss on her lips. Oh. They know we're here, I'd say, green like the other hunters. Minato. Littles, oh, he would say, ruffling her hair, making her pout, making the most loyal hunter to Artemis look like a little girl. Kushina. Effeminate. Minato. Tomato. Kushina. You don't care about making me angry, since you're the only one I allow to tell me that. Minato. I understand, he would say, smiling. By the way, I'm sorry, I should have returned before Orion killed me and got Menma out of there. Kushina. Don't worry, Naruto took care of it, she would say, smiling. Artemis. Ahem, I would say, somewhat jealous. Minato. I will sail across the wild sea. I will not fear drowning. And I will weather the storm, if you are for me. Neither the burning sun. Nor the bitter cold. Kushina. They'll make me leave my trip, she would say, happily earning Apollo's laughter, who would make the music play in the room while he prepared to dance with her. I'm sorry, he. Minato. If you promise me, sweetheart. Artemis. Love me for eternity, she would say, gaining the memories of Artemis from the land of reaction. Hera. It's coming, she would say happily. Leto. Yes, I would sigh for my daughter. Hestia. It's true, she would say happily. The three of them looked at this with tenderness. While Zeus was in conflict, he was proud of his godson and upset for desecrating his little daughter. Artemis. My good love, so sweet and loyal. Your words amaze me. I don't want a bold undertaking. It's enough if you embrace me. Minato. I will bring you gold rings. I will sing you poems. I will protect you from all evil. If you always accompany me. Artemis. Gold rings, what for? Poems no longer matter to me. Your hand only to hold. Minato. There is nothing better than that. Both. With your embraces and your love. In the dances and in the dreams. With pain or joy. With me I will take you, I will sail across the wild sea. I will not fear drowning. And I will weather the storm. Apollo and Kushina. If you're for me, they would say, to rise, we're done. The applause was not long in coming as everyone in the room laughed and celebrated for the couples. The Chiha massacre. The room was filled with applause as Minato hugged Artemis, since they were recovering the memories of their time together, or well, the time of the dimension they were in. For their part, Apollo and Artemis were watching this with smiles, while Kushina smiled. The truth is that she and Minato, when they went out as a couple, did not advance much since the love they started with vanished. Of course, neither was unfaithful, so they ended on good terms and remained friends. At the same time, Hestia saw this very happy, so after the couple separated, Minato hugged his mother. Minato. Hello, mom. Hestia. Minato, my child, she would say, hugging him. Minato. I'm glad to see you again, and not because of the visits to the Elysium, which reminds me. Thanks, uncle. I hope the secret to beating the paperwork was useful to you. Hades. You're welcome, he would say, smiling. Zeus. Godson. Minato. Godfather. They both looked at each other and nodded, while each sat next to their partner, waiting to get on with it. Amphitrite. Why aren't you like that? Sally. Yes. Poseidon. Ouch, he would say, hurt. He gave them pearls, dances of trained dolphins, mermaids singing romantic songs, crabs conducting orchestras. What was he doing wrong? Wasn't he romantic? Ares. MMMM. Claris. What's wrong, Dad? Mark. If you never think that much. Ares. My sense of carnage is active, I would say seriously, and it's not because of a war. At that, the screen lights up, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. On screen. Naruto and Shisui could be seen jumping from tree to tree. It was daytime, and they were returning from a mission in the Fire Capital, where Naruto took the samurai tests in front of the daimyo. Despite Naruto showing that he had what it took to participate, unfortunately, he didn't make it. The evaluators answered to the daimyo's advisors, where Yato had a lot of influence, so under the right bribes, Naruto didn't make it as a samurai in the daimyo's ranks. For Yato, Danzo and other advisors, Naruto's abilities were a very valuable resource that they couldn't afford to lose, so they would make sure to leave him as a shinobi, even granting some benefits within the village, with promotions, the possibility, if necessary, to serve as sensei or even, which happened, leaving Menma alone, stop calling him a demon, and make the villagers not want to enter the Uzumaki district anymore. Both friends were returning from the capital when they were cornered by several Iwa shinobi. Many wanted revenge on the Yellow Lightning, Minato, so even though he is dead and Konoha has spread his death, there was still his only son, so Iwa, although the cage on duty, Inoki, Sandaime Tsuchikage, does not give any orders, his shinobi usually took advantage to take revenge for the humiliation of the war at the hands of Minato. There were not many Iwa nins, but they should not be trusted either. Naruto, after being promoted to Takabetsu Jounin, before he left, and after the corresponding training and missions, he was listed in the bingo book as the Crimson Lightning, the Scourge of the Crimson Moon, remaining as a shinobi rank A, being on par with several elite shinobi, such as several swordsmen of the mist, including Zabuza Mamachi. The five Iowa Shinobis launched an attack, believing themselves superior, so Naruto made use of a pair of skills that only those closest to him knew. Naruto. Ice make sword. Would say to form an ice sword and launch. I went in 1. Does he have Hyoten? I went in 2. I didn't know he was a user of that element. Naruto. Die. He would say to launch himself. Naruto would face 3 of them, who barely dared to fight with Kunes, given their confidence, given the surprise, they never expected that he, as they called him, the lightning bastard, had ice handling, but the surprise turned into fear, when with a slash of the ice sword, one of them froze completely. I went in 2. Knew he would say angrily damn. Naruto said nothing and once he was close enough, he would run through him without mercy. I went in 3. Unfortunate. The last of the group fighting with Naruto decided to attack in hand-to-hand combat, but Naruto, relentless, would disarm his sword and demonstrate his superiority in hand-to-hand combat, managing to break his leg while knocking him out, leaving him alive, just so that Iwa would understand that if his father was feared, he should be even more so. After that, he decided to go help Shisui, who was also not bad at all, since thanks to his ability Shunshine, he was known as Shunshin no Shisui or Shisui of the flickering body, being another feared shinobi in the bingo book, so taking advantage of the fact that 2 were focusing on the Uchiha, Naruto would appear where the unsuspecting shinobi with a Chikudo in hand, but making use of his arms and back, he would take the sword and break it. Without saying a word Naruto would form an ice cannon to the surprise of both shinobi and Shisui. Naruto. Ice make cannon would say before launching an ice blast, leaving both Iwa Shinobis completely frozen. Shisui. Hey he would say with a funny face they were mine. Naruto. The early bird catches the worm he would say, sticking out his tongue at him. Both with nothing else to do would just start laughing at their antics and resume their journey to the village. Off screen. Seeing what happened with Naruto and his tests, many frowned, Minato only denied because of Yato's occurrences, although he suspected that it was more Danzo, his brother, along with Hamura and Kaharu, who did not have the necessary courage. Hades. Poor I would say seriously at the mercy of a bunch of corrupt people. Zeus. Does your half-brother know what he's doing? Minato. I just know that he must have become easy to manipulate, just like Hiruzen. Kushina. That old pervert was too senile, besides being a hopeless pervert. Minato. Tell me someone in Konoha who isn't perverted. Kushina. Tush. Percy. But why they don't want to lose it, I don't understand. Minato. You see, being a shinobi in Konoha, for the vast majority, means losing your humanity and becoming a tool, a weapon that when you are no longer useful to them, they can get rid of you. Octavian. I like that. Jason. The dead don't speak. Queen. That's cruel. Minato. It's what you get, but if you teach your students to revalue what is human, they treat you wrongly. Kushina. It happened to Kakashi's father, and because he preferred the lives of his comrades, he didn't complete the mission. Jiren. I understand he would say sadly. Annabeth. Jiren. What happened? Jiren. By preferring the mission, it is most likely that even his own companions forced him to commit suicide, which if my memory serves me correctly, the Japanese call it seppuku. Minato. I couldn't have described it better. Kushina. Not to mention Guy's father who Danzo sold crucial information and died saving Genma, Guy and another one. Ares. Good fight he would say seeing the arrival of 5 Iowa Shinobis. Athena. But why hide that action from Inoki Dono? Minato. Inoki, it would be better for me to be alive to kill Naruto, since it would hurt me, but being dead. Hera. His revenge against you would be pointless. Kushina. Was that old man still cage after the war? He should hand over his position. Travis. Book bingo. Oh. I like their nicknames. Artemis. I like the one from Crimson Moon Scourge better. Apollo. I see why. Minato. Zabuza Mamachi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, who did he face to get rank A? He would ask surprised. Percy. Amaeri Ringo. Kushina. The Gaki definitely stood out. Seeing Ice's combat abilities, Percy was excited. He could use water and ice, which would definitely help. Nico was also interested, so he paid attention. Minato. Ice make, I didn't know he knew how to use Hyoten. Artemis. Our son knows about chakra and magic, dear. Minato. I see. Seeing the new fight, Ares' children were filled with cheers, especially Claris, who looked completely excited at the scene, but she saw Shisui fight, so in her mind, the Uchiha seemed cute too, having a great crossroads. The surprise came when Naruto made his move and broke the Chikudo. Leo. Oh man, he needs to be nerfed. Mark. I don't know why I agree with you. Alo. It's not a bad technique either. Percy slightly felt identified with Shisui, they were truly similar, while Artemis shook her head at his antics, Zoe on the other hand, saw that friendship with intrigue. On screen. The two friends continued on their way to Konoha, crossing a clearing that led to a forest moderately close to the village. As they spoke, they both stopped abruptly as numerous Anbu with strange markings appeared. Anbu 1. Shisui Uchiha, by orders of Danzo-sama you must come with us, if you resist we will use force to kill you if necessary, he would say with an emotionless tone showing his sword. Shisui. They know that attacking fellow Lease is treason, I would say ready to fight, will you join me in this? Naruto. Sure, plus I always watch your butt. Numerous Anbus would appear while Shisui would get nervous. Shisui. Great. Naruto. We need help, I would say seriously, I need you to get me time. Shisui. I don't promise anything. Shisui would launch himself against the Anbus, while Naruto with a little blood from numerous animals that he had nearby, made a large circle with numerous shapes. Shisui. The more. Naruto. I'm almost done, he would say to finish the last seal, I don't know who will be able to answer me, since I don't have a relic, but without that it's random, he would say, so that a dragon-shaped tattoo would be shown on his hand. Shisui. I don't want to be rude, he would say, dodging numerous kunai and sword thrusts, but hurry up. Naruto. I'm going, he would say, to extend his hand, I haven't used magic, and I don't know if I have mana or if it can be replaced by chakra, but I have no choice, he would say seriously and nervously, to take a breath and start reciting. Iron and silver as the base. Stones and the Archduke of Pax as the foundation. My master Schweinerg as my ancestor. The cardinal gates close. Start from the crown and follow the forked path that leads you to the kingdom. Fill, 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 fill. Repeat 5 times. But when each one is full, destroy it. Ready. I command you, come to me. Your sword will control my destiny. Following the rules of the Holy Grail, answer if you accept my will and reason. I swear here that I will be all the good of the eternal world. That I will expose all the evil of the eternal world. By the 7 heavens that hold 3 powerful words, come to me from the circle of balance. Protector of equilibrium. A strong blue glow appeared as a human figure appeared, carrying a spear, and as the light faded, a blue-haired, red-eyed man could be seen standing with a shit-eating grin. Subject. Me. Would greet animatedly Lancer class servant Kuchulin, have I responded to your call, so I ordered, master would say until realizing Naruto. Naruto. It's good to see you, Ku, but we'll introduce ourselves later, I need a hand. Ku. For a friend, anything, he would say to make him throw himself with the spear to help Shisui. Between the 3 of them they would massacre several shinobis, while a hooded figure watched. Off-screen. Kushina and Minato frowned, they were furious, when not that mummy getting into where it shouldn't. Zeus. Curse. Artemis. They will get through this, she would say, although she didn't sound very convinced. Seeing what Naruto was planning, they were surprised, especially Minato when he saw him make a circle with those symbols, while Athena analyzed everything, but the surprise came when he heard the words. Artemis. 1. Jean. Yes, she would say smiling. Artoria. It's a servant summon, I would say serious. Percy. Who do you think I summoned? Jean. I don't know, but we do know that only a friend of Naruto will answer that call. Chiron. Not to be nosy, but who are his friends? Artoria. Astolfo, Perseus, Charlemagne, Karna, Little Jack, Sir Bedivere, Asterios, Achilles, and I think Ushiwakameru. Jean. Don't forget Gilgamesh caster version and King David. Elaine. Aren't they the only ones? Artoria. There's one more and I hope it's not that idiot, she would say seriously, of all the servant friends she hoped the Redeed would have, she hoped the one who answered wouldn't be the careless one and the most likely to lead him to do stupid things. Seeing the summoned subject, Kushina and Minato were speechless, they didn't know that humans could be summoned. Malcolm. The Hound of Kulan, the son of light and the Celtic Achilles. Artoria. Great, the idiot answered first, I would say annoyed. Chiron. A demigod of the Celts, I haven't seen one in a while. Apollo. The son of La, he would say surprised. On screen. Gu fought without taking much damage, despite being thrown senbon needles, kunes, shurikens, and the occasional jutsu. After all, his gay bold spear, his most loyal friend after Naruto, was still his. He remembered his battles at the Grail. They were undoubtedly exciting. Without saying a word, alongside Naruto and protecting Shisui, the two fought with great courage, but the rude Anbu kept appearing. Their mission was to capture Shisui Uchiha, the reason, Yato defined that he should use his ability. Naruto also did not want to be left behind, so activating his magic circuits, which had recently matured, began to shine, while a large sword materialized. Ku. Naruto. Shisui. Friend, what are you doing? Naruto. What it takes to save a friend, he would say, finishing shining, revealing a more imposing figure in armor, while his chest shone in a light blue color. The Anbus, bewildered, decided to make a move, attacking the 3 en masse, managing to separate Shisui, while distracting them by fighting. Naruto. Wow. Ku. I'll be fine, you watch your back. Naruto. Yes. They both struggled to make their way to help Shisui, but neither noticed someone appear behind him. Danzo. It's time, he would say in an icy tone. Shisui. Danzo. He would say before being hit by the old man and having his eye stolen with his hand arch. Danzo. You are no longer useful to me, he would say seriously, throwing senbons. Your ability is. Shisui. So that was it, you wouldn't let me use my genjutsu. Danzo. It's for the greater good, he would say to try to leave. Naruto. Fall bombing. He would say so that a large amount of energy appears in his sword and he attacks. Danzo will replace himself with one of his Anbus and escape, causing the annoyance of the redeed, but Naruto could notice someone, a black man with a red look. He swore to see him cry, but fury made him react. Naruto. Itachi. Naruto didn't think twice and launched himself at his former teammate, so the two of them started a battle, initially as an even match. Off-screen. Minato. Something doesn't fit. Kushina. Danzo always moved behind the Hokage's back, being protected by his two henchmen. Hestia. Naruto, Shisui, resist. Seeing the problem and Naruto being forced to use his Siegfried form, many were surprised, especially Minato, but as the Anbus from the root did not stop coming, the concern became palpable. Seeing Danzo, everyone, including the gods, frowned. That old man was a real pain in the ass, but no one liked him. Athena. For the greater good. She asked randomly, it was a plant similar to hers. Percy. I don't like him, he treats everyone like something disposable, I would say annoying. Will. It's true. Reed. Nobody is a weapon, they are living beings. Bianca. Her eye, she would say horrified. Annabeth. Damn mummy. Apollo. The fight against another partner, I would say seriously. On screen. Naruto began to dominate the fight, even though he noticed the change in patterns of Itachi's Sharingan. He knew it was a Mangekyo, but he didn't care, so taking more strength, he began to knee him in the face, managing to break his septum and injuring one of the Uchiha's eyes, who to get away performed a black fire jutsu, which Ku covered until smiling at Naruto and said goodbye. Itachi. Burn yourself on Amaterasu, he would say as he left, extremely hurt by the beating the Redeed gave him. Naruto. Coward, use the flames of Amaterasu, I would say, to throw off a part of his burning clothes and take the spear that Ku left him before being burned by that black fire. Shisui. Naruto would say, weak, are you there? Would say with his eye sockets empty. Naruto. I'm here, friend, he would say, holding the black-haired boy. Shisui. I'm sorry to say goodbye like this, but I'm sorry, you were a great friend, sorry for being weak. Naruto. Friend, you are not weak. Shisui. You could watch over me like they do in your land. Naruto. Yes, I'll do worse. You'll be saved from this. Shisui. I'm sorry, but I won't get through this, he would say, smiling weakly. I'm poisoned, and I have no turning back now. Naruto. Shisui. Shisui. Thank you, friend, he would say, exhaling his last breath. Naruto. Shisui. Naruto simply took his dead friend and cried everything, let it all out, before taking a scroll and sealing it. It would do his will, as he looked at the moon. Naruto. I will take revenge on those who harm my family and loved ones, I don't care if they are from Konoha, he would say, wiping away his tears. I swear, mother. Naruto, after finishing sealing his friend, would withdraw and arrive at Konoha, which was extremely dismayed. From what he heard, Fugaku's eldest son had gone crazy and massacred everyone in the clan, leaving only his younger brother Sasuke alive, who with Natsumi returned to the Uchiha district, seeing everything and being at the mercy of a genjutsu from the eldest Uchiha, where the survivor was plunged into wanting revenge. Naruto did not give importance to that, so he went to the Hokage's office, where he gave his report and the evidence, but Yato, despite knowing the truth, well, Danzo told him that they would ambush both of them for Shisui Sharingan, pretended not to know anything, and wanted to cover everything up, since he argued the political power and the influence on the civilians of Konoha, which annoyed Naruto, so without saying anything, and with the news that Yato was giving him a break for mourning, he went to the Uzumaki mansion to ask his uncle Hermes to take Shisui's soul to Elysium to intercede with Lord Hades and allow him the rest. Screen turns off. Seeing all this, many lowered their heads and Artemis clenched her fists. Shisui seemed to be one of those good men, someone who appreciated everything he had and defended it. Hades. Calm down, boy, I know I'll have him there, he would say with understanding. Zeus. I want to destroy that village more and more. Everyone was thinking the same thing, maybe they'll wait for Artemis to get Naruto and his group out of there and then see what to do. Minato, for his part, was disappointed, furious, he didn't believe that the village he defended had been turned into that, and Kushina, well, he wanted to see it burn. Losses. Everyone in the room was furious, they wanted to see Konoha burn, especially Minato, so much blood, sweat, tears that he dedicated of his life for them, and now not only do they spit on his legacy, but his brother, his own brother, or well half-brother, allowed his image to be destroyed, seeing him as a traitor for abandoning the village, and wanting to be a family man, away from war and shinobi, living for his wife and son, that even if he died, it was the intention that counted. So. We have to burn that village. Artemis. I will take out those who are on my son's side and destroy that village. Poseidon. I will send a great tide and that village will disappear. Athena. You know Konoha is far from the sea, right? She would say with a poker face. Poseidon. Shit. Zeus. I will bring down the fury of the gods. Ares. Deserves divine punishment, he would say with a twisted smile. Sons of Ares. Yes, war, death, blood, punishment. Hades, although no one was looking at him, emanated a strong murderous intent, while the rest of the gods did the same. The demigods joined in that murderous intent, since they were upset that two of their own, as they said, since they wanted Menma with them, wanted blood. Travis. Maybe we should go joke around with them, what do you say, bro? Connor. Yes, it warrants a visit from a prankster duo. Butch. You two always joking around. Why not? Sally, Hestia and Hera. Don't you see there are children? She would say, pointing at Nicuchio, who instead of causing fear when he was angry, he gave tenderness, and Lacey, who only imitated the others. Tyson. I'll send you my failed inventions, he would say, threatening with his hammer. Annabeth. Calm down, big guy, she would say, surprised, since she met the Cyclops, she never saw him upset, in fact he was a friendly, good-natured guy. Before they even said anything, the screen would light up. On screen. It's been 3 weeks since Shisui's death and the Uchiha massacre, one of the worst mistakes Konoha has made since its founding, not counting the fact that it was founded. During that time, Naruto tried to get over the death of his best friend, always accompanied by his most faithful companion, his younger brother, his henchman, Menma Uzumaki, who also suffered from one of those he considered an older brother, but Naruto suffered, so he set out to help him leave the past behind. Now he was in a better place. Thanks to the funeral and the cremation of the body, something that the counselors protested but could not do anything about, since they did it privately without the village participating, because the wretches would only go to say that he deserved to die for being an Uchiha scum. For Naruto, it was synonymous with being hit in the balls, since in an outburst he almost killed a villager, if it weren't for Menma who was with him, who stopped him, although the little one got revenge in a somewhat unique way. He did a perfect split and hit him in the testicles, in a blow that strangely made several cover their parts, but that made the sound of 2 nuts bursting come out. Thanks to the funeral and the way it was carried out, Shisui was now in the hands of the Greek underworld, therefore, the Edo Tensei would not work with him, since it, without knowing it, only had the limitation that it only worked with dead people from the Shinto pantheon. Off-screen. Everyone was showing their respect for Shisui, although they were angry that the village only saw that surname as something bad. Kushina. It's strange. Minato. It's true, the Uchiha clan is the founder of the village. Artemis. But who sowed that hatred towards the Uchiha? She would ask, intrigued. Artoria. It's funny but true, a single attack wouldn't make that clan look bad. Minato and Kushina. For Tobirama, they would say seriously. Jean. Tobirama. Minato. He was the Hokage before Hiruzen, the Niodame Hokage, creator of the Shadow Clones technique that Hades uses, since he designed it to collect information, but most who know it use it for paperwork or similar things. Hades. So far a good man, but. Kushina. He is the creator of a technique that allows the dead to be revived. Hades. What? Persephone. Meddling with something a mortal shouldn't. Hera. I hope the Shinigami tortures him for eternity. Seeing what happened to the villagers and how Menma took revenge, many hunters smiled, some of Ares' children grabbed their crotches in fear, Apollo strangely not, Ares, Zeus, and to everyone's surprise Octavian, who was a ghost, the nobles grabbed each other. Zeus. I felt that one. Ares. Holy blow. Mark. Fallen soldier. Sherman. Soldier down, I repeat. Oh. That's my new little brother. Artemis. Well done, Menma-chan, Antart is proud. Seeing what Naruto had done, Hades smiled, they wouldn't disturb the eternal rest of a deceased. On screen. After the Shisui matter and his funeral, the village wanted to know why the bastard Namikaze could do whatever he wanted, although that was what the Hokage's advisors were, except for Danzo, and the civilian councils, although the shinobi did not understand why they should hold a meeting for something so low, but among them was the Haruno family, those who complained the most, since they were among the wealthiest civilians, although of course their head, a woman named Mibuyuki. Minato's former lover, or rather fangirl, who hated the Redeed for being the son of a bitch, as she said, who stole her predestined love. Thanks to the fact that the majority took Naruto's action with Shisui as something valid, reluctantly, those who hated the deed remained silent. The Haruno family, the family responsible for the village's trading houses, did everything they could to stop Naruto and Menma's advance as revenge on Kushina, but nothing worked. Mabuki married Kizashi Haruno, an honorable man, with whom she later had 2 children, Sai Haruno, the eldest, and his twin, Sakura Haruno. Sakura Haruno is a pink-haired, green-eyed, and fair-skinned girl, the youngest twin, and although she is the youngest in the family by birth order, she is the most spoiled. Since she learned to walk, Mabuki subjected her to training so that she could seduce and marry people of power, so she could live at their expense. She led a life of teaching how to get closer to the Uchiha family, even from Sasuke himself, the new emo avenger of the village, and this caused her to become a fangirl of the Jet. Sai is a pink-haired, green-eyed boy, pale like his sister, but unlike her, he is a quiet boy, since he walked his mother left him aside, denied a mother's love, since she focused on her sister, his father was the only one who did care, until he inexplicably fell into a deep coma, from which he did not wake up, and which at one time his mother ordered to disconnect, ending her life, leaving practically only the poor younger Haruno. Unlike Sakura, Sai wants to become a great shinobi doctor, a field doctor and a shinobi that allows him to fight and defend himself, avoiding being a victim for his weakness and his decisions. Sadly, the only one who supports him is his aspiration, Naruto himself, who secretly became his mentor. Sadly, he was exiled from the Haruno household for not living up to his mother's expectations, not being born a girl, to put it mildly, so Naruto decided to take him into the Uzumaki district, where he was the one in charge, given Kushina's increasingly serious condition. He became Menma's training partner, rival, and best friend. Off-screen. As they listened, many frowned. They didn't look like village leaders. They were spoiled, capricious children complaining about not having a sweet. Artemis. That bitch, she would say angrily. Minato. Mabuki, he would say with chills at the mention and sight of his stalker. Kushina. How can I forget that mare? She's too greedy. I wonder what happened to Kizashi. He would say thoughtfully. Apollo. What's wrong with him? Minato. Kizashi, unlike his wife, is a noble and reasonable man. Since I left with Artemis, I didn't hear anything more about him. Percy. Miss Kushina, what happened? Kushina. He became inexplicably ill, and some time later they said that it killed him. Personally, I don't believe that. Kizashi was too healthy to suddenly get sick and end up in a coma, only for his wife to order the doctors to disconnect him weeks later, or so Tsunade-sensei told me. Hera. Something's wrong there. Hestia. Yes. Sally. It makes me see that woman as the female version of Gabe. Percy. The walrus man. Grover. Or they had twins. Hearing what that woman did to the children made them angry, and even more so Artemis and her hunters, because that pink-haired girl was a fangirl to please the apathetic emo guy with a duck butt hairstyle. Nico. Just another boy. Bianca. Well, he is a cute boy with pink hair, she would think, blushing a little. Kushina. And it was just at that time. Elaine. Now that I think about it, what about that Hyuga Anbu girl? Hebe. Yes, where is my daughter? Alo. Where is my sister? He would say, worried, although jealous inside that someone would desecrate his sister. On screen. Kushina Uzumaki, leader of the Uzumaki clan, the blood habanero of Konoha, Menma's mother, Naruto's godmother, and the latter's aunt, was increasingly in poor health. Tsunade, the medical Sannin, princess of the slugs, couldn't do much given her illness, or rather the fact that her soul had been shattered after the masked man snatched the Kyuubi from her to attack the village. When the soul is affected, it affects the owner's physical body, and Kushina was in a very bad way. Every day that passed was a day that could affect her for better or worse, the vast majority being for the worse. Menma and Sai were at the ninja academy, Naruto preparing his training for later, Tsunade attending to the redeed, when the door of the mansion opens, revealing the duo who entered laughing to the area, but when they closed the door, Tsunade came out with a face that reflected pain, so she asked both of them to enter the room and see Kushina, since the redeed was ready to leave. Both hurt but accepting the end of who was more than loved, was loved as it should be, decided to say goodbye to them permanently, asking as a favor one last thing, that both take care of each other, that they protect each other, since now the world would be against them. Both decided to accept those words and swear before Kushina closed her eyes to never open them again. Menma. Mom. She would say bursting into tears. Naruto. I'm here little brother, he would say shedding tears, for who was like a second mother to hug who became his younger brother. Menma. Are you going to leave, Nai-san? Naruto. No, I won't, he would say without losing his hug. Menma. Please, I don't want to, you're the only one I have left from my family, my old man hates me, my sister sees me as a failure, sniff, please don't leave me. Naruto. I won't do it, do you know why? Menma. No. Naruto. Because I'm not here, I would say, giving him a sincere smile. Menma. Thank you. Menma after that would fall asleep while Naruto carried him in his arms to his room while Sai lowered his head and Tsunade left to leave Konoha and not return for a long time. Next to Sai, a small brown-haired boy was crying since he knew Kushina she was like a mother and Naruto and Menma his brothers, although he played jokes on them, were harmless. Naruto. Konohamaru I would say seriously but in a soft tone. Konohamaru. Sniff yes sniff I'm coming sniff he would say crying. Naruto. Hey he would say hugging his self-proclaimed pupil Aunt Kushina wouldn't like us to cry like that, so we have to remember her as she deserved he would say in a soft tone like a fierce kunoichi. Konohamaru. Yes sniff he said, wiping his tears. Off screen. Everyone fell silent in the face of Kushina's death. Minato. So that's how it was. Kushina. Yes. Apollo. Who shattered you? He asked, angry. Kushina. It was Obito. Minato. Obito. My student. Impossible, I saw him die. Kushina. It was him. I'd recognize his chakra anywhere, no matter when or where. Minato. I didn't make it in time to save him, but… Artemis. Enough, dear, she said, grabbing his hand. Kushina. There's something behind him and it's not good. Zeus. Let's hope we don't have trouble. Poseidon. If we do, we'll fight. Demeter. Did Tsunade leave? Artemis. Well, I don't think it's a big deal, she's just an old lady, she said bluntly. Kushina. My death hit her hard and knowing her, she'll probably wander the elemental nations and devote herself to gambling and drinking, though she's known as the legendary loser. Dionysus. Why do you say that? Kushina. She never wins, no matter what she bets on. Hermes. Hehe Titch, don't abandon people anymore hehehehehe. Titch, I never cursed anyone from there. I think. Leo. So that's Konohamaru, he said, watching him. I don't know why, but I like the kid. So? He seems nice though he's still just a child. Kushina. The gray hairs that brat gave me, she said with an awkward smile. On the screen. After Kushina's death, Yato had to give her a burial worthy of a kunoichi of the village, even though he didn't want to, as he had been angry with her just like Natsumi. Kushina had made sure they only had access to her surname if they wanted, but not to her inheritance. All jutsu, money, secrets and leadership passed to Menma until he came of age with Naruto as his guardian. Yato lost everything, his original clan and the one by marriage. He became nothing more than a civilian. He didn't lose his chakra, but he lost many things that only belonged to clans. His arrogance led to his downfall. Meanwhile, from the Olympian realm, Artemis, as matriarch of the Namikaze clan, exiled him and placed Natsumi on a very thin line. It would hurt her to expel her niece, but she had earned it. Because both clans Uzumaki and Namikaze share a rule. Family comes first. Yato and Natsumi had dishonored that. Naruto, using his own ways, decided to cremate the body, but did so in secret, with help from Sai, Menma, and Konohamaru, the only ones who were supposedly witnesses to the act. Or so it seemed. Well, said a spectral voice making its presence known, she was a great kunoichi. Naruto. Shinigami, he said, surprised. Shinigami. It's a pleasure to meet you, son of the hunt, he said with a chilling but sincere voice. I've come for the woman's soul. Menma. Shinigami-sama, will mom rest in peace? Shinigami. Don't worry about that. Hades and I came to an agreement, she'll rest in the Greek realm, while I have some fun with someone Lord Hades has already grown bored of. Naruto was only surprised and gave way to the goddess of death. He knew who the unfortunate one could be and only thought about Adonis, although the Shinigami without him knowing it claimed Shisui's soul, obtaining someone to torture due to Hades' lack of desire and ideas, the soul of Pirithous. Without further ado, taking the redeemed soul and leaving to give it to the Greek god of the underworld, the Shinigami left, ready to play with her new toys. Screen turns off. Kushina. He deserves it. Hestia. It is a fundamental law, I would say seriously. Artemis. So I banished him, well done me again. So. He deserves it. Hermes. By the way, who has that fortune? Kushina. She'll definitely come with them to the Olympic world. Minato. It's likely, since I did the same with the Namikaze, leaving only my uncle's accounts to Yato. Seeing the Shinigami Nico and Bianca became interested, it was adorable to see, but the others were scared shitless, although surprised that Naruto wasn't afraid of her. Hades. So Adonis and Pirithous for Shisui and Kushina a fair price, he would say, surprised at giving up one of those souls. He knew about Adonis, but the other, well now he shouldn't think about punishments for them, someone else would take care of it. Zeus. Pirithous. If it is a fair price. Leo. Hehe new toy. Charles. Leo. Jason. Well, knowing what they did, although in Adonis's case, let's say it was the goddess's fault, not his. Hades. If for some reason I didn't punish him so much and just made him pick up my paperwork. Zeus. Well, what's next? The screen went black. Artemis. Now that I think about it, that Hyuga girl intrigues me. Chris. We'll know soon enough. Lee. Let's wait. Will. It will be interesting. Growth, a new friend. Hades was happier than usual, the reason, because he managed to make a change with the Shinigami. Persephone noticed it, and well, she couldn't blame him. She was unfaithful to him first, and then Hades and she were becoming unfaithful to each other, for who knows what, Bianca and Nico being the last demigods of Hades alive. Persephone doesn't hate her stepchildren, although it hurts her, but it is a punishment for her infidelity for being the first to break the vow. Will. Okay, 2 more for camp. Inicio. How good, more work, he would say sarcastically. Zeus. Nobody told you to mess with that nymph, he would say, reminding him why he was punished to be in that place. Kushina. Lord Zeus, she would say, smiling sweetly and emanating an aura of death with her chains behind her. Zeus. I feel the disturbance in the force, he would say, trying not to look. Hera. Say it, dear, she would say happily, since she liked the Uzumaki. Kushina. You will let Inicio free from his punishment, or I will make sure you don't have any more children or fun, she would say, holding up a piece of paper with kanji on it. Ares. Sister-in-law, he would say, swallowing his fear. What does that role do? He would say, interested. Besides, he wasn't so suicidal for messing with her. His brother Apollo will be very happy with her, yes sir. Kushina. I'm glad you asked, brother-in-law, she would say, smiling simply with this. It doesn't matter if you are a god, your hex will ability will be disabled, so your device, without detracting from whether the affected person is a man or a woman, will be unable to feel hex will pleasure. Aphrodite and all the male gods were terrified, while Apollo was left in fear. His wife was truly terrifying. Artemis. I like that, she would say, smiling mockingly. Poseidon. Let's not abuse it, he would say nervously. Before they even said anything, a glow appeared as a young man with short spiky black hair appeared. He had black lines around his eyes, extending to the sides of his face. His gaze reflected a crimson glow as he held a tanto on his back and on his head, a bandana with a leaf logo displayed, along with a logo of his clan on his dark blue shirt, along with a vest on one side of what Kushina recognized as military police. Kushina. Shisui. She would say, surprised. Shisui. Kushina-san. He would say, surprised and relaxing his gaze, deactivating his Sharigan. Minato. Shisui. Shisui of the blinking body. Shisui. The Konoha Kiroi Senko. Naruto's father. He would say, surprised. Zo, for her part, looked at the black-haired man, and the truth is that he wasn't bad. A red tint was reflected in her gaze, being noticed by her employer. While she tried to playfully deny the fact that her lieutenant fell in love with a raven-haired man, she couldn't admit that her son knew how to choose his friends, and Shisui was someone worthy of respect. Minato. So you're my son's best friend. Shisui. Well, yes, he's like my brother from another mother. Artemis. That speaks very well of your relationship with him, she would say, smiling. Shisui. Oh, I suppose you are Artemis, right? Her mother, right? Artemis. Yes. Shisui. Wow, when you told me that he was your good son I didn't believe it, or well, I did when I saw your ability at night. I would say something uncomfortable. Hestia. Don't worry, dear, it happens to everyone. Zeus. Well, I think he's had enough. Shisui. Well, I want you to give me a summary, he would say, smiling. Zo, no, it's cute and all, but you swore to give that up, plus you would earn your brother's hatred for forcing his best friend to break his codes, she thought, blushing. Shisui. Naruto's hunter sister is cute, he wasn't lying about that, he would say, looking slightly at Zo and blushing. So thanks to Malcolm, Lee and Will told Shisui everything, keeping him up to date on everything. Shisui. I see, that's interesting, but well, what can you do? I would say calmly, besides, I think Mr. Hades wants to revive me. Hades? And that would be why. Shisui. Nico, since Kushina-sen is going out with Apollo, I think I'll be little Nico's teacher, he would say, smiling at the younger brunette with a smile. Sally. That looks good, she would say, smiling. Before the conversation continued, the screen would turn back on. Apollo. SHHH would say, eating. Hermes. It's already starting, he would say, stealing food from Apollo. On screen. After Kushina's wake and the talk with the Shinigami, Naruto decided to support his now little brother like never before, added to the fact that with the help of Sai and Konohamaru, at Tsunade's request before leaving, he took all the Senju scrolls to the Uzumaki mansion. The truth was too much knowledge, especially about the handling of the Mokuton release, something that none of them had, but nothing should be wasted, not to mention numerous attack jutsus and medical ninjutsu, which would be taken advantage of by the four. Naruto was not going to leave anything uncovered, everyone would know a little bit of everything, and they would not let someone perish in a mission due to the lack of someone who did not cover a certain area. Something curious was that within all that information gathering were the foundations of Edo Tensei, the impure world summoning technique. Naruto knew from his father that this technique allowed the dead to be brought back to life, albeit for a short period. His values prevented him from using a dead person, of course that was influenced by his parents, grandfather and uncle, not to mention that Zou made him promise under threat that he would never play with it, so fearing for his physical integrity, he decided to seal it and keep the technique and leave it with Hades, being safer with him. There were also numerous water manipulation techniques, so if he returns to the world of the Olympians, he could negotiate with some son of Poseidon these techniques. Hermes taught him how to see the business, it was not his fault he was quite lucky in business and betting. Naruto also decided to test them in their personal techniques, such as the use of cursed energy, something that with a lot of work and training he was able to recover, although he still lacked a lot. How much he wanted to show purple, blue and red to his best friend, but he assumed that it was his curse when he lived as a member of the Goho clan, until Sukuna killed him and went on his way. Naruto remembered the techniques of his students, especially Megumi Fushiguro, so understanding the use of the cursed ritual of his former student, he decided to implement it in his now pupils. Nobody told them it was going to be easy, but Konoha, Menma and Sai put their effort into training. The cursed rituals were not the only thing, since Naruto knew about magic, so he also decided to try his luck in teaching them about that world. He was very surprised when he saw Menma have the same element as him, the sword element, managing to copy his swords Kanshu and Bakuya. That caused joy in Menma, who surprised showed Naruto his progress, being received with great interest. Those were his swords, so it was time for him to bequeath them and use the ones he has. Off screen. Shisui. Wow, I always thought Naruto had balls, but I never thought so many. Minato. Yes, summon the Shinigami and talk to him normally. Athena. It's true, although I should have had more respect. Hermes. Can you blame him? He was raised directly by his mother, and many of us were there, so don't expect him to respect her. Jiren. He is a good teacher, although that looting. Shisui. Wow, I don't remember Tsunade-sama giving him access. Kushina. He gave it to her after my death. Hades. It's a wise decision. Percy. What are techniques? He would say interested, I wouldn't mind learning and having more possibilities to protect my loved ones and friends. Athena. Loyalty, this excessive is bad. Shisui. I see, that boy looks like me, he will remind Naruto of me, he thought looking at Percy. Artemis. So his past as Goho, I would say, seeing his domain expansions. Shisui. Cursed ritual. What's that cursed energy? Annabeth. It's a type of energy found in almost all humans. This energy is used by shamans to deal with creatures called cursed spirits or curses. Shisui. I see, thanks. That would have been interesting to see. Poseidon. I would like to know what your students will learn. Minato. Sword element magic. Artemis. It's something from his past and I'm surprised Menma has it. Kushina. Although it's nice that he bequeathed those swords to her, she would say smiling. Ares. Those swords look familiar to me, he would say in whispers. Claris. Those swords are amazing. Mark. I want one. Frank. They are good. On screen. Naruto trained his students in magic and cursed energy, after all, he didn't want them to weaken, but he never neglected their physique or their hand-to-hand combat. Sai learned a lot of judo, karate and surprisingly Wing Chun. He wasn't much into combat, but he couldn't be left looking useless tomorrow being a genin. Menma was somewhat more complete, being a great martial artist in almost all the martial arts in which Naruto was, only unlike the Redeed, Menma was not good at Aikido, Hapkido and Chinese Kenpo. Konoha for his part, trained alongside Naruto in boxing, pancratio and karate, always under the same tutelage of all clones to practice postures and blows, while the originals trained their physique. Although that could have been lethal, Naruto could foresee it, so with the appropriate training to increase chakra reserves, he was able to make the three of them train properly. In magic, coupled with Menma's similar powers to Naruto's, Sai became interested in magical medicine, healing sorcery, the type of sorcery that involves regenerating the flesh of injured people and detoxifying. Naruto was in the Grail and had the information about it, although he couldn't help him, since Sai was very intelligent and understood things, he was able to let him learn it and give him advice, since he knew the origin of that sorcery from a member of the Ainsburn family. Konohamaru was more complicated, not only was he a child, with his magic circuits being very green, but Konohamaru was more into fighting, not so much hiding, so knowing the Sarutobi's addiction to tobacco, he found something interesting in rune magic, ansas, runes written with cigarette flames, to make said flames spread over the target. Although the boy had the basics, he couldn't practice until he fully developed his magic circuits. Well, that would be close to enough. Naruto urged them to practice chakra control, basic elemental and non-elemental ninjutsu, as well as sword and archery. And kinjutsu, the use of the spear and the bow, were taught as well as Western swordsmanship, since Naruto knew that many skills should be present and only show what was necessary, what Sai and Menma did at the academy, and Konohamaru would do in the coming years. Teach as little as possible and reserve it only for the battlefield. The use of the sword was something that Naruto put emphasis on, after all, he was a great swordsman, and on his journey, he acquired a lot of knowledge, among that knowledge, the breathing techniques, which he learned as a demon hunter, his most emblematic technique being the solar breathing, the dance of the fire god as people called it, after Naruto himself created it. From that breathing others were derived, always starting from that base. Starting with Menma and Sai, he urged on the basics, controlling his breathing, even with weight on him, since thanks to the seals, that was something that could be implemented. Menma, based on these foundations, developed a breathing technique he called lightning breathing, which arose from combining breathing techniques with his lightning chakra element. Lightning breathing is a breathing style that imitates lightning and replicates it with the user's movements, techniques, and abilities. Most, if not all, of the techniques created by Menma involve extremely powerful blows that burn the opponent. Most attacks are performed from an elevated perspective. Naruto was more than proud. After all, it was something his grandfather could perhaps boast about. Even if he didn't like it, perhaps he could master the poses and pass them on to some worthy demigod, someone the complete opposite of Hercules. Sai, for his part, decided to test his elemental affinities, his primary affinity being wind. Following the basics taught and utilizing his chakra element, he developed his own style and stances, a somewhat violent style, despite the fact that the former Haruno is a very calm person. Konohamaru, for his part, decided to merge his fire element, his primary affinity, with the basics, developing flame breathing. This style mimics flames and replicates them with the user's movements, techniques, and abilities. Because the sword is filled with flames, its cuts are often very strong and heal quickly, leaving those who receive them in great pain. All of them, seen from Naruto's perspective, were the perfect combination of prodigy, effort, and skill, something rare to achieve. While the Redeed knew they weren't 100% his own creations, as his fellow hunters had known and developed them, he preferred to remain silent and watch their progress. Off-screen. Athena. Well, her students don't let their guard down. Ares. That's right, skills should never be forgotten or rusty. Chiron. Not bad fighting styles for them, I would say, surprised. Minato. So hiding your power, knowing the council mummies and my brother, I support you in that decision. Artemis. It's true. Oh. She doesn't neglect the bow either, she would say, smiling. Shisui. Well, at least they won't be left like most genin of civilian origin, he would say, leaning in his seat. Being a leaf ninja made him keep quiet about many things. Now being out of that village meant being able to open his mouth, even for reasons he shouldn't. Apollo. That's what it looks like, but why would they give that power to the civilians, given that they have a clan council? Shisui. Since the Kyuubi attacked the village, they decided that replenishing numbers and increasing the flow of shinobi was more important than quality, which led to the exam becoming easier, but on missions, the result was deplorable. Zeus. It makes sense, quality trumps quantity, he would say, looking at his son-in-law and godson. Minato. Besides, strategies don't always work, he would say, touching a nerve in Athena. Athena. But a plan always helps. Minato. And if the plan is methodical? Where is the element of surprise, something key to every victory? If there's one thing I know, it's that chess doesn't simulate a real battle. Look at me, I'm a shinobi. While I can go head on, my job is to hide and attack silently, something that game doesn't foresee. Atenia. You, she said, clearly annoyed this was the last straw. Artemis. Atenia, she said seriously, her sister tended to go too far when her pride was hurt. But she wouldn't allow her to take it out on the children. Atenia. I'll teach your mortal husband his place. Hestia. Attacking out of rage when your pride is wounded by the truth is not the skill of a wise one, much like sending your children on absurd quests to recover the Athena Parthenos. Atenia. It was stolen by those barbarians, she said, referring to Rome. Poseidon. I may be unfaithful, but I never abandon my children, disown them, or reject them like you do, owl brain. Zeus. On that, I must agree, daughter, he said seriously. Atenia. When will you understand that such thinking is not wisdom? Minato. Being wise is knowing when you're wrong. If you can't accept that, then you don't possess that quality, goddess of knowledge, for you lack the traits of someone with wisdom. Atenia was about to lunge forward and kill her brother-in-law, but she had already fallen too far. She wouldn't lower herself to attack a mortal, but Naruto. She could go after him. She would get revenge by striking what that man loved the most. And even if her sister got hurt in the process, she didn't care. By protection of the majority of the council, any curse on demigods is hereby forbidden, she said, knowing what her stepdaughter was planning. Atenia. What? It's not possible that you're doing this. She yelled, furious. Hermes. I'm sorry, but it's true. Annabeth. Uncomfortable, she said nervously. Alia. No doubt about it. Leo. Wow, you could cut the tension with this, he said, pretending to use a knife. Shisui. Breathing techniques? He asked, surprised and intrigued. Upon seeing what the students had created, many had to acknowledge it. Zeus. Well, I'll have a new favorite, he said, looking at Menma. Hestia. Flame breathing. I like it, she said, watching Konohamaru. Artemis. Wine breathing. Percy. Well, I have an idea, he said, thinking about doing something similar, but with a water-oriented breathing technique. Charles. Doesn't sound bad at all. Jason. I agree. On the screen. Naruto never lost his touch. After all, it was the only thing that still tied him to Konoha. If the village did anything against them, Naruto wouldn't hesitate to go against it on his own. His approach had worked for almost 4 years after all. His boys, especially Sai and Menma, were now 12 years old, though they looked closer to 15 due to their physiques. They were the envy of civilian women and Kunoichi alike, who knowing who they were wanted to punish them by defiling them. Naruto wasn't left out either. He was one of the most desired men among the shinobi due to his physical beauty, but most were greedy opportunists, knowing his status as heir to the Namikaze clan and guardian of the Uzumaki clan. On top of that, everyone knew he had once tried to pursue something with Anko Mitarashi which didn't work out. After Guy also used her, she felt ashamed and tried to reconnect with Naruto, but it failed. Naruto was a master of Fuinjutsu, surpassing even his father. He was muscular but not excessively so, an exceptional shinobi with an impeccable record, one of the few in his generation to be promoted to Jounin and listed as a potential Jounin sensei. He was highly skilled in ninjutsu, with control over 4 elements and the eye sub-element. He was also a great swordsman and hand-to-hand fighter. Unfortunately for the girls in Konoha, Naruto had started a new relationship with his old mission partner and Shisui's ally. Hinata Hyuga, the only Hyuga Anbu. Due to her clan's traditions, things were complicated. But the two had begun going out and a romantic bond had begun to blossom, even though neither had made it official yet. They were both willing to take the next step to see if they were truly right for each other. Hinata had also moved to the Uzumaki district after her mentor, Yugao Yuzuki, a former apprentice of Kushina, called Menma a demon and insulted Hinata. Hinata defended him, which got her expelled from the base. Naruto welcomed and protected her. With Yato and Natsumi, things had only gotten worse. The eldest had been exiled and the youngest walked a fine line. Jealousy and abuse of power blinded them more than ever. Natsumi demanded leadership of the clan, claiming no useless member of the main branch deserved that right. Only she did, as the child of the prophecy, bearer of the Kyuubi's power, and future shinobi goddess. Naruto was firm. The matriarch was his mother, she made the decisions, not him. And although he now had the knowledge to lead, his mother had done an excellent job. Yato had to return to training and refine himself, since without his brother's scrolls, he couldn't maintain the power needed to become Kage. Off-screen. Naruto's words about Konoha rekindled some hostility towards her. Lee. Well, who wouldn't be against Konoha, with everything we saw? Shisui. I would tell you something, but when I died I found out a lot of things, so as far as I'm concerned that village can go to hell. Will. It's true. However, the hostility ceased when the results were shown. Hyper. They're not bad, she would say, eating Sai with her eyes. Jason. At least you attract yourself there, he would say, smiling. Their thing didn't work, he was manipulated by the gods to try something that failed. Laurel. God, they're too hexy. Nico. You can see the difference in training time. Jiren. I keep saying it, he's a good teacher. Athena. I wish I were a firefighter to grab that hose, she would say, unleashing her perverted instinct. Zeus. I knew he inherited something else from me. Artemis. Sister, she would say seriously, oh no, her son and nephew, along with their friends, would not be desecrated by goddesses, never. Hestia. Niece, I would say seriously. Minato. That's my son, he would say, seeing his physique at that age, God, how he would have liked to be like that at that age. Aphrodite. Fufufifuf, look at that Greek genetics, she would say, licking her lips. Shisui. Too bad I wasn't that inflated, I would have trained with him, but I died, I would say, depressed. Paolo. Well, is anyone else signing up? he would say, holding up a piece of paper that said Naruto classes. Percy. Signed first. Jason. I followed. Nico. Then it was me. Stoll Brothers. The same with us. Reed. Why lie? Mitchell. I say the same thing. Leo. Well, it will be worth it, he would say, being another of those who signed up. Seeing Hinata and Naruto on their dates, many sighed and their former lovers only said that they would have a sister, since they alone, if they tried it in bed, would not be able to tame that wild wolf. Aphrodite. It needs drama. Drew. That's right, mother. Minato, seeing his brother and niece, simply shook his head. His brother was truly ambitious and brainwashed an innocent girl. On screen. But Sasuke, his relationship was very intense, bordering on toxicity, and even more so when the civil council used to summon him to order him to train him, something that Naruto mostly refused, but well, once he accepted it, he prepared a 6-hour training session for him, and he only lasted 1 hour and a half, until he got tired and told the council everything. Of course, the council summoned him again, but Naruto was inflexible. Naruto. How do they expect me to give him power if he doesn't train to earn it? Civilian 1. But understand, Uchiha-sama is the last loyal Uchiha, he deserves power. Naruto. As I see it, if I gave him the power, Uchiha Sasuke would not take advantage of it, his body is weak and his mind is unstable, if when I gave him a good training that would help him gain power he ended up giving up, what do you think he would do if he gets it from above? Do nothing, since he will not improve anything, he will only expand his repertoire. Civil 2. Watch your tongue, brat. Naruto. You are not the Hokage and I am a shinobi, so I am under the orders of the shinobi council, he would say, emphasizing that word in addition to the Hokage. You are a simple civilian, you have no voice or vote, he would say, earning the furious looks of the civilians, and you, he would say, pointing to Sasuke, when you stop being a capricious girl, become a man and face the training without crying, I will agree to train you, until then, for me Itachi can kill you. But not before I leave him on a stretcher disabled for life. Revenge has no value, and given power is useless. Excuse me Shisui, I will not teach a damn arrogant, vengeful and mentally unstable Uchiha. After those words he left to resume his private training, since Menma and Konoha were not there, after all he was using one of the training grounds. After that mess, Natsumi tried training pretending to have changed, he only had that 6-hour training and never returned, even his uncle tried to abuse his power as cage to imprison him for endangering the life of a civilian, but it didn't work, the explanation was compelling, Natsumi wanted something for free. And Naruto wouldn't give it to her that way. This caused a lot of stress for the Reed, so with his little brother, they decided to relax in the village's hot springs. They charged him extra because of Menma, but he didn't care. He wanted to change his mood and avoid the urge to grab some idiot by the neck and strangle him to death. They both entered the place where they completely relaxed, ignoring what had happened, the obstacles the academy had imposed on Menma so he wouldn't graduate, and the urge to kill anyone from Naruto. They simply relaxed in the warm waters and steam of the hot springs. It was something they couldn't do anymore, since Menma was a week away from leaving the academy, and Naruto was about to find out whether or not he would have his genin team, where he wanted to have his 2 protégés plus someone he could handle. While they relaxed, they both dared to play a little as if they were children. They deserved it, since they were both close, and beyond minor fights, typical of siblings, they both loved each other in a brotherly way. Screen turns off. Seeing the Uchiha's actions, many felt annoyed. That emo guy was really so pedantic. Shisui. I forgive you, friend. Apollo. And that. Shisui. Unlike my clan, I do not possess their character traits, nor the curse of my clan's hatred. Kushina. Azabito. Minato. Yes, or at least as far as I know. Jiren. I like your thinking. Percy. He couldn't stand it for an hour and a half and he's complaining. What an idiot. Annabeth. He's too spoiled. Claris. I want to have him and break his face. When the Natsumi thing happened, they just said the same thing as with the Uchiha, especially the hunters, but the change came with the hot springs. Many girls, seeing Menma half naked, only covered by a towel in the hot springs, made them want him in bed, especially the Demeter cabin and the daughters of Nike. In Naruto's case, Claris, along with several daughters of Hermes and Apollo, were the ones who asked for him, regardless of the blonde's partners being present and preparing their weapons to kill those who wanted to attack their property. They would share him with the Hyuga, but she showed that she was strong. The others were only lustful and they wouldn't allow it. Images 4. The room was filled with compliments from the bricklayer directed at the duo of cousins, since seeing them in their underwear was not something either of them expected. Holly. Oh wow. Laurel. Think about it, sister 1 and 1. Kayla. Forget it, one of them will be mine, and Menma is the one who is free, so get lost. Nico. Sister. The son of Hades would say, seeing the aforementioned blushing, are you okay? Don't you have a fever? Bianca. I'm fine, he's just a cute boy, nothing more. Apollo. I know I'm not the father and I'm the stepfather, but that boy makes me proud. Minato. Not bad Menma, you make me proud. Kushina. How could you not be, he's your godson. Artemis. It's true, he's my godson I would say to frown stop seeing him as a piece of meat, you miserable bitches. Aphrodite. He's so so viable I like him she would say with a predatory look. Athena. Well, if he's not her son, he'll be her godson she would say with a very perverted smile. Leto. It's a good thing you didn't turn out like your father. Artemis. Apollo took that. Minato. How strange I remember that when we made Naruto she asked me about every hexwell fetish and I almost didn't get her pregnant, I would think looking at Artemis as if she were a liar about it. Artemis. Minato would mentally pat herself since she knew everything that happened and she was really an Olympian, a pervert, only she keeps it to herself. Hestia. It's undeniable, the whole family is perverted. Travis, Connor, Lee, Will, Percy. She's the goddess who spies on you, Hestia. Hera. Hehehe that song gave you away when we saw it a while ago. Hestia was blushing as her son was looking at her in surprise. Poseidon. You gave yourself away, sister. Zeus. Same here. Demeter. Don't deny it. Hades. Go on, more cookies for me, I would think seeing this. Hestia. You know what, no more cookies. All. No. Hestia. Well, don't take my skin off, family she would say, smiling triumphantly. Before anyone could continue speaking, the screen would turn on. On screen. Off screen. Aphrodite. Oh. Drew. Why not focus on that whole body at once? Selena. It's cute and all, but it has an owner. Artoria. I don't mind them looking. Jean. It's true. Elaine. Just remember that it's something they can never prove, even if they are goddesses. Athena. Do you want to be cursed, fairy? Elaine. You can't do it because if my race is characterized by anything, it is by the protection of nature, that is to say, every god of nature protects me, and it is not something that I boast about, given that if there is a race that only barks and does not bite, it is the gods, especially those who are guided by pride. Athena. It's enough she would say ready to curse her, but a hand would stop her Artemis take your hand away. Artemis. You keep thinking out of pride and not wisdom sister I would say seriously stay away from my daughters-in-law or you will meet me and believe me, your children will be safe since Minato and Naruto would never raise their hands against innocent people because of who the father is, but I swear that you will not be saved from my wrath even if father has to save you. Zeus. I won't do it since he's acting out of personal paranoia he would say calmly. Hera. Wow. Hermes. You are somewhat wise. Ares. And that's not your thing. Zeus. He's my grandson, I must prove that I'm the cool grandpa here. Hades. The strange thing is that given his power and surpassing a son of the big three, you don't see him as a threat. Percy. You wanted to punish me for breathing. Zeus. Is today the day to attack me? He would say, pretending to be offended. Poseidon. And there comes the drama queen again he would say laughing. On screen. Off screen. Lacey. Wow. Valentina. Wow, he's less than 12 years old, he's like that she would say, licking her lips it's interesting to see him so grown up. Miranda. She can help us in the strawberry field. Liang. Imagine seeing him all sweaty and dirty from work I would say dreamily. Meg. Girls, he would be very handsome she would say sighing like a schoolgirl. Apollo. Yes, my stepson. Minato. My godson. Zeus. My new grandson. All three. A real heartbreaker they would say proudly. On screen. Off screen. Thalia. That's not the one she would say blushing. Nissa. If he is Naruto-san's apprentice she would say blushing like a tomato. Alo. You know if they train little they end up like this, I wouldn't want to think about it. Percy. X2. Nico. How to finish, I don't understand the little one would say. Alice. But you can't deny that it's something nice. Julia. And more so with the pack mark there underneath she would say, noticing something about the slipper. Aphrodite. How did I not notice, it fits so tightly to the body that it stands out she would say, thinking mischievously, if she can't do it with Ariteed's closest friends, she will do it with his students. Tiara. Remembering the Stoll's prank on several demigods, she has it bigger than many Tich's daughter would say smiling. Mark. You had to remember that moment he would say blushing. Stolls. What a great joke that was they said at the same time. Leo. Yes, if they wanted several people to reveal the package he would say laughing. Calypso. Leo the first would say in a scolding tone. On screen. Off screen. Clarice. Oh look at that body full of wounds I like it she would say blushing. Chris. Clarice. Clarice. What? You're my boyfriend and all, but looking isn't cheating on you. Chris. Okay, he would say, sighing. Percy, there is room. Percy. Paolo has the list. Paolo. I'll write you down, friend. Chris. Thank you. Clarice. Hahaha, my plan worked, she would think, blushing, imagining her boyfriend like that. Demeter. With or without wounds, she's a hot eye. Shisui. Boy, my best friend has competition. Zo. You can say that. Shisui. I'm surprised you didn't fall for it. Zo. He's my little brother, I would say, surprised by it. Shisui. Where I come from, incest is very common. I heard that in the Hyuga clan, they wanted to engage a girl with her older brother. Zo. That's horrible. Shisui. I think the same. Zo. You're nice for being his best friend, she would say, surprised. Shisui. And you are very pretty for being his sister. They both blushed and looked away, flirting wasn't their thing. Shisui. If I succeed, Itachi will lose the bet and I won't die a virgin. Oh well, I won't die a virgin again, he thought, amused. On screen. Off screen. Brew. What a physique the blind woman has, he would say with venom that they take away her hunter. Hela. Doubt, she would say, looking at Shisui. Was your clan always like this? Shisui. I'll be honest, I heard a rumor that Hyuga women had good genetics in the shape of their bodies, but given the issue that many retired from the shinobi branches by orders of the council, leaving only Hinata and her little sister, I was never able to verify it. I do know that that physique drives Naruto crazy. Many were saddened because they couldn't compete with the girls who were couples. With Elaine, they could, but the others were warriors, had a good proportion of butt and breasts, in addition to being pretty and intelligent, rare combinations. On screen. Off screen. Sally. Minato and Artemis, no offense, but Menma and Naruto seem like children of both, rather than Kushina and Yato. Kushina. It's something I heard, she would say, smiling. I wish she had agreed with Artemis to share Minato and not marry Yato. Apollo. Look at that heartbreaker. Miranda. It's beautiful. Liang. Share a sister. Holly. Okay. Laurel. We'll fight for him, she would say, smiling. Blue. Hey, what if Lady Artemis allows us? I would ask, looking at everyone. Artemis. Go ahead. Blue. You see, the daughter of Hecate would say calmly, if what they say is true, both Menma and Naruto are the last living men of their clans, and given that Naruto has his harem without saying it otherwise, given that I doubt that they want to get away from him, she would say, pointing to her partners in that world. It was said that the Clan Restoration Act law existed, we could apply it to them, right? Minato. If we were in Konoha, the clan matriarchs are them, he would say, pointing to Kushina and Artemis. They decide. The aforementioned. We'll see about that, they said without being convinced. On screen. Off screen. Thalia. Oh please, she would say with a sniffle, why must those two be bucking Hexy? Will. Well, I don't blame her, he would say, blushing. Being gay had its fetishes. Being trapped in those arms, the partner or partners he had would be something lucky. Laurel. Seriously, what that Anko is missing. Shisui. How can I forget it? I thought she would love him and played with his heart. So. How she did it. Shisui. Bad, in fact I had to stop him from wanting to fight Guy 3 times, and in his wolf mode, it's not easy to stop him. On screen. Off screen. Leo. Oh, that's from the go-karts. Demeter. With that body, clothes get in the way. Athena. He's beautiful, maybe I'll lose my chastity with him. Jean. Keep dreaming. Artoria. You dream, goddess. Elaine. Did he do it with you? Jean. Only perverted tricks. Artoria. I only got to have oral sex with him, but I didn't go through with it because of insecurity. The good thing is that he respected my decision. Zeus. I'll just say that he controls his instincts, he's Greek after all, I would say, emphasizing the latter. Percy. Dude, I want that physique. Tyron. You would have it if you didn't go out on missions every 5 minutes. Minato. Your mother's genes and mine, what a great combination we made, son. On screen. Off screen. Holly. My furry thoughts come true. Blue. Without a doubt. Minato. What could have been sealed? He would say, seeing several tattoos. Kushina. He's a better sealing master than you and Jiraiya-san. Minato. Yes, but how strange is it that you don't call him perverted sage? Kushina. If he appears I'll tell him. Artemisa. Seeing the situation, I'm worried about knowing if I'll be a grandmother and how many. On screen. Off screen. Annabeth. That's not any of the ones we saw. Malcolm. Although he has a Naruto heir, and as far as we know Minato-san died, so being his brother is ruled out. Nico. I have a note. Zeus. Read it, he would say in a soft tone while Hades looked at him. Nico. Yes, I would say to open it, it says his name is Boruto Namikaze, he is Naruto's eldest son. Alia. If I'm not lucky with my nephew, I'll go for the great nephew, she would say pervertedly. Zeus. Daughter. Jason. Sister. Hera. Great, he inherited what you do, since you wouldn't even forgive a paralytic. On screen. Off screen. Kushina. That's it. Minato. Yes, it's a Dojutsu. Shisui. But I don't recognize its use. Note. Please tell me what abilities we're giving him and what name he's going to give her, since I want to innovate on this eye power thing. It'll only be Menma's. Lacey. That doesn't take away from how hexy she looks. Bianca. Yes. Miranda. Maybe I should do what mom did with the Asian. Demeter. Daughter, she would say, surprised and proud. Give me grandchildren, my dear. Hestia. Sister, please control yourself. Hera. Make sure that my second grandson from Artemis does not fall into dirty charms, she demanded, looking at Eros. Eros? Okay, he would say, surprised that they spoke to him like that. On screen. Off screen. Ares. It's not a bad posture, but it can be improved. Frank. Yes. Rachel. There is no doubt that Naruto is a good teacher. Teak. He has a future as a boxer. Liang. And her physique just keeps getting better. Lee. They know we'll end up like this. Hades. I hope so, because we could prove that Olympus is strengthening in quality, not quantity. Hestia. It would make demons worried or want to recruit demigods to their retinues. Hades. Serzich's Siskin wouldn't dare to do that. Zeus. Yes. Poseidon. Although it would be funny to see what he would do, since as far as I know, the Red Emperor is in Japan. Hermes. Can you imagine Naruto going for him and bringing him back to camp? Apollo. Your next phrase will be, he'll want my throne, he would say next to Zeus. Come on, say it. Zeus. It would be a good acquisition, we were never interested in those sacred gear, but it would be funny to see the spoiled Gremory complain. On screen. Off screen. Percy. How curious, and it gives me the idea. Dionycio. What? Celebrate Halloween at camp. All the girls would look at Dionycio pleadingly. Halloween beach party, it sounded like something very good. Alux. Father, that's a good idea. You could also allow us to enter with that. Pastor. Think about it, father. Dionycio. Party dance equals alcohol, he thought and smiled. Done. Nico. Do you think anyone will show off about us? Travis. I don't think so. Connor. Although it would be interesting. On screen. Note. I hope and excuse me, but this is the closest thing I found to Percy as a hunter, 1,000 apologies. Off screen. Annabeth, Poseidon, Tyson and Sally. Percy. Percy. Me. What am I wearing? Minato. An Aori, right. Clarice. The earrings look good on her. Lee. It's the hunter's uniform, does Naruto reward some achievements? Percy. I'll be trained by him, he would say in shock. On screen. Off screen. Aloe. Dude, your students look great. Mark. Without a doubt. Ellis. I want to train with him. Nico. Yes. Percy. Well, we'll have to suffer a little. Lee. I will make my will. Will, here we go. San Pedro. Kushina. What an improvement little Konohamaru Suratobi had under her wing. Minato. The Sandame's grandson. Shisui. Who would have thought that dwarf would go so far? These comments and many compliments came from the room, making many nymphs who passed by outside the central hall of Olympus blush. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.